Eden traverses into the realm of American comics, where his father is Superman and his mother is the Omnipotent Man. As the son of superheroes, he unexpectedly finds himself bound to a villain cultivation system. When a robber takes him hostage, the system prompts him, assist the villain with strategies, reward. One exchange voucher. Eden reflects, am I truly destined to become a villain? Faced with a mother, a possible Blackheart Kryptonian, and a father who seemingly crossed over from DC, Eden must carefully conceal his superpowers. Mom and Dad, I swear I'm just an ordinary high school student, he insists. However, one day, his mother, Nolan, smiles and asks, son, you haven't awakened your superpowers without telling me, have you? Witness how this family of formidable traversers conceals their villainous pursuits right under the noses of their loved ones. Chapter 1. The Traveler Eden, son of Superman and the Omnipotent Man. Reginald V. Johnston High School. E.W. Eden yawned, shouldering his backpack as he briskly departed from school, heading homeward. His steps were hurried, as though he sought to evade something. Yet, the more he wished to avoid trouble, the more it seemed to find him. Bang! As Eden passed a bank, which was closed during the day, an ear-splitting explosion erupted nearby. He beheld a man, crackling with electricity, sporting a mohawk and clad in rubber attire, emerging from the bank, a sack of dollar bills slung over his shoulder. Kid, you're being kidnapped. Eden instinctively locked eyes with the electric man, who grinned wickedly and charged toward him. No way. Frowning, Eden vowed to avoid all banks on his way home from school in the future. Hey, Electropulse, don't waste any time. At that moment, a man adorned with numerous tentacles also dashed out of the bank, carrying dollars and shouting to the one known as Electropulse. Got it, Tendril Tyrant. I was just thinking, if those superheroes show up, we could use this kid as bait to buy ourselves more time, Electropulse remarked to Tendril Tyrant. Fair point, Tendril Tyrant nodded, tossing the stolen cash into a pickup truck. Thus, Eden found himself effortlessly captured and thrown into the vehicle by Electropulse. Drop the cash and the kid. As Electropulse abducted Eden, the eternally tardy police had already surrounded the street. Get lost, Electropulse shouted, extending his hand through the window, unleashing a storm of electricity. Boom. In an instant, amidst the cacophony of explosions, the screams echoed within the vehicle. Ha ha ha, let's go? Electropulse and Tendril Tyrant erupted into laughter, driving away in the pickup. Meanwhile, police attempts to chase them down were thwarted as Electropulse's lightning laid their vehicles low. In a world filled with superpowered beings, ordinary police officers could only watch helplessly as the supervillains indulged in their reckless abandon. In an abandoned factory, the lair of Electropulse and Tendril Tyrant, the atmosphere was rife with triumph. Ha ha ha. This time we struck gold. The fools are too busy dealing with that attack on the White House by the Mahler twins to care about us. Within the factory, Eden was bound by chains beside a decrepit machine, while the successful robbers discussed how to divide their spoils. Before you divide the loot, could you kindly release me? You know my parents will go berserk if I don't return home on time. Honestly, when my parents lose control, even I, their son, am frightened. Eden gazed at the oblivious Electropulse and Tendril Tyrant, who were too engrossed in counting their money to remember him, and couldn't help but interject. Oh, we almost forgot about you, kid. Thanks to Eden's interruption, Electropulse redirected his gaze toward him, scrutinizing him before chuckling. Kid, there's absolutely no chance we're letting you go. I suggest you abandon that thought. But you seem quite intriguing, why not join us in robbing banks? I come from a happy family, not like you orphans. Why would I rob banks with you? Eden grumbled internally while continuing. Whether you release me or not isn't the main issue. The real question is, don't you fear that superheroes will discover you not only robbed a bank, but also took a hostage and come after you? How about this? If you let me go right now, I promise I won't tell the heroes you're hiding here. Eden feigned concern for the villains, offering his unsolicited advice. Ding. Assist the villain with strategies, reward, 1 exchange voucher. Additionally, villain affinity increased by 5 points. Current villain affinity is 55. Host. Keep up the good work and strive to become a supervillain soon. Is this even valid? Eden thought, dumbfounded. Wasn't he merely trying to save himself? How had he ended up advising villains? Eden, a traveler, had only wished to be a good person since his arrival. Why was he being forced into villainy? Indeed, Eden was a traveler. This, however, was of little consequence. What mattered was that while others awakened superhero systems, he had awoken a supervillain system. As for the mastermind behind Eden's entanglement in this affair, it was indeed orchestrated by his supervillain system. The system granted him an ability known as the villain aura, endowing all villains with an innate affinity of 50 points towards him. Thus, Electropulse, who should have simply robbed the bank and left, opted to take him hostage instead. Kid, do you think we'll fall for your tricks? If we let you go, you'll run straight to the heroes, right? Yet, I must admit, your cunning demeanor screams natural-born robber. You're increasingly likable to me, Electropulse remarked, licking his lips with a grin. All right, let's rephrase that. In truth, my father is Superman, and my mother is the Omnipotent Man, the two strongest superheroes on this planet. If you wish to avoid being annihilated by them, it's best to release me. Eden laid his cards on the table, meeting the gazes of Electropulse and Tendril Tyrant. Ta-ha-ha. The moment Eden finished speaking, both Electropulse and Tendril Tyrant paused, only to burst into uncontrollable laughter moments later, clutching their bellies as they looked down at Eden, exclaiming, "What did he say? He claims his father is Superman and his mother is the Omnipotent Man? Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know that Superman and the Omnipotent Man are fierce rivals? Both vie for the title of the strongest hero on Earth. If your father is Superman and your mother is the Omni-Man, then my father is the eternal hero and my mother is the warrior woman." Electric Surge cast a mocking glance towards Eden. Moreover, even if your parents were Superman and the Omni-Man, it would bear no significance. Currently, Superman is engaged in combat against a rampaging dragon in London, while the Omni-Man is at the White House collaborating with the Global Guardians to confront the Merle twins, safeguarding the great president of your free nation. The Tyrant of Threads smiled at Eden. Are you implying that neither Superman nor the Omni-Man can come here? Eden paused, seemingly realizing a blind spot. Precisely. The Tyrant of Threads nodded. What about the other superheroes? Eden continued to inquire. The young heroes are dealing with those damned Lizard League. As for the Power Squad, surely, you do not genuinely expect those fools, who are even less capable than ordinary humans, to rescue you? Ha ha. Electric Surge continued to deride Eden. Is this place secure? I mean, will other heroes discover us? Eden pressed on. Of course not. There isn't a single camera within a 20-kilometer radius, the Tyrant of Threads explained. Thus, you have no choice but to join us, Electric Surge added. No, there is another option. For instance, I could thrash you all. A smile adorned Eden's face. As long as this place was sufficiently secure, safe enough that his parents would not discover his awakened powers, that would suffice. Ha ha. Are you insane? Eden's words ignited another round of laughter from Electric Surge and the Tyrant of Threads. They looked at Eden and remarked, I must say, you truly possess a talent for humor. From now on, let's call you Joker, dedicated to entertaining others with jokes. Bang. Before Electric Surge and the Tyrant of Threads could finish their laughter, Eden stood up from the ground, effortlessly tearing apart the several centimeter-thick iron chains binding him. The ease with which he did so could have led one to believe they were merely strands of spaghetti, had not Electric Surge and his cohorts known otherwise. Are you sure what bound this kid was iron chains, not something else? The Tyrant of Threads, visibly perturbed, inquired of Electric Surge. Absolutely. I personally tied them. Did you not check afterward? Electric Surge's expression mirrored the dismay of the Tyrant of Threads. Oh no, could it be that everything this kid just said was true? Is he truly the son of Superman and the Omni-Man? In that moment, Electric Surge and the Tyrant of Threads exchanged glances, both witnessing astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Hee, did I not say you wouldn't believe me? Now you finally believe? I fear it may be a tad too late. A sinister smile graced Eden's face. Indeed, the smile would not fade, it would merely shift. Allow me to reintroduce, Eden's full name is Eden Kent. He is the son of the two greatest heroes on Earth, Superman Clark Kent and the Omni-Man Nolan Grayson. Simultaneously, he is the bearer of the supervillain system. He is also dedicated to becoming the foremost villain in the Omniverse. The system's unilateral aspiration has nothing to do with Eden. Chapter 2, Superman's version of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Evening, 6:30 p.m. Eden arrived home punctually. Eden, you're half an hour late today. I passed by the route you take home from school and heard those officers say you were kidnapped. I was truly worried, thank goodness you were safe. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might have done. As soon as Eden stepped through the door, he was enveloped in a powerful embrace. It was his mother, Nolan Grayson, a woman of formidable strength, capable of lifting the moon as if it were a dumbbell. She is undoubtedly the strongest woman on Earth, without exception. Rest assured, mother. I am perfectly fine. The officers must have made a mistake. The reason I returned late today is that I went out for ice cream with my classmates. Eden concealed the fact that he had awakened his superpowers, and fearing his mother Nolan would not believe him, he added, Todd can vouch for me. Is that so? I thought my son had finally awakened his superpowers, but chose not to share it with his beloved mother. After all, his mother has longed to protect the world with her son, continuing the pride of the Viltrumites. Nolan said, releasing her son from her embrace, smiling cheerfully. How could that be? I would be thrilled to awaken superpowers myself. A barely noticeable twitch appeared at the corner of Eden's eye, but he quickly controlled his expression and smiled. Of course, as someone who had read the entirety of the comic Invincible Boy, Eden did not wish to witness his mother unleashing her wrath, even though he stood before Nolan Grayson and not Nolan Grayson. Despite some changes in gender, the essence of the Viltrumite remained unchanged. What has happened? At that moment, accompanied by a gust of wind, a man clad in blue armor emblazoned with a large S, and sporting the classic exterior underwear look entered the Kent family villa. "Mua," the man greeted, immediately kissing Nolan upon entry, oblivious to the world around them. "Don't you find this awkward?" Seeing this, Eden could not help but interject. "With your own child? What's there to feel awkward about?" The man chuckled. "If you, Eden, are envious, go find someone for yourself." Nolan teased Eden with a smile. "All right, can we eat now? I'm truly hungry." Eden looked up helplessly towards the heavens as he inquired. "Of course." Nolan smiled in agreement. "I'm hungry too. After all, I just returned from England. By the way, what were you discussing earlier? Was something happening that I'm unaware of?" At this moment, the man, resembling a figure who had dashed in from the neighboring DC universe, continued to inquire. "Clark, let me tell you. You wouldn't believe it, I just returned home after dealing with the Merle twins at the White House and found Eden was missing, which genuinely frightened me." Nolan laughed. "So I went searching for Eden on his way home from school and heard people say he was allegedly captured by Electric Surge and the Tyrant of Threads. Thankfully, it was just those New York officers making a mistake. You know how often they err, they hardly accomplish anything. The folks in New York, aside from excelling at donut theft, have proven inept in every other regard." Indeed, this man, dressed as if he had leapt from the neighboring DC universe, was not only clad and capable like Superman, but was also named Clark Kent. Upon discovering that his father is Clark Kent, Eden initially believed he had traversed into the DC universe. However, upon learning that his mother is named Nolan Grayson and witnessing the organization referred to as the Global Guardians, essentially a monkey version of the Justice League, he realized he had not entered the DC universe, but rather found himself in the comic realm of Invincible, more precisely within the Image universe. Curiously, the man who should have been named Nolan had somehow undergone a gender transformation to become Nolan, and had married the Clark Kent who seemed to have crossed over from the DC universe, resulting in the birth of Eden, a genuine interdimensional traveler. Indeed, none of them led a simple life. Eden, possessing the dual heritage of Kryptonian and Viltrumite, expressed, "While I may still fall short of the earthly deities, I have certainly distanced myself from humanity. Apart from the essence of my soul, I seem to have no remaining ties to Earth." Simultaneously, Eden awakened a peculiar entity known as the supervillain cultivation system. Frankly, for someone endowed with the bloodlines of both Kryptonians and Viltrumites, this system appeared rather superfluous. Eden was already the pinnacle of lineage. He had no need for assistance from an obligatory system for travelers, especially one whose very name suggested an intention to complicate matters. What on earth is a supervillain cultivation system? For him, the son of Superman, this seemed nothing short of chaotic interference. Was the system perhaps aiming to orchestrate a touching scene of paternal affection? Yet, more than paternal affection, Eden feared maternal devotion. After all, Nolan had a dubious history. Eden could not guarantee that after her transformation, Nolan would not lose her composure upon discovering that her child could inherit Viltrumite powers, which is why he had been concealing his extraordinary abilities. Indeed, the so-called Viltrumites surrounding Nolan were not the noble champions of justice she portrayed them to be. Rather, they were a collective of war criminals. The singular aim of the Viltrumites had always been universal domination. Upon arriving on an intelligent planet, each Viltrumite faced but two choices: to subjugate the world under their empire or, with ruthless efficiency, annihilate both the planet and its civilizations. This reputation had rendered the Viltrumites infamous throughout the cosmos, with all intelligent civilizations recoiling at the mere mention of their name. Moreover, should the indigenous inhabitants of a planet exhibit a genetic compatibility with the Viltrumites, possessing the potential to rejuvenate their race, it could provoke an overwhelming assault from the Viltrumite forces. Among these was the Viltrumite Regent Conquest, the ultimate antagonist of the Invincible comic series, representing the pinnacle of cosmic power. Eden swore he had no desire to confront Conquest at this moment. At least, not until he had amassed sufficient strength. As for Eden's mother, Nolan, why had she tirelessly endeavored to conceal her true intentions and identity? Firstly, she was wary of the superheroes on Earth. Secondly, unbeknownst to herself, she had fallen in love with her husband, Clark, and their son, Eden. Thirdly, Nolan was observing the inhabitants of Earth to ascertain whether they could inherit Viltrumite abilities, as Clark, claiming to be a native of Earth, had inadvertently awakened his powers due to solar radiation. And what of Eden's father? Eden could assure that he was a good man. After all, he was the very embodiment of goodness, Clark Kent. Once Clark learned of his wife Nolan's true nature and the reality of the Viltrumites, he would undoubtedly rise to defend Earth alongside her, engaging in battle against all Viltrumites. Thus, in the interest of familial harmony, Eden had been meticulously concealing his powers, despite awakening the abilities of both Kryptonians and Viltrumites at the tender age of 5, and continuing to do so until the present. Of course, beyond that, Eden remained unaware of the extent of his father Clark's abilities, as the archetype of Superman varied greatly. However, based on his father's appearance, Eden speculated he bore a strong resemblance to Henry Cavill. The dilemma was that while Cavill was undeniably handsome, he might not necessarily be a match for Nolan, let alone conquest. Alas, Eden sighed, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. He pondered the precariousness of concealing his identity while simultaneously risking exposure to the true nature of Viltrumites and the commencement of his mother's Earth conquest plan. Even if his mother were to be swayed, it could attract other Viltrumites and lead directly to a confrontation with the ultimate antagonist, Regent Conquest. Thus, Nolan was not the issue. The true dilemma lay with the Viltrumites and Conquest. Not to mention his father, who, for reasons unknown, fancied himself a native of Earth, seemingly having crossed over from the neighboring DC universe. Adding to this complexity was Eden himself, a traveler burdened with the nonsensical supervillain cultivation system, an utterly meaningless auxiliary. It could be said that each member of his family was shrouded in countless secrets and possessed an array of extraordinary skills. Indeed, their lives had reached a level of complexity that would earn them silent commendation from the neighboring smiths. Meanwhile, Eden was acutely aware that a single misstep or a slight revelation of his powers could result in the obliteration of Earth. Eden lamented, "What is this, a parody of Superman's domestic life?" Chapter 3. The host is truly a born villain. At the break of dawn the following day, Eden, yawning, descended the staircase from his second-floor room. "Eden, your coffee," called Nolan, who was preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Eden's descent, she exhibited no hesitation and hurled the coffee cup in her hand toward him, exclaiming, "Ah, I slipped." Eden stood motionless, his gaze fixated on the coffee cup that, in his perception, seemed to float toward him in slow motion, inching closer to his face without any intervention. Internally, he mused, "Mother's undoubtedly doing this on purpose. 100% intentional. She must have discovered something. Does this child truly lack awakened powers?" Just as the scorching coffee was about to drench Eden's face, Nolan, without even realizing it, felt a pang of concern within her. In Eden's view, she dashed to his side with blinding speed and deftly caught the cup suspended in midair. As he watched the coffee, which was perilously close to his cheek, being retrieved, he let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "Mother still loves me. However, for the sake of the Empire, I must probe further." Just as Nolan was about to take action, her resolute thoughts, forged over millennia in devotion to the Empire, overpowered her emotions. She suppressed her inner turmoil and watched helplessly as the coffee continued its trajectory toward Eden's face. "This is disastrous. It's going to be exposed." In that moment, Eden was in a frenzy. He feared not the scalding coffee itself. He could withstand temperatures far exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. He could even bathe on the sun's surface. What truly terrified him was that this coffee posed no threat to his current physique. If Eden revealed his physical defenses, Nolan would ascertain his awakened powers, thereby triggering the next phase of the extraterrestrial conquest of Earth. "Nolan, you are far too careless." In this critical moment, a swifter figure appeared by Eden's side, gently moving him aside while seizing the empty coffee cup from Nolan's grasp, catching every single drop of the scalding beverage. The newcomer was none other than Eden's illustrious father, Clark Kent. At this moment, Kent held a toothbrush in one hand and the coffee cup in the other, gently offering the cup to Eden while smiling at Nolan. "Have you perhaps exhausted too much energy in yesterday's battle with the Lemurian twins, leading to a lapse in concentration?" "Indeed." Nolan chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Eden. "I apologize, Eden. I nearly harmed you." Truthfully, I have no idea what just transpired. Eden silently commended his illustrious father, Clark, while taking a generous sip of his coffee to calm his nerves. Ouch, that is hot. He then feigned being scalded, placing the coffee cup on the table, and casually grabbed 2 slices of bread before dashing outside, exclaiming, "Oh no, I'm going to be late. This is bad news. Be careful, Eden. You really ought to pay attention." His mother, Nolan, called after him with concern, resembling a typical worried mother as she reminded her child to eat well at school. "I must take a day off today, my dear," Nolan said to Clark with a smile after completing her task. "Indeed, my dear. Even the greatest of heroes require a respite," Clark replied, leaning in for a commanding kiss. With a sizzling sound, Nolan and Clark were soon entwined in a tender embrace. "That nearly gave me a heart attack. I almost got caught by my mom," Eden reflected, striving to slow his pace while rapidly replaying the earlier events in his mind. "I must act with greater caution moving forward," he silently resolved. Ding! Successfully deceived the 2 greatest heroes on Earth. Reward voucher acquired. Villain affinity increased by 5 points. You are truly a born villain. Just as Eden reveled in his cleverness, the system's notification echoed in his mind. "Shut up, system." His previously cheerful disposition was marred by the intrusive sound, leaving him utterly exasperated with the system. To be honest, this pesky system had only awakened 2 days prior and had already escalated the villain affinity from 50 to 60. Such rapid growth was astonishing. His superpower had awakened at the age of 5, while the system had come to life just 2 days ago. "I will never become a villain," Eden resolutely mused within the depths of his heart. Ding! Detected a strong desire within the host, correcting the system's final task. At that moment, another notification chimed in Eden's mind. Could it be? A spark of realization ignited within him, filling him with joy. The host wishes to appear as just and resplendent on the surface, while harboring dark and malevolent intentions beneath. In light of the host's lofty aspirations, a reward voucher is granted. The system's notifications continued to resonate in Eden's mind. "Be quiet, system," he thought, feeling a wave of darkness wash over him. His expectations of the system were entirely misplaced. With those thoughts lingering, he finally arrived at Reginald V. Johnson High School. "Hey, Eden, good morning. Have you heard the news?" Yesterday, the Lamore twins audaciously infiltrated the White House once again, rendering the global security team utterly incompetent. Eden's classmate, William, approached him with an air of casual familiarity. "Fear not, the Lamore twins shall not succeed. Though the global security team may indeed be lacking, we are fortunate to have the omnipotent hero present," Eden remarked without turning his head. "You truly have an affinity for the omnipotent hero, don't you? What a pity, for I find him rather unremarkable. In contrast, I hold a greater admiration for Superman. Superman is undoubtedly the most alluring man in this world, without exception." William chuckled, stroking his chin. Eden merely cast a silent glance at William, too weary to engage with him further. "Step aside, Todd. You'd best not provoke me," Eden interjected, as an abrasive voice intruded upon their conversation. "Is that Todd and Amber?" William explained. "Todd has been pestering Amber ever since he heard through the grapevine that she has a fondness for him." "Very well," Eden replied, casting a glance at Amber. To be honest, if she were the comic version of Amber, Eden could comprehend the situation. However, the Amber before him was evidently the animated version, leading Eden to believe that Todd was genuinely misguided. As for Todd, he epitomized the quintessential American high school bully, complete with slick back hair, a baseball jacket, and a second-hand muscle car, usually accompanied by a stunningly attractive cheerleader girlfriend. Yet, it seemed Todd had yet to find his own glamorous cheerleading partner. Ding! The host stands idly by while a girl is harassed by a bully, displaying behavior characteristic of a villain. Villain charm value 5. Damn it! Eden cursed under his breath, striding forward without hesitation. Ding! The host deliberately waited until the girl was disturbed by the bully before showcasing his abilities. A true act of cowardice. Villain charm value 5. Current villain charm value has reached 70. I truly beg of you. Eden chuckled at the absurdity of the system. Ding! The host's request for the system has earned it respect, rewarding him with a redemption voucher. Eden fell silent. System, beg? Your plea has been rewarded. Chapter 4 Eden. Todd, use your brain. I implore you to think. Hey Eden, calm down. Todd's physique is no less than yours. If you two were to clash, it would surely result in mutual destruction, William cautioned, observing Eden's intent to play the hero. Eden disregarded William's warning and approached Todd, grasping his wrist with one hand, raising an eyebrow as he declared, "Enough, Todd. Pursuing a girl is not meant to be done in this manner. This matter between Amber and myself does not concern you." Todd expressed his dissatisfaction with Eden's interference. "Do you perhaps harbor feelings for Amber?" Todd seemed to ponder something, his expression turning wary as he scrutinized Eden and coldly inquired. If it were a competition between Eden and him, he stood little chance. "Me?" Eden glanced at Amber's dark complexion, subtly shaking her head in disapproval. Perhaps Amber was considered quite beautiful among those with her skin tone, but Eden simply could not appreciate it. Indeed, how could one who fell asleep every night to the melody of Sunny, Little White Horse ever come to admire the animated version of Amber? "Don't be ridiculous. Listen, the hallway is lined with cameras. If you wish to avoid a visit from your parents, you understand." Eden patted Todd's shoulder, gesturing towards the surveillance cameras in the corridor. "TSK." Todd, upon realizing this, clicked his tongue before forcefully shoving Eden aside, causing her to collide with a metal locker, producing a loud clang. "Mind your own business. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Todd spat as he turned to leave. Eden watched Todd's retreating figure, her expression somewhat inscrutable. In truth, her gaze was not on Todd, but rather pierced through the walls of the house, fixating on a figure standing against the sky. After approximately half a second, she immediately turned away. In the sky, Nolan stood with her arms crossed, silently observing her son, her mind racing. Could it be that I have misjudged? Has Eden truly not awakened any superpowers? According to Nolan's conjecture, if Eden had indeed gained superhuman abilities, he ought to have obliterated Todd with a single punch. Let's observe a bit longer. Nolan contemplated silently. The system engaged in negotiation. At that moment, Eden was conversing with his inner system. "Host, please proceed." "System, who is your master?" Eden directly questioned. "Of course, it is the great you." The system replied candidly. "I mean your original master, your creator." Eden continued his inquiry. "The Great One." The system answered. "Huh." Eden was taken aback. "So, the father of insert title, the mother of insert title, and that entity from Marvel. What a motley crew. Now, let us discuss how you might cease to bestow rewards upon me." Eden felt his words were somewhat inappropriate, so he rephrased, "Do not increase that damned villain charm value anymore." The villain charm value would attract unnecessary trouble, drawing the attention of countless antagonists towards Eden, thereby significantly heightening the risk of exposing his abilities, potentially leading to a mother-son confrontation and ultimately invoking the Regent's wrath. What Eden truly required at this moment was stability, allowing him ample time for development. According to Eden's own conjecture, possessing the dual genes of Kryptonians and Vexians, he believed that even without any external enhancements, within a decade, he could confront his mother and challenge the Vexian regent, Suga. Thus, prior to that, Eden merely wished for this accursed system to quiet down. "Please complete the daily tasks," the system responded. "Daily tasks?" Eden raised an eyebrow. "Daily tasks are being assigned. Please complete one malevolent act each day." The master has stated, "Do not overlook small acts of goodness, nor dismiss minor evils. Please endeavor to carry out daily malevolent deeds, striving for an early succession." The system continued. After a moment of contemplation, Eden inquired further, what exactly constitutes a malevolent act? What is the definition of such an act? It ranges from the annihilation of worlds to the simple act of spitting chewed gum beneath someone else's seat. The system elucidated. Isn't that contradictory? Eden was momentarily taken aback. Not at all. For the master, obliterating the universe is trivial, yet for insignificant humans, it bears no meaning, as they are utterly oblivious to their own destruction. However, depositing chewed gum beneath another's seat to stick to their posterior is entirely different. That unfortunate individual will undoubtedly harbor a deep loathing for you. The system explained. How reasonable. The corners of Eden's eyes twitched. He felt himself almost swayed by the system's twisted rationale. Nonsense. Ultimately, I must discern the boundaries of this system and devise a method to fulfill daily tasks without receiving rewards from it, Eden silently pondered. Given the system's uniquely refreshing and unconventional definitions of good and evil, Eden knew he had further exploration ahead. Simultaneously, upon uncovering the essence of the system, it would become much simpler. The good news is that Eden's system is not akin to those of other traversers that have transcended universal laws, implying the possibility of uninstallation. The bad news is that his system is one of the omnipotent universes. Yet, fortunately, there remains an opportunity for resolution. It seems he must find a chance to venture into the Marvel Universe, seeking a way to rid himself of this wretched system. After all, external forces are ultimately just that. Eden contemplated quietly. Yes, there exists a pathway to Marvel in this world. Comic crossover. Moreover, as the son of the Superman from, he is confident in finding the route to Marvel. Thus, while Eden pondered, he began his lessons as usual. As for Amber, despite the glances Amber cast at Eden growing increasingly intense, he chose to remain indifferent. Truth be told, Eden wished to reward her with the song Juice. I share half with you. Eden, teacher Zhang Wei, my only male idol. Noon. Eden, come over here. Just as Eden was relishing a solitary meal in the cafeteria, Todd, who had suffered an embarrassment earlier that morning, once again sought him out. Eden's expression shifted momentarily as he set aside his food, scanning the surroundings to ascertain whether his omnipresent mother was observing him from above. Upon confirming her absence, he exhaled a subtle sigh of relief. Subsequently, Eden glanced at his phone, discovering an update from his mother's alternate account featuring photos of her on a date with his beloved father across the ocean in Shanghai. With a newfound sense of ease, he rose from his seat and smiled at Todd, saying, "All right, follow me." Eden. At that moment, William, seated at another table, also stood up, concern etched across his face as he regarded Eden. Hold on. Eden offered William a reassuring glance, indicating there was no cause for alarm. Before proceeding to walk outside with Todd, Amber looked quickly. Todd is causing trouble for Eden again, a group of girls murmured at another table, though Eden remained unfazed. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Todd's expression darkened significantly. He confronted Eden with a roar, poised to unleash a punch as if intending to teach him a lesson. Eden's demeanor only exacerbated Todd's sense of humiliation. Todd, come over here. This area is devoid of those damned cameras, and we won't have to face our parents because of this. Without even glancing back at Todd, Eden spoke matter-of-factly. You know what you're doing, Eden. Today, regardless of the outcome, I promise I won't trouble you again. Todd stammered, momentarily taken aback, then patted Eden's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Thus, when Eden led Todd to the corner of the 3-story teaching building, he first ensured that no one else was around. Once satisfied that they were unobserved, he wasted no time, gripping Todd's neck with one hand and lifting him off the ground, his voice laced with fury. Listen, I have no desire to fight you, and do not consider me your imaginary rival. As for Amber, I'm afraid I have no interest in her. If you like her, pursue her openly. Do not resort to despicable tactics. They will only earn you disdain, kid. After delivering his words, Eden unceremoniously tossed Todd to the ground, appearing to release pent-up frustration as he gradually relaxed, exclaiming, "What a relief." Inhale, exhale. At that moment, Todd lay on the ground, gasping for air, greedily drawing in every breath. Todd, answer me. Did you understand? Eden inquired, looking down at him. Use your brain, Todd. Think properly. Just then, a sound of something falling caught Eden's attention. Eden turned his head and beheld a girl with long pink hair, staring blankly in their direction. Damn, it was Eve. Samantha Eve Wilkins. Upon seeing her, Eden's vision momentarily darkened. Indeed, Eden had employed his gaze to scan the surroundings. Yet he had forgotten that this particular girl possessed the powers akin to a simian version of Adam and a simian Scarlet, which, cloaking her true identity from recognition. Are you continuing? The girl tilted her head and addressed the two. Chapter 5 Eden. Eve, I truly must take control of you. Sigh. Eden gazed at Eve, who stood at the corner, and let out a weary sigh. It was as if one wave had not yet settled before another arose. Todd, I recall you have something to attend to, correct? However, before addressing Eve's predicament, Eden intended to resolve his issues with Todd completely. He leaned down and warned Todd, who lay discarded on the ground. Todd discerned the underlying message in Eden's words, suggesting he best have something to do shortly. Oddball. At that moment, Todd was evidently terrified, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable fear as he regarded Eden. Good grief, I weigh a hefty 240 pounds, and Eden can lift me effortlessly with one hand. He's practically a Superman. Faced with Eden's warning, Todd could only retreat in silent panic after muttering a quiet curse under his breath. Hey, I believe you were called Eve, right? As you can see, I was just having a heartfelt exchange with my good friend Todd. After watching Todd depart, Eden approached Eve nonchalantly, striking up a conversation. Eden Kent, I know you. Are you a superhuman? Eve regarded Eden with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Not exactly. I am merely quite robust. As you can see, I often engage in fitness. I was once selected for the school football team, but alas, due to health reasons, I could not continue. Eden shook his head. While it was exaggerated to lift over 200 pounds with one hand, it was not entirely impossible. If that is not feasible, perhaps inquire about the power of the 9 dragons. As for Eden's previous selection for the team, that was indeed true, but it was not due to injury that he withdrew. Rather, he feared inadvertently causing harm to others. To quote Eden's father, Clark Kent, "You have no idea how hard I have to strive to exist in a world filled with paper-thin individuals." Ha! Lifting 240 pounds without a tremor. I hardly believe that mere workouts could achieve your level. A hint of skepticism flickered in Eve's gaze as she looked at Eden. "Think whatever you wish," Eden shrugged, displaying a demeanor of indifference. Glancing at his watch, he chuckled. "It's time for class. I shan't keep you any longer." Eden, wait a moment. Eve, clutching her books, hurried to his side and remarked, "Do you not consider your abilities a divine gift? I mean, if you truly possess such powers, I earnestly hope you would wield them for noble purposes rather than extorting your classmates." "Very well," Eden replied, aware that Eve had misconstrued his earlier amiable exchange with Todd. However, he was disinclined to clarify, thus he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Next time for sure. By the way, please refrain from following me. It would be unfortunate if others misinterpreted our relationship. You know how much I value my reputation." As he observed an increasing number of classmates passing by, Eden, averse to drawing attention, gestured to Eve, signaling her to cease her pursuit. "What do you mean? Are you implying my reputation is dreadful?" Eve stood frozen, her eyes twitching slightly, seemingly taken aback by such a blunt rejection. "Regarding your earlier suggestion that I should utilize my abilities for righteous endeavors," Eden appeared to ponder something, shaking his head with a smile, setting aside whether I possess any powers, even if I did. "I hardly believe donning a minuscule skirt and a pink cheerleader outfit while soaring through the skies could be deemed a noble application of such abilities." "Hey, who are you referring to?" Eve furrowed her brow, demanding clarification. "Huh, I was speaking of Atomic Eve from the Hero Squad. Why are you so agitated? You wouldn't coincidentally share a name with her and end up equating yourself with her, would you?" "How delightfully ordinary and confident you are," Eden teased knowingly. Eve found herself momentarily silenced by his words, a lump forming in her throat. She yearned to express her anger, yet such an outburst would confirm her identity as Atomic Eve. Conversely, if she chose to remain composed, the frustration would remain unvented. "I must attend class now," Eden declared, leaving no room for further contemplation as he departed from Eve's line of sight, offering no opportunity for her to respond. Ding. Outweet the superhero, Atomic Eve. Daily task completed. At that moment, a notification resonated within Eden's mind. Indeed, good fortune does come in pairs. Eden mused with a smile. It seems that as long as I manage to vex the superheroes, I fulfill the system's requirements. However, if I can provoke the top-tier heroes, I will exceed the goal, a theory I have tested with my own parents. In other words, I must shift my focus to those lesser-known heroes, such as Atomic Eve, the Heroic Youth, and the Valor Squad. Eden pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, Eden's recent dialogue with Eve was also part of his calculations. He was leveraging their interaction to test the boundaries of his own system. "Eve, I have truly mastered you." As for Eve, upon returning to her classroom, Eve wore a composed, yet somber expression, her gaze darkening as if a tempest were about to unleash. "What troubles you, Eve?" her close friend inquired, observing Eve's gloomy demeanor with confusion. "Nothing. I merely encountered an exceedingly irritating individual," Eve replied with irritation. "Huh, you are the goddess in the hearts of all the boys at school. What man could possibly infuriate you to such an extent?" Her friend exclaimed in astonishment. "How do you know it was a man?" Eve queried, fixing her gaze upon her friend. "Just a guess," her friend replied sheepishly with a smile. In the afternoon, as school concluded, Eden yawned and busily packed his backpack. To prevent his mother, Nolan, from continuing to suspect that he had awakened superpowers, he resolved to maintain a low profile from that day forward, returning home punctually each day. Just then, as if summoned back to school, Atomic Eve, clad in her pink cheerleader uniform, soared gracefully from the rooftop, gliding past the window of Eden's classroom. Due to the protective shield Eve placed around herself, the other students at Reginald Ville Johnson High School were subjected to psychological suggestion rendering them oblivious to her presence and causing them to disregard this discordant scene, which did not concern Eden. You should really consider wearing some leggings, Eden mused as he withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Hey, Eden, a new strawberry parfait shop has opened across the street. Shall we go try it? At that moment, William approached Eden with a smile. Sure, Eden replied after a moment's contemplation. Perhaps returning home too early would only deepen his mother-esque suspicions. It might be wiser to normalize his late returns in this perilous city. Thus, when Eden arrived at the newly opened parfait shop, he intended to indulge in one of the world's most exquisite desserts, the strawberry parfait. Buzz, accompanied by a jarring roar. A colossal portal to another dimension suddenly materialized before Eden and his companions. What is that? William asked curiously, gazing at the nearby portal. In the next instant, a battalion resembling the fearsome Cell, with green skin, adorned with two small antennae atop their heads, wielding high-tech rifles, and clad in standard military uniforms, emerged in unison from the portal, commencing a ruthless assault on the unsuspecting citizens of the street. Eden gazed at the gaping portal of time and space, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, a surge of anger swelling within him. These wretched Franksons had arrived not only too early but also in the wrong place. Or perhaps the villainous aura hovering above my head has begun to exert its influence once more. As Eden muttered his grievances, he sought refuge. Chapter 6. Eden, Earth is not a playground for your invasion. Good heavens, Eden, have we truly encountered an alien invasion? What will we do now? Will we perish here? William, crouched beneath the counter alongside Eden, peeked out anxiously, his voice trembling. First, we must remain hidden. Second, we await the arrival of superheroes to rescue us. Eden yanked William back, unwilling to witness the grotesque scene of his companion's head being obliterated by the Franksons' laser guns. The superheroes will come to our aid, won't they? William questioned, his eyes wide with uncertainty. Perhaps, Eden replied, pulling out his phone to scroll through the news quietly. This is rather dire. Eden furrowed his brow upon discovering that both his father and mother were currently out of the country. Good heavens! The all-powerful hero and the global guardians are battling Dr. Earthquake in Australia. Superman is engaged with an extraterrestrial creature in France. No one will come to rescue us. At that moment, William's voice rang out in near despair. Is there truly only Superman and the all-powerful hero among Earth's superheroes? Eden scoffed. Fear not. We are here to save you. Just then, accompanied by a resounding shout, the members of the young heroes team descended from an orange flying vehicle, including Adam Eve, whom Eden had just encountered that morning. The one who had shouted was none other than Explosion Rex, a promising youth with the potential to become a remarkable hero in the future, albeit currently a wayward delinquent with superpowers. He is also Adam, Eve's current boyfriend. Of course, Eden held little interest in Eve or Rex. To be precise, he was indifferent to the entire young heroes team. His sole desire was for them to swiftly vanquish the Franksons, allowing his serene and idyllic daily life to resume. Eve, please save me. Just as Eden pondered this, his eyes fell upon a scene that left him momentarily blind with shock. In one fleeting moment, Explosion Rex had appeared as a celestial being, effortlessly dispatching several Franksons, only to be forced into hiding the next second by the very lasers of these invaders. As for the other members of the young heroes, the clones Kate had left behind a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, all victims of the Franksons' laser weaponry. The robots have improved slightly, yet they remain utterly suppressed by the overwhelming numbers of the Frankthar. As for Eve, the most formidable among those present, due to her obligation to safeguard the other members of the heroic squad, she finds herself equally constrained by the relentless onslaught of the Frankthar, forced to merely sustain a protective barrier in a desperate struggle, unable to counterattack. Seriously? Eden gazed in disbelief at the spectacle of those who had come to their rescue, now reduced to cowering under the pressure of the Frankthar, requiring the intervention of other superheroes. Consequently, Eden is confronted with two stark choices. The first path, aid this group of so-called heroes, more aptly dubbed the Cowering Squad, in vanquishing the Frankthar. The second path, stand idly by and witness the Frankthar unleash a massacre, thereby maximizing the system's villain points. Congratulations, host, on witnessing the Frankthar's invasion of Earth. This is truly a quintessential display of villainy, granting you an additional 10 villain charisma points. Eden could already anticipate the system's infuriating tone. In response, Eden resolved to pursue a third option. Buzz. Suddenly, Eden's eyes glowed crimson, and the searing beams of heat transformed into twin rays that severed the advancing throng of thousands of Frankthar in half. What has transpired? How did those aliens perish? Rex gasped in astonishment at the sight of the Frankthar abruptly bisected by the crimson beams. Uncertain, but we must seize this opportunity to counterattack, the robot mused, seemingly grasping something unspoken. Kate, immediately replicate yourself to the fullest extent and overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Eve, protect Rex. Rex, we need significant firepower, you understand. Simultaneously, the robot issued commands to the members of the heroic squad. Understood. With more than half of the Frankthar eliminated, the heroic squad seized a moment to breathe and, under the robot's direction, began a methodical counteroffensive against the remaining Frankthar on the right. In that instant, the Frankthar truly found themselves under duress from the heroic squad, largely due to the sheer terror instilled by the sudden appearance of the crimson beams. It was then that the Frankthar began to age rapidly, fear evident in their eyes as they dropped their weapons and fled toward the portal behind them. It would take approximately another hour and a half for my parents to resolve the crisis and return. That time frame should suffice. Eden glanced at the clock, watching the retreating Frankthar, his resolve gradually solidifying. If he merely stood by and allowed these aliens to escape, they would inevitably return to invade Earth, resulting in far greater casualties, and the risk of exposing his powers would significantly increase. The sudden invasion of the Frankthar has descended upon Eden without any forewarning, revealing to Eden the harsh reality that on this perilous planet, evasion is futile, danger is inescapable. Acknowledging this unavoidable peril, the only recourse is to confront it head-on. With this determination, Eden glided like a specter, moving in imperceptible speed, seamlessly following the fleeing Frankthar through the temporal portal. Excellent work, Eden. The hero squad has triumphed over the aliens. We are saved. At that moment, William, witnessing the retreating Frankthar, erupted with excitement, turning to share the joyous news with Eden. Eden, however, as William turned, he realized that Eden had mysteriously vanished. Before his eyes lay walls severed by laser fire. No, no. Suddenly, a dreadful realization struck William. He bolted from the strawberry parfait shop, rushing onto the streets, where he beheld the ruins and the crimson-stained pavement. Clutching his head in anguish, he cried out, "This cannot be real. Eden, where are you?" Meanwhile, the hero squad convened. "Damn it, I never want to encounter those aliens again," Rex lamented, surveying the debris while feeling nauseous. "At least we defeated them," Kate remarked, her arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. "To be precise, they fled on their own," the robot interjected, correcting Kate's choice of words. "At the very least, we managed to subdue them," Rex added. It was that sudden burst of red light that suppressed the aliens. It resembled a kind of laser weapon. The robot continued with its corrections. "Eden, Eden." At that moment, William rushed into the midst of the hero squad members, fervently inquiring, "Haven't you seen my dear friend Eden?" "Eden? Which Eden?" Eve paused, perplexed. "Eden Kent," William replied, oblivious to Eve's identity. "Eden Kent? Was he present at the scene as well?" Eve's eyes widened in disbelief. "He was right beside me, but he vanished after the battle." William, cradling his head in despair, lamented, "I should never have invited him to join me for a strawberry parfait today. It's all my fault." The robot silently approached the parfait shop where William and Eden had sought refuge, gazing thoughtfully at the half-destroyed establishment. On the other side, the Frankthar planet. Eden floated in mid-air, surveying the Frankthar, who resembled grasshoppers from a lofty vantage point. Whoosh, 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 on the ground. The laser guns of the Frankesa aliens fell upon Eden like a relentless downpour. Yet aside from tearing his clothing, they inflicted no harm upon his body whatsoever. What? At that moment, the Frankesa were bewildered. Their weapons failed to breach his defenses. How could this be? Do you not comprehend? Earth is not a realm for your invasion. A slight smirk danced upon Eden's lips as he disdainfully gazed at the throng of Frankesa beneath him, coldly declaring, Chapter 7 Frankesa. Are we destined to perish? Eden, if you do not perish, shall I meet my end instead? Treasure hunting, you despicable creature. How dare you invade our glorious Frankesa homeworld? Once we have vanquished you, we shall return to your home planet, annihilate your wretched kin, and seize all the resources of your world for the exalted use of the Frankesa. as the Frankesa soldiers realized that their laser guns were utterly ineffective against Eden. They found themselves frozen in confusion. In that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted from their lips, and they seized the weapons from their comrades, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Eden while brandishing their fists, posturing in a display of arrogance. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to invade Earth? Who granted you the gall to insult me? Eden regarded the Frankesa below with a glimmer of malice in his eyes. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, moving with an unimaginable speed that left the Frankesa unable to react, arriving directly before their boastful leader. No, just a moment prior, this once proud leader, who boasted of exterminating all Earthlings, possibly enhanced by genetic modifications, was struck by a blinding flash, as if a light had erupted before him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a colossal fist surged toward his face. The Frankesa leader seemed to wish to retaliate, but against such overwhelming force, all was in vain. He could only watch helplessly as that fist loomed larger before him, utterly powerless to change his fate. At that moment, perhaps it was better for him to have been an ordinary Frankesa, unaltered by genetic enhancements. For in that case, he would not have to face death, nor experience the unfathomable terror that accompanied it. Boom! With a soft crack, Eden's punch obliterated the Frankesa leader's skull, splattering crimson blood across the ground in an instant. Eden, already brimming with indignation from the invasion of the Frankesa, yearned for a simple and ordinary life. Why was it so difficult? Provoked by the taunts of the Frankesa leader, Eden unleashed his full fury. The leader has fallen? We are no match for this Earthling. He is too powerful, akin to a deity. After the demise of the Frank People's leader, the once defiant Frank army was suddenly engulfed in despair, uttering frantic cries in their incomprehensible tongue. Fear not, for I shall soon send you to meet your fate, Eden proclaimed, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. A terrifying beam of energy poured forth from his gaze, incinerating all Frank's soldiers that stood before him. Counterattack! Counterattack! In the face of Eden's onslaught, the Frank people attempted to rally their forces, assembling the most elite troops from across the planet to initiate their so-called God-slaying plan. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Their efforts proved futile against Eden. If this is your mightiest army, then you may as well perish, he declared, accelerating his speed to unleash a sonic boom across the surface, scattering the Frank cities with the turbulent winds that enveloped him. Upon unleashing his full potential, this hybrid inheritor of both the V-Star and Krypton bloodlines wielded unparalleled power and velocity, trampling and ravaging the very heart of the Frank homeworld. Time flowed differently between Frankstar and Earth. While mere minutes passed on Earth, several days had elapsed here. Within that span, the once luminous Frank planet had succumbed to darkness, its surface facilities obliterated by Eden's wrath. In the subterranean refuge of the Frank people, which served as their last bastion of hope, a young Frankling, resembling a green caterpillar, inquired anxiously of his elder, "Will we be safe?" "Rest assured, our Frank army is the mightiest. We shall surely vanquish the invader and reclaim our homeworld." Slaughtering these despicable beings, the elderly Frank answered confidently, convinced of the Imperial Army's superiority and their inevitable success, just as in times past. Boom! Just as the elder Frank raised his head to speak with conviction, a deafening explosion rocked their underground base. A powerful force piercing through the surface and stirring up dust in the subterranean square where the Frank people had gathered. Gulp! The soldiers tasked with protecting the young and old gazed at the entity that had breached the surface and descended upon their refuge, swallowing hard as they readied their laser rifles for a desperate stand. In truth, these soldiers had long been aware of the grim reality of the surface conflict. Their communications had been severed a day prior. "Let us go and see," they murmured, steeling themselves for what lay ahead. A few soldiers of the Frank SARS exchanged glances before cautiously approaching the billowing smoke. Alas, before they could discern the presence within, two crimson beams shot forth, abruptly ending their lives. It was the invader. This was dire. The enemy had located their position, implying that all the troops on the surface had been defeated. Impossible. Utterly inconceivable. Upon witnessing the scarlet rays reminiscent of Death's Scythe, the Frank SARS soldiers huddled together in panic. Throughout the past 3 days, they had encountered these red beams too frequently, and each time they illuminated the battlefield, countless Frank SARS had met their demise. Furthermore, the appearance of this light signified that the alien man, akin to a harbinger of death, had indeed arrived. Boom! Just as the fear manifested in the eyes of the Frank Sars, a fierce gust swept away the haze, revealing the robust form of Eden. He surveyed the group of Frank Sars before him and spoke in fluent Frank Sars language. So, this is your final stronghold, is it? In just 3 days, I have assimilated the formidable intellect of the Kryptonians and mastered your alien tongue. Please spare us. Just moments ago, they had proclaimed Eden's inevitable defeat, declaring the invincibility of the Frank Sars military and their intention to annihilate Eden, advancing towards his home planet to eradicate the elderly Frank Sars who occupied Earth. Yet, in the very next moment, with a thud, they fell to their knees before Eden, desperately pleading, "We truly understand our mistakes. We shall never invade your planet again. I swear, you beseech me? Even if you do, I shall not spare you," Eden replied coldly. "And your oath? Just as laughable as your military's claims." With a piercing glare, he incinerated the green-skinned old cockroach. "We truly realize our errors. Please, grant us this one reprieve. We shall never dare to invade your planet again." Another Frank Sars rushed forward to implore. "You do not comprehend your faults. You merely recognize your impending doom. You have already invaded, and now you tell me you understand your mistakes?" Eden's gaze intensified once more. "Are we Frank Sars destined to perish?" Others, seeing that softer approaches had failed, adopted a more confrontational stance, challenging Eden. "If you do not perish, shall we Earthlings be the ones to die?" Eden was taken aback, responding with a swift strike that ended the life of the challenger. "We are innocent," another Frank Sars shouted defiantly. "What difference is there between your actions and those of the Frank Sars? Innocent? You invaders claim innocence? And as for the distinction between us Frank Sars and myself, I find it beneath me to reason with you. You do not deserve to listen," Eden declared, unleashing his heat vision to eradicate the remaining Frank Sars. In response to this, the system that had been observing Eden's actions pondered silently. "Now I understand why the esteemed adults chose Eden as their champion. This fellow truly embodies a peculiar essence." In truth, Eden regarded the Franxa who invaded Earth not as human beings, but rather equated them to African giant snails or red fire ants. Chapter 8. Eden, I rescue the Earth daily. Buzz. After Eden utilized his gaze to confirm that there were no remaining Franxa on the planet, he activated the portal switch he had seized from them, opening a gateway to Earth and vanishing from Franxa's realm. Earth. Not here. Not here either, due to the differing flow of time across 2 dimensions. At the moment Eden eliminated what he perceived as an invasive species, the members of the heroic squad were still searching for his whereabouts amidst the ruins alongside William. "What are you looking for? I just fainted under the counter and have no idea what transpired outside. Were those damned green-skinned aliens defeated by you?" Eden intentionally emerged from beneath the counter of the buffet shop and inquired of William and the heroic squad members. "Wonderful, Eden. You're alive. I thought I would never see you again." Upon spotting Eden, William instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, collapsing onto the ground as if all his strength had drained away. The other members of the heroic squad displayed a variety of expressions upon seeing Eden. "Well, it seems this guy was hiding under the buffet counter all along while we wasted half an hour here. Do you have any idea how precious my time is?" Rex said with a hint of dissatisfaction. "In fact, Rex, your time is not particularly valuable after returning to the base. You spend your time either sleeping or playing video games," the robot replied candidly. "Hey, don't expose my secrets." Rex's face flushed after being called out by the robot. But being thick-skinned, he quickly regained his composure. "Eden, are you certain you've been hiding under the counter all this time?" Eve regarded Eden with suspicion. She swore she had thoroughly scanned the buffet shop and did not see him. "Of course," Eden replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Has your hair grown a bit longer?" Eve approached Eden, her sharp gaze fixated on his hair. "It's merely your illusion. By the way, are we that familiar? I don't believe we have reached a level of intimacy where we can instantly notice changes in each other's hairstyles. Or is this your usual conversation starter with handsome men?" "Miss Atomic Eve?" Eden quipped, raising an eyebrow at Eve. "Hey, Eve, what on earth are you doing?" Rex exploded at Eve, his voice laced with fury. "What is your relationship with this guy? Have you betrayed me?" "No, I haven't. Please let me explain." "Rex," Eve stammered, clearly taken aback by Rex's sudden outburst. The barrage of questions left her flustered. "I don't want to hear your explanation. I simply wish to know the nature of your relationship. When did you betray me? Or were you never serious about me from the very beginning?" Rex's agitation led him to speak without restraint, his childhood experiences rendering him sensitive and insecure. "You are truly despicable, Rex," Eve retorted, nearly exasperated to the point of bursting. "All in all, thank you for your heroic rescue. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave now." As for Eden, he found no desire to linger with the young heroes, pulling William up from the ground and bidding farewell to the youthful champions. "That reminds me, I need to get a haircut." Meanwhile, Eden ran his fingers through his long hair, which had grown due to the differing flow of time on Frank's planet, squinting slightly. Eve had indeed reminded him that he ought to prepare before returning, lest his perceptive mother notice something amiss. In the evening, upon returning home, Eden found his supermom and superdad waiting for him in the living room. "You got a haircut, Eden? Not only that, but you've also changed your clothes and even take a shower?" As Eden entered the room, Nolan approached with a steaming cup of milk, her gaze sweeping over his freshly cropped hair and changed attire. "Eden, have you?" Nolan seemed to sense something, her eyes locking onto his with intensity. Eden felt the weight of his mother's scrutiny, his heart racing wildly as his mind raced to keep pace. Damn it, could she have seen through something? What have I done wrong? "Eden, not only have you started coming home later, but you're also paying special attention to your appearance. There's no doubt about it." At that moment, a smile crept across Nolan's face, her look conveying a certain signal. Eden seemed poised to explain something. "When will you let me meet her?" Nolan inquired. "Which her?" Eden was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing slightly. "Still trying to play coy, are we? Rest assured, your father and I are very open-minded. We won't react adversely to your early romance. After all, our son is so tall and handsome. It would be rather unusual for girls not to like him. Just remember to take precautions and do not get her pregnant." As she spoke, Nolan retrieved something from a drawer and placed it into Eden's hand. Goodness. Upon discerning the nature of the item presented to him by Nolan's side, Eden felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. It was far preferable for his mother to mistakenly believe he was dating someone than for her to uncover his awakened superpowers. At least this spared him from an emotionally charged confrontation, or even the specter of his parents' potential divorce. In truth, Eden was loath to navigate the complexities of familial discord. He would rather engage in a protracted battle with extraterrestrial invaders, like the Franksa, than confront the historical burdens left by the Viltrumite. He sighed, reflecting on the sacrifices he had made for his family. After securing the item, he quietly consumed the warm milk Nolan's eye had offered, warming his body in preparation for a tranquil evening meal, a rare moment of calm in his daily life. He fervently hoped that no villains would trouble him at school the following day and that his mother would refrain from observing him. He prayed to the divine for a peaceful and harmonious tomorrow. As the clock struck 10, signaling his customary bedtime, Eden engaged in his nightly ritual of prayer. Whether the deity he invoked was the traditional god or a Marvel-inspired figure remained a mystery to him. He mused, "It is well known that I shall believe in whichever proves to be more effective. I have never worshipped a fruitless deity." Subsequently, he casually accessed his system, glancing at his panel. Upon noticing the villainous charm value of 80, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "System, come forth. Explain to me how my villainous charm has increased. You are aware that I have been consistently performing good deeds, saving the earth daily. The only thing standing between me and heroism is a rather embarrassing spandex suit. So pray tell, how has my villainous charm grown?" he demanded, irate. In response, the system remained silent. "Let it be known, even if you plead, I shall not relent. What kind of good person speaks in such a manner?" In the adjacent studio, Duanmu Yin interjected, Chapter 9. The relationship between Eden and the young hero squad. Perhaps Eden's prayers to the divine bore fruit, for he experienced the most serene week since awakening his system, devoid of troubles or the risk of revealing his powers. Even Adam Eve, whom Eden deemed the greatest obstacle within the school, did not intrude upon his peace during his free time. It appeared she was embroiled in a cold war with her current boyfriend, Rex, leaving her little time to investigate the secrets surrounding Eden. However, during this period, Amber had sought Eden several times, only to be gently rebuffed. Eden could not bring himself to tell Amber, "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in the cabinet." Moreover, even the system residing within him had chosen to refrain from pestering him during this tranquil interval. This nearly made Eden forget that he was still bound to a cursed villain system, just when he thought his mundane days would persist. He He awoke one morning to find both his father and mother dressed impeccably in suits and gowns, meticulously adjusting their hairstyles before the mirror. This piqued Eden's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "Why are you both so formally dressed today? It isn't Valentine's Day, Qi, or the anniversary of your meeting, is it? Eden, have you forgotten? Your mother, just 2 weeks ago, along with the Global Guardian team, vanquished the Mahler twins at the White House, successfully saving the president once again. In gratitude for your mother's exceptional contributions to Earth over the years, the president has organized a commendation ceremony at the White House today. As your mother's husband and one of the planet's mightiest superheroes, I must attend this grand banquet." Clark approached Eden, explaining their schedule with Nolan while adjusting his tailored suit jacket. "What do you think? Am I dashing today? You have always been one of the most handsome individuals on this planet." Eden replied, speechless. "Thank you." Clark winked at Eden. "And me, Eden?" Nolan interjected, placing a hand on her hip and gently swaying her skirt. "You're nothing short of a celestial Venus." Eden immediately complimented. "Thank you," Nolan responded, handing Eden 5 crisp $100 bills with a smile. "This banquet will last 3 days, and you'll need to fend for yourself when it comes to meals. Your father and I won't have the time to return from Washington to bring you food. My goodness, your beauty surpasses that of Venus, and your generosity rivals that of the goddess of wealth. Fortune," Eden exclaimed, eyes widening at the sight of the $500. For a high school student, this was a considerable fortune. At that moment, he could have spent the entire day praising his mother without a hint of fatigue. "All right, there's no time to waste. Eden, take care of yourself. New York has been rather tumultuous lately, though it has never been entirely peaceful in any universe," Clark remarked, glancing at the time. Realizing they would be late if they delayed any further, he left Eden with a reminder to look after himself before departing with Nolan. "Goodbye." With a rare smile on his face, Eden bid farewell to his parents as they soared into the sky. Stretching lazily, he mused to himself, "It feels as though everything is heading in a positive direction." On a street roughly 500 meters from Reginald Johnson High School, William, who was also on his way to school, immediately approached Eden upon seeing him. "Hey, Eden, it seems you are in quite a cheerful mood today. Has something delightful occurred?" After greeting Eden, William inquired upon noticing the smile gracing her face. "Indeed, my parents are away on a business trip. In other words, I am the sole guardian of the house for the next 3 days, Eden replied. "Wow, that is truly wonderful. You are free, Eden," William remarked with a hint of envy. "It's only for 3 days, Eden shook her head. As Eden and William engaged in light conversation, they approached the vicinity of the school gates, where they spotted a gang member loitering outside Reginald Johnson High School, clad in an old, tattered orange leather jacket, his expression rife with indignation. "Ah, it is none other than the infamous explosive Rex of the young heroes. My goodness, last time I forgot to ask him for a photo and autograph. I hear they can fetch quite a sum on second-hand websites," William exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Rex. Of course, William's excitement stemmed solely from the prospect of those few dollars. "It appears he is here in search of someone. Should we not assist him?" William suggested, glancing at Eden. "Ignore him," Eden replied, not wishing to involve herself in the complicated affections and enmities between Eve and Rex. She lowered her head, silently repeating to herself, "He is not looking for me. He is not looking for me," and quickened her pace toward the school entrance. Just as Eden was about to step fully into the school, she felt a slight weight on her shoulder and heard Rex's raspy voice. "Ah," Eden sighed. She knew that whenever her routine took a turn for the unusual, the source of this peculiarity was often tied to her. Upholding the principle that what is meant to be a blessing cannot be avoided if it is a misfortune, she turned slightly and discreetly brushed away Rex's hand resting on her shoulder, asking, "Do I know you?" "Quit playing coy, kid. You know that pretending in front of me is futile," Rex replied, as faint sparks of electricity began to emanate from his palm. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of anger ignited in Eden's eyes, though she quickly subdued it. First, there were too many witnesses. If she were to unleash a beating on Rex, it would surely expose her extraordinary abilities. Second, a certain highly popular girl at Reginald Johnson High, noticing the commotion at the entrance, swiftly donned her utterly embarrassing pink battle attire and descended from above. "Rex, I recall having explained that there is no relationship between Eden and myself, and you assured me that you would not cause him any trouble at school," Eve proclaimed upon landing, casting a fierce glare at Rex. "Is that atomic Eve? An explosive Rex as well?" In an instant, Eve and Rex captivated the attention of countless students, causing a bottleneck throughout the school. Eden, observing the escalating chaos, decided to seize the opportunity to enter the premises. Let us converse in a secluded area. In response, Eve first employed her extraordinary abilities to clear space, gently levitating Rex beside her. Yet, just as Eden stepped into the school, he discovered a layer of translucent pink bubbles surrounding him. Eve's powers at work. Hey, Eden turned, casting a discontented glance at Eve. You should join us and clarify matters. Eve, resigned, sighed while looking at Eden. Very well. Noticing students already pulling out their phones to capture the moment, Eden urged, please hurry. I must return to class. Fortunately, Eve's powers effectively blocked those bothersome electronic devices, averting Eden's greatest fears. I feel the same, Eve nodded, using her abilities to lift the three of them into the sky. On the ground, William watched in astonishment as Eden, Rex, and Eve ascended. He murmured to himself, when did Eden become so close with Eve and Rex from the Hero Squad? Meanwhile, he proudly addressed the gathered students. Did you all see that? That person just now is my brother. Chapter 10. The updated system and the arena mode. Why is it that each of you insists on seeking me out during my school hours? Do you realize the severe impact this has on my daily life? You must take responsibility for this. On a rooftop of a certain building, Eden glared at Eve and Rex, speaking sternly. I have told you many times, Rex. There is no relationship between Eden and me. Eve pressed her hand against her forehead, appearing utterly exasperated as she weakly explained to Rex, what relationship? Please, I don't even know you. Eden feigned ignorance, pretending that Eve's powers had obscured his recognition of the atomic Eve as the same person as the school Eve. See, Eve immediately shrugged at Rex, as if to say, I told you so. That's not the point. Rex quickly shook his head. Huh? Eve was momentarily taken aback. I didn't come to find you regarding Eve. He then waved his hand towards Eve, indicating that his visit to Eden had nothing to do with her, and turned to Eden, stating, I merely came to see you. Huh? To see me? Why? Eden and Eve both stood frozen, staring at Rex, almost in unison, questioning him. A robot summoned me here. As for the specific reason, how could I possibly know? In any case, when school concludes this afternoon, Eve, make sure to bring along that insufferable little brat to return to the base. That is all. Rex shrugged, feigning innocence. A robot. Eden furrowed her brow. If there were indeed a presence within the Hero Squad that could pose a challenge for Eden, it would undoubtedly be the robot. This individual possesses an exceptionally high intelligence, making it likely that he might perceive something amiss. Furthermore, the robot has deep connections with the Earth Defense Organization and is highly regarded by Cecil, the Minister of Earth Defense, which makes Eden genuinely reluctant to entangle herself with him. A headache began to brew. Eden's expression darkened. Half an hour later, at Reginald V. Johnson High School. Hey, Eden, is there something the Hero Squad wants from you? As Eden returned to the classroom, William immediately approached him with a question. Nothing major. They just inquired whether I needed to see a psychologist considering the terrifying alien invasion we experienced last week. Eden casually replied. Oh, that was indeed frightening. I'm still having nightmares about it. At his words, William's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. So is there nothing else? He gazed at Eden with a mix of concern and curiosity. Nothing more. Eden shook his head, but sensing something, he probed. Do you have anything else to share? I thought perhaps you had awakened superpowers and joined the Hero Squad, William awkwardly remarked. Not at all, Eden replied, giving William a penetrating look. So, what exactly did you do while I was away? Well, just now at the school gate, I promised a few fans of the Hero Squad that I could help them obtain merchandise and collected a $20 deposit from each. William sheepishly confessed. I'll refund the deposits right away, he added quickly. Just as well, Eden rolled his eyes, having anticipated William's antics. After school that afternoon, Eden bid farewell to William and headed to the Hero Squad's base with Eve. Delighted to meet you, Eden. I am a captain of the Hero Squad. You may call me Robot. Upon arriving at the Hero Squad's base through Eve's superpower, Eden encountered a humanoid figure entirely enveloped in a vibrant orange hue, its body connected by a unique magnetic force. Enough of the pleasantries. What is it that you need from me? Eden, disinterested in idle chatter, stated plainly. May I have a word? The robot escorted Eden into a secluded chamber, isolating them from others. Eden welcomed this development, as he preferred to keep his secrets from prying eyes. Upon further reflection, it became evident that the laser weapon responsible for the destruction of the Burfy shop supporting wall did not originate externally, but rather from within. Do you comprehend my implication? The robot, uninterested in idle chatter, displayed footage of the alien invasion led by the Frankstars, pointing to the Burfy shop where Eden and William had sought refuge, alongside the severely damaged wall on the left. Could it be that William had awakened superpowers? Good heavens, my dear brother is actually superhuman? So, what is it that brings you to me? You ought to seek out William instead. Eden feigned ignorance. His words nearly caused the robot to malfunction. It had never anticipated that someone would dare to jest with it. Firstly, I must clarify that I harbor no ill will towards you. I'm also grateful for your assistance on that fateful day. Furthermore, should you ever have a change of heart, feel free to reach out to me. I assure you, the Hero Squad will always welcome you with open arms. The robot had implicitly deduced Eden's awakening of superpowers. I do not understand what you are saying, Eden retorted, then departed the Hero Squad's base. Internally, he mused, if I ever decide to reveal my superpowers, the Hero Squad would inevitably become a relic of the past. For now, all he could do was maintain his facade of ignorance. Given his flawed system, which frequently brought villains to his vicinity, it was only a matter of time before he exposed his powers to his mother, Nolan. All he could do now was prolong the inevitable for as long as possible. Inside the Hero Squad base, Rex questioned the robot, why did you summon that insufferable fellow back? What is the purpose of this mysterious charade? The robot remained silent, while Eve appeared pensive. Upon returning home, Eden took a shower and collapsed on his bed. What a hassle, he sighed, overwhelmed by frustration. Ding! Villain system update complete. Coliseum mode has now been loaded. Just as Eden pondered how to address the issues with the robot, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 11. The First Gladiatorial Combat. Eden, before me, a Kryptonian, what pretense of Superman do you maintain? What on earth is Coliseum mode? Eden was taken aback. Having just resolved the Hero Squad's predicament, he barely had a moment to breathe before this wretched system sprang into action once more. Truly, a storm was brewing. After a week of tranquility, various troubles began to emerge one after another. Eden furrowed his brow. My master, you're not the only heir chosen by the Esteemed One. Aside from you, there are countless heirs throughout the omnipotent universe. Currently, your ranking among these heirs stands at 189, 236, 713, the system elucidated. So what? Heirs are not unique. Does that mean you, this system, are not unique either? Eden inquired with confusion. This system is, of course, one of a kind. The system promptly responded to Eden's question. Firstly, the Esteemed One delights in witnessing competition among his heirs to determine the true first and subsequently inherit all of his possessions. Secondly, this system has preemptively activated the arena to ensure that you can successfully inherit everything from the Esteemed One. In other words, it's a backdoor entry. The system continued to explain. Are you implying that? Eden narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that this insufferable system was up to something again. Indeed, just as you surmise, this system will draw all individuals who have a chance of being chosen by the Esteemed One into the arena, allowing you to eliminate them, thereby reducing your potential adversaries in the omnipotent universe, the system added. So, is participation in the arena optional? If it's mandatory, what are the rules? Eden pressed on. Frankly, he had no desire to inherit everything. He was utterly uninterested in destruction or chaos. Well, perhaps he could consider it. Ahem. Participation in the arena is compulsory, occurring once a month. Under normal circumstances, higher-ranked heirs will traverse to the universes of lower-ranked heirs to hunt them down. However, under the protection of this system, all rules will be established by us. By the way, the ranking does not reflect strength, but rather how much one has pleased the Esteemed One, the system elaborated. In other words, the more beastly a person is, the higher their internal ranking, correct? Eden comprehended. Correct, the system confirmed. Well then, since I cannot evade this, at the very least, please inform me of the initial activation time of the arena so that I may prepare myself mentally. Eden continued to negotiate with the system. 5. The system's notification chimed in response. 5 days? 5 hours? It cannot possibly be 5 minutes, can it? Eden was momentarily taken aback, his heart tightening. 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as Eden pondered, a series of numbers illuminated before him. Damn it! Eden could not help but curse, never anticipating that the countdown would be a wretched 5 seconds. With a roar, he suddenly vanished from his bed. Simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded into Eden's mind. As this is your inaugural duel, this system has selected the most suitable opponent for you, allowing you to warm up. Mission objective: eliminate the leader of the Superhero 7, Captain America. You are currently situated within the Superhero 7's office. Meanwhile, at the Watt Tower, the Superhero 7 were celebrating the induction of their new member, Starlight. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, and a youth clad in pajamas and slippers appeared abruptly in the conference room. This youth was, of course, Eden. "Who are you?" exclaimed Deep Sea, the monkey version of Aquaman, glaring at Eden as he intruded into the meeting room. "This is the Superhero 7's conference room. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Even if you're a fan of ours, it is unacceptable." Clearly, Deep Sea had mistaken Eden for an ardent admirer of the Seven. "Damn it, how'd this guy get in?" "I was just getting ready," muttered Locomotive, the fastest among them, hastily pulling up his pants and shooting a furious glare at Eden, evidently incensed by the disruption. "What did you just see?" Captain America demanded, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson as he fixed his gaze on Eden. Realizing that Eden had uncovered the secrets of the Seven, he knew he could not let him leave. "This is the comic version of the Superhero 7? Eden mused, casually twisting his neck with audible pops. 30, 29, 28. Meanwhile, he observed the 30-second countdown looming above, contemplating the absurdity of the arena's resemblance to a game, complete with an opening countdown. "Kid, tell me immediately who sent you." Captain America soared into the air, swiftly confronting Eden with an angry inquiry. 15, 14, 13. Eden continued to silently count down the seconds. "Can you not hear what I'm saying? Kid." Captain America raised his voice, feeling the sting of being so blatantly ignored for the first time. "Calm down, Captain. This kid might just be stunned by your presence. He could simply be a fan." Deep Sea interjected, perhaps influenced by the whale print on Eden's pajamas. "Shut up, you fish-brain fool. You have no right to speak to me like that. No one in the Superhero 7 can question my decisions." In response to the depths of the sea, the fury of the homeland's people erupted. A single utterance from them rendered the depths momentarily subdued. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As for Eden, he continued to disregard the homeland's people, quietly counting down the final digits within the recesses of his mind. "Kid, are you mute? If so, I see no reason for your existence." In an instant, the eyes of the homeland's people ignited with a fierce crimson glow. Their patience had reached its limit, and they vowed to obliterate the insolent child before them. However, what met the homeland's people's ire was an even more fervent gaze, an overwhelming energy that pierced through their eyes, scorching their very mind. With a thud, the homeland's person, whose head had been shattered by Eden, collapsed to the ground, leaving a pool of crimson in their wake as the scent of charred flesh permeated the conference room. "I await the system's countdown. What do you await? Death? And before me, a true Kryptonian, why do you feign being a superhero?" Eden coldly remarked, gazing at the homeland's person he had effortlessly dispatched. "My heavens, what is this? The invincible homeland's person has been defeated? This child, like the homeland's person, possesses superpowers." At the moment Eden eliminated the homeland's person, chaos ensued within the entire conference room of the Super 7, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Eden's prowess. Mission accomplished. Expected return to the main world in 5 seconds. 5, 4. It was also after Eden swiftly dispatched the homeland's person that the countdown echoed in his mind once more. 5 seconds? At my current speed, that should suffice. Even if only a few remain, it matters not. Each one I eliminate is a service to the people. Thus, Eden's gaze shifted to the Super 7 in the conference room, a feeble imitation of the Global Guardian team, a diminished version of the Justice League. He resolved to eradicate this detestable group as well. Without a hint of hesitation, Eden approached the members of the Super 7, viewing them merely as pests to be exterminated. Chapter 12 System. You have successfully defeated the slime. You may now challenge the Demon King. Eden? Who? Run. As Eden's gaze silently shifted from the corpse of the homeland's person to the train conductor, the latter's heart skipped a beat. Faced with the possibility of being instantly vanquished by Eden, he harbored no thoughts of combat and turned to flee. "Train conductor, let me bully the weak. But do you truly see me as a superhero?" Yet, the moment the train conductor turned, time itself seemed to freeze within the conference room of the Super 7. It was as if a video had been abruptly paused. When time resumed its flow, Eden stood before the locomotive. "It can't be stopped," the locomotive exclaimed in terror. In a swift motion, the locomotive's head collided with Eden's fist, causing its body to explode like a burst watermelon. "Next," Eden declared, turning his gaze toward Shinsei. Damn it, Shinsei retorted, no longer feigning composure, his eyes burning with a fiery crimson. But alas, Eden's scorching glare was swifter than Shinsei's rage, cleaving through him and scattering his internal organs across the floor, extinguishing their life. Third, Eden continued, disregarding the remnants of Shinsei and the crimson stains that adorned the ground. He activated his vision and began to scan the entire room. Found it. You are the fourth. In an instant, Eden pinpointed the location of the invisible figure. He advanced swiftly, believing that remaining motionless and silent would render him undetectable. With a single punch, Eden obliterated the assailant's head. In that moment, only the Deep Sea, Starlight, and Queen Maeve remained within the room. The Deep Sea, now utterly terrified, muttered, "If I survive today, I shall never return to the surface. I will spend my life with the octopuses of the sea." 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the countdown reached its conclusion. With a hum, Eden vanished from the meeting room of the Superhero 7. The remaining trio, Deep Sea, Starlight, and Queen Maeve, exhaled in relief upon witnessing Eden's disappearance, collapsing into their seats, drenched in sweat and dazed. What on earth just happened? At that moment, the door to the Superhero 7's meeting room swung open, and a high-ranking official from Water Company, gazing at the strewn corpses, exclaimed in madness, "Damn it! Have both the patriotic man and Shinsei perished? Do you have any idea how much it costs to train them? This is outrageous." The official could scarcely believe the reality before him. Meanwhile, Eden returned to his own chamber. Done. Time for a shower to rid myself of this stench of blood. Observing the grime that coated him, he yawned and made his way to the shower to cleanse himself. The thought that his insufferable system would remain quiet for a month brought him immense joy. By the way, system, let me ask you something. Is it true that as long as you are by my side, there will be no other candidates to invade my world, and only I will have the opportunity to invade the worlds of other candidates? Am I correct? After Eden finished his bath, he inquired of his rather unhelpful system. Yes, Master, the system promptly responded. Excellent, Eden smiled. One must admit, his infuriating system possessed certain capabilities. However, dear Master, should other candidates exist within the same universe as you, the system cannot guarantee that they will not seek you out. Yet before Eden could fully relax, the foolish system's alert chimed in his mind once more. What do you mean by that? Eden's heart skipped a beat. According to the system's permissions, aside from yourself, there exists another candidate in this universe, and this candidate shall arrive on Earth in 1 month. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be your opponent in the next arena battle. Please ensure you are adequately prepared for combat, the system elucidated. Who? Eden furrowed his brow and inquired. Truth be told, with Eden's current prowess, he feared no one in the material realm of the universe, save for a select few. This was not a perilous realm akin to Marvel or a world where reboots occurred at a whim. His name is the Berserker. The system quickly provided. Good heavens. Eden was both amused and exasperated by the system's response. Who is the Berserker? The undefeated champion of the universe. A man who could hold his own against the regent of the Starry Empire. One could say, across the cosmos, the Berserker's prowess in one-on-one combat was second to none. What kind of absurd matchmaking is this? First, I face a compatriot, and next, I am pitted against the Berserker. The disparity in combat strength between these two characters is quite excessive. Isn't it? This is akin to my experience in a fantasy role-playing game, where I merely wield a novice sword after emerging from the starting village, slaying a slime, only to be tasked with battling the Demon King. Eden felt overwhelmed. Master, do not panic. Now, we shall utilize the second function of the arena. You can engage in combat simulation training while you sleep. At this moment, the system began to unveil its peculiar functions. What is combat simulation training? It allows you to freely select opponents from the system's database, along with your desired battleground. The system will simulate the likeness of that individual for your training. The system replied, Is that so? Who is currently in the system's database? Eden asked, Please hold on. The current database includes all members of the Global Guardians, all members of the Hero League, the Omnipotent Hero, the Regenerator, and more. The system began to analyze, presenting a lengthy list of characters. The Regenerator? Eden was momentarily taken aback upon encountering the Rebirth Knight, then shook his head and remarked, The Rebirth Knight belongs to the realm of magic. The young heroes and the Global Guardians are far too weak. Hence, the only individual suitable for my training is my illustrious mother, The omnipotent hero? Damn it. Must I inevitably succumb to the bonds of maternal affection? Eden felt a twinge of frustration as he realized that this insidious system seemed intent on showcasing the dynamics of his relationship with Nolan. Esteemed Master, the data of the omnipotent hero recorded by this system pertains to Nolan Grayson, not Nolan Kent. Please rest assured. The system responded. Nolan Grayson? Quite intriguing. Eden's eyes brightened at this revelation. It must be said, the system's reply alleviated his concerns. Then let it be so. You shall be the omnipotent hero, Nolan Grayson of the main universe. Eden declared resolutely. Location? The system inquired further. Random. Eden replied without hesitation. As you command. Simulating. Simulated character confirmed. Nolan Grayson. Simulated battle location confirmed. Above the New York subway station. Following Eden's instructions, the system swiftly facilitated the simulation. Buzz. With the system's assistance, Eden, who had returned to his bed with eyes tightly shut, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the scenery around him shifted, ultimately revealing the sky above New York. Invader? Kid, this is my territory. In the sky, Nolan, clad in the omnipotent hero's battle attire, coolly addressed Eden upon noticing him. He can talk. The simulated character is remarkably lifelike. After evaluating Nolan before him, Eden glanced at Nolan's battle suit and then at his own pajamas, stating, System, kindly provide me with a suitable battle outfit. Thank you. As you command. The system responded, promptly outfitting Eden in attire reminiscent of an absolute superhero. Chapter 13. The Teachings of the Omnipotent Hero Nolan. Seizing the initiative, Eden, adhering to the principle that the first to strike prevails, charged directly at Nolan and landed a punch squarely on his face. Thud. Nolan seemed taken aback by Eden's decisive assault, blood spilling from his mouth as he collided with the towering building behind him. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Nolan's ironclad form crashed through the 100-meter-high edifice. Nevertheless, his years of combat experience allowed him to stabilize himself mid-air without panic. He casually wiped the blood staining his alluring beard and glared at Eden from a distance, declaring, Kid, you certainly exhibit the traits of a Viltrumite. Yet, you are about to pay the price. Indeed, after enduring a punch from Eden, Nolan seemed to have confirmed Eden's identity, firmly believing that Eden was a young Vexian he had yet to encounter. How formidable! As for Eden, he reflected on the fist he had previously swung at Nolan. That punch had been delivered with no restraint, far more forceful than his earlier assault on the Superhero 7, yet it had merely fractured Nolan's nasal bone. Boom! Just as Eden was lost in thought, Nolan's figure suddenly accelerated, swiftly appearing before him and launching a powerful punch. Excellent. Observing this, Eden responded by throwing his own fist forward. Truth be told, Eden yearned to gauge the disparity between himself and a Vexian of Nolan's caliber, who ranked just below the most formidable of their kind, the Regent Craig. If Eden could not triumph over Nolan here, he would stand little chance against the frenzied beast set to arrive on Earth in a month's time. Boom! With Eden intentionally testing his limits, their fists collided with tremendous force. In an instant, a visible shockwave erupted between them, powerful enough to send ripples through the air, clearing a vast vacuum. Yet this shockwave continued to expand, shattering nearby structures. In that moment, screams, explosions, and roars echoed relentlessly in Eden and Nolan's ears. In this clash, neither Eden nor Nolan gained the upper hand. Despite Eden's youth, he had not yet reached the pinnacle of combat prowess according to Vexian standards. Yet the genetic advantages of Kryptonians significantly compensated for this. After all, Eden had basked in the sun for over a decade, and in terms of sheer data, he was not notably weaker than Nolan, perhaps even subtly surpassing him. Curse be it, I absolutely cannot engage the frenzied beast in a densely populated city. At this moment, Eden's attention was not on Nolan, but rather on the city below, where explosions continued to erupt. He murmured to himself, the clash between two superhumans in a city is nothing short of a nightmare for ordinary people. At this instant, Eden understood why the Batman of Man of Steel was so intent on confronting Superman. Fortunately, this was merely a simulation, not reality. Then, Eden reassured himself, Child, remember, during the battle against a formidable Vexian warrior, one must never lose focus, especially when this Vexian warrior possesses greater strength and far more combat experience than you. Just as Eden lowered his head, Nolan had already ascended above him, warning Eden while gripping his hands tightly and raising them high above his head, before delivering a powerful strike downwards. Boom! In an instant, Eden felt the darkness envelop him. As he spat blood, his body shot through the ground beneath him like a cannonball, plummeting onto the tracks of a New York subway station. This is madness. Eden lay on the tracks, unsteadily rising to his feet. He inhaled sharply, clearing the blood from his nostrils, and exclaimed in anger, "This damned simulation truly hurts." Simultaneously, as Eden fell to the subway station, the passengers who had been waiting for the train erupted into screams, fleeing in a frenzy. Boom! At that very moment, Nolan also breached the earth, arriving on the subway tracks and standing before Eden. "Do you care for them?" Nolan hovered in the air, arms crossed before him, his cape billowing without wind, his brow furrowed in a tight frown. "Who taught you? How could you be so cowardly and foolish, much like my son Mark? Remember this, child, within the hearts of us noble Viltrumites, there should never exist any excess of mercy. Your compassion will be your undoing, and it will endanger your great kin behind you." Nolan appeared to instruct Eden as if he were a wise elder of the Vilthum race. "Thank you for your guidance. However, I do not require it," Eden replied, shaking his head. "No, I see that you greatly need it," Nolan retorted, a glimmer of realization sparking in his eyes as his lips curled into a slight smile. "Next, I shall demonstrate to you the distinction between us Vilthumites and the Earthlings." Huh? Eden gazed at Nolan in confusion. Whoosh! Yet before Eden could assume a combat stance, Nolan surged forward like a projectile, not striking Eden with fists or feet, but using his momentum to send Eden hurtling away. Buzz! Meanwhile, the lights of the subway cars illuminated on both sides as a train slowly approached the station. However, the despairing train conductor faced an alarming sight. Instead of a bright platform, he was met with two superhumans locked in combat. Bang! With a shrill sound reminiscent of a balloon bursting, Nolan clasped Eden tightly, propelling him through the entire subway car. "Look at what you've done." Eden, overwhelmed by the force of inertia, found himself powerless to resist, helplessly witnessing the cries of anguish echoing behind him while the platform became stained with crimson. Once Nolan halted, Eden glared fiercely at his adversary and shouted, "I shall not hold back any longer." Even if all of this were merely a simulation, Eden was incensed. Huh? Nolan, taken aback by Eden's words, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Child, do you still not understand anything? These earthlings are like ants to us Vilthumites. You have witnessed it yourself. Their bodies are as fragile as tofu compared to ours. Between them, aside from their superficial resemblance, everything else was vastly different. They were not of the same kin, and your compassion was utterly meaningless. 5 centuries hence, what will you possess? You will own nothing, for reasons unknown to him." Nolan perceived the shadow of his son Mark in Eden and, inexplicably, regarded Eden as his own child. Thus, he conveyed the words he longed to share with Mark to the figure before him. "Child, use your intellect and ponder my words." With that, Nolan pointed to his own head, striking a dramatic pose, and urgently addressed Eden. Chapter 14. What is Eden's superpower? Alas, what awaited Nolan was not Eden's anguished cries of, "I still have your father. I will have you in 500 years," but rather Eden's merciless iron fist. With a single punch, Eden sent Nolan soaring into the sky, away from the dark, sunless realm. Buzzing. Next, a terrifying beam of heat emanated from Eden's crimson eyes, carving an opening in Nolan's abdomen. This was a surprise attack. What? Nolan looked incredulously at Eden's actions, clutching his wounded belly in shock. "Your eyes can emit lasers? You are not a Vexian? Who exactly are you? You need not know too much." Eden charged toward Nolan, landing a fist squarely on his face. Ugh! Nolan spat blood and retaliated fiercely. Buzzing. Eden's heat vision remained unrelenting in the face of Nolan's counterattack. Nolan writhed in agony as Eden's heat vision seared him. He reached out to cover Eden's eyes, but Eden's hands seized Nolan's with force. Consequently, Nolan was compelled to engage in a new round of struggle with Eden, in a contest where their strengths were nearly equal. Eden, armed with heat vision and bolstered by the sun, held the upper hand in this skirmish. The fierce battle raged on for a full hour, culminating in Eden's heat vision piercing through Nolan's skull. What a dire situation. Eden gazed at the lifeless Nolan he had slain, a bittersweet satisfaction swelling within him. He blinked vigorously. After an hour of sustaining his heat vision, He felt his eyes were on the verge of dryness. Had Nolan not perished, he might have lost his sight. Truth be told, despite Nolan's advantage in combat skills and experience, Eden's victory was largely due to Nolan's ignorance of heat vision and the initial misperception that he was of the same lineage, mistaking him for Mark, which led to his leniency. Yet, despite this, Eden's victory was far from effortless. His body was battered, with not a single unscathed part, and a gaping wound in his abdomen, a testament to Nolan's brutal assault. Had he not pressed his hand against it, his intestines would have spilled forth. Father. It was only after Eden vanquished Nolan that, accompanied by a piercing sound, a disheveled figure in a tattered blue uniform, Mark Grayson, known as the invincible hero, but more accurately the overwhelmed hero, suddenly appeared, his face a canvas of bruises and contusions. Was there still a cut scene? After casting a fleeting glance at the beleaguered Mark, Eden murmured quietly, inwardly summoning the system. System, terminate the simulation immediately. Simulation terminated. In that very moment, as Eden issued the command, everything around him transformed. Upon awakening, he found himself still reclined in bed and instinctively checked his abdomen, where Nolan had inflicted a grievous wound. Relieved to discover that all his injuries had vanished, he sighed in relief, thinking to himself, thankfully, it was merely a simulation. Indeed, the simulation had been alarmingly vivid, so much so that Eden had briefly feared the system had transported him to a parallel universe, deceiving him into believing it was all a mere simulation. Fortunately, his body remained unharmed. It seemed he had only been overly anxious. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a lingering soreness throughout his body. Nevertheless, Eden dismissed these thoughts, for he had an abundance of pressing matters to address after his confrontation with Nolan. It appeared he needed to brush up on his combat skills. Generally speaking, as the old adage goes, in martial arts, speed is the ultimate trump card. However, if my opponent possesses both speed and strength equal to or surpassing my own, then I cannot rely solely on brute force to overcome them. In such instances, one must depend on combat experience and technique, reminiscent of Thanos battling Hulk in the Avengers. With this in mind, Eden spent the night engrossed in combat videos. Typically, an individual starting from scratch in martial arts would require several years to master the skills. Fortunately, Eden was endowed with innate combat genes from his Kryptonian heritage and a superlative intellect, enabling him to learn at an extraordinary pace. The following morning, after a sleepless night of video consumption, Eden, sporting dark circles under his eyes, trudged to class. Thankfully, with his Kryptonian abilities, a brief exposure to sunlight would rejuvenate him. However, throughout the morning, he appeared rather distracted, seemingly oblivious to the lessons conveyed by his teacher. Fortunately, Eden had consistently ranked first in his class, allowing his instructors to overlook his inattentiveness. A few particularly concerned teachers even summoned him to their office, inquiring whether he was facing any difficulties at home and if they could offer assistance. To this, Eden expressed his gratitude and assured them that all was well at home, explaining that he was simply contemplating which university to attend, hence his current state of confusion. After listening to Eden's words, the teachers at the high school chuckled, saying, "We were once children who experienced the same bewilderment. Your confusion will persist until you successfully gain admission to your dream university. At that moment, everything will come to a halt, for there is nothing in life more splendid than university." Noon. School cafeteria. Hey, Eden. Just as Eden sat alone in a corner of the cafeteria, relishing his lunch and savoring the rare tranquility of his undisturbed daily life, an utterly inconsiderate voice shattered this harmony. "Is it you again?" Eden looked up, and upon seeing the familiar orange-red hair of the newcomer, resignedly remarked, "Does your boyfriend Rex know that you come to find me every noon?" "Of course, it's Eve." "Well, with a single sentence, you've transformed the comic invincible hero from American to Japanese anime," Eden replied. "You really do know my secret," Eve exclaimed as she took a seat opposite Eden, resting her chin on her hand. "Do you think I'm a fool? Didn't T.U. reveal everything to me yesterday? Or do you think that by changing your clothes in the restroom, I wouldn't recognize you?" Eden stared at Eve in silence. "However, I've also uncovered your secret. So, we're even now," Eve continued. "My secret? Frankly, I'm not even aware that I possess one." Eden laughed. "Exactly." Eve nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with certainty as she declared, "I am convinced that you must have superpowers, and I have come to understand precisely what your superpower is." I even know why you are reluctant to reveal that you possess such abilities. Eve smiled confidently. Oh, why is that? Eden asked, curiosity piqued. He had to admit that Eve had indeed sparked his interest. He wondered just how much the hero squad knew about him. Because your superpower is exceedingly embarrassing. Eve's lips curled into a slight smile as she observed Eden's reaction. Embarrassing? Eden thought to himself, feeling a sense of foreboding, as he suspected that the members of the hero squad had misconstrued the situation. Thus, Eden turned to Eve and inquired, "So, what do you think my superpower is? For instance, is there a possibility that your superpower involves shooting lasers from a special part of your body?" Eve's face flushed slightly as she whispered, "Hee. You may lack abilities, but your imagination is indeed rich," Eden stated, rising from his seat, no longer wishing to engage in conversation with Eve. My conjecture was indeed correct. As for Eve, she regarded Eden's departure as a hasty retreat, firmly convinced that her suspicions were indeed correct. Chapter 15. The Superhero, Good Samaritan Eden. Evening, before school dismissal. Recently, William, who had been ensnared in the realm of online romance, sought out Eden. It seemed William had something of great importance to convey, yet Eden, immersed in his own world throughout the day, paid little heed to William's concerns. Yes? Okay. Eden responded dismissively, nodding at William. So it's settled then. This weekend, you shall accompany me to Upstate University to meet my goddess from the medical department. After William finished speaking, he departed on his own. It is worth mentioning that in this universe, William's sexual orientation is entirely conventional, which is precisely why he and Eden could engage with one another. As for Eden, after William's departure, he suddenly realized what he had agreed to. Observing William's retreating figure, his brow furrowed slightly, sensing he had perhaps overlooked an essential conversation. Nonetheless, Eden was not particularly concerned. After school, he first visited a pizza shop near the school, purchasing 5 pizzas before returning to his residence. During this time, Eve followed Eden from the air, yet failed to discern anything unusual about him, thus departing before nightfall. So inexperienced, Eden mused, glancing at the departing Eve. Shaking his head gently, Eve's tracking skills paled in comparison to those of his mother, Nolan. Upon returning home, Eden indulged in a hearty meal, devouring all 5 pizzas in one sitting, accompanied by a large glass of soda. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Eden washed up and then lay down on his bed, inwardly declaring, "Simulation, activate." With a resounding hum, everything around Eden began to transform. "Dear Master, please select the simulation subject and location." The system's prompt echoed in Eden's mind. What else could it be? Continue the battle against the all-powerful hero, Nolan. The location is set for the wilderness. Eden thought, preparing simulation world. Simulation character locked. All-powerful hero Nolan. Simulation location locked. Desolate suburb. As Eden completed his thought, the system began to simulate according to his specifications. Soon, Eden felt a wave of disorientation wash over his mind. By the time he regained his senses, the scenery around him had completely changed. This time, Eden found himself once again in the sky, while his longtime rival, the all-powerful hero Nolan, quietly floated before him. Beneath Nolan lay a colossal alien beast, recently vanquished by him, its size spanning several hundred meters, capable of achieving remarkable feats even in the realm of Ultraman. "Who are you?" At this moment, it was evident that Nolan had just emerged from battle, blood from the creature still dripping from his gloves. Upon the sudden appearance of Eden, his expression momentarily faltered. This time, I need not remind the system to prepare my battle attire. Eden exhaled in relief after glancing at his combat suit, realizing the system occasionally exhibited intelligence. System, initiate voice command. Next, Eden turned his gaze to Nolan, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Earth is not your playground for invasion." At his words, Nolan's pupils quivered, a surge of fury erupting from within him as he fixed a cold stare upon Eden. "It seems you, young lad, are eager to make your mark. Alas, I'm not yet past my prime." Clearly, Nolan had once again mistaken Eden for a Viltrumite. Boom! Locking eyes, the two Viltrumians exchanged no words, launching into an accelerated dive. Boom! As their bodies collided, an invisible shockwave radiated outward, forming a vacuum zone spanning approximately 10 miles. In an instant, Nolan was propelled back 100 meters, while Eden staggered a mere few meters. Evidently, my strength prevails. Eden dusted himself off, glancing toward Nolan with a grin. In just a day's time, following their previous simulated battle, where Eden had managed to single-handedly defeat Nolan, but not without sustaining near-fatal injuries. He had grown stronger. Youth should temper their vigor. The balance of strength and speed indeed determines the outcome of a battle, yet experience and technique hold equal significance. Nolan chuckled, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Boom! The second round between Eden and Nolan soon commenced, the battle enduring for a full 50 minutes. Ultimately, it concluded with Eden skillfully snapping Nolan's neck in close combat. Yet in the final moments, Nolan transformed his punch into a palm strike, piercing Eden's heart. Father. At that moment, the figure of the defeated hero reappeared within Eden's line of sight. Damn it! Eden cast a glance at the fallen hero, clutching his bleeding chest, and declared, "System and simulation." As commanded, with the system's assistance, Eden's surroundings transformed instantaneously. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself once again lying in his bed. The previously gaping wound in his chest and all injuries vanished without a trace. Phew, Eden sighed in relief. Truth be told, despite this being his second simulation, the suffocating sensation of nearing death rendered the experience strikingly real. Have I truly succeeded? Without utilizing his Kryptonian abilities, Eden triumphed over the elite Vexian, Nolan. Upon concluding this simulation, he refrained from immediately initiating a second one, opting instead to reflect on his experiences. System, has my physical prowess increased once more? Eden inquired. My esteemed master, your physique possesses a unique characteristic that no other Kryptonian or Vexian embodies. Each battle and brush with death you encounter enhances your physical attributes comprehensively. The system replied to Eden's question. As for Eden's ultimate potential, the system remained uncertain. It speculated that perhaps this very trait was why Eden's creator held him in such high regard. What of Scion lineage? Eden mused internally with a hint of sarcasm. So, in truth, is he a transcendent being, a fusion of Kryptonian, Vexian, and Scion essence? Never mind. That is of little consequence now. Let us commence the third simulation. One must admit, the thrill of battle is exhilarating. After a brief respite to rejuvenate his spirit, Eden proceeded to his third simulation. Chapter 16. Eden reflected, to this day, I remain unaware of how many marks I have unwittingly caused to lose their fathers, at least within the simulations. Thus, Eden continued from 7 in the evening until 6 in the morning. Initially, he required 10 minutes of rest between simulations. However, as time passed, his experience grew, and his combat prowess amplified. By the time morning arrived for his final simulation, he defeated Nolan in less than half an hour, without employing any Kryptonian abilities. Eden opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling, and exhaled slowly, feeling invigorated. Thankfully, it was merely a simulation. Otherwise, I would lose count of how many marks across the multiverse I have caused to lose their fathers. The first thing Eden did upon rising was to share a dark joke with himself. He even felt he could earn the moniker Father Slayer. Coughing lightly, he murmured, "The moment of facing the Berserker grows ever closer." At present, Eden believed he ranked as the third most formidable fighter in the universe, surpassed only by the Berserker and the Regent, who, in their full might, could dispatch an elite Vexian with a single strike. On another note, his mother should be returning today, right? With my current strength, I could confront her directly. Yet, truth be told, I still feel somewhat anxious and unprepared. Rising from his seat, Eden reflected on how swiftly the past 3 days had flown by. However, as he opened his phone, he noticed a message from his mother, Nolan. Eden, my dear son, at the moment you read this message, your father and I have embarked on our honeymoon to Hawaii. We owe our gratitude to the generous president, as well as to your father's fortuitous luck for having drawn the grand prize while waiting in line. However, I believe what Mother truly appreciates is not merely your father's good fortune or the favor of Lady Luck, but rather the inherent advantage bestowed upon us Kryptonians. This unique trait allows your father to effortlessly triumph in any lottery, securing the desired grand prize and whisking your mother away on lavish excursions around the globe. Upon finishing the message, Eden shrugged, contemplating that he could postpone matters for a while longer, at least delaying the inevitable revelation. Nonetheless, it all seemed rather coincidental, he mused. When a series of coincidences unfolds, they often reveal a deeper significance. With this thought, Eden descended the stairs, and, as he neared the kitchen corner, he abruptly raised his right hand and seized someone by the throat. Without turning around, He coldly remarked, infringing upon someone else's residence can indeed cost you your life. Dear Mr. Seisel. Cough, cough, cough. Please let go, Eden. Trust me. Just release me, came the strained voice of the intruder, who was none other than the renowned head of the Earth Defense Organization, formerly its ace agent, Seisel Stedman. At that moment, Seisel's face flushed, and he frantically patted Eden's arm, pleading, "You must see that I harbor no ill intentions. There is no one else here but me." Mr. Seisel, before you utter another word, I would appreciate it if you could first instruct the agents approximately 500 meters away who are eavesdropping with high-end surveillance equipment, and the soldiers armed with heavy weaponry, to vacate the premises. Only then shall I entertain further discussion with you, Eden stated, his gaze piercing through the distance with uncanny clarity. All right. Listen up, everyone. Return to base at once. Seisel nodded repeatedly, commanding through his communicator. At this juncture, Seisel realized that Eden was not the amiable individual he had anticipated. Despite the politeness in Eden's words, addressing him as Mr. Seisel, his grip was unyielding, nearly suffocating him. Eden remarked, "That is quite a slander. Had I not eased my grip, you would have been reduced to a mere paper-thin figure, entirely two-dimensional." "Fine. What do you wish to discuss?" Seisel conceded, as Eden finally released him, taking his time to brew himself a cup of coffee before fixing his gaze upon Seisel, stating, "I shall grant you 5 minutes. I have classes to attend shortly." Cough, cough. After a fit of coughing, Cecil covered his throat and addressed Eden. "Indeed, you have awakened your extraordinary abilities, much like your parents. Did you not already know? You deliberately had the robot test me." Eden remained impassive, seemingly having anticipated that Cecil was aware of his powers. After all, the robot was in Cecil's employ. Once it discovered the truth, it was tantamount to Cecil knowing as well. "It appears you are well informed. In that case, the materials I prepared are unnecessary." As he spoke, Cecil conjured a tablet from thin air. The screen displayed the scene of Eden tailing the Franxians through the portal. Subsequently, we deciphered the Francian technology and successfully traversed into their world, only to find it transformed into a desolate wasteland. Cecil paused, gazing at Eden, and inquired, "Do you have anything to clarify regarding this matter? Perhaps they encountered a natural disaster? As you know, dinosaurs perished due to an asteroid impact. A civilization is far more fragile than we can imagine." Eden yawned, sidestepping the question. "Very well, if you choose not to speak, so be it. I do not wish to delve deeper into this issue. However, I must convey one thing. I fully support your actions on the Francian planet." At this point, Cecil hesitated momentarily. "In fact, according to our investigations, you did not recently awaken your powers. Your abilities began to manifest at least a year ago, if not earlier. As for why you have yet to inform your illustrious parents, those formidable superheroes from beyond the stars, about your awakening, we may not know for certain. But we can surmise the reasons." Cecil rambled on for quite some time. 5 minutes are nearly up," Eden remarked as he rose from his seat. "We need your assistance. Child, the world needs you, the people require you, and I need you. I, Cecil, in my capacity as the head of the Earth Defense Organization and the Global Defense Bureau, assure you that your privacy will be meticulously safeguarded, leaving the world unaware of your identity, including your esteemed parents." Cecil's lengthy discourse finally unveiled his ultimate aim. He sought Eden's membership in the Global Guardians. "You cannot compel me, Cecil. Your assurances are utterly meaningless to me," Eden replied without turning back. He had no interest in becoming a superhero. He merely yearned for a tranquil existence. $5 million. "For every mission, I shall grant you $5 million. Cecil called out, watching Eden's retreating figure. A sudden pause seized Eden's form at these words. Eden turned to Cecil and remarked, "Would it not have been better had you spoken of this sooner?" Chapter 17. Cecil replied, "Damn it, I am here to hire muscle for the Defense Bureau, not to engage the director." "Very well, Cecil. I must concede that your sincerity has indeed touched me. Now, do enlighten me as to the monumental event that has compelled you, a person of such significance, to intrude upon my residence at 6 in the morning, risking exposure to my formidable parents, who could easily dispatch you with a mere flick of their wrist, in order to enlist me in this Global Guardian initiative?" Eden resumed his seat, fixing his gaze upon Cecil in inquiry. First and foremost, your esteemed parents would not dispatch me so easily. Your father is the finest individual I have ever encountered, so extraordinary that at times I question whether he is indeed human, but rather a deity traversing the earth. Or perhaps beneath that saintly exterior lies a profound darkness, which is why I harbor distrust. As for your mother, from a moment she set foot on this planet, I sensed her deception and have never placed my trust in her. Cecil, upon hearing this, gazed at Eden, inwardly scoffing. Secondly, I suspect it is not my sincerity that has swayed you, but rather the allure of American dollars. Ahem. Naturally, these thoughts were confined to the recesses of his mind. He then spoke earnestly to Eden. In fact, approximately a week from now, the government will launch a manned spacecraft, marking humanity's inaugural journey to Mars for a fortnight of exploration. We require a premier hero to accompany us, to ensure the safety of the astronauts and to guarantee the success of this endeavor. Not interested. Farewell, Eden declared, shaking his head as he stood. $10 million. Cecil raised the stakes. It is not merely a matter of money. Originally intent on departing, Eden halted upon hearing Cecil double the remuneration. He could not deny his preference for conversing with astute individuals. You may not grasp my intent. I mean 10 million per day. Regarding your esteemed parents, rest assured, we shall employ every means to ensure their ignorance. Cecil continued, perhaps your parents will unexpectedly strike a grand fortune. With a sharp clap, Eden, upon hearing this, pulled out his chair and resumed his seat, his expression turning grave as he looked at Cecil and stated, since you are so earnest, I shall not withhold any further. It is not that I am unwilling to undertake this mission, but rather that in 1 month, specifically in 29 days, Earth will face a grave crisis. In light of the impending turmoil, I must persistently train to enhance my abilities. How grave is this crisis? Cecil's heart tightened. He could not comprehend what event could be deemed a grave crisis by an inherently formidable warrior, endowed with the abilities of the two most powerful superheroes on Earth. Surely, it cannot be the annihilation of Earth? The second mightiest warrior in the universe is coming to challenge me. Eden succinctly stated, are you jesting? Cecil was bewildered. Do you truly believe I am making light of this? Eden sighed, expressing his frustration. The second most formidable warrior in the cosmos? How powerful could he possibly be? How does he compare to your illustrious parents? Cecil swallowed hard. As a denizen of Earth, he struggled to comprehend the significance of the universe's second strongest. The mightiest warrior he had ever encountered was Eden's extraterrestrial parents. It's hard to draw comparisons. I have never witnessed my father exerting himself to his utmost. However, based on my estimations, that individual is likely more powerful than my mother, Nolan. Eden shook his head, uncertain of his father Clark Kent's current strength. He had never seen his father in full force. As for his mother, Nolan, if her power is on par with the omnipotent Nolan, then she would undoubtedly be no match for the Berserker. By how much stronger? If I were to assemble the Global Guardians and set an ambush with Nolan and Clark, would there be a chance of victory? Cecil asked anxiously. Let us not send the Guardians to their demise. If that guy gets serious, even the invincible omnipotent can't last a round against him, Eden replied. Of course, the omnipotent Eden referred to as Nolan. Good grief. Is there truly no way to prevent his descent upon Earth? Cecil furrowed his brow, his forehead creasing like waves, despite his cunning strategies. If the enemy's combat prowess surpassed the combined might of Earth defenses, what hope is there? In the face of absolute strength, all calculations are futile. Much like the Earth Defense Force when confronted by the invincible Nolan and Clark. Similarly, the entirety of Earth's power combined against the Berserker, the champion of the universe, would be futile. Cecil's words and deeds sparked a profound insight in Eden, who promptly inquired within. System, is there a means to prevent the Berserker from descending upon Earth? Yes, Master, indeed. As long as the conflict between Titan and the mechanical head is resolved properly. The system swiftly provided Eden with an answer. The Berserker would not descend? Eden internally responded. The Berserker will arrive on Earth half a month later. His target is the Viltrumians residing on this planet. He will come regardless. The system replied. Very well. So, the Berserker is drawn here by my mother. Eden calculated the time. A week from now, he would travel to Mars, and upon his return to Earth, approximately 21 days would have passed. By this reckoning, there are about 8 days of leeway before the Berserker's arrival. In the span of 8 days, he would address the conflict between the Titans and the mechanical heads, thereby postponing the arrival of the Berserk Beast by half a month. I shall handle it, Eden declared earnestly after contemplating for a moment, fixing his gaze upon Cecil. What are you going to handle? Cecil's mind felt somewhat bewildered. He admitted to struggling to keep pace with Eden's thoughts. The matter concerning Mars, the global defense force. The berserk beast, Earth, the cosmos, anything at all. Eden's fingers gently tapped the table as he spoke softly to Cecil. As for you, simply prepare to be my capable assistant. Cecil, your abilities are well acknowledged, and you will undoubtedly excel in the role. Eden patted Cecil's shoulder and smiled. Indeed, Eden had come to realize that collaborating with the Global Defense Agency would alleviate many unnecessary troubles. At the very least, nuisances like Atomic Eve and the Young Hero Squad would no longer trouble him, and the agency could assist him in concealing his identity more effectively. However, there were various forms of cooperation with the Global Defense Agency. One option was for Cecil to work for them directly. Another was akin to what his father, Clark, and mother, Nolan, experienced, serving as external personnel for the Global Defense Force, cooperating without intimacy. As for Eden, he would choose neither of these paths. Firstly, working for someone else was out of the question for Eden, thus eliminating the first option. Secondly, the second form of cooperation offered no financial gain, leading to its dismissal as well. Hence, Eden opted for a third form of collaboration with the Global Defense Agency and the Defense Force, wherein Cecil would lead the entire Global Defense Force in working for him. Chapter 18. Secretary Cecil takes office. The bottleneck faced by Eden. What? Cecil was taken aback. This felt amiss. Internally, he sensed a disquiet. Was he not supposed to be the one hiring Eden? Why did it seem as if Eden had reversed roles and was now employing him? Not only had it turned into Eden hiring him, but also appeared he would need to pay Eden a salary. Where could he possibly argue this point? All right, I must head to school now, Cecil. Remember, when you cannot reach me, ensure that you and the Global Defense Force work diligently. Do not entertain thoughts of slacking off, Eden admonished Cecil, granting him little opportunity for further discussion. He picked up his backpack and turned to leave, calculating the time. If he delayed any longer, he would be late. And as a model student, tardiness was not an option. This is absurd. I came to hire muscle, not to employ the head of the Global Defense Agency. Have I truly become the second in command? Cecil watched Eden's departing figure, and after a moment, he seemed to grasp the situation, feeling a surge of indignation. Director, how is the execution of our plan progressing? I believe I just saw Eden leaving his residence. At that moment, Donald, the ace agent from the Global Defense Bureau and second in command to Cecil, immediately contacted his superior upon noticing Eden's departure. Donald, as much as I truly wish to deny it, it seems I have uncovered a troublesome individual for our Global Defense Bureau, one who demands exorbitant compensation and is utterly unmanageable, Cecil remarked wearily after answering the call. After bidding farewell to his secretary Cecil, Eden hummed a cheerful tune on his way to school, enjoying a fulfilling and delightful day. The mere anticipation of the approaching weekend filled him with immense joy. In the evening, after saying goodbye to William and returning to the Kent residence, Eden's first action was to address the empty living room, declaring, Cecil, please remember to prepare dinner for me. I know you are listening. At the Global Defense Bureau, Cecil stared incredulously at the screen, irritated by Eden's self-importance. What shall we do now? Donald inquired, observing Cecil. Prepare his dinner, Cecil replied weakly. The entire world seems to revolve around him. As he stated, we merely need to ensure we have a capable deputy. Just then, a squad of armed soldiers appeared in Eden's home, delivering pizzas and hamburgers. Cecil, stop sending me junk food. I desire bird's nest soup, lobster, king crab, and steak, specifically Australian Wagyu grade 12. Eden commanded unapologetically from the dining room. Good heavens, he wants Wagyu? And grade 12 at that? Donald thought, speechless as he gazed at the screen. Prepare it for him, Cecil said, bald from stress. At that moment, he began to regret his plan. He could not fathom why he arranged a banquet for the president and sent Clark and Nolan to Hawaii for vacation. Was it all to curry favor with this troublesome individual? Damn it. I hope he proves to be worth the trouble, Cecil consoled himself. Later that night, Eden instructed Cecil, do not install cameras in my room. I'm aware of it. And remember to prepare coffee for me in the morning. He then retreated to his room to begin his usual simulation. I certainly cannot monitor your room, you insolent brat, Cecil muttered furiously upon hearing Eden's words. Eden's room possessed a peculiar force that thwarted all technological surveillance, including Cecil's. The following morning, Eden slowly opened his eyes, having simulated an entire night, successfully causing at least 20 marks to lose their fathers, though, of course, this was merely within the confines of his simulation. Upon awakening, he murmured to himself, "Starting tomorrow night, I must contend with both Mark and Nolan simultaneously. Facing Nolan alone has ceased to challenge me." Indeed, after a night of rigorous simulation, Eden had encountered a formidable bottleneck. Without employing the powers of the Kryptonians, his current limit was a swift elimination of Nolan within 20 minutes. There remained a substantial gap between his prowess and that of Regent Keg, who could effortlessly disembowel elite Vexians with a mere glance. Thus, Eden resolved that he would commence a one-on-two battle. With this determination, he descended from the second floor. After a refreshing wash, he made his way to the dining room to indulge in breakfast. The aroma was delightful. Observing the lavish spread of breakfast and freshly brewed coffee, a smile crept onto Eden's lips. What did I say? Cecil is indeed an exceptional secretary. Had Eden forgotten something? Just then, in a flash, Cecil appeared across from him, sipping coffee while inquiring, "Did you forget something?" "Not that I recall," Eden replied with a shake of his head, unable to remember any oversight. "Is that so?" "According to Donald's observations, your dear friend William should be knocking at your door in approximately 5 seconds, Cecil remarked, glancing at his watch. 5 for what? Eden responded, momentarily bewildered. 3, 2, 1. Excellent, the time has arrived. Cecil continued his countdown undeterred. Knock, knock, knock. Eden, are you awake? The moment Cecil's words concluded, the door of the Kent residence was rapped upon. Blast it, Eden thought, his expression momentarily dazed. He suddenly recalled that he had promised William he would visit a senior at State University that very weekend. Today, in fact. With a swift motion, Eden consumed his breakfast at a speed imperceptible to Cecil and donned his attire. Given that Cecil was already aware of Eden's awakening powers, there was no need for pretense. With a decisive clap, he tidied up and promptly opened the front door, greeting William with a smile. Apologies, I miscalculated the time. At least you haven't forgotten, William replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of indifference. Before long, William was driving his borrowed car, transporting Eden towards State University. What a reckless lad. Cecil mused as he watched Eden depart. He let out a sigh of relief, shaking his head. Fortunately, he is not like his mother, who speaks only in lies, nor his father, whose perfection is almost inhuman, both of whom instill a sense of dread within me. Eden, in comparison to his parents, bears a striking resemblance to humanity. Indeed, while Cicero engaged in conversation with Eden, he also monitored Eden's heart rate, endocrine responses, and subtle facial expressions. According to the assessments of several psychological experts from Earth, a conclusion was ultimately reached. Although Eden's words may seem absurd, they are indeed truthful. At Upstate University. Greetings, William and Eden. I am genuinely thrilled that you will be visiting Upstate University. I can hardly contain my excitement at the prospect of having such remarkable individuals become my juniors. William's ethereal senior had been awaiting their arrival. She was a captivating beauty with flowing golden locks, sun-kissed skin, and a curvaceous figure, embodying the essence of a cheerleading captain. However, rather than being captivated by her allure, Eden's gaze was drawn to the campus bulletin board, adorned with numerous missing person notices. A frown creased his brow as a foreboding sense washed over him. He sensed that this campus tour would not unfold peacefully. That man's physique appeared nearly flawless. As the subject of my experiment aimed at facilitating humanity's collective ascension, he surely must be the one exhibiting the most exemplary performance. In a shadowy corner, a man with deep-set dark circles under his eyes, short black hair, and a loosely draped white lab coat, reminiscent of scientific aberration, silently observed Eden and his companions. Chapter 19. Eden's first battle against the Mark variant. After Eden, William, and the enchanting senior reunited, they wasted no time and promptly entered the lecture hall at Upstate University, attending a public class tailored for these prospective freshmen. During the session, a student named Sinclair caught Eden's eye multiple times. This audacious individual confronted the professor, asserting that he lacked a true understanding of the powers of pharmacology, biology, and anatomy. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor interlude within the classroom. Subsequently, after enjoying a meal of American barbecue together, the senior invited the two. I have a welcome party to attend next. I wonder if you both plan to join? I'll pass. Apologies, but I should be sleeping at this hour, Eden replied, glancing at his phone before shaking his head. A welcome party? That sounds marvelous. I adore parties. Senior, I shall accompany you, William exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he rushed toward the captivating senior. eager to impress her. Then, casting a glance at Eden, he leaned in to quietly explain to the enchanting senior, "Don't be fooled by my brother Eden's towering stature, resembling a star player from the football team. He is, in fact, the quintessential model student, rising early and retiring early. His aspirations this year are aimed at those venerable Ivy League institutions. Let the nocturnal festivities be left to us rascals." With a playful wink, William concluded, "Very well then. May you achieve your aspirations and gain admission to your ideal university." Upon hearing this, the senior no longer insisted that Eden accompany them to the party, sincerely wishing him a smooth completion of his studies. With Eden's exceptional hearing, he naturally absorbed all of William's slander, yet he remained utterly unconcerned by William's fabrications. Instead, he wholeheartedly endorsed such behavior that could alleviate unnecessary troubles. Eden consistently adhered to a philosophy of humility, diligence, and self-improvement. Wishing them a delightful time, Eden softly blessed his friend William, hoping that he would enjoy a splendid evening with the alluring senior before him. He then retreated to the modest dormitory that the enthusiastic senior had thoughtfully arranged for him and William to spend the night. The dormitory was small, merely a simple double room, but it was adequately equipped with all the essentials, making it quite convenient. After a rather straightforward grooming routine, Eden reclined on the bed and softly declared, "Simulation, activate." Ah, how Eden adored simulations, relished the pursuit of strength, and reveled in combat. Combat is exhilarating. Please select an opponent. The system's prompt echoed as expected. The opponents were the versatile hero Nolan and the invincible young warrior Mark. Eden spoke to himself. "Opponents are in position. Please select a battle location." The system continued. Eden opted for an uninhabited area. Battle location confirmed. Simulation commencing. At Eden's command, the system swiftly arranged everything. Buzz! In an instant, Eden felt a flicker before everything around him transformed. This time, the location of Eden's simulation was once again high in the sky. As for his opponents, Mark and Nolan, they were floating silently in the desolate sky, just like Eden. "Hey, let me open my eyes wide and see. Father, can you guess what I have discovered?" The moment Eden abruptly appeared in the sky, Mark, clad in a classic blue battle robe, immediately sensed it. Tilting his head, he gazed at Eden above and turned to his father Nolan, sneering. "Another fool who doesn't know his own limits. Humph. These earthlings will never understand that accepting the rule of the Viltrumite Empire is their only choice." Nolan snickered coldly. His frigid gaze merely swept over Eden before he disdainfully shook his head. The entire Earth, whether its surface, deep seas, core, or crust, had already been ravaged by the two of them more than once. Clearly, this planet harbored no means of resistance against them any longer. Whether it was the Sisals or the Tech Jackets, the Guard, or other superheroes, they were all powerless to fight back. Nolan did not believe that this seemingly materializing youth could possibly be a match for him and Mark. "Young man, from where have you emerged as a superhero? Do you Earthlings still not comprehend? This planet has long been claimed by my father and me, the Walthams." At that moment, Mark arrogantly soared in front of Eden, pointing a finger at his nose and incessantly boasting. Is this the simulated version of the Waltham father and son from a parallel universe? Indeed, as Angus Stormlove mentioned, over 99% of the versions across parallel universes are utterly despicable, Eden remarked. Although the Mark before him fancied himself an indomitable hero, Eden perceived him more as an insufferable little rogue, which irked him deeply. "You little brat, what did you just say? Do you dare challenge me? I could easily shatter your skull, just as I did with Rex and Bulletproof." Mark bellowed, angered by Eden's musings. Yet, such threats liberated Eden from any hesitation. If it were the naive Mark from the main universe, even a simulated version would have made him think twice before engaging. As Eden contemplated, a murderous glint gradually filled his eyes. Without further ado, he seized the neck of the simulated variant Mark with a single hand. Woo woo woo. Mark seemed taken aback by Eden's sudden aggression, unable to escape the vice-like grip of Eden's hand, which felt as mighty as a planetary hydraulic press. "It appears your father has yet to teach you the fundamental decency of showing respect and courtesy to strangers. This is the price of disrespect," Eden stated coldly, snapping the neck of the variant Mark before Nolan's eyes. "Mark, you scoundrel, how dare you kill my son?" Nolan cried out in disbelief, witnessing the instantaneous demise of Mark. "Now it is your turn, Nolan," Eden remarked, locking his gaze on a Nolan in the sky after discarding Mark's lifeless body. 20 minutes later, Eden executed the same ruthless fate upon Nolan. In simulation, he commanded the system after disposing of both foes. Simultaneously, he reflected, this version of Mark is still too weak. He hardly qualifies as a true Vexian warrior. Facing him and Nolan simultaneously is no more than a one-on-one duel. Growing increasingly powerful, Eden began to disdain Mark's inadequacy. With this thought in mind, he instructed the system, next, simulate 2 Vexians for me, but do not have me combat Mark and Nolan again. Such encounters hold no value. Let me face 2 elite-level Vexians at once. As for the location, select a deserted planet. After a prolonged contemplation, Eden concluded that engaging simultaneously with 2 elite Vexians would be far more intriguing and challenging. Chapter 20, Eden's Veil Variant Mark and the Missing William, command acknowledged. System simulation in progress. Opponents, Conquest and General Craig. Location, uninhabited planet. With Eden's command, the surroundings transformed into mere phantoms. By the time Eden was able to react, he found himself on a desolate planet, littered with ruins and the remnants of alien life, as if it had just been ravaged by the Vexians. Buzz. As Eden materialized in the sky, he immediately captured the attention of the 2 formidable Vexians responsible for safeguarding this powerful civilization. One was a young man, while the other, a robust figure reminiscent of an Olympic athlete with short gray hair, appeared to be of considerable age. Most striking, however, was his right hand, an artificial limb crafted entirely from cosmic alloy. The elder's right eye was marred by a scar that bisected half of his face, rendering him completely blind in that eye. It was evident that he was a seasoned warrior, battle-hardened and experienced. This veteran was named Conquest, a deranged Vexian soldier who took pleasure in the slaughter of geniuses, strongmen, and warriors, relishing the annihilation of civilizations that fancied themselves capable of opposing the Vexians. Dispose of him swiftly. Beside Conquest stood an elegantly poised man, adorned with a red monocle over his right eye, exuding a powerful aura with every movement. This man was General Craig, a commanding officer of the Vexians. Undoubtedly, these 2 Vexians were among the elite of their kind, rivaling the prowess of Regent Craig and Nolan, belonging to the most distinguished cadre of Vexian warriors. Boom! The moment Craig issued his command, Conquest transformed into a blur, rapidly closing the distance to Eden. He swung his cosmic alloy fist, delivering a heavy blow aimed squarely at Eden's cheek. Bring it on, Eden remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he met Conquest's punch with his own. Indeed, this direct and unadorned combat suited him perfectly. Boom! When Conquest's fist collided with Eden's, the atmosphere of the entire uninhabited planet seemed to tremble. This lad is a Vexian. His strength rivals our own, Conquest declared after just one exchange, assessing Eden's identity with remarkable clarity as he shouted to General Craig behind him. What tremendous force! Eden thought, feeling the soreness in his arm after the exchange. It seems his strength surpasses even Nolan's. He focused intently, uncertain whether it was Conquest's innate strength that exceeded Nolan's or merely the durability of his prosthetic limb. Regardless, the impact left his arm tingling, a sensation he had never experienced during his battles with Nolan. Given your status as a member of the Vexians, we are offering you an opportunity to join our esteemed Viltrumite Empire and fight for glory. At this moment, General Craig hovered before Eden, his arms crossed, gazing down upon him with an air of condescension, as if joining the Viltrumite Empire was a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. I refuse, Eden replied without hesitation. Then you shall meet your demise here, Craig chuckled, shaking his head in disappointment. What a pity. There is nothing to lament, Eden retorted. I take pleasure in the annihilation of young warriors. Conqueror, hovering behind Craig, revealed a cruel smile. In an instant, both Conqueror and Craig surged towards Eden, their speeds slicing through the air, one from the left, the other from the right, executing a perfectly synchronized assault as they swung their fists towards him. Damn it! Eden crossed his arms before him in an attempt to deflect their attack, yet he was still sent flying by their blows, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. It had been a long time since he felt this sensation. A smile crept across Eden's face as he recalled the thrill of battling Nolan during his initial simulations. Kid, you are truly a born Vexian warrior, exclaimed General Craig, noticing the smile blossoming on Eden's face amidst the fray. He too broke into a grin before transforming into a fleeting shadow, circling behind Eden. How could I allow you to ambush me successfully? Eden swiftly turned to confront him. Forgotten about me, have you? In that split second, Conqueror closed in, landing a punch squarely on Eden's lower back. Damn it, a sneak attack. Eden was caught off guard, sent flying, unable to suppress a curse. You have no time for insults now, Craig chimed in, positioning himself beside Eden and locking him down from behind. Eden immediately attempted to break free. However, despite his superior strength, Craig's vast experience and skill rendered it easy for him to restrain Eden for several minutes. Now, even if you wish to join the Viltrumite Empire, the opportunity has slipped away. At that moment, Conqueror soared before Eden, a sadistic grin plastered on his face as he wielded his colossal metallic fist, raining down blows upon Eden's face. With each punch, crimson spray filled the air. After only a few strikes, Eden's form was left battered and bloodied. Look at me, you brat. Conqueror seemed to revel in the moment, gripping Eden by the collar and bellowing, "Die!" Without uttering a word, Eden, locking eyes with Conqueror, unleashed his thermal gaze, scorching the last remnants of sight from Conqueror's eyes. "Ah, my eyes! You despicable brat! Did you really install a hidden weapon in your gaze?" With a fierce roar, Conqueror covered his completely blinded eyes and retreated. Eden observed this scene with a cold smile. What? You actually modified your eyes into laser weapons? Such an obsession with combat is rather avant-garde. Behind Eden, General Craig was rendered speechless, astonished by Eden's abilities, his eyes wide open, standing dazed for a considerable time. Bang! Seizing the moment of Craig's bewilderment, Eden swiftly broke free from his restraints and accelerated towards the blinded Conqueror. Sensing the rush of wind and the intention to kill, Conqueror instinctively swung his fist forward, but Eden deftly evaded it. Subsequently, with all his might, Eden shattered Conqueror's Adam's apple. Splash! In an instant, crimson splattered across the sky. Following this, Eden let out a thunderous shout, channeling force from the wound at Conqueror's throat, ultimately bringing his life to an end. Next, it's your turn. After completing this, Eden was entirely drenched in red, unable to distinguish whether the crimson staining him was his own blood or that of Conqueror's. Damn it, this kid is insane. This chilling scene even sent a shiver down the spine of the battle-hardened General Craig. Kumba. When one side becomes fearful, it is already over. Whoosh. Eden, riding the momentum, charged swiftly towards General Craig. An hour later, Eden held Craig's lifeless body in one hand while pressing against his own pierced abdomen with the other, stating, "End simulation. Master, shall I proceed to simulate the two elite Vexians?" The system inquired after Eden concluded the simulation. "No, I wish to relax. Simulate the variant Mark and his beastly father for me." After nearly facing failure while dealing with the two Vexians, Eden decided to confront Mark once more, hoping to regain some confidence. "Variant beastly man Mark, am I the clown?" "As you command." The system readily commenced the simulation. The next morning, Eden rose from his bed with a stiff body, having brutally slain variant Mark approximately 5 times throughout the night, and also engaged in a mixed double battle with Conqueror and General Craig on 5 occasions. Despite Eden's continually improving strength, each of these 5 battles have been hard-won, necessitating the use of Kryptonian abilities each time. "I must strive harder," Eden murmured to himself. It was at that moment that he turned his head and noticed the adjacent single bed still vacant, the bedding neatly arranged, suggesting that William had not returned to the dormitory last night. This caused Eden to raise an eyebrow and chuckle. This kid has some skills. He actually managed to win over that fiery senior. It was not until Eden went to the university in search of William that he encountered William Sr. From the alluring senior, I learned that William had long departed from the party and was now missing. This is precisely why I advised against attending such meaningless gatherings. Sighed Eden. Well, he still needed to locate that rascal William. With that thought, Eden heightened his extraordinary senses to their maximum. Chapter 21. Sinclair's Frantic Experiment. Hey, Senior. Are you free around noon? I mean, we could grab lunch together. Sorry, I've already made plans with someone else. At this moment, Eden expanded his senses to 100 meters, capturing the sounds of courtship within a classroom. Not this. I must amplify further. After fruitlessly searching for William, Eden extended his senses to encompass the entire campus. How's the experiment progressing? The data I've gathered recently is quite promising. Really? You are simply a genius. This was the voice of a group of beleaguered students within the laboratory. Principal, you are unbearable. Hee hee. I quite enjoy your refusal. These remarks emanated from the principal's office, where the university's principal was conversing with someone. Incidentally, the individual in the office with the principal was the school's physical education teacher, a towering man standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. As for the principal, he was a balding, portly middle-aged man. Damn it! Upon uncovering this information, Eden silently cursed. It was precisely because this country was so liberal that he constantly restrained his extraordinary senses. Indeed, whenever Eden fully unleashed his extraordinary abilities, a cacophony of sounds and information from the outside world would incessantly flood into his ears. His brain, inherited from Kryptonian lineage and surpassing any high-performance supercomputer on Earth, would then synthesize the gathered information into corresponding three-dimensional images in his mind. This was one of the primary reasons Eden deliberately controlled his extraordinary senses, keeping his hearing within a 5-meter radius and his vision at a typical human level. The world was simply too noisy for him. Yet it must be said, Eden's extraordinary senses were remarkably effective. After approximately 5 seconds, Eden's gaze fixated on the school's sewer system. In his view, the sewer had been transformed into a vast experimental site. At this moment, his friend William was ensnared like a lamb to the slaughter, trapped upon a table designated for a human dissection. Found him. After taking in the entirety of the scene, Eden felt a slight sense of relief. William was currently safe. However, before proceeding to rescue him, Eden had an important task to attend to. Boom! On this day, within the hallowed halls of Upstate University, the students engaged in their studies were suddenly startled by a resounding explosion, witnessing the wall of the principal's office shatter for reasons unknown. The two individuals joyfully frolicking within the principal's office were, of course, laid bare to the astonished gaze of onlookers. Snap! 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 After a brief moment of hesitation, the students swiftly raised their smartphones, fervently capturing the shocking scene before them and broadcasting it across social media platforms. Simultaneously, a shadow darker than night slipped into the university's sewer system, moving with a speed that surpassed the visual capacity of all present. Only after the despicable individuals had faced their social demise did Eden commit fully to the rescue of his friend, William. In the depths of Upstate University's sewer system, the thunderous roar from above reverberated through the darkness. Sinclair, who had been meticulously cleaning a scalpel, momentarily froze, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the laboratory chandelier, which swayed precariously with the violent tremors. When blazes are those fools up to? They can't possibly be blowing up the building, he exclaimed. The deafening explosion jolted the previously slumbering William awake. He glanced at Sinclair, who was in the midst of sterilizing a scalpel, and his eyes widened in alarm. Hey, what are you doing? Damn it, you've disturbed my lamb, Sinclair muttered, casting a disapproving glance at the now-awake William. Rest assured, under my care, you shall soon experience true evolution. You will discover the authentic beauty of this world. To hell with your surgery. Let me go immediately, or you shall regret it. William seethed, glaring at Sinclair. You should feel privileged. It is imperative that you understand, individuals as frail as yourself typically do not qualify for my procedures. Were it not for your reckless decision to sleep in front of my dormitory door yesterday, obstructing my path and hindering my pursuit of a genuine target, I would never have resorted to capturing you. Sinclair's anger flared in response to William's words, unable to tolerate this imbecile's disdain for his magnificent procedures, and he proceeded to divulge everything. Sleeping in front of the dormitory door? William's head throbbed as he attempted to piece together the events. After a few moments, he seemed to recall something. He had indeed left the party early the previous night and followed the address provided by Senior to the dormitory he shared with Eden. However, upon arriving, he found himself unable to enter, regardless of how he tried, be it with keys or knocking. Nothing worked. Ultimately, besieged by alcohol and fatigue, William had succumbed to sleep at the entrance. So your target is Eden? William finally connected the dots, gazing intently at Sinclair. Indeed, Sinclair initially nodded with a smile, then praised William, saying, It seems you are not entirely foolish. You will not succeed. Eden is a close friend of the members of the Hero Squad. Atomic Eve and the robots will not stand idly by. They will find this place and make you rue the day. William gazed at Sinclair solemnly and replied, Ha! You claim your friend Eden is allied with that group of incompetents who cannot even deal with extraterrestrials? How splendid. I am eager to witness whether the bioengineered beings I have created possess greater strength than those so-called superheroes of the Hero Squad. As Sinclair spoke, he gently clapped his hands, and suddenly, a dozen bioengineered warriors clad in silver masks and exoskeletons appeared behind him. "You are nothing short of a devil," William exclaimed, his face paling instantly at the sight of the bioengineered beings, his lips trembling as he retorted, "Devil? Nonsense. I am, in fact, an angel sent by God to facilitate humanity's evolution." Sinclair raised a gleaming silver scalpel towards William on the testing platform and chuckled, "But fret not, for I shall soon transform you, along with your dear friend Eden and the entire Hero Squad, into beings of such exquisite beauty." "Stop. You must stop this at once," William shouted in panic. "It is too late. No one will come to your rescue. I have deployed nearly 30 bioengineered beings outside. What you see here are merely a fraction of those I have stationed at the school." Sinclair, observing William's terror, revealed a satisfied smile. In truth, Sinclair was merely a madman reveling in forbidden experiments. The so-called theory of evolving all of humanity was merely a facade he employed to justify his illicit endeavors, which were utterly nonsensical. I beg to differ. Just as Sinclair was poised to unleash horrific experiments upon William, a raspy voice slowly emerged from behind him. Chapter 22. Eden. "Sinclair, it is not that you do not know you are wrong. You know that your end is near." The sudden voice halted Sinclair's movements. He silently turned to face the dimly lit passage, his gaze fixed intently on the source of the voice, and calmly commanded, "Bioengineered beings, why have you not yet eliminated that intruder?" With Sinclair's order, the bioengineered beings stationed in the laboratory immediately surged towards the passage. Boom! 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 Following a series of brief thunderous sounds, silence enveloped the space once more. All dealt with. A trivial interlude. Sinclair sighed in relief upon realizing that no further sounds emanated from the passage, then turned to resume his experiment. Indeed, it was resolved. However, when Sinclair turned around, he was utterly taken aback. Before his eyes stood a robust man clad in a black uniform, adorned with a strikingly vivid red emblem on his chest. The man's expression was entirely obscured by the glare of the overhead surgical lamp, yet Sinclair could sense an unmistakable fury emanating from him. Superman? Although Sinclair could not discern the man's facial features, he instinctively uttered the name based on the large insignia emblazoned across the man's chest. Bang! In the next moment, Sinclair dismissed his own thoughts, for the man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Superman, swiftly appeared before him and, with a single hand, seized him by the throat, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Whimpering in fear, Sinclair shook his head frantically, asserting that Superman would never treat a human so violently, even if he were a criminal. Thus, he concluded, this man could not be Superman. The burly figure chuckled, his voice echoing like a wail from the depths of hell. Indeed, the man clad in the dark superhero attire was none other than Eden. In fact, as Eden pondered whether his attire might be sullied by the water from the sewer and whether his identity would be compromised, the system suddenly activated. At the cost of all the accumulated exchange vouchers, the system manifested the battlesuit he had worn during the simulated combat, which came equipped with odor elimination, stain resistance, and facial recognition obstruction. This suit nearly fulfilled all of Eden's requirements, prompting him to agree without hesitation. Additionally, the suit possessed a casual wear function, allowing Eden to transform it into any clothing he could conceive of during times when he did not require the battle attire. In other words, this singular suit met all of Eden's needs for both daily life and combat attire in the future. Bang! After effortlessly lifting Sinclair, Eden casually tossed him aside, choosing not to address Sinclair's predicament immediately. Instead, he proceeded to free William, who was bound to the surgical table. "Who are you?" William inquired, scrutinizing the man in the Superman uniform, his brow furrowed tightly. Although he had never encountered this individual before, an instinctive familiarity gnawed at him. "Can you leave this place on your own?" Eden asked as he swiftly dismantled the restraints and helped William down from the table. "Of course," William replied with a slight nod, feeling revitalized after a long slumber. "Then please make your way out. I have some personal matters to attend to." With that, Eden escorted William to the exit before turning back to attend to his own affairs. William gazed at the departing Eden, his mouth agape, The words he intended to utter caught in his throat. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he murmured to himself, "Who does he resemble?" Approximately half a minute later, a sudden epiphany struck William, and he exclaimed, "Eden, I must return to the dormitory and see." With that declaration, he hastened towards the end of the sewer, eager to return to his quarters and discover what his dear friend Eden was presently engaged in. Meanwhile, within the confines of the sewer, in Sinclair's laboratory, Sinclair could scarcely fathom that he would one day find himself bound upon this frigid operating table. Bioengineered beings. Where are you? Sinclair continued to scream in a frenzy, desperately attempting to summon the very creations he had brought to life for his salvation. Do not be foolish. While you were exchanging pleasantries with William, your 30-odd bioengineered beings have been eradicated, Eden remarked, observing the deranged Sinclair with an air of indifference. Subsequently, Eden began to inspect the surgical instruments laid out before him. What are you doing? Sinclair's heart raced at Eden's actions, his pupils dilating as he questioned him. Fear not. You shall soon experience ascension, Eden replied, methodically sterilizing the scalpel while maintaining an impassive gaze upon the helpless Sinclair. No, you cannot do this. Sinclair's face was a mask of terror as he looked at Eden. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Sinclair began to struggle upon the operating table, shaking his head fervently. I am different from them. You cannot sever my frontal lobe. Do not turn me into a fool. What are you afraid of? Is this not the elevation you have longed for? Eden queried, his tone devoid of emotion. I am merely inflicting upon you what you have enacted upon others. Why do you tremble with fear? Do you subconsciously recognize the immorality of your actions? Eden tilted his head, calmly continuing to disinfect the scalpel. Please, spare me this once. My subjects were all thieves, robbers, and bullies. Not a single one among them was virtuous. Even the New York police would not bother with them. Sinclair pleaded incessantly, panic overtaking him as regret washed over his face. I am aware. That is precisely why I previously chose to ignore you. But you should never have laid a hand on an innocent, Eden replied resolutely. I was wrong. I truly erred. I should never have targeted the innocent. I beg you, spare me. Sinclair, momentarily stunned by Eden's words, continued to implore. He believed that his confession would be his salvation. After all, those superheroes always intimidated criminals but never delivered lethal blows. Meanwhile, deep within, Sinclair lamented. His bioengineered creations were far too feeble. They were incapable of effectively challenging superhumans. Once I successfully escape from the clutches of this eccentric individual, I shall conduct experiments on the superhumans to reclaim my dignity. You are not oblivious to your transgressions. Rather, is the looming specter of your demise that haunts you. After disinfecting the surgical scalpel, Eden gazed at Sinclair, who lay on the operating table, and smiled. Alas, Eden was no superhero. In an instant, amidst Sinclair's incredulous gaze, the scalpel, which had accompanied him through countless experiments, finally descended upon him. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the laboratory. Cecil, it is time to clean up this mess. After completing his grim task, Eden retrieved his phone and sent a text to Cecil. Knowing Cecil as he did, Eden anticipated that the latter would receive the intel the moment he infiltrated Sinclair's lair. On the other side, Eden, are you there? Whether you are or not. I am coming in. William, brimming with excitement, burst through the door of the dormitory after a brisk run, eager to validate his suspicions. He found Eden perched on the windowsill, sipping from a steaming cup of coffee. You're back. How was your day yesterday? Eden invited nonchalantly, setting his coffee down upon noticing William. Was my assumption incorrect? William stood frozen in disbelief upon seeing Eden. Meanwhile, in Sinclair's underground laboratory of madness, Cecil surveyed the nightmarish scene before him, strewn with severed limbs, and fell silent. Perhaps the notion of a perfect superhuman was not so terrible after all. After a moment, he murmured to himself. Chapter 23. Distinguishing between kings and knaves in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to the captivating senior, William promptly departed from Upstate University with Eden, embarking on a journey of several hundred kilometers back to the Kent residence. See you at school tomorrow, Eden, William called out as he watched Eden alight from the vehicle. Waving goodbye. See you at school. Eden paused slightly at the words, turned to bid William farewell, and then retreated homeward. Could it be that I truly misjudged? Is that person not Eden at all? On the other hand, William, gazing at Eden's retreating figure, muttered to himself. Despite having pondered the matter all day, he remained perplexed, unable to fathom the identity of the man who had descended like a hero in his moment of crisis, rescuing him from dire peril, and evoking a profound sense of familiarity. This man, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Superman. Surely it cannot be Todd, the apparent bully, secretly a superhero? Damn, what am I fantasizing about? If Todd were indeed endowed with superpowers, it would spell disaster. Such a notion is utterly terrifying. William swiftly abandoned the dreadful thought, shaking his head vigorously before driving away. Eden, we must have a conversation. As Eden utilized his gaze to peer through the walls of the room, silently watching William depart, a hoarse voice immediately resonated behind him. Cecil, why have you forsaken Sinclair's research to come here? Eden inquired without turning. Indeed, even without glancing back, Eden recognized the familiar tone and voice of his devoted secretary, Cecil. Look at the havoc you've wrought. The 30-plus bio-soldiers you eliminated, including the brilliant scientist Sinclair, were invaluable assets to the Global Defense Bureau. You cannot take it upon yourself to extinguish their lives based on your moral judgments, Cecil exclaimed, exasperated. Are you, then, unwilling to collaborate with me? Eden turned around, coldly regarding Cecil, murmuring, perhaps I should consult my esteemed parents about relocating our family from Earth. As for that so-called berserker, including those extraterrestrials lurking in the cosmos, ever watchful of Earth yet restrained by my parents' strength, or the Dimension Lords, let them all be dealt with by you. The Honorable Cecil, alongside the Global Defense Team. Eden shrugged nonchalantly. You cannot proceed in this manner, Eden. Cecil's tone softened. Frankly, the adversaries Eden mentioned were beyond his and the Global Defense Team's capabilities. What do you propose I do? The genius scientist Sinclair nearly cost my friend his life. Each so-called precious asset of the Global Defense Team was forged from innocent lives. Every one of them had their frontal lobes severed. Yet, you expect me to calmly negotiate with Sinclair or imprison him to await your sanctions. Based on my understanding of your organization, most likely, Sinclair would be publicly eliminated while secretly serving your interests. Am I correct? Eden pressed on relentlessly. Cecil, allow me to explain. There are reasons for all of this. Beads of sweat adorned Cecil's brow, leaving him at a loss for rebuttals. Enough with the jest, Cecil. I am not one of those ineffectual superheroes from the Global Defense Team. I have no time to engage in your trivial charades, Eden interjected bluntly. If you wish to collaborate with me, then everything must adhere to my terms. Understood? Eden gazed intently at Cecil, continuing, very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Cecil nodded, deflated. Sigh. At this moment, Cecil found himself regretting his collaboration with Eden, realizing he had been completely ensnared by him. Just as he intended to leave, Eden called out to him. What is it? Cecil shivered, acknowledging a newfound fear of Eden. His trepidation towards Eden was distinctly different from the fear he held for Eden's illustrious parents. While his apprehension towards the omnipotent hero Nolan and the Superman Clark stemmed from their sheer power, the pressure Eden exerted on Cecil was a dual trial of morality and strength. Confronted by Eden, Cecil often found himself in a woeful predicament, unable to argue or fight back effectively. Remember to prepare dinner for me, Eden insisted, maintaining high standards for his lifestyle. Donald, ensure dinner is ready for Eden. Cecil commanded through the intercom, feeling a slight relief wash over him. Buzz. As soon as Cecil finished speaking, the ace agent Donald promptly appeared in the room, bearing Eden's dinner. Here is the 12-ounce steak you requested, he said respectfully as he set the meal on the table. Excellent, Eden replied, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Phew. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. As you mentioned, the societal impact of the Sinclair incident still requires our attention to remedy. Observing Eden's content demeanor, Cecil exhaled a sigh of relief once more. Cecil, there's one more thing. Regrettably, just as Cecil prepared to depart, Eden called him back. What is it? Cecil felt his heart leap once more at Eden's words. Remember to transfer $10 million immediately to my bank account. Consider this morning's events as a task I undertook. While devouring his meal, Eden did not forget to remind Cecil of the financial transaction. Understood, Cecil nodded calmly. Perhaps due to the multitude of shocks he had received from Eden that day, his heart had gradually acclimated to the situation. After completing the tasks at hand, he stood quietly, awaiting further directives from Eden. It seemed even Cecil had not realized he had become an adept secretary. Thus, Cecil and Donald stood by like dutiful aides, watching as Eden savored his dinner to the last morsel. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get back to work. The Defense Bureau and the Guard have a plethora of messes waiting for you to clean up, Eden urged after finishing his meal, delicately wiping his mouth with a napkin. Of course, Cecil replied. Cecil and Donald confirmed that Eden was indeed safe this time, allowing him to utilize spatial transfer technology to leave the Kent family's dining establishment. Cecil, do you truly fail to discern between the minor and the major? Eden scoffed with a smirk after Cecil's departure. Any tactics employed by Cecil appeared utterly futile in the face of absolute power. Power was the essence, Eden mused to himself. System, initiate simulation. Today, my adversaries will once again be 2 elite Vexians. With this thought, Eden reclined upon his bed and commenced the simulation for the day. Understood? The foolish system immediately began the simulated battle at Eden's command. Chapter 24. The Guardian Squad annihilated by the Earthquake Doctor and the Young Hero team. The next morning, with a sigh, Eden awoke, concluding his simulation. Throughout the night, he had engaged in 7 consecutive simulations. By the 7th, he had mastered the ability to simultaneously suppress the assaults of both elite Vexians from the very outset, maintaining that dominance until the end. I have grown stronger, Eden declared, reveling in the immense power coursing through him. Indeed, my formidable strength is solely the result of my relentless battles. System, allocate points. No, I meant to say simulate. At this moment, Eden brimmed with confidence, believing he could surpass the approaching berserk beast within a month and fashion its hide into a majestic cloak. Cough, cough. At school, you have no idea how outrageous Eden is. Not only did he lock the dormitory door, but he also completely ignored my persistent knocks, claiming the next day he hadn't heard a thing. Upon arriving at school, Eden found William relentlessly slandering him in front of his group of friends. By the way, System, I have a question. Is what William said true? Did he knock on the dormitory door the night before last? Why didn't I hear it? Instead of confronting William, Eden inquired of his system, replying to the master, at that time, you were engaged in a simulation. The system had shielded your perception of the external world. The system promptly responded. Ah, I see. Eden nodded, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After a moment of thought, he continued, then what was William's claim about being unable to unlock the dormitory door? If I recall correctly, I didn't lock it, did I? Replying to the master. When you are in simulation mode, the system imposes a formidable protective barrier around you, impervious to destruction and observation for your safety. Your friend William was kept outside by the protective shield the night before last, not because the key was ineffective, nor was it due to you locking the dormitory door. The system continued to explain. Is the protective shield truly indestructible? Eden inquired, raising an eyebrow. If the shield is indeed, as the system asserts, invincible, then in the face of insurmountable danger or an unbeatable foe, he could simply simulate victory before his adversaries. After all, the shield is invulnerable, and he could continue to simulate until he could surpass his opponent. It is not invincible, the system clarified. If the shield is destroyed by an enemy, the system will forcibly awaken the master or assist in an escape. Eden's expression soured upon hearing the phrase, not invincible. It appeared that the originally devised strategy of simulating victory in the moment of defeat was rendered unfeasible, which was quite regrettable. Just as Eden engaged in dialogue with the system, the previously quiet Eve had, unbeknownst to him, seated herself beside William, eagerly listening to his tales of State University. Or rather, what might more aptly be termed incidents. This was troublesome. Eden cast a glance at the pairing of William and Eve, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Their companionship was certainly a harbinger of mischief. William, it's time to go. The next class is physical education, he thought, discreetly beckoning William away. Next time, I'll share the story of how I was captured by the science monster. I assure you, it is the most thrilling experience of my life. William declared as he rose from his seat, bidding farewell to the captivated students before him. William, don't stand so close to Eve. Eden murmured as he summoned William to his side. Why not? William replied, a look of confusion crossing his face, seemingly unable to grasp Eden's implication. What if you don't want your admired senior to discover your indiscretions at school? Eden retorted, pulling out his phone, revealing a photograph of William animatedly recounting stories to a group of girls. I was wrong, brother. I truly was wrong, William exclaimed, his gaze darting to the photo, his spirits seemingly fleeing at the sight, as he earnestly acknowledged his misstep. That is good to know. Eden smiled. saving the photograph to safeguard against any future mischief from William. You can't do this. Eden, you're too cruel, William lamented helplessly. Amusingly, after Eden and William departed in light-hearted banter, Eve remained behind, casting a lingering gaze at their retreating figures. She murmured to herself, "It seems I'm getting closer to the truth." Despite the directive issued by the robots, urging everyone to cease their concerns regarding Eden, Eve remained resolute in her quest to uncover the deeper secrets of Eden. She despised the sensation of leaving things unfinished. In response, Eden chose to ignore her. As long as Eve did not engage in any outrageous behavior that would disrupt his precious daily routine during the day, he had no intention of acknowledging her. That was until 3 days later, on Thursday morning, just one day before Eden was scheduled to lead a team to Mars. Curiously, Eve was absent from class. During his first lesson, Eden routinely scanned the entire school with his gaze, only to discover that, at least on the surface, Eve, one of the diligent students, had inexplicably skipped class. Not my concern. After a brief moment of contemplation, approximately half a second, Eden felt an immense sense of relief upon realizing that neither his mother, nor Nolan, nor any agents from Cecile were nearby to monitor him. He then commenced his day of studies, opening a martial arts website to watch videos. With Eden's extraordinary intellect, he could master all martial arts techniques merely by observation, continually optimizing and summarizing his learning. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. This caught Eden off guard, as he did not expect anyone to contact him during class. Upon discovering that the caller was Cecile, he requested a brief leave from the teacher due to illness before leisurely answering the call. "Eden, we are in grave trouble." Cecile's voice was laced with panic as soon as the call connected. "Get to the point. Umbusi, Eden instrustet. It's the earthquake doctor. After your father sent him plummeting to the Earth's core, he not only survived, but has enslaved the inhabitants of the underground world, plotting revenge against the surface." Cecile spoke with increasing urgency, as though foreseeing a catastrophic war sweeping across the land. "And? Why are you calling me about this? I believe your immediate need is not a newly adult high school student like me, but rather the global defense force and my invincible parents." Eden replied coolly, "Eden, if your parents and the global defense force were still around, I would not be troubling you." Cecile's tone was weary. "What do you mean by that?" Eden asked, momentarily taken aback and confused. "Your mother has gone to confront the aliens. Your father has ventured into another dimension to settle accounts with a dimension lord intent on invading Earth. As for the Global Defense Force, just 5 minutes ago, they were captured by the Earthquake Doctor. Currently, the only hope for our planet rests with you and the Night Squad." Cecile spoke weakly. "This is absurd. Without my parents, the Global Defense Force is no better than useless." Eden was both amused and infuriated by Cecile's words. "Just moments ago, the Valiant team had already set off ahead of you." In the silence of Eden, the voice of Cecile continued to resonate in his ears. "Damn it, the Valiant team has also fallen into the clutches of the Earthquake Doctor." Without allowing Eden to speak further, Cecile continued to report on the current state of affairs. Eden couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps this global band of misfits and the juvenile brigade should all be obliterated. Truly, the Earth seems beyond redemption. Chapter 25. How wonderful. Superman. We are saved. In the pitch-black world of the Earth's core, the members of the Valiant team were caught off guard. As soon as they entered this subterranean realm, they fell into the enemy's trap. Except for the flying atom Eve, the rest were ensnared. Currently, Eve's whereabouts were unknown, while the remaining members of the Valiant team found themselves ensnared in webs spun by a colossal spider, measuring a staggering 200 meters, rivaling Godzilla in size. A pet of the Earthquake Doctor. So what shall we do next? Are we to wait here indefinitely for other superheroes to rescue us from the Earth's core? Well, I suppose that wouldn't be so bad. After all, we cannot escape. Explosive Rex stood in the center of the Valiant team, gazing at the transparent webs encircling them. After straining against the webs, he discovered that they possessed not only extraordinary resilience, but also hardness surpassing that of steel. Even explosions and flames could inflict no damage upon them. At that moment, he truly felt at a loss, bordering on despair. Are flames and explosions ineffective against these webs? After observing Rex's futile attempts, the robot fell silent for about half a second before promptly detaching its arm, revealing a high-performance chainsaw that it regarded as its trump card, and it struck vigorously at the webs. Buzz! Buzz! However, to the robot's astonishment, these high-performance chainsaws capable of cutting through titanium alloys and diamonds, were utterly powerless against the resilient webs. I am at my wit's end. It seems we must rely on Eve, who has not fallen into the trap. The robot shook its head, feeling it had done all it could. If you cannot manage, then I am even more helpless. Surely, you would want me to fill this space with countless clones to burst this web prison from within, would you? I can assure you, before the prison bursts, we would first be reduced to mush by my clones. As Clone Kate watched the robot and Rex struggle against the gigantic spider's webs of the Earth's core, she too shook her head in resignation. It's all right. I believe Eve will find a way to rescue us, Rex said confidently. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by a resounding crash, something seemed to have fallen before them. Something has dropped down. As the robot spoke, it twisted its head, illuminating the endless darkness, allowing everyone to discern the object that had fallen before them. It was Eve. As the crowd followed the robot's beam of light, they were confronted with the sight of a beautiful young girl, tattered and bleeding, in a state of utter disarray. Indeed, this was the Atom Eve, who had managed to evade the traps of the Earthquake Doctor due to her ability to fly freely. At this moment, Eve appeared to have just emerged from a perilous battle, and it was evident that she had been overpowered by her adversary and left gravely injured. Eve, are you all right? A gasp arose from the valiant team as their last hope was dashed, gazing at the unconscious Eve. Ha ha ha. It seems you have exhausted your options. At that moment, accompanied by a sinister chuckle, the previously dim underground world was suddenly illuminated by blinding lights, instantly brightening the entire realm. The valiant team, ensnared by threads, could now discern the full extent of their surroundings thanks to this unexpected brilliance. This is impossible. There's a palace in the depths of the earth. Rex and Kate exclaimed in disbelief. This is troublesome. Even a robot felt overwhelmed upon witnessing the scene before it. The valiant group found themselves trapped in the heart of a vast underground palace, where a towering statue of the Earthquake Doctor loomed, lifelike and majestic. Beneath this grand sculpture stood a row of crosses, each bearing a face that the valiant team recognized all too well, the renowned Global Guardians. Is this a joke? Immortal Hero, Darkwing, War Woman, Crimson Speedster, Mars Hero, Green Ghost, and Water King have all been captured? Wasn't it agreed that we were here to assist the Global Guardians and offer some support? Rex gazed at the superheroes bound to the crosses, disbelief etched on his face. Seriously, how did Crimson Speedster get caught? Aren't you the fastest superhero on Earth? Apologies, kid. I never anticipated that the Earthquake Doctor would coat my path with grease. Thus, what happened next, you're already aware of, replied Crimson Speedster weakly, having suffered a leg fracture that rendered him unable to run. What about Immortal Hero and War Woman? How did you fall into his clutches? Rex pressed on. Sorry, kid. We did our utmost, said Immortal Hero and War Woman, their heads bowed in shame. In truth, both had indeed given their all, each having dispatched more than 2 gigantic centipedes. However, the multitude of formidable insects in this subterranean realm proved overwhelming. After a fierce battle lasting several hours, they ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of Dr. Seismic's insect minions and the subterranean giants, leading to their capture. As for Darkwing, Marsman, and Aquaman, they were merely extraneous figures in this underground world. Green Goblin, too, fell victim to the newly developed gravitational waves crafted by Dr. Seismic. Thus, the Global Guardians faced total annihilation. At that moment, an array of lights flickered to life. Where do these lights come from in the underground world? Rex quipped. You would rather not know, the robot replied, shaking its head with a hint of resignation. Good grief, that's not light at all. In response, Rex instinctively followed the source of these illuminations, only to be confronted by a spine-chilling sight. The radiance that he had mistaken for colossal incandescent bulbs was, in fact, not genuine light, but rather pairs of glimmering eyes shining through the darkness. Each pair belonged to a creature of considerable size. Centipedes, scorpions, or spiders, each reaching lengths of over 100 meters. There were no fewer than 100 of these monstrous arthropods. Rex exclaimed furiously. To be precise, they're all arthropods. The robot corrected him. Silence. You know I have not received an education, Rex retorted, gritting his teeth, overwhelmed by their predicament. Their valiant team could not even contend with a single monster, yet here they faced hundreds. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of underground dwellers. Huh, are you feeling despair? You should. At that moment, Dr. Seismic descended from above, using the gravitational waves to lift the incapacitated Eve and hurl her onto a newly fashioned cross. He then turned to the assembly, speaking with malevolence. "I intend to instill despair within you." "Why does he speak so erratically?" Rex inquired, looking perplexed at Dr. Seismic. He was once a professor in the geology department at the University of Chicago. During an experiment, he fortuitously developed seismic gloves, but hastily tested them without ascertaining their side effects, resulting in damage to his brain, the robot elucidated. According to the estimates from relevant teams, every time Dr. Seismic used the gloves, he sustained a concussion, leading to his increasing madness and his current desire to annihilate humanity. Kate then added, "Enough. My desire to destroy humanity began during my undergraduate studies. You know, I majored in sociology and women's studies." Dr. Seismic interjected. "Enough of this idle chatter. I wish to wager your lives against my old adversary, Superman," Dr. Seismic declared. "You despicable fiend. Superman will surely thwart your nefarious plans, whatever they may be." Even when bound to the cross, the immortal hero continued to roar defiantly at Dr. Earthquake. "I shall prove to him that humanity lacks the merit for salvation." Dr. Earthquake dismissed the hero's ramblings, continuing to expound upon his lengthy monologue. "And as for you," with a grand gesture, Dr. Earthquake commanded his army of arthropods, which quickly advanced towards the members of the Crucified Guard. They appeared eager to make an appetizer of these superheroes. "Wait a moment. Did you not just declare that you would take us hostage and wager against Superman? How is it that your stance has shifted so abruptly?" Rex asked, bewildered, observing the erratic Dr. Earthquake. "Did you truly expect a madman to adhere to his nonsensical proclamations?" Kate remarked, casting Rex a sidelong glance, her expression one of disbelief. "Ah ha ha, perish." Dr. Earthquake laughed maniacally, seemingly envisioning the scene where his little creations would shred the heroes to pieces. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by a violent roar, the ceiling of the underground palace was torn asunder, and a man clad in black combat attire descended slowly from above. Perhaps due to the dim lighting of the subterranean chamber, the onlookers could not discern the man's face, yet they clearly recognized the large emblem emblazoned upon his chest. "Marvelous! It's Superman. We are saved." Even though they could not see the man's true visage, the mere sight of that iconic symbol on his chest led them to instinctively deduce the identity of this celestial being. No other hero would dare to adorn themselves with such an emblem besides Superman. Zzz. As they pondered this, a torrent of searing heat descended from the heavens, obliterating several of the massive arthropods closest to him. Is Superman truly this violent? For a moment, both the guard and the young heroes were taken aback. Chapter 26, Robot. I believe Eden was right. Boom. Without allowing anyone time to contemplate further, Superman plummeted from the sky like a meteor, his fists raining down upon the colossal arthropods poised to attack the guard and the young heroes. These creatures, comparable in size to Godzilla and possessing the might to overpower the immortal hero and Wonder Woman, crumbled effortlessly beneath Superman's strikes, as if they were mere tofu. In mere moments, under the onslaught of this deluge of green insect rain, hundreds of enormous arthropods met their demise. "No, my precious creatures. Halt, Superman. You cannot do this. I shall bring you before the Insect and Arthropod Protection Association." Dr. Earthquake lamented as he observed the swift demise of the colossal arthropods, clutching his head in anguish, his cries filled with despair and defiance. Regrettably, the man clad in black armor paid him no heed, preoccupied with annihilating the entities he deemed necessary to eradicate. These subterranean beings, it appeared, possessed a modicum of intelligence, capable of communication as sentient beings. Perhaps they had merely been deceived by the Earthquake Doctor. Despite being bound to a crucifix alongside the subterranean creatures, Wonder Woman did not forget to plead for their mercy. After all, in her eyes, these beings had not committed any egregious acts. To Wonder Woman, a true hero must embody compassion. Alas, the black-clad Superman seemed impervious to Wonder Woman's entreaties, violently obliterating every subterranean creature in his path. Their peculiar physiology caused them to erupt with molten matter upon death, which swiftly spread across the ground, illuminating the underground palace in place of the giant worm's eyes. For a moment, Wonder Woman found her words trapped in her throat, rendered speechless. Do you not sense that this Superman appears somewhat amiss? At that moment, Immortal Man seemed to discern a critical flaw. Observing the Superman, who had not engaged with anyone and was efficiently vanquishing every foe, he could not help but inquire, "He is not Superman." Wonder Woman asserted with certainty. Facial recognition error. Facial recognition error. Facial recognition error. The robot, utilizing its scanner, continually attempted to identify the features of the black-clad Superman, but each attempt yielded the same conclusion: identification error. He concealed his true visage. After thorough analysis, the robot concluded as much. Nevertheless, the efficiency of the black-armored Superman surpassed all expectations. In less than 5 minutes, the entire underground realm fell into silence. The dark figure stood amidst the pools of blood, resembling a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell, leaving both the Guardians and the young heroes utterly speechless. Suddenly, a crimson beam flashed, severing the webs that bound the Guardians and the young heroes. "Regardless, thank you, Superman," they uttered after a moment of silence, addressing the unfamiliar figure in black. After all, he bore the symbol of Superman upon his chest, did he not? The black-clad Superman, in response, offered no words, tacitly accepting the title. "Everything is ruined. You have destroyed all that I had." At that moment, the Earthquake Doctor, overlooked by the black-armored Superman, stormed toward the group, cursing vehemently as he retrieved his Earthquake ring, intent on plunging them all into the Earth's depths. Alas, the Earthquake Doctor's movements were far too sluggish. Before the Earthquake Doctor could act, the man clad in a black battlesuit had already taken the initiative. With a mere glance, he severed the device from the Earthquake Doctor's grasp, along with both of his arms. Simultaneously, the Earthquake Doctor felt a dizzying whirl in his mind. Amidst the disorientation, he vaguely perceived a headless corpse, dressed in a white lab coat, standing motionless before him. "Is this my body? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Have I truly perished? Have I truly been slain by Superman?" The Earthquake Doctor was undoubtedly an astute individual. Upon witnessing his own lifeless form, disbelief flooded his eyes. Panic, fear, and confusion enveloped him. Wasn't it said that Superman would never kill? Indeed, the so-called supervillains dared to taunt Superman precisely because he was a paragon of virtue, one who would never take a life. But alas, Eden was no such hero. For good people are often at the mercy of others wielding firearms. In a daze, the Earthquake Doctor replayed his life in his mind, ultimately concluding, "Had I known Superman was capable of murder, I would never have provoked him." With a soft thud, as the Earthquake Doctor's head fell, the curtain finally descended on a notorious supervillain. "You killed him?" Rex felt his mind swirling. Everything transpired too swiftly for him to grasp what had occurred before he witnessed the Earthquake Doctor's demise. "You are not Superman. Superman would never kill, no matter the circumstances," proclaimed the immortal knight with certainty. "Answer me immediately. Who are you?" Wonder Woman demanded, her gaze fixed intently on the figure in the black battlesuit. "I am the savior of your Guardians, the man in black." Eden finally spoke, rendering everyone present speechless with a single declaration. In that instant, the expressions of both the Guardians and the young heroes varied, yet none could muster a retort. Superheroes? Eden surveyed their reactions with disdain, chuckling softly as he lifted Eve, who had been severely injured by the Earthquake Doctor. "Hey, what are you going to do with Eve?" Rex, despite his inferior strength compared to Eden, gathered the courage to confront him. "I shall take her to the hospital. She has at least 20 fractures. You ought to thank the heavens that her broken ribs did not puncture her organs." After assessing Eve's condition with his gaze, Eden utilized his heat vision to staunch her bleeding. "I am sorry," Rex's words caught in his throat for a long moment as he lowered his head in defeat. "And you, Global Guardians, if even you, the so-called superheroes, require assistance from others in times of peril, it would be best for you to disband swiftly. The safety of the entire planet should be entrusted solely to the Almighty and Superman." Before departing, Eden did not hesitate to criticize the Global Guardian team. Regarding this matter, Eden remarked, casting a glance at the hellish underworld, "I shall return in an hour to check for any discarded eggs and the subterranean inhabitants." Indeed, Eden displayed remarkable prudence. Only by eradicating the colossal arthropods of the underworld can the safety of humanity be assured. It is only through such measures that Sisel will no longer need to call for help due to the threat of giant insects. These arthropods have existed in the underworld for over 1 billion years. It is we humans who have disrupted their existence. You should not seek to exterminate them. Furthermore, you should not have taken the life of Dr. Earthquake. We ought to apprehend him and deliver him to prison. allowing a judge to pass judgment. At this moment, Immortal swiftly approached Eden, reproaching him loudly. So, are you implying that all the thousands of attacks and tens of thousands of casualties caused by Dr. Earthquake over the years are solely your responsibility, Immortal? Or is it that you empathize with these arthropods due to your shared longevity? Eden questioned, gazing intently at Immortal. Me? Immortal hesitated at a loss for words. Listen well, Immortal, aside from you, no one possesses eternal life. Eden struck at the very core of Immortal's concerns. Now please step aside, Eden stated, looking at Immortal. This time, Immortal remained silent and quietly moved aside. Eden, with no intention of further discussion, lifted the severely injured and unconscious Eve and promptly retraced his steps. As for the members of the Guardian team and the young heroes, they simply watched Eden depart. I do not like him, Immortal finally said after a pause. Nor do I, echoed the others from both teams. His demeanor is indeed unappealing. However, based on my calculations, the superhero clad in black armor is invariably correct. The robot interjected. In response, both the Guardian team and the young heroes silently regarded the robot, refraining from further comment. Chapter 27. Immortal. I demand an explanation. Sissel. Very well, you are dismissed. After swiftly transporting the critically injured and unconscious Eve to the designated hospital of the Global Defense Bureau, Eden returned to the Kent residence, preoccupied with his own thoughts. Upon returning home, Eden first indulged in a soothing hot shower. Afterward, he instinctively glanced at the clock, only to realize that merely 5 minutes had elapsed. He then proceeded to the largest supermarket nearby for some shopping. After all, Eden was about to embark on a fortnight-long journey to Mars with the less-than-competent astronauts assigned to him. Beep. Just as Eden completed his preparations and settled down on the sofa to rest, the sound of his phone ringing pierced the air once more. Huh? Eden raised an eyebrow, perplexed as to who might be calling him at this hour. With a hint of confusion, he retrieved his phone, swiped to unlock it, and upon seeing the caller's name, it was indeed Sissel. Hello, Sissel. If my memory serves me right, I have already rescued every member of both the Guard and the young heroes for you. What more do you want from me? The subsequent logistical matters should be the responsibility of your defense bureau, shouldn't they? If you can't handle such trivial tasks, perhaps it's time for you to consider retirement. After a brief 5-second contemplation, Eden answered the call, launching into a tirade before Sissel could utter a word. Then, if it were not for an unavoidable situation, I would not be reaching out to you, Sissel replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. If it were not an absolute necessity, he would prefer not to beseech Eden, the revered figure towering over everyone in the Global Defense Bureau. Speak your mind, what is it? Eden responded succinctly. Eden, what exactly did you do to the immortal hero while you were in the underworld? Upon his return, he has been clamoring to withdraw from the Guard, and there's no stopping him. Sissel was genuinely wearied. Frankly, he still had a multitude of issues regarding supervillains threatening Earth's safety and peace that remained unresolved. Yet, now the superheroes had begun to squabble amongst themselves, striking in protest. This damned defense bureau chief certainly had a challenging role. Then let him resign. The Global Guard has no need for a coward like the immortal hero. Do I really need to teach you this, Sissel? As for the specifics, you can inquire with the robot. Eden cursed vehemently for a moment before instructing Sissel to seek clarity from the robot about the matter, then abruptly ended the call. Oh, by the way, if it weren't for the immortal hero's reminder, I would have completely forgotten about exterminating the pests in the underworld. Eden mused, and with a shift of thought, donned his sleek, dark battle attire, returning once more to the underworld to conduct a thorough cleansing. Meanwhile, at the Global Defense Bureau, TSK, after being unjustly berated by Eden, Sissel was seething with anger. Having contributed so much to Earth, he was perpetually reprimanded for the shortcomings of his subordinates. Who wouldn't he be infuriated in such a situation? Indeed, perhaps even Sissel was unaware that deep within his heart, he unconsciously placed Eden in a position of authority over himself. Robot, come here, Sissel thought, summoning the machine through remote communication technology. Sissel, I am here, the robot replied. After a brief pause, it entered the Global Defense Bureau's headquarters, moving unobstructed into Sissel's office. What folly is that imbecile, the immortal hero, causing? Sissel inquired as he regarded the robot. It concerns the insects, the robot responded. Insects? Sissel was taken aback. The man in black believes that the colossal arthropods of the subterranean world pose a grave threat to the safety of all human life and property, and thus intends to eradicate them. However, the immortal hero contends that it was humanity that first invaded the underworld, provoking these ancient arthropods, which have survived for over 100 million years, into attacking the Guardians and the young heroes. Therefore, the immortal hero insists that humanity should refrain from further intrusions into the subterranean realm and relinquish it to its rightful inhabitants. Eden has done splendidly, Sissel mused, expressing admiration upon hearing of Eden's actions. That fool, the immortal hero, he then cursed in anger due to the immortal hero's stupidity. Cockroaches have also existed for millions of years. Would you refrain from crushing one upon sight? The white-feathered chicken is a descendant of dinosaurs as well. I have yet to witness that scoundrel, the immortal hero, forego a chicken sandwich. As he vented his frustrations, Sissel's mind began to churn with thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Global Guardians headquarters, a gathering of members convened for a meeting. Upon hearing the immortal hero express his intention to withdraw from the Guardians, shock washed over the assembly. Immortal hero, are you serious? Do you truly intend to leave the Guardians? War Woman, perplexed, inquired, all because of some arthropods? Is not merely that. I believe Sissel does not respect us. You all witnessed that man in black. Before our peril, we were oblivious to his existence. Sissel, behind our backs, harbored such a formidable and ruthless being. Whom does he intend to use him against? The immortal hero exclaimed in fury. As his outburst resonated, a profound silence enveloped the Guardians present. Perhaps Sissel has his reasons. Chisoku attempted to defend him. Chisoku, cease your defense of Sissel. That man is not worth your loyalty. Today, we face two choices. Either Sissel must confront us directly and reveal all his secrets, or I shall depart from the Guardians. I believe that Zeiser, being the astute individual he is, will undoubtedly make the right choice, the everlasting hero confidently proclaimed. Buzz. At that moment, accompanied by a blinding flash of light, Zeiser finally materialized within the conference room of the Guard Squad. Zeiser, have you contemplated how to explain yourself to us, the members of the Guard Squad? The everlasting hero inquired coldly, eyeing the tardy Zeiser. In the everlasting hero's view, Zeiser had come bearing sincerity, intending to offer explanations and apologies to the original members of the Guard Squad. Everlasting hero, haven't you resigned from the squad? What are you still doing here? Zeiser queried, perplexed upon seeing the everlasting hero. Is that so? Given your earnest apology, I might be inclined to. What did you just say? The everlasting hero looked at Zeiser in confusion. He thought his ears were playing tricks on him, as he could have sworn he heard Zeiser tell him to leave. You may leave now. Everlasting hero, Zeiser said dismissively, not bothering to cast another glance at him. Do you truly believe you are Eden? Everlasting hero, perhaps you should reflect on your current state. You lack the qualifications to negotiate with Zeiser. Aside from the everlasting hero, who else intended to resign from the squad? Let us clarify everything today, so I do not have to return again, Zeiser stated after addressing the everlasting hero's inquiry. Originally, those Guard Squad members who had promised to support the everlasting hero now bowed their heads in submission, particularly for those like the Martians who were already marginalized on Earth. Offending Zeiser meant they could no longer remain on the planet. I shall grant you 5 seconds to contemplate your decision. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zeiser allotted this group of original Guard Squad members 5 seconds to decide their fate within the squad. It appeared that aside from the everlasting hero, there were no others contemplating resignation. Very well. Now let us discuss the future management and selection system of the Guard Squad. After 5 seconds, Zeiser noted that all present Guard Squad members were intimidated into silence, and he nodded in satisfaction, continuing, the recent incident with Dr. Earthquake has left me profoundly disappointed. Thus, I shall establish a second team to address various dangers. As Zeiser elaborated on the formation and management of the second team to the original members of the Guard Squad, the everlasting hero sat in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss. Am I unemployed now? He murmured after a long silence. Until the conclusion of the meeting, the everlasting hero remained in a daze. My apologies, but you will no longer have use for this during the proceedings. Darkwing retrieved the communicator he had previously entrusted to the everlasting hero. After all, with the everlasting hero's expulsion, much like Black Samson, this device had lost its relevance. Chapter 28. The Path to Eden's Strength and the Journey to Mars. In the future, I shall appoint the robot as the security advisor for the Guardian Squad, entrusting it entirely with the selection process for the Global Guardian Squad's second team. After Sissel's departure, he initiated yet another online meeting for the Guardian Squad, this time devoid of the immortal hero, ultimately deciding to delegate the selection duties for the Global Guardian Squad's second team solely to the robot. To be candid, Sissel harbored no trust in the recruitment efforts of the first team's inept members. The robot's eyes flickered momentarily, yet it ultimately acquiesced to Sissel's directive. As for the matter concerning the cloaked superhuman, that was never something you should have contemplated. Understood? I do not wish to see any member of the Guardian Squad conducting private investigations into him. The fate of the immortal hero has already set a precedent for you. In closing, Sissel reminded everyone in the Guardian Squad to refrain from further inquiries regarding the cloaked superhuman. The fewer individuals privy to Eden's identity, the better. By the way, aside from Sissel, Donald, and other high-ranking officials within the Defense Bureau, the only one who knows Eden's identity is the robot. However, the robot is astute, always referring to Eden as the cloaked superhuman in public discourse. After the meeting adjourned, the members of the Guardian Squad convened privately once more. They first reassured the immortal hero, affirming that he would always remain a part of their squad, regardless of Sissel's assertions. Yet, when it came to the cloaked superhuman, the members of the Guardian Squad tacitly chose to remain silent. Did no one notice how the immortal hero was expelled after merely voicing a few protests? Clearly, the standing of the cloaked superhuman in Sissel's eyes far eclipsed that of their global Guardian Squad. Sissel remarked, "You are mistaken. It is simply because you are my subordinates, while Eden is my superior. Ahem. As for Eden, he harbors no interest or concern for the affairs of the Guardian Squad." As evening fell, Eden commenced another simulation. System, initiate simulation. He declared confidently, "This time, I shall challenge 3 elite Vexians in unison." Simulation preparing. The system promptly began to simulate the scenario. This time, the setting for Eden's simulation was a pitch-black void of space. And his opponents? They were 3 of the 4 Vexian kings, Lucan, Shura, and Vito. In the vacuum of space, where sound cannot travel, there was no exchange of banter. Upon their encounter, it was straight to combat. Eden was the first to strike, launching himself at Lucan, the most powerful of the 3, and landed a punch squarely on the nigga's face. Though sound could not travel in the vacuum, the crimson blood that spilled from Lucan's mouth was still glaringly vivid. Shura and Vito exchanged instinctive glances, both astonished by the unfolding scene. However, the combat prowess of the Vexians forced Shura and Vito to flank Eden, trapping him in the middle. At this moment, Lucan regained consciousness and surged towards Eden like a shooting star. In instinctive response, Eden raised his left hand to counter, but Vito, the closest adversary, found his left hand inexplicably ensnared. Turning his gaze, Eden observed Shura utilizing her long braid as a binding rope, tightly restraining his left wrist. Cursing inwardly, Eden barely had time to address Shura on his left before Vito lunged forward, seizing his right hand. At that moment, Lucan, whose face was battered and bloodied, with 2 front teeth missing, approached Eden, displaying a menacing grin. Unfortunately for Lucan, before he could advance, Eden's eyes had already transformed into a crimson hue, a terrifying heat vision searing into Lucan's face. As Lucan recoiled, Eden swiftly turned his head, severing Shura's long hair with his heat vision. Simultaneously, Vito's fists rained down upon Eden like a torrential storm, causing him to spit blood. Nevertheless, Eden paid no heed to Vito. As soon as he liberated his left hand by cutting Shura's hair, he forcefully pushed Vito aside and darted towards the weakest of the 3, Shura, seizing her neck with both hands. Shura, nearly losing consciousness from Eden's terrifying strength, continued to unleash a flurry of supersonic punches, hammering relentlessly against Eden's chest until it turned crimson. Yet, Eden's might prevailed. With veins bulging, Eden exerted his strength, ultimately contorting Shura's neck into an unnatural position, leading to her demise in the vacuum of battle. After dealing with Shura, Eden turned around, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood, his gaze fierce and fixated on Vito and Lucan in the distance. Thus, with 3 shooting star-like figures, a fierce battle ensued once more. An hour later, Eden bore 2 fist-sized wounds on his chest, and apart from Shura, the vacuum now contained 2 more lifeless Vexian bodies. Ending the simulation, Eden concluded his encounter with the three Vexians and promptly returned to his bedroom. Following his initial confrontation with the trio and achieving victory, perhaps more aptly described as a mutual demise, Eden did not rush into the next simulation, but instead engaged in reflection. In terms of sheer strength, each of the three Vexians fell beneath Nolan, Conqueror, and Craig. Yet when united, their combat power exceeded 111. It was likely that even the current regent, Chai-Go, would find himself overwhelmed by their combined forces. Given the current pace, within a week at most, I shall be prepared to simulate a Berserker or Chai-Go. Certainly, prior to that, one might first engage with the arch-nemesis of the Vexians, the formidable Ragna, a ferocious extraterrestrial feline, for practice, as the Berserker also possesses sharp fangs and claws. Based on Eden's self-assessment, he believes that within a week, he could genuinely overcome the trio of Vexians in unison, rather than merely achieving a mutual destruction. Currently, Eden perceives his prowess as such. When confronting a singular elite Vexian, he can swiftly eliminate them with overwhelming force. Against two elite Vexians, he still maintains a distinct advantage to secure victory. However, when faced with three elite Vexians, he would only be able to reach a stalemate, resulting in a mutual demise. The presence of three Vexians represents a significant hurdle. Surpassing this obstacle would denote a qualitative leap in his capabilities. Continuing the simulation, with these thoughts in mind, Eden resumed his training. The following day at dawn, after numerous simulations and engaging in one-on-three challenge matches, he gradually opened his eyes. After tidying himself up, he prepared to head to the far side of the moon to await the rocket's launch. On Friday, at 9 o'clock in the morning, a thunderous roar resonated as the manned Mars exploration rocket, embodying the hopes of the entire Earth, ascended into the sky. In an instant, major newspapers clamored to report on this momentous event, flooding the world with news. As for Eden, once the rocket successfully exited the Earth-Moon system, he quietly perched atop the spacecraft, consuming a sandwich that had become rock-hard due to the frigid vacuum of space and various radiation. Indeed, at this moment, the astronauts inside the rocket remained oblivious to Eden's existence. Even the global audience, seated before their televisions in anticipation of the manned Mars exploration mission's successful execution, were unaware of Eden's presence. As per Cicero's request, Eden was reminded, we must tend to the pride of these astronauts and the space agency. Should they learn that a superhuman capable of traversing between Earth and Mars multiple times in a single day is covertly accompanying them, they would feel utterly inadequate. Therefore, Eden's mission was to rescue these astronauts only in the event of a crisis. Absent any peril, he could simply enjoy a holiday on Mars. Regarding Cicero's entreaty, Eden was largely indifferent and even quite content, for he harbored no desire for fame. Chapter 29. Finally, simulating the Berserker. A week later, the spacecraft, bearing the collective hopes of humanity, finally breached the Martian atmosphere. Subsequently, the four exceptionally selected astronauts, aboard a specialized descent vehicle, departed from the exploration vessel and spent approximately half an hour landing on the rough, reddish-brown surface of Mars. Brothers, the mission commences. We merely need to traverse the preordained course, collecting samples of Martian ore to consider our mission a success. As for the topographical mapping of Mars, during our sample collection, our spacecraft will orbit the planet, capturing images from the vastness of space within an hour. The leader of the four astronauts addressed his team regarding the tasks required for their Martian landing. Meanwhile, Eden appeared to be absent from the descent, remaining atop the exploration vessel, eyes closed, engaged in a simulation amidst the cosmos. After a week of intense simulation, Eden had arrived at a pivotal moment. 5 days prior, in the simulated realm, Eden found himself facing the formidable alliance of 3 elite Vexians. However, this time, he was not pitted against the likes of Lucan, Shura, and Vito from the Four Kings, but rather confronted by Conqueror, Nolan, and General Craig, 3 of the most formidable Vexians, second only to the Regent Cryg. The backdrop of this confrontation was a desolate planet, where the youthful-looking Nolan and his companions donned their Vexian battle attire. In an instant, Eden materialized before the trio, eschewing any trivial conversation, moving with the swiftness of lightning directly towards the mightiest among them, Conqueror. "You have no idea how foolish your actions are," Conqueror remarked, his gaze reflecting neither fear nor trepidation, but rather a palpable eagerness and thirst for blood. Without a hint of hesitation, Eden engaged Conqueror, effortlessly severing his mechanical right arm with a single stroke, and with a mere finger, he blinded the remaining left eye. Eden's fluid movements bore the elegance of mastery, as if he had bested Conqueror countless times, ingraining the memory within his very being. "My eye!" Conqueror shouted in rage, evidently taken aback by Eden's astounding prowess. Simultaneously, Eden's actions were relentless. Gripping Conqueror's severed arm, he hurled it to the left, sending Nolan, who had rushed in for support, soaring into the air. Next, Eden swung his right fist with ferocity, striking General Craig, who had attempted a surprise attack from the right, sending him reeling, blood streaming from his nostrils. After executing these maneuvers, Eden's gaze returned to Conqueror. He soared before him, delivering a decisive strike to his abdomen, painting the sky a vivid crimson. Conqueror instinctively clutched his wounded belly with his remaining arm. With a thunderous impact, Eden unleashed a powerful punch to Conqueror's head, sending him crashing to the planet's surface, utterly oblivious to the fate that awaited him. Without a glance at the fallen Conqueror, Eden surged forward, accelerating to catch up with General Craig, whom he had just sent flying, and seized the latter's throat with both hands. "Damn it!" General Craig roared, his fists raining down upon Eden's chest like a barrage of raindrops. Despite the relentless assault from such a formidable Vexian, the only visible result was a trickle of crimson at the corner of Eden's mouth. With a sudden exertion of strength, Eden twisted General Craig's neck into an unnatural angle. "Only you remain, Nolan." After this deed, Eden turned his gaze towards Nolan, clad in Vexian battle attire, and offered a cold smile. "Curse it!" Upon returning from outer space and seeing the fallen Conqueror and the lifeless Craig, Nolan could only curse in frustration. He then quickened his pace, charging toward Eden. "Huh!" Eden smiled, instantly accelerating to meet him. Boom! In the next moment, the two Vexians collided with a force akin to a meteor striking Earth. The tremendous shockwave from their clash was visible even from space. 5 minutes later, the simulation concluded. Total time, 20 minutes. Upon finishing the simulation, Eden immediately heard the system's prompt. To eliminate 3 elite Vexians in merely 20 minutes? Given the distance to Mars, there should be ample opportunity to continue my endeavors. Eden stretched his stiff neck, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. It was time to commence the next phase. "Come forth, Berserker." Eden addressed the system. System simulation initiated. Character, Berserker. Location, desolate planet. Simulation commences. In an instant, everything around Eden transformed. On a planet resembling Mars, a white beast, adorned in crimson and exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a lion, stood before him. This white lion radiated destruction, battle, and madness. He was a pure warrior, a relentless killing machine. Let us dispense with pleasantries. You know why I've sought you. Just facing the monstrous entity sent a shiver down Eden's spine, igniting a rare fervor within him. He could almost hear his heart pounding fiercely, adrenaline surging through his veins. "Fight!" The Berserker's eyes glimmered with bloodlust as he unsheathed his massive blade and charged at Eden. Whoosh! In an instant, the Berserker erupted like a missile. While Eden descended like a shooting star, the two formidable warriors collided. In their initial encounter, neither Eden nor the Berserker gained the upper hand. Unfazed, Eden deftly evaded the Berserker's punch, countering with a strike to his opponent's abdomen. Bang! Immediately, Eden felt as though he had struck an indestructible iron block, accompanied by the resounding echo of a metallic clash. "Are you still clad in armor?" Eden inquired, furrowing his brow. "Huh!" The Berserker beast scoffed, discarding his cleaver before shedding his armor. In a lowered tone, he proclaimed, "Do not accuse me of lacking valor. You shall not claim any victory from me." As Eden spoke, he swung a fist once more towards the Berserker beast. "Umph!" The Berserker beast retorted, responding with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a force that reverberated across the planet's surface, creating a profound indentation, while a terrifying shockwave obliterated all matter in their vicinity, forming a vacuum stretching for hundreds of miles. This was a fierce battle, for a considerable duration. Neither the Berserker beast nor Eden could secure a swift victory over the other. Do not blame me for not warning you. My natural claws and fangs are not mere weapons. At that moment, the Berserker beast seized the opportunity, raking his claws across Eden's chest, leaving 5 deep, bone-visible wounds. He chuckled coldly. Sizzle. In response, Eden lightly caressed the wound on his chest, neither angry nor agitated. However, his eyes suddenly glowed a fierce crimson, unleashing a torrent of scorching gaze towards the berserker beast. Roar! Everything unfolded with astonishing speed, as the berserker beast was scorched by Eden's fiery gaze, crying out in agony while shielding his eyes. Do not say I didn't warn you. My innate fiery vision cannot be classified as a laser weapon. Observing the temporarily blinded berserker beast, Eden approached with a cold smile. Their confrontation lasted a staggering 60 hours. Yes, even with the combined prowess of Kryptonians and Vexians, Eden required a full 60 hours to overcome the berserker beast. Furthermore, Eden bore over 70 wounds, some inflicted by the claws of the berserker beast and others by its teeth. Truly a beast. Fortunately, the victor in the end was still Eden. In simulation, Eden sat beside the corpse of the berserker beast, gasping for breath, and announced the conclusion of the simulation to the system. Understood. In the blink of an eye, Eden's form was instantly restored aboard the Mars exploration vessel. How long did I simulate? Eden inquired of the system. A total of 60 hours. The system responded to Eden's query. That is quite a lengthy duration. Eden mused, reflecting upon this being the longest simulation he had ever undertaken, surpassing even his expectations. One could only commend the berserker beast for its unparalleled vitality and combat prowess. By the way, have we arrived at Mars? Continuing, Eden seemed to recall something and proceeded to inquire. The system responded to Eden's question, indicating that approximately 12 hours had elapsed since their arrival on Mars. And it had been 11 hours since the Mars exploration team began their investigations. Good grief, Eden's expression abruptly shifted. With a swift motion, he breached the Martian atmosphere and plummeted rapidly, murmuring to himself, "It has only been 11 hours. I hope these half-baked astronauts haven't caused any major incidents." Chapter 30. The Martian Emperor. In principle, I should execute the Earthlings. Yet, Eden epitomizes principle. It proved true that Eden's overthinking would eventually come to fruition. Mars, the inner world, for elite astronauts, selected from across the globe, were now encircled by countless Martians, standing before their great emperor. Had they adhered to the exploratory route devised by Martian Knight, one of the original members of the Global Guardians, these 4 distinguished astronauts could have sidestepped all perils and effortlessly fulfilled their mission. However, it was evident that the blood coursing through their veins was imbued with the spirit of adventure and challenge. Ultimately, these 4 elite astronauts met their demise. Upon discovering an underground cavern emanating a faint green glow, they could not suppress their urge to explore. Particularly after realizing the absence of radiation and detecting high-energy responses within. They ventured inside. The result was catastrophic. The 4 were apprehended by Martians guarding the subterranean cave, known as the habitat of the squid dogs, and were brought before their illustrious ruler, the Martian Emperor. "Greetings, we are astronauts from Earth. Like Mars, Earth is one of the planets in the solar system. We come to this planet with goodwill and respect," the team leader of the astronauts proclaimed after a brief moment of contemplation upon encountering the Martian Emperor. The Martian Emperor remained silent, regarding him with a cold gaze. "Do you understand what I am saying?" the astronaut leader asked, taken aback and probing cautiously. "Of course. I am the Martian Emperor. I know everything," the Emperor replied. "Wonderful. You can speak English?" the astronaut leader exclaimed, his excitement ignited upon realizing the Emperor's ability to communicate. "I speak Martian," the Emperor stated, shaking his head. "Now, give me a reason not to execute you." The Martian Emperor regarded the 4 astronauts with a frigid demeanor. "We come with respect, peace, and love," the astronaut leader asserted confidently. The Martian Emperor fell silent for a moment before shaking his head and ordering, "Kill them all. We cannot allow them to be parasitized by the squid dogs." Stop. "We truly harbor no hostility towards you." The Emperor's words left the 4 astronauts momentarily stunned, and they waved their hands in protest. "However, your arrival on Mars has brought us considerable troubles. From the moment you set foot on our planet, chaos ensued." The Martian Emperor shook his head, stating, "You're utterly oblivious to the terror of the cephalopod hounds. Once an intelligent being falls prey to their parasitic nature, they can unleash catastrophic disasters capable of obliterating entire civilizations. Only we, the shape-shifting Martians, possess the means to withstand them. As for you Earthlings, you are powerless and shall meet your demise. Now, I have made myself clear. Take them away and execute them in accordance with our laws." The Martian Emperor spoke coldly. In that moment, a wave of regret washed over the 4 elite astronauts. They should never have ventured beyond their designated mission. Suddenly, amidst their despair, a deafening roar echoed, and they witnessed the Martian base being breached by an external force, a gaping hole carved through sheer might. The next instant, a man clad in black combat attire, emblazoned with a symbol reminiscent of Superman, descended from the heavens. Is that Superman? The astronauts instinctively raised their hands, gesturing toward the sky, their voices trembling with hope. Yet, there was something unsettling about this so-called superhero. The team leader, gazing at the figure cloaked in shadows, murmured to himself, "I must take these 4 with me." The newcomer was none other than Eden. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly approached the Martian Emperor, declaring, "No, you cannot proceed with this." The Martian Emperor, infuriated, retorted, "I have already decided their fate." Sighing in resignation, Eden observed the stubborn and volatile Martian Emperor. In an instant, he displayed an extraordinary speed, snatching a weapon made of a peculiar metal from one of the Emperor's guards. Before the astonished assembly, he crumpled the weapon into a ball and placed it gently before the Martian Emperor. The entire gathering of Martians was left dumbfounded, their faces reflecting disbelief. "Listen, I'm not negotiating. This is a command. If you wish to avoid being reduced to a mere ball and confined within a metal vessel to endure a miserable existence, it would be wise to heed my words." Eden stood before the Martian Emperor, his eyes igniting with a fierce crimson glare, speaking with a calm authority. Indeed, Eden was not issuing a threat. He was laying down an undeniable fact. "Comply with my orders. Escort them immediately to the ship outside." After a 5-second silence, the Martian Emperor immediately retracted his statement, dismissing all notions of Martian laws and principles as irrelevant. In theory, he should have condemned the Earthlings to death. Yet those cunning Earthlings had sent principals to Mars. Is Superman truly so violent? Meanwhile, the 4 astronauts from Earth were utterly bewildered. This was not the Superman they had envisioned. Just as the Martian Emperor intended to dispatch soldiers to escort the Earthlings back to Eden, Eden interrupted the proceedings once more. "What now?" Eden's words sent a chill down the spine of the already anxious Martian Emperor, nearly dislodging his crown. "Who are you?" Eden inquired, seizing the arm of one astronaut. The astronaut, awkwardly chuckling, suddenly transformed into a Martian. "Good heavens! He is not Smith. He is a Martian." The astronauts gasped in confusion, questioning the whereabouts of Smith. The Martian Emperor glared at the impostor with murderous intent. "You are exiled," he declared, punishing the transgressor without hesitation. Meanwhile, Eden heightened his super senses to the maximum, and within a minute his eyes locked onto a direction, his body vanishing like a bullet before the assembled crowd. "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" a Martian inquired. "First, immediately transport these damned Earthlings to their spacecraft. Second, repair this leaking ceiling," the Martian Emperor commanded. Outside, on the Martian surface, the astronaut named Smith was enveloped by countless squid dogs, laughing maniacally as he commanded them, coldly declaring, "I will tear you apart." "No, you will not have that opportunity." Just then, Eden appeared before the astronaut in a dazzling flash, effortlessly pulling him from the clutches of the squid dogs with one hand, and with a powerful punch, sent thousands of the creatures soaring into the sky. Zzz. Scorching beams of heat erupted from Eden's eyes, melting and obliterating the squid dogs above. "No, this is impossible. How can such a powerful race exist in the universe?" Meanwhile, the astronaut Smith, under the control of the cephalopod hounds, displayed an expression of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the legion of cephalopod hounds, responsible for the annihilation of countless civilizations and planets within his memories, could be extinguished in an instant by the man before him. Chapter 31. The cephalopod hounds, refined in an instant. The Martians. Earthlings are exceedingly brutal. Watch as I parasitize you. Once I seize control of you, the entire universe will belong to our kind. As a cephalopod hound proclaimed this, it launched a final counterattack towards Eden. The creature detached itself from astronaut Smith and leaped towards Eden, who stood in close proximity. "Huh, your words are devoid of substance. The capabilities and demeanor of your kind are, to me, nothing short of laughable and utterly pitiful." Eden scoffed at the sight, and before the cephalopod hound could descend upon him, his scorching gaze melted it entirely. Do not misunderstand. It was not that these cephalopod hounds possessed the ability to dominate Eden, but rather that Eden found the creature revolting and wished to avoid any close contact. In truth, merely observing the cephalopod hound from a short distance made Eden feel nauseous. Moreover, after utilizing his searing gaze to incinerate all the cephalopod hounds clinging to Smith, he did not relent, but instead scanned Smith's body thoroughly. Ultimately, Eden's gaze settled upon Smith's abdomen, where, as expected, several cunning cephalopod hounds lurked within his stomach. Once the visible cephalopod hounds on the host were eradicated, those hidden within the host's belly would emerge under the cover of night, ready to reparasitize and control him. Out! Eden's super-intelligent brain rapidly calculated, and within a mere second, he analyzed the pressure exerted on Smith, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Upon receiving Eden's blow, Smith instinctively began to vomit, expelling the sly cephalopods that had been concealed within him. Sizzle! Before the expelled cephalopods could hit the ground, Eden's scorching gaze had already incinerated them entirely. Once all the cephalopods within Smith were eradicated, a hint of color returned to his pallid face, and his consciousness gradually began to revive. What has happened to me? Slowly regaining awareness, Smith's eyes reflected confusion and helplessness. At the moment Smith fully awakened, the once united cephalopod hounds instantly fragmented, becoming a disarray of instinct-driven, non-threatening entities. If these parasitic and mind-controlling cephalopod hounds were to remain on Mars, they would ultimately pose a ticking time bomb for the humans living on Earth, ready to detonate at any moment. After successfully rescuing Smith from the clutches of the cephalopod hounds, Eden gazed at the remaining creatures on the ground, his brow furrowed. Let us eliminate them. Ultimately, after a moment's contemplation, Eden devised a flawless solution. With a swift motion, he seized the incapacitated astronaut Smith and soared toward the location of the Mars landing spacecraft. Listen, take him aboard the ship and leave this place immediately. Upon Eden's arrival at the spacecraft site, he noticed that the other astronauts, escorted by Martian guards, had also approached the vicinity of the ship. Observing this, Eden unceremoniously tossed the dazed Smith to the group of astronauts before accelerating away with a deafening sonic boom, vanishing before their eyes. Smith, are you all right? The other astronauts quickly encircled the exhausted Smith, inquiring with concern. I'm fine. Smith nodded gently at the worried faces of his companions. What should we do next? An astronaut asked their leader. We will follow Superman's orders and leave at once. The leader replied decisively. But our mission remains unaccomplished. As news of their imminent return reached the astronauts, one interjected, all the samples were left behind. It will be too late to retrieve them now. The leader's expression tightened with anxiety. Esteemed Earthlings, may I implore you to take me away from here? I have been exiled from my kingdom, and without a means of escape, I shall perish. At that moment, the Martian, who had previously disguised himself as Astronaut Smith, but was unmasked by Eden and subsequently exiled by the Martian king, addressed the Earth astronauts present. Indeed, these Martian soldiers had not only safely escorted the Earth astronauts to this location, but had also abandoned their comrade here at the king's command, leaving him to his fate. We cannot possibly bring back the one who harmed Smith. The Martian's request immediately faced opposition from the other astronauts. A living Martian? The leader of the astronauts scrutinized the Martian before him and suddenly chuckled. Perhaps our mission has not failed after all, and we may even exceed expectations. Are you suggesting we bring a living Martian to Earth in our name? At the leader's insinuation, the expressions of the other three astronauts toward the Martian gradually shifted. In response, the future shapeshifter Smith, now a Martian exile, offered an awkward smile, but a sense of foreboding lingered within him. Meanwhile, on the other side, whoosh. After bidding farewell to the quartet of astronauts, Eden swiftly stirred a whirlwind of dust across the Martian surface at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Eden's infrared gaze had never faltered. Each time that crimson light emanated from his eyes, octopus hounds were incinerated instantaneously. By the time the four astronauts, bearing the spoils of their Martian expedition, a living Martian, boarded their landing craft to rendezvous with their mothership orbiting in space, Eden had thoroughly scoured the entirety of Mars, obliterating all octopus hounds in mere moments. The underworld realm, the Martian kingdom, were Earthlings truly this formidable? Initially, these self-important Martians were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Eden's relentless slaughter of octopus hounds through their satellites. They were compelled to concede that they had underestimated Eden's prowess. Even I must admit that this earthling strength seems to surpass my own, despite my omniscience. After witnessing this carnage, the Martian king wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked dryly. The other Martians fell into a profound silence. At that moment, these Martians longed to retort to their esteemed king, "Please, enlighten us with something we do not already know." Once Eden had eradicated the octopus hounds, he returned to his spacecraft with a sense of fulfillment, having neutralized yet another threat to Earth's safety. Eden arrived at the Earth-Mars exploration mothership nearly simultaneously with the astronauts. Thus, the elite astronauts, having completed their mission, departed from Mars alongside Eden, embarking on their journey back to Earth. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Eden, the industrious Martians were rapidly sculpting a statue soaring to 100 meters in height. If Eden were to glance back at that moment, he would find the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to his own battle-suited form, a guise he had adopted. Chapter 32, Gang Warfare. What does it mean to invite the universe's second most powerful force? During the return journey, Eden diligently engaged in simulations. The return voyage spanned a week. Within this week, Eden conducted 3 simulations. In the first, he spent 55 hours defeating the Berserker Beast. In the second, he required 50 hours to vanquish the same foe. In the third, he accomplished this feat in 40 hours. With each simulation, Eden grew increasingly adept, dispatching the Berserker Beast more swiftly than before, his strength magnifying with each encounter. The total duration for these 3 simulations, combined with Eden's subsequent reviews and analyses, consumed approximately 6.5 days. After completing the simulations, only half a day remained before their return to Earth. In this half-day interlude, Eden made the rare decision to rest rather than continue his simulations. He, too, required time to recalibrate his state of mind, all while pondering the myriad challenges that awaited him upon his return to Earth. Once back on Earth, he could scarcely afford to spend over 40 hours in simulation. He must contemplate his forthcoming strategies. On board the spacecraft, Eden found himself in a state of vexation. Thus, at 9 o'clock on a Saturday evening, amid a cacophony of roaring engines, the Mars exploration vessel successfully touched down on Earth. Click, 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 under the frenzied glare of numerous media cameras for astronauts, accompanied by their living trophy, a Martian disembarked from the spacecraft. This Martian expedition had culminated in a resounding triumph. Moreover, to underscore the camaraderie between Earthlings and Martians, the Martian king had dispatched a representative to Earth to jointly celebrate this momentous victory. Consequently, under the auspices of various factions, the exiled Martian became a global sensation. Yet, one among them, a member of the current Global Guardian team, known as the Mars Hero, shook his head and declared, "This is impossible. The Martian king is a foolish, obstinate, selfish, and paranoid imbecile. He would never send representatives to Earth for the sake of peace between our worlds. That young lad has likely been exiled by the Martian king as well." Indeed, the Mars Hero had unveiled the truth. However, it seemed that the truth did not concern the populace of Earth. "Cecile, has anything significant transpired during my absence this past week?" Just as the entire world rejoiced over the successful human expedition to Mars, Eden quietly returned to his residence and inquired of Cecile. "Buzz." The moment Eden's words fell, Cecile appeared before him, shaking his head. "No, nothing noteworthy. What about my parents? Did they not notice anything amiss?" Eden continued his inquiry. "Regrettably, no." Cecile shook his head and continued. After Nolan successfully resolved the alien invasion crisis and Clark persuaded the Dimensional Lord intent on invading Earth, they returned to Hawaii to resume their blissful life together. "And what of the school?" Eden pressed, seeking information about his academic pursuits. "I had Donald masquerade as you to attend school in your stead. Under our cover, there were no significant disturbances." Cecile replied, "Wait, what do you mean? Letting Donald take my place at school? Just because you look down on our school students doesn't mean you can treat them like characters in a single-player game." Eden retorted, exasperated. "Rest assured, Donald wears a bionic mask, and from an external perspective, it is virtually impossible to discern any difference between him and you," Cecile asserted firmly. "Very well." Eden sighed, begrudgingly conceding to Cecile's words. He felt it necessary to personally assess the situation at the school come Monday. If all were to proceed smoothly, Entrusting Donald to attend classes on his behalf, while he clandestinely honed his abilities, seemed a commendable strategy. Additionally, there was the matter of the selection process for the second team of the Global Guard. During your absence over the past 2 weeks, with the assistance of advanced robotics, we meticulously sifted through over 1,400 applicants from around the globe and narrowed it down to 140 heroes. The initial 7 members of the second team will be selected from this pool. Furthermore, due to the expulsion of a mortal knight, the first team also requires a formidable hero to fill the vacancy. This replacement will also be chosen from the same 140 heroes. We aim to select an individual whose qualifications, strength, and character are all sufficiently robust. Therefore, would you like to attend the evaluation and selection process for the second team in person? Sissel pondered for a moment before reporting to Eden about his recent endeavors. When will this take place? Eden inquired, seeking details regarding the timing of the second team's evaluations and selections. The event is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, early Monday morning, at the Global Guard's headquarters, where some members from the first team will also be present, Sissel replied. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, I will ensure that Donald continues to attend school in your stead. This way, while you are in class, the dark-clad hero will serve as an examiner at the Global Guard headquarters. At that moment, every hero's gaze will serve as your impeccable alibi. Agreed. Eden contemplated for a moment before nodding with a smile, acknowledging Sissel as the epitome of a perfect hero. Sissel invariably manages to organize everything within his capabilities with remarkable precision. Unfortunately, the challenges that this planet will face in the future far exceed both Sissel's and the planet's capacity to address. Aside from that, I have no further matters to discuss. Sissel reflected and realized he had conveyed all necessary information to Eden. By the way, Sissel, please send me a copy of the intelligence regarding the Knights. Just as Sissel was about to leave, Eden called out to him and continued, The Knights? Sissel paused, glancing at Eden, and asked, Are you planning to take action against them? The Knights Order is the most ancient and formidable underground organization in this realm, wielding dominion over all aspects of the underworld. To act recklessly against them would precipitate immeasurable upheaval in the world. From the perspective of Cecile, the threat posed by the Knights is rather negligible. They adhere to their own set of rules and have diligently executed them for centuries, embodying a certain order that could indeed be deemed malevolent. To Cecile, these disciplined rogues are more manageable than certain heroes who indulge in excessive freedom. Just send me the intelligence, he stated. I am well aware of the rest. Eden remarked in response. Very well, Cecile sighed, yet complied without hesitation. Mechanical head. Half an hour later, Eden murmured to himself while perusing the documents in his possession. Who would have anticipated that the Berserker, renowned for its unparalleled combat prowess in the universe, would make its debut due to a gang conflict on Earth? Chapter 33, Mechanical Head. Damn it. The superhero has forsaken heroism to become a mafia boss. The following day, early in the morning, on the 60th floor of the Mechanical Head Tower, one finds a safe haven meticulously crafted by Mechanical Head himself. Every facet, from the windows to the furnishings, is exquisitely designed, constructed entirely from bulletproof materials. Moreover, the perimeter of this sanctuary is vigilantly guarded by fully armed veterans on standby 24 hours a day, each one seasoned and equipped with live ammunition. It is evident that as the overlord of New York's underworld, Mechanical Head places immense importance on his personal safety. Consequently, his annual expenditures on security alone amount to hundreds of millions of dollars. As he himself puts it, within my safe haven, not even a fly or a mosquito shall dare to enter. However, today, an uninvited guest has arrived. Listen, Isotope, we VE struck a lucrative deal today. I've successfully carved out a piece of flesh from those old families in America, making quite a profit. As for the remaining trifles, I shall leave them to that dim-witted titan. Mechanical Head conversed with Isotope as they made their way to his office and sanctuary. Yet, upon entering the sanctuary, a sudden silence enveloped them. There, in the chair that rightfully belonged to Mechanical Head, sat a man clad in a black combat suit. The man showed no reaction to their entrance, continuing instead to silently peruse the ledgers typically stored in Mechanical Head's safe. Damn it. Mechanical Head instinctively cast a glance at his safe, the vault famed for being impregnable, now silently bereft of its door. Hey kid, no matter who you are, put down what you're holding and vacate my seat at once. The Mechanical Head's gaze fixated intently on his ledger, a rare hint of tension threading through his voice. Is he truly an isotope? Upon the mechanical head's utterance, the man who had been keeping his head bowed finally stirred, carelessly tossing the ledger to one corner of the table before slowly lifting his gaze. When the mechanical head and the isotope discerned the features of the man before them, they were momentarily taken aback. They swore they had never encountered this individual before. Nevertheless, the striking emblem emblazoned on the man's battle attire prompted the mechanical head and the isotope to conjure images of impending trouble. Good heavens, is that Superman? The isotope was momentarily dazed by the prominent insignia on the man's chest, instinctively preparing to teleport away. Isotope, wait. The mechanical head interjected. I've seen Superman before, and he certainly doesn't resemble this fellow. This is a counterfeit. Fully aware of his subordinate's tendencies, the mechanical head first turned to reassure the isotope, urging him not to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Then, he pivoted back to confront the man who bore a striking resemblance to Superman, intoning gravely, "Listen here, young man, do not presume that just because you resemble Superman, we are intimidated by you. Do you know who we are? We're the Mafia, the kind that kills without a second thought." Buzz. The moment the mechanical head's words hung in the air, time within the room seemed to come to a standstill, akin to a video paused abruptly. In this suspended world, the figure donning black attire, who had usurped the mechanical head's position, gradually rose and swiftly approached the mechanical head and the isotope. As this black-clad figure drew near, the suspended time resumed its relentless march forward. Damn it, this is the real deal. In an instant, from the perspective of the mechanical head and the isotope, the black-clad figure appeared to have teleported, moving from a distance of several meters behind the table to stand directly before them before they could react. The mechanical head turned to his side, shouting at the isotope, "What are you still doing here? Run!" Swish! No sooner had the mechanical head's command been issued than the two vanished from the safe house. Chuckling softly, the man in black, known as Eden, merely shook his head in disdain. He had intentionally allowed the mechanical head and the isotope to escape, intending to send a message. As they fled, Eden's superhuman senses, having long been dormant, surged back to life, locking onto the rapidly teleporting mechanical head and isotope. 50 kilometers away, at a roadside service area adjacent to the mechanical head's secondary hideout, a bewildered voice echoed, "Damn it. I can't recall any transgression that warranted the ire of Superman. You are well aware of isotopes. I have always approached matters with caution and prudence, essentially navigating the gray areas without ever truly plunging into darkness. I am distinctly different from those murderous fiends, like the earthquake doctor." The mechanical head felt the surge of adrenaline, seeking affirmation and a sense of security from the isotope beside him. Unfortunately, the isotope remained unresponsive, ensconced in silence. "Hey, isotope, would you care to respond?" he implored. "Have you been rendered speechless by Superman?" Observing the isotope's reticence, he could not help but give a light pat on the shoulder, demanding an answer. "It seems we are destined to surrender today." In response, the isotope fixed his gaze ahead, his eyes reflecting resignation and concern, answering absent-mindedly, "Is it possible for Superman to pursue us here?" With this, the mechanical head, filled with indignation, glanced upwards before falling silent. There stood the cloaked Superman, leaning against the gas station, beside pump number 88, nonchalantly sipping a cup of coffee, clearly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to have a conversation with you. If I truly intended to eliminate you, you would have already met your demise in the building. Trust me before me. You and the isotope wouldn't stand a chance to flee," Eden remarked, observing the mechanical head and the isotope with a calm demeanor. "What is there to flee from?" The mechanical head exchanged a glance with the isotope, shaking his head in response. "Pray tell, the illustrious Superman, who has gone to the lengths of changing his attire and altering his appearance, spending 10 minutes engaging in this cat-and-mouse game. What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" At this moment, the mechanical head comprehended that the Superman before him did not intend to kill him, but genuinely sought a dialogue. Given Superman's capabilities, should he have desired to eliminate him or imprison him, it would merely be a matter of confrontation. Thus, 10 minutes later, on the 60th floor of the mechanical head's edifice, "Your tea, sir." The isotope gently placed the brewed tea before Eden and the mechanical head, discreetly signaling the guards outside to disperse, ensuring that their conversation would remain unheard by any third party. Now, may I inquire about the reason for your summons? The mechanical head rubbed his slightly anxious hands, directing the question towards Eden. I recall you were a member of the Knights Order, correct? Eden inquired, scrutinizing the mechanical head. Indeed. Is it that a member of the Knights has offended you in some manner? Exclaimed the mechanical head. Damn it, those wretched fools. Whoever has wronged you, just tell me their name, and I assure you, they will not see the light of tomorrow. The mechanical head promptly declared. I have already stated, do not be anxious. I am not here to trouble you. Eden smiled gently, reassuring the mechanical head that there was no cause for alarm, and calmly articulated the purpose of his visit. In truth, I have come to unify your ranks. Mechanical head, summon all the leaders of your knightly order. The underworld is in dire need of a new order, and so do you. Eden gazed at the mechanical head, speaking softly. Goodness gracious, has Superman forsaken his role as a superhero to become a mafia boss? The mechanical head, upon hearing Eden's words and realizing he was not jesting, felt utterly dismayed. Even his mind, akin to a supercomputer, seemed to be on the verge of overheating due to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 34, Eden, the sole arbiter of light and darkness. I can assist you in assembling the members of the knightly order. With the power of isotopes, I can ensure that they all gather in the office by this afternoon. However, whether you can ascend to our leadership remains uncertain. One thing I must caution you about is that the current head of the order, that old man Lou, is not easily dealt with. You see, Lou has presided over the knightly order longer than the founding of America itself. Aside from that idiot immortal, who knows how long Lou has truly lived. Furthermore, once you and Lou fall out, I can assure you that I will staunchly stand by your side. In return, I hope you can guarantee my safety. I do not wish to be hunted by a colossal dragon. The mechanical head was genuinely flustered. Caught between Superman and the old man Lou, he felt utterly powerless. Very well. I shall return promptly at 5 this afternoon. With that, Eden rose from his seat and departed. The invincible Superman. His speed was astonishing, even surpassing the instantaneous travel of isotopes. After Eden's exit, the mechanical head muttered to himself, if anyone ever inquires whether instantaneous movement or sheer speed is swifter, I shall firmly declare that Superman is faster. Ahem. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 60 floors up in the mechanical head's skyscraper. Long time no see, my old friends. The mechanical head wore a smile, warmly welcoming one after another of the leaders of the knightly order, summoned from across the globe by isotopes. Among them were, of course, the assassin Mantis, dressed like a masked hero, the old man Lou in his martial arts attire, accompanied by his assistant, the Great Wall. Additionally, there is a host of beings that bore little resemblance to humans or appeared as fearsome monsters. Mechanical head, have you taken a wrong seat? Old man Lou glared at the mechanical head seated in the main position, his brow furrowing slightly as he admonished. My apologies, old Lou. This time, it is not I who sought you, but, as the mechanical head spoke, he rose from his seat, and at that moment, a gust of wind heralded Eden's arrival at his side, taking the central seat. Buzz. At that moment, an isotope suddenly teleported behind Eden, standing alongside the mechanical figure, adopting a posture akin to that of Eden's subordinate. Indeed, there is no shame in serving as a disciple to a superhuman. Who is he? That combat suit. And that presence. Could it be? In the blink of an eye, the entire knightly order erupted in chaos, with all present casting bewildered glances at Eden. I wish to take charge. Who is in favor? And who opposes? Eden addressed the perplexed mafia leaders with an air of calm. Under Eden's inquiry, the mafia leaders fell into a profound silence, casting their gaze towards the elderly Lou, seemingly awaiting the pronouncement of their leader. Did I not say? How dare the mechanical figure be so arrogant? So he has found a superhuman to back him? But allow me to enlighten you, foolish mechanical figure. No matter how formidable your support may be, it is merely bound by the laws of reality, whereas my abilities transcend the very laws of this world. Lou declared, as he clasped his hands together, forming an unusual seal. His eyes rolled back, and his body instinctively began to fall backward. Truth be told, Eden felt a surge of fear at the thought that Lou might inadvertently topple and injure himself. Fortunately, Great Wall swiftly moved to catch Lou's falling form. Roar! In that fleeting moment, when Lou unleashed the colossal dragon imprisoned within him, Eden sprang into action. With a speed that surpassed the naked eye, he dashed to confront the dragon, delivering a forceful blow that sent the dragon's soul reeling. Without hesitation, Eden grasped the dragon's head, forcibly shoving the still unleashed creature back into Lu's belly. At that moment, Lu, who had been in the midst of his arcane ritual, abruptly regained consciousness. He gazed at Eden with a mix of trepidation and awe, having never encountered such a formidable superhuman, one even mightier than his old rival, the omnipotent Nolan. "Is there anyone still opposed?" Eden inquired, having dealt with Lu. No. The members of the Knightly Order, witnessing Lu, the invincible, being subdued by Eden with mere gestures, dared not voice any dissent. They could only smile sheepishly and wave their hands, exclaiming, "Who would dare to have an opinion?" "Excellent." Observing their reactions, Eden released Lu and addressed the assembly of knights, stating, "From this moment forth, the entire Knightly Order must heed 3 directives. Firstly, no violence against ordinary people is permitted. I shall not interfere in your internal disputes, but should your actions ever encroach upon the lives of innocents, I will not hesitate to confront you. Remember, should you err, I will seek you out. Your subordinate has committed a blunder, and I shall not hesitate to seek retribution from you. I distinctly remember each of your faces, as you are all registered in my records." The reason Eden has refrained from seizing this opportunity to eliminate the nefarious members of the Knights Mafia is due to the sheer number of their subordinates and employees scattered across the globe. The unsavory gangs, armed factions, security firms, mercenaries, and logistics companies around the world are predominantly orchestrated by this group. Should Eden choose to eradicate them, chaos would ensue within these organizations, as their subordinates would engage in fierce conflicts over leadership positions, something Eden wishes to avoid, and which has long been a source of concern for Cecil. What Eden desires is stability, the effect of a mafia that values peace. Secondly, I will delineate your respective operational territories. Your task is to manage all affairs within your assigned areas diligently. Unless absolutely necessary, do not inform me of your departure from your jurisdictions. Furthermore, should I become aware of any issues arising within your territories, I will convene with each of you. Additionally, remember to submit a weekly report to Mechanical Head every Monday, detailing your plans for the week, and provide a summary of your work at the end of each month. Thirdly, do not mention my name to anyone. Only those present here are privy to my identity. You may refer to me as the Man in Black. Eden has now concluded the 3 rules established for the leaders of the Knights. After Eden finished speaking, an unusual silence enveloped the meeting room, with everyone appearing bewildered as they processed the 3 rules articulated by Eden. "You fools, do you comprehend?" Before Eden could continue, Mechanical Head interjected, chastising those present. We understand. They dared not speak further, nor exhibit any anger, and all nodded in agreement. "If you understand, why aren't you applauding? Who are you staring at?" Mechanical Head continued. A thunderous applause erupted in the office, reverberating like a clap of thunder. "Excellent," Eden remarked with a smile upon witnessing this. "And remember, I am not the figure you perceive, the one known for wearing his undergarments outside." Eden then recalled something and added for the assembly of mafia leaders. "I certainly do not wish to witness this group of leaders mistakenly acknowledging their superhero progenitor. That would be quite awkward." "Understood. We all comprehend," the mafia leaders replied, exchanging knowing glances under Eden's reminder, as if they had misunderstood, and they assured, "We promise not to appear before you while you are in your undergarments." Why does that statement sound so peculiar? Eden furrowed his brow. Chapter 35. Eden's intention to challenge both the Conqueror and the Berserker simultaneously. As night fell, after attending to matters concerning the Knight's Order, Eden returned to the Kent household. Following a light dinner, he instinctively reclined on his bed. Sleep eluded him. After lying there for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Perhaps it was due to his recent habit of engaging in simulated battles during the night, a practice that had become deeply ingrained in him. Just as one might indulge in a few games before sleep, he found solace in simulation when rest was elusive. Time could not be squandered in idleness, he mused to himself. Simulation initiated. With this thought, Eden summoned the system. Online. What opponent does the host intend to simulate today? The system, which had been rather dormant lately, finally responded to Eden's call, its voice resonating in his mind. Let us start with 4 elite Vexians for a warm-up. Initially, Eden had planned to continue simulating against the Berserker. However, that creature was exceedingly resilient. Despite having surpassed the Berserker in numerical value, Eden realized that it would take him at least a day or two to prevail against it. Unlike the prolonged struggle between the Regent Conqueror and the Berserker, Eden would simply unleash a one-sided assault on the Berserker for a day or two. Thus, he opted to contend with 4 elite Vexians instead. In the scenario where these 4 elite Vexians coordinated effectively, they could potentially suppress the Regent, who had yet to engage in battle with the Berserker and had not undergone any enhancements. In other words, the Regent Conqueror's current strength fell somewhere between 3 and 4 dimensions, approximately equivalent to 3.5 elite Vexians. Coughing slightly, it was evident that the elite Vexians possessed relatively weaker physical defenses, and considering the Kryptonian abilities were suited for overwhelming weaker foes. Eden felt confident that he could conclude the battle within a few hours. Selected opponent, 4 elite Vexians. Location, Cosmic Vacuum. The system swiftly designated the combatants and setting for Eden's simulated battle. In an instant, the scene before him transformed rapidly. In the boundless cosmos, upon opening his eyes, Eden beheld the 4 elite Vexians floating before him. Conqueror, Anissa, Nolan clad in Vexian battle attire, and General Craig. Oh, this is significantly stronger than merely facing the 4 kings. Eden pondered, scrutinizing the formidable lineup. Is this the quarry we seek? I had heard the enemy was a beast, yet this individual undeniably appears to be a Vexian. Conqueror employed a psychic communication sensor to inquire of the other 3 elite Vexians. Never mind that. Let us eliminate him. Nolan responded succinctly. How? Well, should we listen to the great Nolan's reply? Conqueror, why do you suddenly have so many questions? Have you lost your decisiveness? Anissa taunted. Girl, are you looking for a beating? Conqueror's eyes twitched as he angrily inquired. Do you think I fear you? Anissa retorted. All right. Regardless, we must not let our guard down. The opponent's strength is formidable. Let us unite and take him down. At that moment, Craig intervened to mediate the situation. Under Craig's mediation, the 4 Vexians, stationed in the depths of space and communicating through sensors, showed no intention of continuing the banter. Like 4 meteors, they surged directly towards Eden. In the vastness of space, devoid of atmospheric hindrances, the Vexian speed and power intensified. Excellent. It appeared that Eden had anticipated the 4's assault. He neither retreated nor evaded, but instead met them head-on, not even utilizing his Kryptonian abilities or heat vision to forge a path. The moment Eden collided with the leading conqueror, the outcome was immediately evident. Eden remained suspended in the air, unyielding, while Conqueror felt as if he had crashed into a colossal planet, his body threatening to fracture, and the mental communication device implanted in his ear emitted a deafening buzz. Not good. This fellow's physique is akin to that of a juggernaut. Initiate the plan. Conqueror bellowed internally, reminding his comrades that to contend with someone like Eden, they must employ the tactics they had rehearsed specifically to counter the Regent Juggernaut, a being whose individual prowess surpassed that of all Vexians. Unbeknownst to Eden, who was oblivious to Conqueror's thoughts, he had already crushed Conqueror's alloy prosthetic and seized his neck with one hand, intending to suffocate him. Good. At Conqueror's call, Nolan, Anissa, and General Craig surrounded Eden from 3 directions, simultaneously launching their fists at him amidst Eden's astonished gaze. The 3 forces intertwined in a remarkable manner, propelling Eden away and forcing him to release Conqueror. Having been rescued by the elite Vexians, Conqueror was evidently more subdued, refraining from recklessly rushing into danger. He understood all too well that if he were to be captured by Eden while alone, he would be dispatched in an instant. What? Floating in space, Eden observed the 4 elite Vexians beginning to synchronize their movements, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. At this moment, Eden was unaware that Conqueror and the others had equated him with the Juggernaut, even perceiving Eden's strength as surpassing that of Juggernaut. Interesting. Eden mused as he chose to take the initiative, charging directly towards the 4. To Eden's astonishment, the Conquerors faced him with an air of calmness, displaying an abundance of experience despite the assault directed at them. Initially, Conqueror and Craig managed to deflect Eden's attack, while simultaneously, Anissa and Nolan landed their punches on Eden, sending him sprawling. How delightful! A few hundred meters away, Eden wiped the blood from his nose, letting out a cold sneer before resuming his offensive. This time, Eden unleashed his heat vision. In an instant, as he charged towards the Conquerors, he directed his heat vision at Anissa, forcing her to retreat. A laser. This sight left Conqueror, Nolan, and Craig utterly dumbfounded, surpassing their expectations. In that brief moment of distraction, Eden had already reached Conqueror, swiftly snapping his neck. "Dare you be distracted in my presence?" After eliminating Conqueror, Eden retrieved the sensor from his fallen foe's ear, clutching it in his hand as he coldly addressed the remaining Vexians. "Well then, let's all attack together." Nolan, witnessing this, felt a slight twitch in his eye before making an immediate decision. In an instant, Nolan, Anissa, and Craig surrounded Eden. Hee. Eden chuckled as he observed the three charging towards him. With the Vexian elite reduced to 3, this was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Thus, the confrontation swiftly came to a close. System, exit simulation. After dispatching the remaining 3, Eden commanded the system to terminate the simulation. "As you wish." At Eden's directive, the surroundings shifted, returning him to his bedroom. "I cannot be compared to pure Vexians like Craig. The abilities of Kryptonians allow me to maintain an overwhelming advantage even when outnumbered, unless my opponents possess long-range capabilities as I do." Reflecting on this, Eden realized that this 1 versus 4 training offered him no real pressure. If he wished to grow stronger, he needed to battle against more formidable foes. A thought struck him. Who said that a simulated battle must conclude with a clear victor? The true essence of a simulation lies in its continuous evolution and growth. System. Simulate both Craig and the Berserker simultaneously. With this resolve, Eden felt a sense of certainty within. "Are you certain?" The system inquired for confirmation. "I am unequivocally certain," Eden replied with an air of composure. "As you wish." The system acquiesced to all of Eden's requests. Chapter 36. Nolan. Have the villains also decided to take a vacation with us? Simulation targets. Vexian Regent Craig and the Berserker. Simulation location. A desolate planet. Accompanied by a series of electronic tones from the system, everything before Eden underwent a dramatic transformation. What was supposed to be an invincible battle between the Invoker and the Berserker seemed to have been momentarily halted by Eden's arrival. "Child, though I know not whose progeny you are, this is not a place for you. Do not disturb this sacred duel, and trust in your regent," the Invoker commanded. Perceiving Eden as an alien and immediately attempting to curtail any actions he might take. "Ha, I thought you had arranged for him to ambush me here, Invoker. I assumed you feared me, just as those weaklings who perished in my hands did," the Berserker jested, hefting his 2-meter-long blade onto his shoulder and teasing the Invoker. "First, he is not my assassin here to deal with you. Secondly, I am not afraid of you. There is no reason for me to fear a mere cat far weaker than myself," the Invoker retorted, turning to face the Berserker and lowering his voice in derision. "You speak nonsense." The Berserker, akin to a bloodthirsty beast, gazed at the Invoker with a fierce desire for battle. "Once you are dead, I shall fashion your skin into leather." The Invoker continued to hurl taunts. "When you fall, I shall sever your head and add it to my trophy collection." In that moment, the tension between these two warriors, both fervent believers in the thrill of combat, was akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Suddenly, as the Invoker and Berserker simultaneously chose to disregard the young Eden and prepare to engage, a crimson laser sliced through the air, incinerating the atmosphere and cleaving a visible divide in the earth between them. "It is impolite to overlook one who is stronger than both of you," Eden asserted, addressing the two formidable combatants before him. "Boy, you are not an alien?" "No, you must be a hybrid of an alien and some other extraterrestrial race," the Invoker assessed, turning to Eden with a discerning eye. "You claim to be stronger than I?" "Invoker, I have changed my mind. Once I dispatch this child, I shall return to battle you," the Berserker declared, advancing towards Eden with his massive sword. Meanwhile, the Invoker stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the unfolding scene. "Child, you seek death," the Berserker proclaimed as he towered over Eden. Boom! Unfortunately for the Berserker, he was met with Eden's merciless iron fist. With a single devastating punch, Eden sent the unguarded Berserker flying. So powerful. As this scene unfolded, the Regent Chudge felt a slight tremor in his pupils from a distance. Yet he had no intention of aiding the Berserker beast. Thus he continued to play the role of an observer. Suddenly, once more, the crimson gaze sliced through the air, landing squarely upon Chudge. Eden's cold voice echoed, "I have said, you shall join as well. This predicament is of your own making." At this juncture, Chudge resolved to no longer remain a mere spectator. "This youth is formidable. He is my quarry." The Berserker beast returned to the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with surprise and delight as he regarded Eden. "Let us see whose prowess prevails," Chudge stated icily. In an instant, the confrontation between Eden, Chudge, and the berserker beast erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that soared toward the heavens, with colossal shockwaves sweeping across the globe. A fleet lurking in outer space observed as the surface of this desolate planet erupted in a series of fireballs, visible even to the naked eye in the void of space. "Monsters!" exclaimed the soldiers aboard the fleet, wiping the cold sweat from their brows and murmuring in disbelief. Several hours later, the simulation concluded. Upon the sound of the alarm that Eden had preset, he, bruised and battered, emerged from the simulated realm and returned to his chamber. With a long sigh, he reclined on the bed, a smile gracing his face. "This is indeed the first time I have not vanquished my opponent in a simulation. It was also the most exhilarating experience. Despite enduring a 2-on-1 struggle against Chudge and the berserker beast, neither had emerged unscathed. In the simulated world, had it vanished? With his right eye swollen and his nasal bone fractured, blood streaming from his wounds, the regent Chudge, now resembling a figure of blood and bruises, halted his actions upon realizing Eden's sudden disappearance and shook his head in disbelief. He then turned to the berserker beast, who was sheathing his weapon, and inquired, "Shall our battle continue, berserker beast? Battle? You should tend to your injuries swiftly. I find you utterly uninteresting now," the berserker beast retorted, discarding the armor that had been severed by Eden's gaze, and departed without a backward glance. In the real world, after rising from his bed, Eden attended to his personal grooming before making his way to the living room on the second floor. "Eden, your coffee and breakfast," announced Donald, the ace agent of the Global Defense Bureau, as Eden entered the dining area and settled into his seat. Simultaneously, Cecile approached Eden, presenting him with the itinerary for the day. "Eden, here is your schedule for today." "Thank you," Eden replied to both, sipping his coffee while reviewing the day's agenda. He shook his head. "The selection for the Global Guardian team's 2nd Division commenced at 6 this morning. Has it already been 2 hours?" "Indeed. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals advancing from the preliminary rounds, even if the selection process commenced at 6 in the morning, it would not conclude until noon," explained Cecil. "Then I can arrive by 10, Eden replied, nodding slightly as he formed a judgment. Suddenly, a thought struck Eden, and he turned to Cecil, inquiring, "By the way, what about my parents? Surely they won't be attending the Global Guardian's 2nd team selection, will they? We extended an invitation, but they would never go." "Your illustrious and omnipotent mother has always disapproved of my methods," Cecil replied, shaking his head. He left unspoken a half-sentence. "Just as I harbor a fear, your mother." "That's good to hear," Eden said, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Hawaii, dear. Don't you find it rather peculiar lately?" Noelle, who had been resting for nearly a month, seemed to sense something unusual and looked at her husband, Clark, with concern. "What is it, my dear?" Clark countered. "It's too quiet. This planet is unsettlingly silent." "Almost to an abnormal degree," Noelle explained, stirring her coffee with a small spoon. "Surely those unruly supervillains haven't decided to take a break just because we are on vacation? Perhaps the villains have turned over a new leaf?" Clark suggested. "Are you serious?" Noelle raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Perhaps other heroes have begun to take action." Clark quickly amended. Chapter 37. Eden, it appears you may be bulletproof, yet you are not immune to slaps. At the Global Guardians base, as Eden arrived, he witnessed explosive Rex mocking Beast Girl. "Huh? Really? How can such a little girl be selected for the Global Guardians' 2nd team? Is she expected to defeat foes with her cuteness?" The situation seemed rather dire. Donald instinctively sensed the impending trouble as he observed the scene. "Damn it, Rex. I ought to find someone to sew that foul mouth of yours shut," Cecil remarked, rolling his eyes. "Do you find me adorable?" At that moment, a strange light enveloped Beast Girl, transforming her petite form into a colossal green creature, a monkey-like hulk. Eden silently mused, "Oh, good grief." Rex gazed at the transformed Beast Girl in disbelief, his legs trembling slightly. The beastly Beast Girl showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch that sent Rex flying from the resting area, crashing violently against the training grounds glass. With a thunderous crash, Rex's body, propelled by an immense force, shattered the bulletproof glass that enveloped the training arena, tumbling down from the 10-meter-high rest area into the training grounds below. The Beast Girl, witnessing this spectacle, leaped gracefully through the opening created by Rex, landing in the arena with a predatory gaze fixed upon him. "Damn that beast," Rex muttered under his breath, rising unsteadily from the ground while clutching his injured chest, staggering back a few steps. It must be said that Rex was quite resilient. "I shall soon reveal who among us is truly adorable," the Beast Girl declared, delicately flexing her wrists with a series of cracking sounds as she advanced toward Rex step by step. "Enough of your brawl, both of you." At that critical moment, Sissel materialized in the training area, observing Rex and the Beast Girl. In a calm tone, he announced, "This is the Global Guardians, the supreme sanctuary of superheroes, not a venue for petty squabbles or childish play. If you wish to continue fighting, then I suggest you both vacate this premises immediately." "Well, you've narrowly escaped, kid," the Beast Girl remarked, reluctantly reverting from her beastly form to a diminutive, almost doll-like appearance. She seemed to have shrunk again. It appeared that the toll of her superpowers was far greater than anticipated. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she would require someone to change her diapers in the midst of battle. Above them, Eden, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, made a remarkable discovery through his enhanced vision at the moment the Beast Girl relinquished her transformation. He noted that her bodily functions had regressed significantly in age. "Who are the members of the Global Guardians' second team?" Eden inquired of Donald, who stood beside him. Donald's expression turned somewhat pained. He had just arrived and was unaware of the specific selection results. "Currently, the members I've chosen for the second team include Adam Eve, Explosive Rex, Doppelganger Kate, Black Samson, Beast Girl, Stretchy Ray, and myself, the robot." At that moment, a robot who had noticed Eden and the others approached them, detailing the current status of the second team's recruitment. "This is the finest lineup I could assemble," the robot proclaimed. Sighing, Eden responded, "What's the situation on the first team? With a mortal man's dismissal, have you decided on a replacement?" Looking at the robot, he asked currently, "There are two candidates, Captain Britain and Bulletproof." The robot presented its selected candidates to Eden. "Let the Captain of Britain go," Eden decisively declared. "Very well," the robot nodded. "Who is this individual to determine the composition of the Global Guardians?" "Look, he is clad in Superman's attire. What connection does he have with Superman?" Meanwhile, due to the idle chatter among Eden, the robot, and Donald, they did not refrain from speaking in the presence of others. Consequently, their conversation naturally fell upon the ears of the superheroes, sparking a flurry of whispers among them. "Hey kid, don't assume that just because you wear Superman-esque costume, you can truly consider yourself a superhero. You have no right to decide whether I or Captain Britain should take the place of a mortal man." Among them, a character known as Bulletproof, filled with indignation, rushed to Eden's front. He first cast a glance at the large emblem on Eden's chest, then raised his gaze to meet Eden's eyes, questioning angrily, "Do you believe you are more qualified than the seasoned Captain Britain to replace a mortal man and become a member of the first team of the Global Guardians?" Eden gazed calmly at Bulletproof and coldly replied, "Of course." Bulletproof nodded vigorously, passionately introducing himself. "I am undoubtedly more deserving than Captain Britain to be a member of the first team. The defensive prowess that Captain Britain takes pride in, I possess as well. As my name suggests, my defense is not inferior to his. Moreover, I possess abilities that Captain Britain lacks, such as flight, super strength, and super speed. Given these conditions, I truly believe I am more qualified than Captain Britain to be a first team member." Bulletproof spoke with conviction. Yet, Eden's expression remained unchanged. His super hearing had clearly caught Bulletproof earlier boasting to the other heroes, "Rest assured, I am definitely more qualified than that old geezer, Captain Britain, to join the first team. When the time comes, won't all the fans be at my beck and call?" Eden, through his super senses, discerned that Bulletproof was not lying, thus concluding that the individual was unfit. "This is not the place for such antics. Someone who enjoys courting fans should leave promptly. Then I shall test your defenses," Eden declared, slowly raising his fist. "Go ahead and test me." Bulletproof puffed out his chest, seemingly confident in his defenses. Bang! Without hesitation, Eden swiftly struck Bulletproof's cheek with a resounding slap. Damn! It was only at the moment Eden acted that Bulletproof regretted his bravado. In the gaze of the Bulletproof, the instant Eden's palm struck, it grew larger than mountains, as if it carried an overwhelming force, crashing down upon him. A colossal character representing death flickered before his eyes. Regrettably, at the moment when Bulletproof intended to react, it was already too late. Boom! The assembled superheroes merely heard a faint sound, as Bulletproof was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the training ground of the Guardian Squad, the immense shockwave causing the entire base to tremble. When calm was restored, all that remained was Bulletproof, bloodied and barely alive, lying in a deep pit approximately 100 meters in diameter. It appears that while you may be bulletproof, you cannot shield yourself from a slap. Eden cast a glance at Bulletproof in the pit, speaking with an expression devoid of emotion. Now, does anyone here still dissent regarding the choices I have made? The so-called superheroes. After effortlessly dispatching Bulletproof with a single strike, Eden calmly inquired of the assembly of rejected or selected heroes. None. None at all. The heroes present hastily waved their hands in objection. Among them, some murmured internally, "Good grief, this fellow not only dresses like Superman, but his strength is indistinguishable from that of Superman." Chapter 38. The Global Guardian Squad Team 2. Vanquished by Eden. Take this man away. As the ace agent of the Defense Bureau, Donald promptly instructed his subordinates to extract Bulletproof from the pit and transport him to the medical department for treatment. To this, Eden paid no heed. Bulletproof had committed 3 grave errors. Not only was he a coward, but he also possessed poor character and dared to provoke him. Though selected moments ago, members of the Global Guardian Squad Team 2 immediately gathered here. And for those who were not selected, do not be disheartened. You may yet have the opportunity to be chosen for Team 3 in the future. At that moment, a robot approached the group of stunned superheroes, attempting to ease the situation. Well, who says robots lack emotional intelligence? Please, Eve, I implore you, do not report me, for the sake of our past. As the robot summoned the Guardian Squad, Rex suddenly knelt down, bowing repeatedly before Eve, seeking forgiveness. I truly wish to eliminate you, Rex. Eve shot a fierce glare at Rex before emotionlessly stepping towards the robot. Rex, feeling somewhat guilty, positioned himself as far from Eve as possible. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is our Bureau Chief, Cecil of the Global Defense Bureau. When a robot introduced Eden, it seemed somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to address him. You may call me the Man in Black. As for anything else, there is no need for further contemplation. Eden interjected during the robot's introduction. Have we met before? You evoke a sense of familiarity within me. At this moment, Eve, with a hint of curiosity, turned to Eden and inquired. Eve, it was his elder brother who rescued us the last time we were in the Earth's core. Before Eden could respond, Rex interjected, addressing Eve directly. Upon finishing his statement, Rex turned to Eden with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your help last time. Without you, we would have become mere refuse of centipedes and spiders." Indeed, the other members of the heroic squad nodded in agreement. Did I ask you? In response to Rex's words, Eve, who had been unconscious at the time, shot him a fierce glare and coldly questioned him. She then turned to Eden, expressing her gratitude. So it was you who saved me back then. Thank you. Rex, feeling somewhat intimidated, retracted his neck, as if Eve possessed some leverage over him. Thus, he refrained from retorting to her inquiry. As for Eden, he had little interest in the squabbles among the members of the heroic squad. He had his own plans and continued. You may not yet comprehend the caliber of enemies and challenges you will face once you transition from being a member of the heroic squad to joining the Global Guardian Corps. If you persist in your previous half-hearted mindset, you are destined for a grim fate. Do not expect me to bail you out every time, as I did against Dr. Quake in the core world. Eden spoke with a grave tone. Is he truly that formidable? The Beast Girl inquired, glancing at Rex. No exaggeration. He could strike you in your beast form with such force that you would be rendered bulletproof. Rex replied curtly. Do you still wish to be punished? The Beast Girl remarked, her arms beginning to transform. Damn it. I was wrong, all right? Rex quickly shut his mouth, realizing the gravity of the situation. According to our initial plan, the members of the All-Purpose Guardian Corps should have been the ones to train you. However, they are currently engaged in dealing with the escaped Lizard Alliance in the neighboring city, hence their delay. Therefore, I shall personally train you to help identify your shortcomings. Eden turned away, glancing at the clock hanging at the back of the training ground before addressing the robot. Robot, please assist in recording this. Understood. The robot gestured affirmatively. While outside the training ground stood a series of high-tech scanning recorders. This machine would collect all data from the second team of the Guardian Corps and allow the robot to analyze their deficiencies. I may not be able to participate in the training. In fact, my superpower has side effects. The Beast Girl raised her hand, seemingly harboring a secret burden. Is it true that each time you transform into a beast, your body diminishes in size. Before the Beast Girl could utter a word, Eden interjected. How do you know? The Beast Girl gazed at Eden, astonished. I can tell, Eden responded, directing his attention to the nearby robot. Analyze the Beast Girl's abilities and strive to develop a skill that can help her counteract the side effects. Understood, the robot replied, casting a penetrating glance at the Beast Girl before nodding in affirmation. Now the training can commence. As Eden spoke, he levitated off the ground and flew ahead to the training arena. Let's proceed. Upon witnessing this, the Elastic Man Ray and others gathered from the staircase towards the training ground. In an instant, Eve, Kate, Rex, Ray, the Beast Girl, Black Samson, and the English team surrounded Eden. I have merely 5 minutes. In other words, if you can withstand my prowess for 5 minutes, you shall be deemed competent. Eden declared to the assembled heroes. 5 minutes? You underestimate us. The Beast Girl was the first to charge at Eden, letting out a furious roar as she transformed into a colossal green creature. Boom! As the Beast Girl barreled towards him, Eden met her with a punch. Shaking his head as he said, Beast Girl, you are overly confident in your strength. In your beastly form, you possess nothing but brute force. When faced with someone stronger, you will lose your combat ability. You need to study combat techniques. With that, the Beast Girl, in her transformed state, was sent flying by Eden's punch, spewing a torrent of crimson as she spun like a top in midair before collapsing to the ground and reverting to her original form. Rex, I now believe you. The Beast Girl murmured before collapsing, unconscious. Watch this. At that moment, Ray made a grand leap, landing in front of Eden and attempting to shrink herself to evade his attack. Observing this, Eden simply extended a finger and lightly prodded the air. Instantly, Ray reverted to her original size and crumpled to the ground. Ray, your physical constitution is your fatal weakness. I am aware of your talent for shrinking and infiltrating others' bodies during combat, but do not attempt to enter the body of someone with far superior physicality, such as myself. After defeating Ray, Eden continued, with my physical prowess, should you enter my body, you would have no chance to enlarge again and would be ruthlessly obliterated by my cells. In the case of other beings from a Vega system, you would ultimately transform into a most repulsive form. Buzz. At that moment, Eve harnessed her abilities to don a layer of armor and charged toward Eden. With a resounding crack, Eden effortlessly shattered the armor, encasing Eve and delivered a gentle punch to her soft abdomen. In an instant, Eve lost her combat efficacy and collapsed onto the ground. Eden, looking down from a superior vantage point, remarked, you truly ought to attend university and bolster your knowledge of physics. You as well, Eve retorted. Subsequently, Eden swiftly positioned himself behind Rex and sent him tumbling to the ground. Good grief, has it only been 30 seconds? Black Samson exclaimed in disbelief as he glanced at the time. What is your superpower? At that moment of Black Samson's astonishment, Eden had already maneuvered behind him, effortlessly dismantling his airplane backpack and inquiring, it can't possibly be the same for you, can it? Let's join forces. At that juncture, Captain England and Kate simultaneously launched an assault on Eden, with Captain England advancing from the left and Kate from the right. Indeed, in response, Eden discarded Black Samson and seized Captain England with one hand, utilizing him as a weapon and hurling him like a boomerang toward Kate. Bang! Kate was rendered unconscious before she could even conjure a duplicate. Kate, you ought to have divided your essence before heading into battle. If I were you, I would always keep a duplicate at the base. Eden continued, observing the scene. Chapter 39. The night spirit of illness seems to have worsened. Eden, what do you think of the current strength of the Global Guardian second team? Cecil inquired, gazing at the disheveled second team, who had been bested by Eden. He shook his head helplessly and turned to Eden. Black Samson requires a jolt to restore his superpower. Perhaps he needs to die once more, much like when he lost his abilities in the past. Stretchman Lay needs to enhance his physique. Cecil, do not hoard your surgical procedures or potions that transform humans into superhumans. Beast Girl requires a device to help her resist the side effects of her beastly transformation. Otherwise, you'll inevitably have to prepare diapers for her. Duplicate Kate needs to bring her intellect to the battlefield. If I were her, I would always keep one duplicate at the base and another on the battlefield, ensuring that my essence is never absent. Eve and Rex must attend university to reinforce their understanding of physics. Simultaneously, Rex requires a suit of armor that continuously provides him with equipment, along with a fleet of drones to offer sustained support on the battlefield. Eden meticulously analyzed the myriad issues confronting the Global Guardian's second team and conveyed his insights to Cecil. So, what does that mean the future is promising? Cecil pondered, directing his gaze at Eden. That depends entirely on what you intend to accomplish with the power of the Global Guardian's second team, Cecil. Eden chuckled. If my ultimate aim is to utilize them against superhumans like yourself? Cecil, after moistening his parched lips, summoned the courage to speak. Eden furrowed his brow, perplexed by Cecil's words. I'm at your mother-esque kin. Cecil seemed to sense Eden's misunderstanding and quickly clarified. Oh, upon hearing this, Eden regarded Cecil with newfound respect. Although Eden was uncertain where Cecil had procured his intelligence regarding the Viltrumite clan, he nonetheless pondered. If your intention is to incite them against the Viltrumite, then we might as well disband the Global Guardians today. Eden shook his head, stating that your command is fundamentally no different from sending them to their demise. Sigh. Cecil, upon hearing this, could not help but exhale in resignation. He had already exhausted all the possibilities at his disposal. However, some matters simply could not be resolved. He could not conjure a legion of super warriors for Earth out of thin air. As for the message conveyed by the envoy from the Galactic Alliance, who had contacted the Earth Defense Bureau during Eden's departure to Mars regarding the threat posed by the Viltrumite clan, he found himself equally powerless. Indeed, the entire universe had been compelled to band together against the Viltrumite. It was clear that Cecil alone could not contend with them. This was of little significance. Cecil could only console himself. Cecil, do not dwell on matters that far exceed your capabilities. Just as Cecil was consumed by worry, Eden gently patted him on the shoulder, much like a commendable superior comforting his most capable subordinate. After speaking, Eden turned to depart. Eden, you are Earth's last card, its sole trump. I implore you not to be akin to your mother. Cecil watched Eden leave, shaking his head. Despite being certain that Eden was the trump card he and Earth had long sought to confront all external threats, he also recognized that a trump card could easily turn into a joker, potentially backfiring catastrophically. At the very moment when Cecil was consumed by the threat posed by the Viltrumite Empire, Eden's invincible parents were also in motion. The greatest mafia organization. Tell me immediately, what schemes have you knights been concocting of late? Why have there been no actions recently? This is utterly inconsistent with your penchant for chaos. The omnipotent heroes, Nolan and Clark, arrived almost simultaneously, wielding their overwhelming power to vanquish all members of the underworld both inside and outside the door, directing their inquiries toward the assassin Mantis, who bore a striking resemblance to a masked rider. At this moment, the brain of the assassin Mantis was in a state of confusion. He could not recall having committed any transgression against the organization's regulations recently. Consequently, the assassin Mantis instinctively lifted his head to gaze at the Superman hovering above and inquired, "What should I respond with? Are you questioning me?" Clark, taken aback by the Mantis's behavior, replied, "I apologize, I did not direct a question towards you." At that moment, the assassin Mantis noticed that Superman was wearing his underpants over his costume, prompting him to hastily amend his statement, shaking his head as he said, "In fact, our knights are contemplating a transformation. You see, when the underworld becomes excessively burdensome, beset by law enforcement and rival factions, while constantly contending with undercover agents and disloyal subordinates, not to mention the threats posed by superheroes, it becomes imperative to adapt. Thus, per the decision made by the new head of our order, we are transitioning from our shadowy past as a criminal organization to a legitimate multinational enterprise. A new leader? Has your order undergone a change in leadership? Who possesses the audacity to dethrone old Lou?" Clark, sensing an inconsistency in the Mantis's words, floated closer and asked, The assassin Mantis's mind was in disarray as he stared at Clark in silence. "What on earth should I say? Never mind. We shall uncover the truth." Observing the Mantis's befuddled demeanor, Nolan and Clark realized that their inquiries would likely yield no fruitful answers. Thus, they tactically decided to turn and depart. "Esteemed colleagues, we are in grave peril." After Nolan and Clark had been gone for some time, the assassin Mantis finally entered a room forged from lead blocks. He approached the computer within and began to type fervently. "What is amiss? What transpired? Is there an issue on your end, Mantis?" In an instant, the previously tranquil group chat erupted with the voices of lurking crime lords. "You must be exceedingly cautious of the omnipotent Nolan, and the one in the underpants on the outside. If I am not mistaken, They are investigating the transformation of our order. Furthermore, the affliction seems to have worsened. He has begun to ramble incoherently. The assassin Mantis recalled Clark's earlier inquiry regarding who had ousted old Lou and could not help but shake his head in disbelief. Chapter 40. Eden, now I lack for nothing? Damn it. The assassin Mantis found it nearly impossible to articulate to the other crime lords the overwhelming pressure he felt when confronted from a position of superiority with lethal intent. Regarding the identity of the new leader of their order, the assassin Mantis swore to the heavens. Had he uttered even a single incorrect word, he would have long since been reduced to mere ashes beneath the glaring spotlight. Was it a resurgence of madness, or was he merely testing my resolve? I am utterly unable to discern. It seems that from this day forth, I must instruct my subordinates to exercise greater caution and prudence. Let us temporarily suspend some trivial business and tasks. After much contemplation, the assassin Mantis finally reached a decision. In the skies, the assassin Mantis exhibited peculiar behavior. Something is amiss with that fellow, Nolan murmured to Clark. Indeed, it is. Ever since we dismantled the organization and began inquiring, he has stolen glances at me no less than 5 times, as though awaiting my orders. Good grief, I'm not one of them. Why does he fixate on me? Clark retorted. Clark's commentary caused Nolan to furrow her brow slightly, prompting her to ponder deeply. At the Kent residence, Eden returned home immediately after departing from the guard team, resuming his battle simulations. He was determined to seize every moment to grow stronger. Just then, as Eden prepared for another round of simulations, a thought struck him. He swiftly took out his phone and called Cecil, inquiring, Cecil, if memory serves, Donald has been by our side all along, correct? So, who has been impersonating me at school? Another Donald, Eden remarked. I have backed up Donald. Do you understand my meaning? Also, please help me keep this a secret and do not divulge it to anyone, even Donald himself. Thank you. After a prolonged silence, Cecil finally shared the secret with Eden. Sometimes, I truly think you are a beast, Cecil, Eden replied, slightly furrowing his brow before abruptly ending the call. He resolved to personally visit the school the following day to ascertain whether Cecil had caused any turmoil there. However, before that, he would continue with the simulations. Simulation initiated. Eden was disinterested in the sordid affairs between Cecil and Donald. Strength was the ultimate truth, and simulations were paramount. As for that fellow Cecil, his prolonged tenure as the head of the Global Defense Bureau indicated his adeptness at navigating the gray areas between light and darkness. And his actions over the years were hardly more virtuous than those of the Knights. Simulated opponent, Cygus, Berserk Beast. Simulation location, uninhabited planet. With the system's prompt, the scenery around Eden transformed, transporting him to a familiar crimson planet, where he beheld Cygus and the Berserk Beast preparing for a duel. Who are you? Do not disturb our battle, kid. Cygus warned Eden with his usual benevolence. I am your nightmare. Eden dove down, shattering the jaw of Craig in retribution for their previous simulation, and scorched the face of the watching Berserker with his heat vision. Eliminate this brat first. The Berserker roared in fury. I concur, Craig replied, pushing his shattered jaw together with sheer force, directing a cold gaze at Eden. Upon witnessing this, Eden accelerated his dive, hurtling towards Craig and the Berserker. You're courting death, Craig and the Berserker exclaimed almost in unison. Boom! As Eden collided with Craig and the Berserker, the impact of these 3 formidable forces reverberated through the planet, causing it to wail in anguish and the atmosphere to tremble violently. 8 hours later, simulation complete. Eden, with a blade lodged in his abdomen, concluded this wretched simulation. However, his adversaries, the Regent and the Berserker, fared little better. The Regent not only had his jaw shattered, but also lost sight in one eye, with a gaping wound his chest from Eden's assault, blood still oozing profusely. The Berserker's armor lay in tatters. He had suffered a severed arm, lost an ear, and his tail had been sliced in half by Eden's heat vision. Upon returning to his chamber, dusk had descended. Sighing, Eden felt his abdomen had healed completely and relaxed slightly. Continuing, system, resumed the simulation. Master, would you like to revert to the last save point or initiate a new simulation? The system inquired. The last save point? Eden pondered, slightly baffled. This refers to the moment you concluded your previous simulation, allowing you to continue battling the injured Craig and Berserker, the system clarified. Unnecessary. I wish to confront the two in their strongest state, Eden replied, shaking his head. Understood. Following Eden's command, the system launched a new round of simulation. "You there? Whoever you may be," Craig recited his line once more in the new simulation. "Get lost," Eden retorted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Craig flying. ZZZ. Subsequently, Eden scorched the Berserker's face with his heat vision. Let S attack together. Craig and the Berserker, as expected, joined forces once more. 10 hours later. Indeed, in this iteration of the simulation, Eden endured for a total of 10 hours, exacerbating the injuries of both the Berserker and Craig. It was now 4 in the morning on the following day. After the simulation concluded, Eden glanced at the time and, after some contemplation, instructed the system. Once more, the third simulation commenced. This time, Eden fought with even more fervor, neglecting all defense, adopting a reckless stance of trading injuries as he battled the Berserker and Craig. Another 10 hours elapsed. Thus, this time Eden simulated for merely 10 hours. Incidentally, after the simulation concluded, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, and Eden deliberately visited the school. Upon discovering that everything at the school was in order and that no one had uncovered his true identity, he returned to the Kent residence to continue his simulation. During this period, all of Eden's culinary needs were met through the daily meals provided by Donald. At this point, Eden no longer felt the need to conceal anything from Cecil or Donald. It was evident that secrets resided within his room. A week passed in this manner, during which Eden engaged in no less than 10 simulations. It was during the final simulation that Eden, with the severed blade of the Berserker lodged in his shoulder, battled fiercely against both Hyde and the Berserker for an entire day, ultimately succeeding in decapitating the Berserker. Now I lack for nothing. It is time to take decisive action. As Eden sat beside the corpses of Hyde and the Berserker, he effortlessly eliminated the Berserker's girlfriend and the 20-odd Ragnars, alien tigers, foes of the Vexians. A smile graced his lips. The Mechanical Head's Tower. The omnipotent hero. Once again, it is her. Following significant financial losses due to the omnipotent hero New Orleans' assault on the Knight's Order, the Mechanical Head found himself on the brink of collapse. He instructed Isotope to gather all available personnel. Just then, Eden appeared like a specter behind the Mechanical Head, calmly stating, "Have you finally decided to take action?" Upon hearing this, the Mechanical Head, filled with excitement, replied, Eden observed the Mechanical Head's fervent enthusiasm, slightly furrowing his brow. Clearly, the Mechanical Head had misunderstood something. But Eden was too indifferent to clarify. "Remember, gather your forces to the best of your ability." Eden left this remark before departing. "I shall not disappoint your expectations." After Eden's exit, the Mechanical Head summoned Isotope and remarked, "Did you not mention previously that you had contacted an alien cat intending to challenge the omnipotent hero on Earth? Perhaps that cat may soon prove useful." Chapter 41. The Berserker Hunt. Shortly after Eden left the tower, the Mechanical Head hummed a cheerful tune and commenced his work. Although his combat prowess was lacking, he was fortunate enough to possess considerable wealth, allowing him to hire numerous formidable fighters to battle on his behalf. As for Eden, upon returning to the Kent residence, he resumed his path of simulation, seizing every moment to grow stronger. Thus, yet another week swiftly passed. Phew! Eden concluded his final simulation prior to confronting the Berserker, successfully defeating the Berserker, Hyde, Ragnar, and an entire interstellar fleet in just 6 hours. The moment is ripe. My hunting plan is now fully prepared to commence. Eden's gaze darkened as he commenced his plan of predation. To ensure the success of his scheme, he first needed to divert his formidable parents and the inept members of the Global Guardian Corps, preventing these hapless warriors from recklessly presenting themselves before the ferocious beast. In the White House, the president, having toiled throughout the day, was preparing for a moment of respite. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, 2 blue-skinned giants shattered the wall of his office and strode in, laughing heartily. "Ah, it has been too long, dear Mr. President." Upon witnessing these 2 imposing figures, the president's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the Merler twins had escaped once more and were now poised to confront the president over a plethora of policy matters. "Your doom is at hand, Merler twins." Just as the twins prepared to seize the president, the roar of fighter jet engines echoed from above, revealing Nightwing's aircraft hovering ominously over them. "Damn it," the Merler twins cursed. "You shall not escape." At that moment, the war woman brandished her hammer, obstructing their path. Behind the Merler twins, the members of the Guardian Corps, including Green Goblin, Martian, Captain America, Flash, and Aquaman, arrived just in time. Simultaneously, the Lizard Alliance, recently bested by the Global Guardian Corps, gathered a throng of reptilian warriors and launched a surprise assault on the super prison of the Global Security Agency. Ahaha! Bow before me. Surrender, and I shall liberate you from this wretched prison, proclaimed Dr. Lizard, brandishing his scepter and cackling like a madman from atop the prison building. You old fool, came the retort as Eve descended from the heavens, delivering a kick that sent Dr. Lizard plummeting from the 5th floor, breaking his leg upon impact. Despite his creation of the lizard people, his physical prowess was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary human. Curse you, cheerleader, he spat, lying on the ground and glaring up at Eve. Defeat them. Then, Rex, clad in a custom-designed robotic suit, descended with the aid of vector thrusters, unleashing a barrage of explosive darts from his arms that sent dozens of lizard soldiers sprawling to the ground. Ha! This sensation of unrestrained bombardment is utterly exhilarating. That gentleman is a genius. He understands my abilities better than I do. Rex laughed, reveling in the unprecedented firepower at his disposal. I yearn for a battle infused with fervor, one robust enough to restore my superhuman abilities. Black Samson, instead of donning his armor, engages in hand-to-hand combat with several lizardmen, each strike landing with palpable force, leaving him bruised and battered in no time. He hopes that these lizardmen will exert sufficient pressure on him, allowing him to once again experience the sensation of being on the brink of death, thereby successfully reclaiming his powers as foretold by Eden. You may attack with confidence. Both the southern and northern gates are securely blocked by my clones, he asserts, infused with a calm assurance. Kate, having placed her clones in advance at the base, speaks with unwavering confidence. Following Eden's command, she battles through her intellect, strategically positioning her backup clones 500 meters away to evade the aftermath of the conflict, subsequently dispersing her clones across the battlefield. I have finally grasped the meaning behind that esteemed individual's words. The diminutive ray traverses among the lizardmen, this time opting not to enlarge her form, but rather to amplify a spear crafted from a unique material, skewering the lizardmen in succession. Were it not for the limitations of Ray's abilities, as suggested by Eden, she might even attempt to shrink an aircraft carrier and carry it with her. I shall crush them. The Beast Girl, equally undeterred, transforms into a green-skinned beast, smashing the skulls of several lizardmen. Within the span of a week, the robots have successfully crafted a wristwatch for her, capable of counteracting the residual effects of her transformation. This innovation empowers her to wield her strength without restraint, as she has also mastered the ability to employ combat techniques while in her beastly form. At the Global Defense Bureau, Sissel inquires about the performance of the Second Guard team while observing the surveillance footage. Clearly, they have evolved into an exceptionally mature unit. Based on my assessment, the overall strength of the Second Guard team surpasses that of the first. He observes, that individual is truly a genius. He can effortlessly identify the shortcomings of each guard member. The robot, witnessing the team push back the lizard horde as if slicing through vegetables, responds with satisfaction. It appears you hold that individual in high regard? Sissel queries. Indeed, the robot nods, a tone of admiration evident in its voice. Thus far, that esteemed individual has never erred. Let us hope so, Sissel muses thoughtfully before finally nodding in agreement. In London, the elderly Lou transforms into a colossal dragon, circling above the city while bellowing, Omni-Man, come forth and face me. No one can escape the consequences after attacking the Night Order. Have you finally made your appearance, Lou? Just 10 seconds ago, the omnipotent hero Nolan was vacationing in Hawaii while investigating the movements of the Night Order. He has now arrived in the skies above London. Confronting Lou. Lou, you are courting your own demise, Nolan declared, glaring at Lou, who had transformed into a colossal dragon. You force my hand, Lou retorted, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames towards Nolan. As for Superman, the invincible old man from Eden is currently engaged in battle against dimensional overlords in other realms. Eden, having timed Clark's absence perfectly, has initiated its own scheme. Meanwhile, in the basement of the second safe house of the Mechanical Head, Isotope, sensing the time was ripe, summoned a group of hired thugs he had procured with money. The slaughter cannon, Cusk, the furnace, the frenzied magma, and the berserk beast were instantly summoned forth. Chapter 42, Eden versus the Berserk Beast. Where's my opponent? Don't tell me these minions are my foes. They are hardly worthy of my blade. The berserk beast stood bewildered among the throng of minions, surveying the surroundings. After casting a disgruntled glance at Isotope, who was not the reason for his arrival, the berserk beast reflected that he had not come for mere monetary gain. He had come to this planet upon hearing from the Planetary Alliance that a distinguished warrior resided here, thus leveraging his connections to engage with the local forces, hoping they could facilitate his pursuit of the elite warrior. Hey, who are you calling minions? The berserk beast's words sparked discontent among those surrounding him, who glared at the white lion and demanded answers. The berserk beast, however, was disinterested in conversing with these weaker beings. At this moment, he pondered who he could turn to for assistance if the local forces proved incapable of enabling his battle against the elite warrior. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air. The esteemed one has arrived, Isotope remarked with a calm smile. The esteemed one. The assembled henchmen stared in astonishment at Isotope's announcement. Boom! In the midst of a violent tremor, a man clad in black armor descended from the open skylight of the basement, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the man landed, Isotope swiftly approached him, bowing respectfully and whispering, "My lord, you have arrived?" Indeed. It was at the moment the man stood upright that the villain's presence strained through the haze to catch a glimpse of the man's appearance. And the faint outline of the emblem on the chest of his black armor revealed Superman. In an instant, the villains present found themselves momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Superman, the paragon of superheroes and the mightiest force on Earth, would appear in their midst. Moreover, this Superman exhibited an air of familiarity with the Isotope. ZZZ. Before the villains could ponder further or clearly discern the man's true visage, a crimson beam of heat vision sliced through the air, instantly penetrating the bodies of these supervillains. Good grief. This was not what they had anticipated. As the scene unfolded before them, the villains felt a desperate urge to flee, but alas, it was too late. Within mere seconds, only Eden the Isotope and the Berserker remained in the basement. Indeed, it was not just the ill-fated villains who were left in utter shock before their demise. Even the Isotope, who had summoned this wicked assembly, wore a perplexed expression, entirely unaware that Eden had gathered this ruthless band merely to practice his heat vision. "You may leave now," Eden stated without turning back. "Understood," the Isotope replied, refraining from further inquiry. Upon receiving Eden's command, he promptly teleported away. "Are you the Berserker?" Eden inwarded, gazing at the formidable figure before him. "Kid, have you heard my tale?" The Berserker disregarded Eden's earlier actions of dispatching the minions. At that moment, his heart raced, each beat echoing loudly within him. From the first moment he laid eyes on Eden, he recognized that this man was the fierce adversary he had been tirelessly seeking throughout the cosmos. "Your face tells a story," Eden remarked, observing the Berserker's fierce and bloodthirsty countenance with a sardonic smile. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I presume your presence here is not merely for idle chatter, kid," the Berserker retorted, leaning closer to Eden with a chilling tone. "Let us determine our fates through combat," Eden asserted directly. "That suits me just fine." The Berserker nodded in satisfaction. Boom! Before the Berserker could react, Eden's colossal fist had already collided with his face, sending the Berserker's body crashing through the air, leaving a fleeting afterimage. The rough texture of his back shattered the mechanical head of the lavish safe house, a facility constructed at a cost of over $100 million. Global Security Bureau. "The area has been evacuated, correct?" Cecil asked Donald as he sat before the monitors. Even Cecil himself had lost count of how many times he had sought confirmation from Donald that day. Of course, Donald nodded in affirmation. Boom! At that moment, Cecil witnessed a blaze erupt on the screen, the entire service area transforming into an inferno, with the explosion at the gas station generating a fireball soaring hundreds of meters high. Merely watching from the screen, he felt a visceral shock. What has transpired? Is Eden safe? Cecile felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Just as she worried for Eden's well-being, two formidable figures surged through the flames, creating a violent shockwave that extinguished the fire and propelled themselves into the sky. In that moment, Cecile beheld Eden, clad in black, gripping the neck of the berserk beast with one hand while relentlessly pummeling its face with the other, each blow causing the beast to spew blood. "Goodness, it seems I have underestimated that lad," she murmured to herself while witnessing the scene before her. Thousands of meters above, a passenger airplane glided through the sky, where a young boy seated by the window was engrossed in the view of the azure heavens and fluffy clouds. It was his first flight, and unlike the adults who were already drifting off to sleep, he was wide awake, reveling in the splendor of the sky. The sensation of soaring through the clouds ignited his imagination, making him envision himself as a superhero, one day capable of traversing the skies freely. Suddenly, the boy seemed to catch sight of something extraordinary. He quickly roused his slumbering mother, whispering, "Mom, I think I just saw a superhero fiercely battling a giant cat." His mother peered out of the small window, seeing nothing unusual, and softly replied, "I believe you've been watching too many cartoons." Meanwhile, at the edge of the atmosphere, the berserk beast exclaimed, "I hear you cannot fly," as Eden tightened his grip around its neck, lifting it skyward. "You despicable wretch. You are unworthy to be called a warrior. Have the courage to face me on solid ground for a true duel." The berserk beast cursed. Alas, once the beast ascended into the cosmos, it could utter no further sounds. Chapter 43. The Invincible Eden and the Demise of the Berserk Beast. On the moon, with a resounding crash, Eden, gripping the berserk beast's neck, pierced through the atmosphere amidst a cacophony of sonic booms, landing on the desolate lunar surface. The moment Eden and the berserk beast collided with the moon, it trembled visibly under the observation of satellites. Roar! The berserk beast winced in pain, feeling a burning sensation in its back. It opened its gaping maw, attempting to unleash a roar while lunging at Eden's shoulder. How absurd! Eden adeptly evaded the beast's assault, pinning it beneath him with one hand while delivering a devastating punch to its face with the other. The ferocity of his strike left the savage creature battered, its crimson blood floating aimlessly in the weightlessness of the lunar environment. Moreover, as Eden unleashed his fists upon the berserker beast, he did not neglect to employ his thermal vision, bestowing upon the creature a fierce laser assault. Earth, the Global Defense Bureau, good heavens! This lad is truly brutal. I found myself bewildered as to who among them could be deemed the genuine supervillain. Cecile, through the Bureau's satellite, was intently observing the unfolding events on the lunar surface. What kind of welding technique is this? As Cecile witnessed Eden gripping the berserker beast by the throat, while simultaneously delivering punishing blows to its cheek, all the while unleashing a barrage of thermal vision. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Eden's methods were undeniably savage. In stark contrast, Eden's father, Clark, appeared almost as a benevolent and loving deity. It was only after witnessing Eden's full display of power that Cecile comprehended the profound mercy and compassion exhibited by Superman, Clark Kent, towards his adversaries. It was never the overwhelming might of the villains that defeated Superman, but rather the moral constraints that weighed heavily upon his heart. Just as Cecile was beginning to re-evaluate the exaggerated combat prowess of Kryptonians, Eden, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by the berserker beast's powerful kick, sending him hurtling like a cannonball, piercing through the atmosphere and plummeting toward Earth. Buzz! Fortunately, just within the final 100 meters from the surface, Eden expended all his energy. Coming to a halt. "You surpass any berserker I simulated in battle," he remarked, gazing up at the moon, before suddenly vanishing from sight, accelerating skyward. On the moon, the berserker beast, having successfully launched Eden away, finally found a moment to catch its breath. Rising from the pockmarked and cracked lunar surface, it opened its maw, spewing forth a mixture of blood and internal fragments along with the teeth shattered by Eden, before tearing off the remnants of its damaged armor and seizing a floating broken blade, its gaze fixed intently on Earth. Though the berserker could not fly, its immense strength allowed it to push off lightly from the lunar surface, causing the cracks beneath to widen, using the resultant force to break through the atmosphere in pursuit of Eden's descent. Earth, at 10,000 meters above ground. Vision, the berserker roared, brandishing the blade as it descended like a war god, aiming a strike at Eden. "Damn you!" Eden shouted as he returned from the surface, charging directly towards the descending berserker. Boom! As the frenzied beast surged from the moon, colliding with Eden, which ascended rapidly from the Earth. The moment of their clash at an altitude of 10,000 meters unleashed a terrifying shockwave and vibration, sweeping across miles and creating a vast vacuum. ZZZ. Cecil, closely monitoring this epic battle for the Earth Defense Agency, witnessed the moment when Eden and the frenzied beast unleashed their full firepower, only to have his view abruptly interrupted due to signal interference. "Donald, Show me what has transpired. Cecil commanded, his gaze fixed on his ace agent, Donald. After a brief silence, Donald forcefully tapped on the computer before them. Buzz. Under Donald's secret touch, the screen miraculously restored the visuals. Cecil's eyes widened as he beheld the scene. The frenzied beast blade had struck Eden's right shoulder, lodged against his scapula, while Eden had successfully severed the frenzied beast's left arm. In this confrontation, it was clear that Eden held the advantage. Damn it! Eden wasted no time allowing the frenzied beast to respond. He decisively extracted the broken blade from his shoulder and swung, severing the beast's tail, followed by a powerful punch to its abdomen, sending it soaring like a mere plaything. Boom! Eden's punch propelled the frenzied beast hundreds of kilometers away at an astonishing speed. Yet Eden's velocity surpassed it. He quickly caught up and delivered another kick to the beast's rear. With a combination of the beast's inertia and Eden's strike, the frenzied beast's waist was shattered. Roar! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the frenzied beast's mouth. Before it could retaliate, Eden seized its neck and hurled it once more into outer space. In the void of outer space, Eden and the frenzied beast floated amidst the darkness. Locking eyes with each other, their gazes filled with bloodlust and brutality. It all ends here, frenzied beast. I shall slay you here and fashion your hide into the most magnificent coat, my finest trophy, akin to the severed heads of the powerful adversaries you have hunted. Eden coldly articulated, gesturing with his lips. Kill me? Utterly ridiculous. The frenzied beast retorted, understanding Eden's silent words. Listen, I will place your head in the deepest recesses of my collection, a testament to your strength as the mightiest prey I have ever hunted. The frenzied beast smirked, returning Eden's taunt with a mocking grin. Ha! Eden silently chuckled, his expression hardened, and in a flash, he lunged before the frenzied beast, delivering a fierce punch. The savage beast had no intention of further dialogue. With a swift motion, it launched a punch. However, it was only in that instinctive moment of swinging its left fist that it recalled its entire left arm had been severed by Eden. In an instant, the savage beast's grotesque visage was once again struck violently by Eden's fist, despite the considerable impairment of Eden's right arm due to injury. Causing his movements to appear exceedingly unnatural, the power of two fists outweighed that of a single hand. At the Global Defense Bureau, Cecil and Donald observed the fierce exchange between Eden and the savage beast via satellite. It would not be inaccurate to claim that Eden was dominating the battle. Half an hour later, the once mighty savage beast, which had relentlessly pursued strength and invincibility throughout the cosmos, was ultimately crushed to death by Eden's fists, transformed into a lion skin cloak. Cecil remained silent for a long while before murmuring, Eden has triumphed. Chapter 44, Eden, I'm done pretending. With the savage beast vanquished, Eden did not rush back to Earth. Instead, he turned and reclined on the moon, exhaling slowly. As he gazed at the white lion beside him, disbelief flickered in his eyes. He murmured to himself, the savage beast has truly fallen. The sense of accomplishment derived from defeating the savage beast in reality was wholly distinct from that experienced in simulation. Regardless, he had won. After a moment, Eden steadied his emotions, drifting through the cosmos. With the sun's aid, he healed the injury on his right shoulder and dragged the corpse of the savage beast back to Earth. At the Global Defense Bureau, exultation erupted. We won. Splendid. Open the champagne, everyone. Earth is safe. Numerous agents cheered alongside Cecil, clapping in celebration, loudly proclaiming Eden's victory. Could that lion truly be the second most powerful entity in the universe? Cecil regarded the slain lion with skepticism, his tone laced with disbelief. In fact, calculations based on the energy fluctuations produced during Eden's battle with the lion indicated that it possessed the capability to annihilate planets independently, far surpassing any formidable being on Earth, even exceeding the abilities of the omnipotent Nolan. Thus, we could boldly speculate that the lion represented the second greatest combat prowess in the universe. After perusing a multitude of data, the robot reached a conclusion. I did not imply disbelief. I merely find it astonishing that Eden emerged victorious so effortlessly. Cecil refrained from voicing half of his thoughts to the robot. At that moment, he was eager to ascertain whether Eden, having successfully slain the savage beast, was indeed the most powerful being in the universe. However, given that the robot was also uncertain about the strength of the universe's strongest entity, Cecil opted not to inquire further. Let's host a celebration to welcome our hero back. Cecil proclaimed. Congratulations. Congratulations, Eden. Congratulations, Superman. Thus, upon his return from outer space, Eden was warmly welcomed by Cecil and others. What on earth is this DJVU? After a moment of reflection, Eden tossed the Berserker Beast to Cecil and said, "Please craft a coat for me." I promised the Berserker Beast that I would wear it while continuing to fight, fulfilling his unwavering desire to battle. Cecil regarded the imposing corpse before him, which, despite having perished long ago, still emanated a formidable aura. After a brief silence, he nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall comply, provided our Defense Bureau's technological weaponry can indeed penetrate the creature's impenetrable hide." Of course, Eden affirmed. Following a brief celebration with the personnel from the Defense Bureau, he returned to the Kent residence, as it was time for his parents to come home as well. Meanwhile, the first squad of the Guard successfully captured the Mauler twins, while the second squad easily repelled the Lizard Alliance. Even Nolan managed to force back the colossal dragon transformed from Old Lou. It seemed that everything was progressing in a favorable direction. In the Mechanical Head's building, he expressed his bewilderment. "My dear, how have you managed to eliminate all the hired muscle I procured at great expense? What? Do I need to report to you for disposing of those wretched individuals?" Eden retorted, casting a glance at Mechanical Head. "No, that is not what I meant. We had agreed that they were to confront the omnipotent hero, Nolan. Now that you've dealt with them, who will confront Nolan, who has a penchant for thwarting our knight's endeavors?" Mechanical Head waved his hands in exasperation, seeking to clarify. "What did I ever say I intended to confront Nolan?" Eden chuckled, suddenly appearing before Mechanical Head, gripping his neck with one hand, and coldly stated, "Listen, if I hear any of you plotting against Nolan again, I shall eliminate you without hesitation." In truth, Eden was not concerned about the knights causing trouble for Nolan. Even Old Lou could not contend with him. What he feared was that Mechanical Head, in his foolishness, would summon inexplicable formidable foes to Earth, necessitating that he preemptively block such a course of action. "I understand my error. Please spare me this time. I am on the verge of being scrapped," Mechanical Head pleaded. "This shall not happen again." Perhaps due to his recent victory over the Berserker Beast, Eden was in a particularly good mood and released Mechanical Head, issuing a chilling warning. Mechanical Head exhaled, regaining his composure, and inwardly grumbled. "It was you who summoned the muscle, yet now you reproach me for doing so. It is truly difficult to be your subordinate. Mechanical Head, remember well the fate you encountered today. Inform the other members of the Knight's Order of the consequences they shall face should they disregard my commands. The fates of you scoundrels lie solely in my hands, and I possess the power to revoke them at any moment." After striking the Mechanical Head, Eden vanished from sight in an instant. The Mechanical Head let out a resigned sigh, feeling utterly helpless. At the Kent household, the next matter at hand was to resolve familial disputes. It appeared inevitable that a confrontation between my mother and I was on the horizon. Perhaps I would also have to contend with Regent Hygiene and the remaining members of the Vixing race. As Eden contemplated his inner plans, he silently urged the system, simulate. Indeed, when faced with uncertainty, he relied on the system's simulations. All of Eden's current abilities were garnered through countless intense battles. At times, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Deep Blue, give me a boost." 3 days later, during this interim, Eden was making final preparations. He had ceased to be preoccupied with the formidable combat prowess of the Berserk Beast and Regent Hygiene. Instead, he aimed to single-handedly dismantle the entire Vixing army. From Eden's understanding of the Vixing, it was imperative to demonstrate sufficient strength before attempting to reason with them. On the morning of the third day, Nolan and Clark returned home after their trip to Hawaii. "Eden, look who is back. It's been over a month. Did you miss us?" In truth, they had intended to return earlier, but fortune smiled upon Eden's parents, who won the grand prize at a bonfire event at their resort, causing them to linger longer in Hawaii. Clark and Nolan arrived home, laden with gifts for Eden, a testament to their affection for him. Taking a deep breath, Eden steadied his resolve and descended the stairs to stand before Nolan and Clark. "Mom, we need to talk." "What?" Nolan gazed at Eden with curiosity. "I've awakened my superpowers." Eden confessed candidly. He was no longer concealing the truth. "What did you say?" Nolan was stunned, even dropping the items in her hands, which Clark fortunately caught. Sighing deeply, Eden levitated off the ground. Chapter 45, The Confession. Nolan, goodness, my son is secretly on the path to world domination. Child, You truly have awakened. Nolan gazed at Eden, who was slowly rising from the floor, realizing that regardless of her willingness, Eden had indeed awakened his powers, just as she had once wished. In a fleeting moment, Eden could distinctly perceive the transformation of his mother, Nolan's expressions, which shifted from panic to distress, from helplessness to resoluteness, yet conspicuously devoid of any semblance of joy or relief at the awakening of her child's powers. Nolan, what you ought to do now is not to stand there in a daze, but to heartily congratulate our son on his successful awakening of superpowers just a week before reaching adulthood. It was ultimately the well-meaning Clark who reminded the flustered Nolan of this. Indeed, I must congratulate you. Well done, my child. You're now a qualified Viltrumian. What did I tell you? All Viltrumians are capable of awakening their superpowers before reaching adulthood. Upon hearing this, Nolan took a deep breath, suppressing her inner anxiety, and forced a smile onto her face as she congratulated Eden. Thank you for your congratulations. Eden simply nodded in acknowledgement, neither affirming nor denying Nolan's words, and smiled in return. Child, listen closely. Now that you have successfully awakened your powers, there are some matters I must clarify with you. From this day forth, I shall no longer regard you as an ordinary boy, but as a noble reserve warrior of the Veltum, until you fully awaken your abilities. You shall never comprehend the magnitude of the responsibilities that lie upon your shoulders. At this point in her speech, Nolan's tone unexpectedly took on a harshness that even she was unaware of, as if she had subconsciously assumed the role of a Veltum recruit instructor. Perhaps we both ought to be more candid, Mother. I mean regarding the Veltumians. Eden inhaled deeply, shrugging toward Nolan. What do you know, Eden? Nolan paused, observing Eden's demeanor, which seemed to suggest a profound understanding of Veltum, and her brows furrowed in response, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. Indeed, a circumstance. Nolan would have no choice but to resort to force, though she was not yet prepared for such a course. Everything. All there is to know about the Veltumians. Eden replied truthfully. Who informed you? Nolan interrogated Eden. Kinanchink had feasts. Cecile told me. Eden directly placed the blame on his capable secretary, Cecile, floating closer to Nolan as he enunciated. Recently, Cecile captured an alien from the Galactic Alliance, and from that alien's words, the Veltum Empire is not as benevolent as you have claimed, Mother. Do not be deceived by Cecile, Eden. Nolan interrupted, her anger flaring. I know Cecile better than you do. That fellow is nothing but a complete scoundrel. He is a man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, a master of deception. At this moment, Clark interjected, Enough, Eden, and you too, Nolan. Let us resolve our differences with calm and open dialogue. Please refrain from arguing, as it could jeopardize the harmony and happiness of our family. Noticing the escalating exchange between Eden and Nolan, Clark stepped in to mediate. Father, grant me 30 minutes. No matter what transpires, please refrain from interjecting or interfering. Eden turned to Clark, her tone resolute. I must clarify this matter with my mother. She wished to preserve her father's idealistic view of her mother, Nolan, and thus sought to divert Clark's attention. As for Nolan's potential confessions to Clark, that was another matter entirely. Clark, I share your sentiments, Nolan echoed, directing her gaze toward him, her voice steady. To her, convincing Eden meant that the two of them could jointly persuade Clark. Very well, I shall grant you 30 minutes. Clark conceded, observing the uncanny alignment between Eden and Nolan even amidst their conflict. He shrugged in resignation. It must be said, this mother and son duo were indeed quite alike. Clark thought to himself, glancing at his watch before deciding to leave the space entirely to his wife and child. Disappearing from the scene. To be honest, as the ever-amiable Clark faced a rather dismal mood today, he planned to use this time to seek out a dimensional lord to vent his frustrations. Let us converse in the skies, Eden declared, ascending into the heights. Very well, Nolan replied, following suit. At the altitude of 10,000 meters, Eden and Nolan stood in opposition, each prepared to reveal a secret. Eden, after a long absence, produced a baseball and addressed Nolan, who hovered before him. You may begin. Nolan nodded in agreement. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall go first. In truth, I awakened my superpowers at the age of 5. That concludes my first secret. Now it is your turn, Mother, Eden said, tossing the baseball to her. Thud! Nolan caught it with one hand, her expression darkening. Good heavens, you awakened your powers at 5? And your father and I were completely unaware? Mother, it is your turn. Eden urged. Very well. I was initially dispatched by the Empire to this remote, intelligent planet with the aim of its complete conquest, Nolan replied candidly. Now is your turn, she added, tossing the ball back to Eden. At the very moment you and your father were vacationing in Hawaii, I had taken control of the Global Security Bureau and the Guard. Now, it can be said that Cecil is working for me. After catching the ball, Eden immediately revealed his secret and then tossed the ball back to Nolan. Huh? What do you mean you've taken control of the Security Bureau and the Guard? Nolan gazed incredulously at her son, her mind momentarily short-circuiting. It's your turn now, Mother, Eden urged. Nolan, under Eden's prodding, slowly began to calm her racing heart. She hesitated for a moment, then, taking a deep breath, said, In fact, I suspected as early as a month ago that you had awakened your superpowers. I even tested you several times, and when I discovered that you had not yet manifested any powers, I truly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, in hindsight, it seems my suspicions were correct. You managed to deceive me all along. As she spoke, a hint of irritation colored Nolan's gaze as she fiercely threw the ball back to Eden. Well, this child, so young yet already deceiving his elder, she lamented. I also took control of the Knights Order. They're currently working for me as well. Eden caught the ball and revealed another secret before tossing it back to Nolan. What do you mean the Knights and the Security Bureau are working for you? Are you not already on the path to world domination behind my back? After catching the ball, Nolan returned it to Eden, her tone steady as she declared, Enough, Eden. Cease this childish game. I have no more secrets to share, so do not withhold anything further. Reveal all that you should tell me. For instance, I eliminated the Franksa aliens invading Earth and destroyed the atmosphere of their home planet. I ventured to the core of the Earth and defeated the Earthquake Doctor, along with his army of arthropods and subterraneans. Furthermore, I journeyed to Mars with astronauts, exterminating the squid dogs and giving the Martians a stern lesson. Eden recounted his recent experiences in what could only be described as a confessional. And what else? Eden, what more is there? Nolan looked at her son, feeling a sense of estrangement. What else? Oh, right. I had old Lou perform a play in London, deliberately stalling you. After a moment's contemplation, Eden smiled as he spoke. Stalling me? A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Nolan as she looked at Eden and inquired, What are you stalling me for? To take advantage of that window and eliminate the berserker beast that descended upon Earth. Before Nolan could ponder further, Eden's voice echoed in her ears. Berserker beasts? Nolan was utterly bewildered. Was this berserker beast the same one she understood? Chapter 46. Eden, I am the strongest in the universe. Clark, no. You are merely the strongest son of the universe. Are you certain it is the berserker beast? I refer to that pure white creature. Nolan inquired of Eden. Do you comprehend the strength of that beast? Perhaps Nolan herself was unaware. Or perhaps she had never contemplated that one day, while conversing with her child, her voice would tremble incessantly. If you are speaking of that large, pure white feline, then you are indeed correct. Should you still harbor doubts, you may consult Cecil at the Defense Bureau. He is currently utilizing the remains of the berserker beast to assist me in crafting a fur coat. After a moment of contemplation, Eden replied, Good heavens. Nolan felt her mind begin to swirl. The illustrious berserker beast of the cosmos had perished just like that, and it was her son, a mere 18 years old, who, by earthly standards, was barely an adult. Yet, according to the prolonged lifespan of her kind, he could only be regarded as a child, who had brought about its demise. To be frank, Nolan had received far too many surprises from her son Eden that day. I have a better method of testing, Eden, Nolan asserted, her gaze sharpening. Without uttering a word or providing any warning, she swung her fist directly towards Eden's cheek. Calm down, mother, remain composed. Eden responded with an air of ease, effortlessly catching Nolan's fist with one hand. With a gentle flick, he sent her hurtling several thousand meters away. Good heavens, not even Chudge possessed such strength. Nolan was now fully convinced that her remarkable son could indeed vanquish the berserker beast. In fact, from their brief bout, she deduced that Eden could eliminate her in an instant. She even harbored doubts that this son of hers, typically so reserved, could easily best the current supreme ruler of their planet, the formidable Regent Chudge. My son is the strongest in the universe? Nolan murmured to herself. Had Eden been 800 years old, or even 180, Nolan would not have been as astounded or incredulous. However, the reality was that Eden would only turn 18 in a week's time. Nolan dared not imagine the magnitude of his power when, over the long years, He continued to refine his abilities and reached her current age. Mother, have you now regained your composure? Just as Nolan was lost in contemplation, Eden flickered and reappeared before her, smiling as he inquired. I have entirely regained my composure. Nolan mechanically nodded, her voice devoid of emotion. Her heart had grown numb to the point of feeling nothing at all. I understand, Mother, that you deeply care for your kin, and I too am concerned for the current plight of the Valens. But please, reflect carefully, is the strategy of the Valens not flawed? Currently, the population of the Vixing is dwindling, with the pure-blooded members barely numbering 100. Given our clan's present strength, we are incapable of dominating even a single star system, let alone an entire universe. What we must focus on now is not incessant bloodshed or warfare, but rather fostering our growth, restoring our numbers, and exploiting the weaknesses of the Vixing. Otherwise, even if we conquer countless civilizations and claim numerous planets, it would matter little if others could once again extinguish the Vixing through a virus, as they did before. Eden elucidated the plight of the Vixing and the strategic objectives for the future to Nolan with clarity. After a moment of silence, Nolan nodded, saying, though your words may lack persuasive power coming from you, I agree with all your choices, Eden. Despite verbally endorsing Eden's decisions, Nolan couldn't help but internally scoff. Haven't you already secretly taken control of everything on this planet? Eden? At that moment, Eden, who was expounding wisdom, conveyed to Nolan the sentiment that this planet was not merely for her, nor for the Vixing behind her, but was rightfully his. I knew you would understand me, Mother, he said, and after receiving a satisfactory response, he gently embraced her. This matter was settled. Eden sighed in relief. He had successfully averted a war and saved Earth once more, truly a hero. So, Eden, what is your next plan? Nolan inquired. We must summon all remaining Vixing to Earth, Eden declared. Clearly, the Vixing require a new leader and a fresh survival strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, this is indeed essential. Nolan nodded gently in agreement. The Vixing had always adhered to the strategies set forth by the strong. Thus, when a stronger leader emerges, the former must step down. Mother, do you have a way to bring the other Vixing to Earth? Eden asked, bolstered by Nolan's support. Certainly. I only need to communicate with the Vixing, announcing that my son has successfully awakened his powers and wishes to undergo the Vixing enlistment test. Naturally, others will come. When we defeat the one who comes to test you, the Vixing will learn of my betrayal and send enforcers. At that point, we will vanquish the enforcers arriving on Earth, and after the loss of several Vixing, that individual will likely feel compelled to intervene personally, Nolan succinctly explained. Understood. So, we are to give them a thorough beating, correct? Eden nodded, seemingly grasping Nolan's intent. Indeed, Nolan affirmed with a nod. That is exceedingly simple, Eden declared with conviction. Satisfied by Eden's affirmation, Nolan began to contemplate ways to contact Wei Xing. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Clark, Eden's father, sat upon a desolate planet, gazing at his watch and murmuring to himself. It seems the mother and son have concluded their heartfelt conversation. Considering the time, I should return. Beside Clark, the battered world shaper, bruised and beaten, glared at the imposing Superman and let out a furious growl. Sighing deeply, Clark grasped the collar of the world shaper with one hand and spoke in a calm tone, Listen, this is the last time I will say this. My universe was never meant for your invasion. Chapter 47, The Confession. The profound bond between Nolan and Clark. I have returned. After abandoning the nearly unconscious world shaper and hastening back from another dimension, Clark promptly returned to the Kent household. As soon as he stepped inside, he beheld his wife Nolan and son Eden, seated at the dining table, engaged in cheerful conversation. Has the heart-to-heart concluded? What was the outcome? Clark inquired, moving closer. He first shared a tender kiss with his beloved wife Nolan before turning to Eden. Ah, my wife is true love, and my son is a delightful surprise. Mother, I suddenly remembered that I neglected something quite important. That fellow William, he seemed to have invited me to the arcade today. I must hurry there, Eden exclaimed, rising swiftly from his seat. As he pushed open the door, he left the time and the room to Clark and Nolan, the affectionate couple. Next came Nolan's moment of confession to Clark. Hey, Eden, it's time for dinner. Where are you off to? Never mind, just remember to come back early. And be sure to stay safe. Clark called after Eden, initially in a symbolic manner, but upon realizing it was futile, he earnestly cautioned him. Clark, have you forgotten? Our child has awakened his superpowers. He can take care of himself quite well, Nolan remarked, chuckling at Clark's worry for Eden's safety. Oh, right. My apologies, I forgot. Look at my memory, still thinking of Eden as a little child, Clark replied, a hint of realization dawning upon him as he smiled. Meanwhile, he reflected on how swiftly time passed. In the blink of an eye, Eden had grown up. Clark, there are certain truths I must confess to you. At that moment, Nolan naturally leaned into Clark's embrace, her grip on his hand tightening, an unusual hint of worry flickering across her expression. I am listening. Clark responded by clasping Nolan's hand firmly, gazing tenderly into her eyes as he remarked, whatever you have to say, I will heed with utmost seriousness. This time is different. Clark, if you were to discover that I deceived you, would you still love me? Nolan inquired, addressing the man who had steadfastly stirred her heart for millennia. Then I shall love even the parts where you have deceived me, Clark vowed, holding Nolan's hand with unwavering commitment. Seemingly struck by a thought, he added, because I believe, Nolan, you would reciprocate in kind. Goodness, how does he possess such charm? Is he truly a small-town boy? Eden, eavesdropping from a kilometer away, couldn't help but scoff. Clark, listen closely. In truth, we Vexians are not a benevolent race. Quite the opposite. We have been embroiled in relentless warfare for ages. I, too, have committed many grave errors and unforgivable sins. Taking a deep breath, Nolan laid bare her confessions. I am aware. But what of it? Clark interjected passionately. Nolan, heed my words. Even if you were to bear the weight of the most heinous crimes, I would stand steadfastly by your side, walking the path of atonement with you. Nolan, Clark said, his voice warm, as he embraced her even more tightly. However, the matter of atonement may not be necessary. At this, Nolan appeared to contemplate something. Then explain why not? Clark asked, puzzled. Because. Nolan paused, her words faltering as she fell into silence before shaking her head. It is of no consequence. Nolan couldn't possibly pat Clark on the shoulder and confess. Because those I needed to atone for in this universe have already been dispatched to hell along with their entire kind and homeworld. The once tender atmosphere transformed into a dark jest. Very well, Clark seemed unperturbed, his hands growing increasingly mischievous. Just as Clark and Nolan were poised to deepen their emotional exchange, Clark's keen senses detected something amiss. Eden, your mother and I are about to add a new brother or sister to your life. Are you sure you wish to continue watching? Clark turned his gaze across the distance, landing on the startled Eden, a playful smile gracing his lips. Goodness. Eden recoiled, startled by Clark's revelation, and promptly turned to flee. Meanwhile, Eden retracted his super senses once more to within a mere 5 meters, vowing that there was no need and he absolutely would not loosen his perception. Kent family. That child. Clark turned his head with a smile, leaning down to kiss Nolan, after which the two began engaging in indescribable and earth-shattering activities. Nearby neighbors. Why does this cursed place always experience earthquakes? An hour later, Clark and Nolan lay in bed, the fervor on their faces having completely faded. Clark, our son's birthday is in a week, marking his coming of age. I believe we should host a grand celebration to compensate for the years of love and companionship we have deprived him of, Nolan murmured as she nestled in Clark's embrace. Indeed, it should be so, Clark nodded. We cannot always allow Eden to exert himself for the harmony of our family without reciprocation. As parents, we too must do something for him. I shall leave the party arrangements to you. Nolan smiled. Well, after all, Clark is quite the social butterfly among superheroes. Entrusting the preparations to him will surely yield a magnificent event. All right, Clark gently nodded, smiling. The gift you prepare will undoubtedly delight Eden. Perhaps I should also consider a gift for him, he added in his heart. Thus a week passed quietly. To be honest, this was the happiest week Eden had ever experienced. During this time, there were no crises of family division, no alien foes lurking ominously, no reckless villains seeking confrontation, and no persistent systems demanding attention. Everything was calm and harmonious. Naturally, this was also the most relaxed week of school Eden had ever encountered. Today was particularly special. Being Friday, the mere thought of the impending joyful weekend filled him with excitement. However, as Eden and William approached the school gate with buoyant steps, a monumental crisis that had been brewing all week suddenly erupted. Can you give me your autograph, all-powerful hero? Can I take a photo with you, all-powerful hero? Eden, observing the white-clad woman surrounded by a throng of students, gradually fell silent. Chapter 48. William, Eden, what do you mean your mom is the all-powerful hero? Is that really her? My heavens. I can hardly believe my eyes. Eden, did you see? That is the all-powerful hero. I can't believe I'm actually seeing her at our school. Is she here on a secret mission? Could it be that the balding principal is an evil alien in disguise? William exclaimed, gazing at the robust woman enveloped by countless students, teachers, and passers-by, unable to suppress his astonishment. I saw her long ago. Eden, with a nimble form, intended to escape through the back door of the school before the all-powerful hero. His mother could notice his presence. Eden's desire for a tranquil life was not merely a hollow aspiration. Perhaps it stemmed from the torment he endured throughout his childhood, living under the constant threat of his parents uncovering each other's secrets, leading to potential discord. This upbringing cultivated in Eden a mild social anxiety. He was not fond of being the center of attention, as it instilled in him a palpable fear of his own secrets being exposed. Apologies, please wait a moment. The autographs you are owed today will be sent to your respective homes by the Defense Bureau. For now, I must pick up my son from school. Just as Eden was about to turn and flee, the all-powerful hero seemed to sense something, raising her gaze and locking eyes on Eden amidst the crowd. Simultaneously, he felt the collective stares of countless individuals converging upon him, following the hero's line of sight. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Eden's eyelids twitched, his heartbeat quickening at that moment. He had never felt so awkward even when facing the berserker. Eden, did you hear that? I can hardly believe my ears. The all-powerful hero has child, and that child is attending our high school. This is simply unbelievable. Do you think it could be someone we know? As William spoke, he leaned closer to Eden, whispering conspiratorially in his ear, could it be Todd? That guy is over 6 feet tall and weighs more than 200 pounds. He hardly seems like a high school student. As William continued to speculate in hushed tones, the crowd beheld one of the mightiest heroes on Earth, the idol of millions, the invincible all-powerful hero who had approached Eden and William. What is she doing? William stared at the hero, his expression one of bewilderment, just as he pondered her intentions. The all-powerful hero took Eden's backpack from him with a smile, saying, I'm here to pick you up from school. Oh, Eden, the all-powerful hero is your mother? William exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief as he turned to his friend Eden. William, I will explain later, Eden replied, his patience wearing thin. Without another word, he tossed a light remark to William before grasping his mother Nolan's hand and swiftly ascending into the air, declaring, Mom, let us talk somewhere else. My best friend has taken flight. William exclaimed in astonishment from the ground below. High in the sky, Eden turned to his mother, Mom, you need to explain to me what on earth is going on. Why do you, dressed in a work uniform, come to my school instead of confronting the invading aliens or that restless band of supervillains? Eden questioned his mother, a hint of exasperation in his tone. It is not merely because your father and I feel a profound sense of indebtedness towards you after all these years, she replied. Your father and I have been diligently striving to maintain world peace, which has regrettably resulted in our absence from many of your formative experiences. Even your classmates are oblivious to the true identities of your parents. Therefore, we have decided to offer you a modest compensation on your 18th birthday, a delightful surprise, if you will. Do you not appreciate it? Nolan looked at Eden with a gentle vulnerability. Ever since Eden had confided in her, she found herself at a loss regarding how to interact with him. In her introspection, Nolan came to the realization that she had been a rather inadequate mother, prompting her desire to make amends. I do appreciate it, but please refrain from visiting again. I cannot be selfish. Your time is invaluable and should be devoted to combating evil rather than being squandered on familial sentiment. Eden smiled, though internally he mused, this is not a surprise. It is clearly a fright. Well, if you are pleased, that is what matters. Nolan sighed in relief, glad that Eden was not displeased. As for the matter of villains, she gently patted Eden on the shoulder and continued, do not worry, my child. There are not many supervillains left on Earth that your father and I need to deal with. Curse it all. I truly should not have eliminated them all, or my parents would not be on the brink of unemployment, Eden remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Come, my son. I have a gift for you. At that moment of self-reflection, Nolan took Eden by the arm and led him to a tailor's shop. She received a brand new battle suit from the hands of an elder who had once designed costumes for her. This ensemble combined the characteristics of both the omnipotent hero and Superman. Son, do you like it? This battlesuit was crafted by my own hands, Nolan said, presenting it to Eden with the pride of a mother revealing a treasure. Eden gazed at the battlesuit in silence. To be honest, it's quite average. I adore it, mother. I can hardly wait to don it, truly. Yet Eden managed to express his enthusiasm. As long as you are happy, Nolan smiled, her heart eased by his excitement. Fortunately, everything was unfolding according to plan, and Eden truly appreciated the 2 gifts she had bestowed upon him. Why not try it on now? There is a changing room available, Nolan suggested. Upon hearing this, Eden gazed at the battle suit in contemplation. But swayed by the twinkling stars in Nolan's eyes, he nodded in agreement, all right. Simultaneously, Eden consoled himself, thinking, let this be a means to bring joy to my mother. After all, my rebirth in this world owes much to her. Moments later, Eden donned his battle attire. Splendid, Eden. You look absolutely dashing, truly my son, Nolan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she observed her son in his combat gear. Thank you for the compliment, Eden replied, though he was uncertain whether Nolan's admiration pertained to his looks or his attire. Nonetheless, he graciously accepted it. Now we can return home, Nolan declared with a smile. Having silently admired the striking battle uniform she had designed herself, she added, we shall go back in your battle outfit. Mother, is there something you're not telling me? By the way, where is father? Isn't he with you? Eden inquired, sensing a blind spot in their conversation. Your father has gone to confront the Dimension Lord. Nolan turned her head away, unable to meet Eden's gaze, her heart racing. As Cecile had remarked, Nolan was incapable of deceit. Her lies were riddled with flaws. I believe you, Eden chuckled, adopting a carefree attitude tinged with curiosity. He was eager to discover what secrets his superhuman father was concealing. Thus, at the Kent household, Eden, celebrate my son, happy 18th birthday. Boom, boom, boom. As Eden and Nolan descended from the heavens clad in their battle gear and entered through the door, the once dark room was suddenly illuminated. Eden beheld his ever-kind father, Clark, alongside his group of friends, his loyal guard, including the immortal hero, holding party poppers, ready to surprise him. Goodness gracious, Eden thought, his heart remaining unmoved, even as he uttered a traditional exclamation. Chapter 49. Donald, boss, is it really the right time for me to deliver your coat? Allow me to introduce everyone. This is my son, Eden Kent, a student at Reginaldville Johnson High School. Most likely, he will attend either Harvard or Princeton next year, Clark beamed, proudly draping his arm around his old friend's shoulder, showcasing his remarkable son to the guard. An exceptional student, indeed, Cheesewell remarked, gazing at Eden with admiration. Inherited Clark's brilliant mind. How could he not be an outstanding scholar? Moreover, even if his academic performance were dismal, he could choose any university in the world, you know. Superman's recommendation letter can resolve any issue in this realm. The monkey version of Batman, Darkwing, coolly interjected, hey kid, have we met somewhere before? As for the immortal knight, he staggered forward, clutching a half-consumed bourbon, the scent of alcohol enveloping him. Upon scrutinizing Eden from head to toe, a flicker of perplexity crossed his features. Indeed, Eden struck a remarkably familiar chord within him, prompting the immortal knight to ponder whether he had encountered Eden before. You clearly have had too much to drink. This is our first meeting, Eden replied, shaking his head vigorously. Meanwhile, deep within his heart, Eden murmured to himself, this is indeed my inaugural encounter with you all in the guise of Eden. Truth be told, I'm still somewhat adjusting. Clark, I must ask you sincerely, do you truly have no cousins, nephews, or any other siblings? The immortal knight inquired symbolically before he became entangled in a relentless barrage of questions directed at Eden's father, Clark. Certainly not. In this world, apart from my wife, Nolan, and my son, Eden, I possess no other kin, Clark replied, shaking his head. This is rather unexpected, the immortal knight remarked, disappointment clouding his gaze as he looked at Clark, muttering to himself, what is going on? Observing this, Clark turned to the war woman beside him, his brow furrowed in confusion. Clark, though this may sound utterly absurd and incredible, I must inform you. In fact, during your holiday, we encountered an entirely new Superman. This Superman is unlike you. He appears to be entirely subservient to Cecil and exhibits a ruthless demeanor. The immortal knight sought to unveil the secrets of this new Superman, only to be met with dismissal from Cecil, who promptly expelled him from the team. I believe it is precisely due to Cecil wielding the trump card of Superman that he has grown so irritable and arrogant. For a time, We speculated that this new Superman was a clone created by Cecil based on you, but regrettably, we have yet to uncover any evidence. After a brief moment of silence, the war woman divulged the predicament currently facing the guard to Clark. This is quite peculiar, Clark shook his head, intentionally displaying a hint of confusion, though his gaze subtly drifted towards his eldest son. At that moment, Eden remained silent, his head bowed, attempting to diminish his presence like a quail or a startled ostrich. This did not escape the notice of Green Goblin, who furrowed her brow slightly. However, being naturally averse to trouble, she chose to overlook it. Did you design this outfit? Nolan, you truly possess an artistic talent. Meanwhile, Martian Manhunter engaged Nolan in conversation about Eden's uniform, deeming it utterly perfect by his standards. Thank you. Nolan graciously accepted Martian Manhunter's compliment. The attire indeed resonated with Martian aesthetics, yet it starkly contrasted with those of Earthlings. Nearby, Eden continued to internally critique, having resolved to forever seal away this splendid ensemble. If this garment were not the labor of Nolan's heart, Eden swore he would never don it. Keeping it at arm's length, this fish is truly delectable. Alas, it cannot be kept in the sea. Among the guards, only Aquaman brings a sense of ease, as he refrains from engaging Eden's family in conversation, instead holding tightly to the Kent family's fish tank, savoring the goldfish within. However, upon closer reflection, this too does not inspire much reassurance. Clark, you have no idea how formidable that fellow is. The other day, while contemplating matters above Kentucky, I witnessed him in a fierce clash with a white lion. I intended to assist, but was swept away by the gusts generated by their battle. The immortal hero chattered on. Just then, feeling somewhat parched, Nolan approached the immortal hero and Clark, intending to uncork a bottle of red wine to soothe her throat. Upon hearing the immortal hero's words, she lost control and sprayed the wine she had just sipped all over him. My apologies. Seeing this, Nolan offered a towel to the immortal hero, expressing her regret. It's nothing. The immortal hero accepted the towel, lightly dabbed himself, and shook his head. He then gazed at Nolan with curiosity and inquired, "Why such a strong reaction? Have you encountered that Superman clad in black armor? I don't understand what you're referring to. I mean, I have never seen that dark-suited Superman." Nolan retrieved a tissue, wiping her lips while shaking her head. How strange. The immortal hero regarded Nolan with suspicion. Haha. Nolan might simply have choked. She's been vacationing with me in Hawaii, and if I'm unaware of certain matters, it stands to reason she is as well. As for the recent incident, please allow me to apologize on her behalf, my friend. At that moment, Clark chuckled softly, patting the immortal hero on the shoulder and raising his bourbon for a hearty gulp. As I mentioned, bourbon has quite a kick. The immortal hero, upon witnessing this, cast aside his lingering doubts and replied with a smile. Did you expel the immortal hero from the guard? During their casual exchange, Nolan approached Eden and quietly asked. He's just a fool, Eden muttered under his breath. I admit that. Nolan praised her son silently. Fear not, my son. I shall keep your secret safe. Nolan gently patted Eden's shoulder, speaking softly. Agreed. Eden gestured affirmatively to Nolan. Good heavens. It seems I have overheard something I ought not to have. Is the dark-suited Superman the child of Nolan and Clark? Yet, this would explain everything. Never mind. I shall feign ignorance. At this moment, Chizu silently turned his head, vigorously shaking it in an attempt to expel the bewildering words he had just heard. Do not blame me, immortal hero, Anwing sighed, having deduced the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Clark family. Simultaneously, he resolved to assist them in safeguarding this little secret out of respect for Clark. So that was the case. Naturally, Wonder Woman understood the situation as well. For a moment, only immortal hero continued to chatter incessantly with Clark, exclaiming, Clark, you cannot fathom the strength of that Superman. You truly must witness the terrifying white lion that battled him. It was as fearsome as a demon. Buzz. At that instant, a brilliant light illuminated the Kent household's hall, and Donald's form gradually materialized within the room. Before he even arrived, his excited voice resonated within. Eden, we have succeeded. After a week's effort, with the madman's assistance, we have successfully dissected the lion you killed and crafted a coat from its hide for you. Swish. However, upon standing in the living room and catching sight of the vigilant superheroes eyeing him, Donald's smile instantly froze, and a pang of anxiety struck his heart. Good afternoon, everyone. Aware of his blunder, The ace agent Donald first greeted the superheroes before turning to the corner where Eden stood, whispering, "Boss, did I arrive at an inopportune moment? What do you think?" Eden replied, visibly perturbed. Chapter 50. Eden, this is not good. My father has a significant problem. Why did you have to come now? Eden regarded Donald with suspicion. To be frank, Eden had long harbored doubts about Donald's disdain for him, suspecting he had deliberately chosen this moment to complicate matters further. It was you who insisted. Once the coat was finished, it must be delivered to you at the earliest opportunity, Donald explained, mumbling. I am an ace agent. I will undoubtedly fulfill the task. Ah, good grief. The earliest opportunity? Think, Donald, think. Do you see this as an appropriate occasion to present the coat to me? Eden was nearly driven to laughter by Donald's irritation as he gestured towards the room full of superheroes. But boss, this was still your direct order to remove all surveillance and listening devices from the room. We are now utterly oblivious to everything occurring within this room. And even within a kilometer radius of the Kent household, Donald lamented, feeling aggrieved. Adapt, Donald, adapt. Eden emphasized, pointing at his own head earnestly. As this unfolded, Immortal Hero observed the coat in Donald's hands, falling into a contemplative silence. Ah! Clark looked quickly. The white beast I just mentioned, akin to the material of this fur coat, is indeed a lion. The Immortal Hero seemed to have an epiphany, pointing at the coat in Donald's hands and bursting into raucous laughter. In response, the other members of the guard remained silent. Wait, a white lion? In Clark's kin. In this palpable silence, the Immortal Hero's head, rigid for thousands of years, finally began to stir. He first gazed at the coat Donald held, then turned to Eden, Clark's biological son, his eyes gradually clearing. In that moment, the Immortal Hero felt as though something within his mind had exploded. He could be Clark's brother, or perhaps even his son. Perhaps this is what they call the darkness beneath the lamp. The Immortal Hero had never considered why that cloaked superhero must be Clark's brother. Why could he not be Clark's son instead? Or perhaps it was the pride within the Immortal Hero that would not allow him to admit defeat to a mere 18-year-old child. Curse it. You're that cloaked superhero. The Immortal Hero pointed at Eden and exclaimed incredulously. I told you, you are a fool. Everyone in the room has already guessed my identity, yet you remain oblivious. If it weren't for the chance encounter with someone as clumsy as you, Donald, you would never discover my identity in your lifetime. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Eden decided to lay his cards on the table. He would no longer pretend. He was indeed the cloaked superhero who had expelled the Immortal Hero from the team. Boom! As Eden declared this, he returned upstairs, changed out of his combat suit, and carefully stored away the battle attire gifted to him by Nolan. Regardless of whether the suit matched his aesthetic, it was a treasured gift from his mother. Then, with a thought, Eden donned his own battle attire and re-entered the living room, this time eliminating any cognitive barriers so that the Immortal Hero and the others could clearly see his face. Clark, look, it's him, this very fellow. The Immortal Hero, observing Eden's current stance, trembled his lips and murmured, Immortal Hero, be quiet. If it weren't for the long-standing acquaintance between you and my father, I would have long since cast you off to Mars, allowing you, this fool, to fend for yourself. Eden pointed at the Immortal Hero's nose, berating him. To Eden, the Immortal Hero was the epitome of foolishness, especially considering that in other cosmic timelines, Mark would delegate the responsibility of ruling and protecting Earth to the Immortal Hero. And what did the Immortal Hero do? Out of a desire to avoid responsibility, he resorted to rampant slaughter. According to the Immortal Hero, he lacked the capacity to bear this responsibility. Yet, to Eden, these were nothing but pure nonsense and excuses. If you believe you are incapable of fulfilling a role, it is entirely permissible to relinquish it rather than clinging to power while engaging in actions befitting a fool. Thus, the other members of the Guard may be dismissed. But Eden harbored a particular disdain for the Eternal Hero. Had it not been for Eden's desire to save face for his father, he would have severed the Eternal Hero in twain long ago. To prevent the Eternal Hero from resurrecting, Eden planned to cast one half onto Mars under the watch of the Martian King, while the other half would be discarded on Jupiter, ensuring that the Eternal Hero would remain in a deep slumber. Consequently, the banquet concluded in discord due to Eden's accusations against the Eternal Hero, outside the Kent residence. Did you truly foresee this? The Eternal Hero inquired of the other members of the Guard. Though they remained silent, their quietude spoke volumes, inflicting greater pain than words could convey. We're no longer friends. The emotionally fragile eternal hero wiped his tears and ascended into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. Are we merely to watch him depart? Chizu gazed at the distraught eternal hero, unable to restrain his curiosity. He is indeed not the brightest. Yet, I wonder why Donald refers to Clark's child as boss. Anwing shook his head gently as he observed the departing eternal hero, his sharp tongue sparing no one. Despite the fact that the eternal hero was a benefactor to his kind. Inside the Kent home, Eden, I require an explanation. Clark, having seen off the guard, turned to his son with a furrowed brow. I confess. Eden raised his hands above his head, performing a French salute while addressing his father earnestly. Please begin. Clark procured a chair, sitting across from Eden with a nod. During this exchange, Nolan sought to mediate between father and son, but was silently halted by a gesture from Clark. Sighing, Nolan shrugged at Eden, conveying an expression of helplessness. Where should I start? Eden appeared like a child caught in wrongdoing, bewildered as he looked to Clark for guidance. Well, Eden is indeed a child who has erred, at least in the presence of Clark. Let's commence. From the moment you met Sisal to the conclusion of your collaboration to expel the eternal hero from a guard. Clark spoke with patience. Very well. Approximately a month ago, some extraterrestrials invaded Earth, and I vanquished them, only to be discovered by Sisal. Eden scratched his head, recounting the events from a month prior when he had bested the Franxarians. Subsequently, I ventured to the Earth's core, intending to eliminate all threats to humanity's existence, namely those colossal arthropods and subterranean dwellers. However, the eternal hero opposed me, for he had an affinity for protecting all manner of absurdities. Certainly, I ultimately eradicated all those who posed a threat to the existence of humanity. Moreover, the immortal hero intends to coerce Cecil into revealing my identity. I wish for my tranquil life to remain undisturbed, so I shall have Cecil expel the immortal hero from the team. At this juncture, Eden promptly sealed his lips and gestured towards Clark, indicating that he had finished speaking. Is that all? Clark inquired, gazing at Eden. Indeed, that is all. Eden affirmed with a nod, bracing himself for his father's stern critique. My child, Clark regarded Eden, slowly raising his rough hand. You did well. Just when Eden anticipated that Clark would employ the disciplinary measures of a bad child, Clark merely smiled, gently ruffling his hair, and offered words of praise. Excessive kindness and benevolence will only lead to greater losses. It will inevitably subject you to experiences that will leave you regretting, perhaps even rendering you utterly destitute. You have grasped this truth at such a tender age, which brings me great solace, Clark said, smiling at Eden. Yet, something felt amiss. In that moment, despite receiving Clark's reassurance, Eden felt no sense of comfort. Rather, he began to feel a sense of panic. My father is acting strangely. Is this truly something Superman, Clark would say? Eden's gaze appeared bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled the words that Cecil often jestingly uttered, but which Eden had always dismissed. Eden, your father is quite unusual. I have never encountered such a flawless individual. Beneath his perfect facade may lie a crisis far greater than Nolan. This was concerning. Eden felt a surge of anxiety. Honestly, he would have preferred if Clark had imparted some profound wisdom rather than simply acquiescing to his perspective. My son possesses exquisite taste, Clark remarked, clearly appreciating the absolute battle attire. Chapter 51. Eden, Father, what kind of super are you? This is dire. This is exceedingly dire. Eden was in a state of overwhelming panic. The benevolent Clark, at most, was merely a tad overly cautious and indecisive. Yet, such qualities brought comfort to both Eden and the world, even the entire universe. However, should Clark, as Superman, break his moral code, there would be no benevolence left. A corrupted Superman is far from the ineffectual ruffians who fear online backlash. If things go awry, it could pose a grave threat to the entire Earth, and even the universe. In comparison to the darkened versions of Superman etched in Eden's memory, he suddenly found the Martians to be rather amiable. All right, Clark, look at the fright you've instilled in our son. From now on, the responsibility of educating him shall rest solely with me. By the way, today marks our son's 18th birthday, his coming-of-age ceremony, where, pray tell, is the gift you prepared for him. Do hurry and present it to our son. Do you intend to wait until the stroke of midnight, until your son's birthday has passed, to present the gift? At that moment, as Eden appeared somewhat flustered, Nolan, who had been observing the interaction between Clark and Eden, stood up to ease the tension between the father and son. Indeed, today marks the 18th birthday of my son. As a father, I cannot allow the mood to remain somber. Son, I have selected this birthday gift for you after much contemplation. I am certain you will adore it. Prompted by Nolan's reminder, Clark's expression shifted to one of realization, and he hurriedly made his way to the storage room on the third floor, seemingly to retrieve something of great significance. The wrapping was a lead box, or perhaps another material that obscured vision. Although Eden attempted to utilize his sight to peer upwards, he was evidently unsuccessful. Yet, this outcome was within Eden's expectations. His skills in utilizing and developing vision were no match for Clark's. As long as Clark wished to conceal the contents of the gift box from Eden, it would remain unseen. Father, today is merely an ordinary birthday for me. Why go to such lengths to prepare a grand and mysterious gift? It makes me feel rather embarrassed. Observing Clark's secretive and cautious actions, Eden initially offered a few polite words, but soon murmured, "Could you not give me a hint about what this coming-of-age gift might be? My son's 18th birthday is no trivial matter." At this juncture, Nolan approached Eden, gently patting him on the shoulder to alleviate his anxiety, and cheerfully remarked, "Rest assured, Eden. Your father has been fretting over this birthday gift for nearly a week. You will absolutely love it. Heavens above, dear mother, you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. My father is clearly acting strangely. I fear he may present me with something utterly bizarre." Eden silently lamented within himself. "I recall you once expressed a desire to have a pet when you were younger, did you not? However, at that time, both your mother and I declined your request, citing the frequent absence of family members to care for it. Yet, I believe the time is now ripe. You are more than capable of caring for yourself, and, indeed, a small life. I hope you will embrace it as a member of the family, understanding that once you choose to have a pet, you must take full responsibility for it." Clark had evidently overheard Eden's murmurs, and his voice resonated from the third floor. A pet. Eden was momentarily taken aback. As he raised his head, he saw Clark descending the stairs. Yes, indeed, a pet. Clark approached Eden with a beautifully crafted gift box in his hands, striding purposefully. Could it be a little Kryptonian? Eden was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated this possibility. It had merely crossed his mind long ago when he utilized his super intellect to recall a comic, suddenly thinking of a little Kryptonian. Thus, he had cautiously probed his father about the feasibility of keeping a pet, or whether his father had any prior experience with pets. Eden had not anticipated that this seemingly trivial inquiry would linger in Clark's memory until now. He recalled that Clark and Nolan had previously declined due to the frequent absence at home, which rendered pet care impractical. From that point onward, Eden had ceased to mention the matter, acquiescing to the notion that his father was unaware of the little Kryptonian. Coupled with his father's chiseled features, Eden mistakenly concluded that his father could possibly rival the strikingly handsome Henshaw, thereby leading to a grave misjudgment. He erroneously assumed his father might not be a match for Regent Chudge, secretly amassing strength while living in fear for many years. Yet, it now appeared that the reality was quite different. Eden, quickly open this box. Take a good look at the pet your father has meticulously chosen for you. Does it indeed meet your expectations? As these thoughts raced through Eden's mind, Clark had already presented the gift box before him, a smile gracing his face. Breathing in deeply, Eden gazed at the box that perhaps contained the little Kryptonian. He adjusted his emotions, took a deep breath, and steadied his heart. Gulp. Then, with his resolve crystallizing, he swallowed hard and placed his hand upon the lid of the box, gently lifting it while silently affirming, "It shall be you, little Kryptonian." Meow. However, when Eden finally opened the gift box, the contents were not as he had anticipated. Instead of a small white dog, he was met with the sight of a lazy, yet endearing orange cat lounging within. An ordinary cat? Eden felt a flicker of confusion. He could hardly believe his father would bestow such a mundane gift upon him. Yet, deep within, he exhaled a sigh of relief. An utterly commonplace orange cat. Surely there could be no finer birthday gift in existence. At least, that was how Eden felt. Eden, do you not fancy this cat? Aren't young people today fond of cats? Clark observed Eden's dazed expression, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. He mistakenly believed that Eden was displeased with the cat he had presented, and he gently rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, "So, you prefer dogs over cats? Had I known, I would have brought one along. Who said I don't like it? I cherish this little creature immensely. Father, I am truly grateful for the delightful gift you have bestowed upon me," Eden exclaimed, as if he had unearthed a rare treasure. He gently cradled the orange cat from the box, bringing it close to his face and affectionately rubbing it against his cheek. Oddly enough, the cat bore no peculiar scent, which only heightened Eden's fondness for it. Ding, danger, danger. Identified an extremely dangerous species, devourer beast. Please, master, maintain a safe distance immediately. Just as Eden was reveling in the joy of petting the cat, the alarm from the system echoed in his mind for the very first time. Was this cat truly a devourer beast? How did this connect to the Marvel Universe? At that moment, confusion and perplexity clouded Eden's eyes as he gazed at his father. Clark, a hint of chaos reflected in his expression. Internally, he pondered, "Father, could you enlighten me as to what kind of super being you truly are?" In the 18 years of his rebirth in this world, it seemed that today was the first time Eden truly comprehended the essence of his father, Clark Kent. Chapter 52. Eden, allow me to reintroduce myself. My mother is the omniversal hero, and my father is Superman. On this day, Eden felt a profound sense of reverence for the father who always presented himself with warmth and kindness. Clark, son, I shall forever be your most benevolent yet formidable father. 2 days later, at Reginald Johnson High School, Eden sat in the classroom, gazing out at the azure sky, lost in contemplation, twirling a pen in his hands, producing a soft clatter. Meow. The charming devourer beast lay lazily at the corner of Eden's desk, blissfully asleep. Eden, how could you bring a pet to class? This is a place for learning. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether any students might be allergic to cat fur. During a lesson, a teacher, upon noticing the creature perched on Eden's desk, could not help but interject. I fear if I leave him home alone, he might sneak away and devour the neighbor next door while we're out, Eden remarked, lost in his thoughts. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. All right, everyone, enough laughter. The teacher admonished the giggling students before turning to Eden, speaking softly. Fortunately, none of the students in our class are allergic to cat fur. Just keep an eye on this adorable little fellow and ensure he doesn't cause any mischief. Of course, teacher, Eden replied with a gentle nod. In truth, Eden empathized with the teacher's predicament and was acutely aware of the bizarre allergens and high allergy rates in this country. Moreover, bringing a devourer beast to class was indeed a rather abstract notion. I had once believed that my mother, Nolan, along with her alien companions, posed the greatest threat to my tranquil existence, but it now appeared that this was not the case. A being capable of traversing the cosmic barriers at will, and aiding me in capturing a devourer from the neighboring Marvel universe as a pet. As Eden contemplated this, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. The might of his father was perhaps so formidable that it defied his imagination. Father, you have concealed so much from me. Eden's lips curled in a bittersweet grimace. It was at this moment that he recalled that the vast majority of crises on Earth had been resolved by his mother, the omnipotent hero. His father, Clark, was either engaged in a fierce battle against dimensional overlords or en route to confront them. Eden had previously assumed that those overlords were merely on par with the likes of the Franxx-Aurelians, yet now appeared that such assumptions were woefully misguided. As Eden broadened his perspective, a look of dawning realization washed over him. We are safeguarding Earth, while my father has been tirelessly defending this entire universe. We are entirely on different levels. Perhaps, in his father's eyes, incidents like the invasion of the Vexians were mere trifles. Given his father's strength, even if he descended upon the peak era of the Vexians, he could effortlessly reign as their Superman amidst a world teeming with Vexians. A chill ran down Eden's spine, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. The pressing question remained: if his father continued to embody kindness and maintain the status quo of their family, all be well. However, if he were indeed a darker version of Superman, concealing profound darkness beneath a veneer of benevolence, what then would they do? As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively crushed the pen in his hand. Given the power his father had demonstrated, Eden believed it was entirely plausible for him to return on his own. After all, he had managed to capture a devourer from Marvel. Yet his father did not return. Eden arrived at two conclusions. First, this Clark cherished his wife and child, feeling utterly disillusioned with his world and choosing not to return. Or perhaps he could not return, as if the world had been obliterated by some unseen force. Damn, the thought sent another shiver through Eden. Secondly, Clark might be harboring grander ambitions. If it were the latter, Eden was evidently in grave peril. If it were the former, his troubles were even greater, for Clark would not be disillusioned without cause. The very reasons that could lead to such disappointment often heralded cataclysmic events. And behind such monumental occurrences lurked an enemy of unfathomable strength, one that Eden could scarcely conceive. Cursed, Eden could not help but utter a curse. I must continue to grow stronger. Initially, after vanquishing the penultimate berserker and achieving a heartfelt reconciliation with his mother, Nolan, he had believed that no threats remained in this universe, which had lulled him into complacency. But now his gaze sharpened once more. Only strength constitutes an undeniable truth. For the sake of familial harmony, he must relentlessly strive to enhance his capabilities. There is no alternative, for his father has instilled in him a sense of urgency. My apologies, system. I had misjudged you. Meanwhile, Eden, in a rare moment of introspection, offered an apology to his system. Having previously assumed that after conquering the denizens of his homeland, he would face the berserk beasts as dictated by the system. Where in this world is it logical to defeat slimes only to confront the ultimate adversary? Yet, the mystery has now been resolved. The berserk beast he toiled over for a month turned out to be merely a slime, albeit a golden one. At this moment, he yearned to strike something, a means to vent his frustrations. Eden murmured to himself. Noon. Cafeteria. Eden, I heard from William that your mother is the all-powerful hero. I thought we were friends, yet you never shared this with me. Eve declared, her tray in hand as she sat before Eden, seething with indignation. Had it not been for the urgent leave taken by the first team of the Global Guardian Corps on Friday, necessitating that her second team fill in for a day and preventing her from attending school, she would have confronted Eden on the spot. How could he have deceived her for so long? She had considered herself one of Eden's friends. Now you know, Eden replied, not lifting his gaze, his focus unwavering on his meal. Eden, do you have any other secrets? Eve pressed, her eyes fixed on him with earnestness. As far as I know, the all-powerful hero cannot emit lasers. She had come with an answer in mind. Upon hearing Eve's words, Eden was momentarily taken aback, then gently shook his head. It must be noted that Eve had only recently joined the Guardian Corps. Thus, she was unaware that every year, at the end of the year, the competition for the title of the world's best superhero between the all-powerful hero and Superman was, in fact, a contest between a married couple. Their rivalry served as a form of playful banter between spouses. However, this was of no concern to Eden, who remained engrossed in his meal. Eden, if you won't share with Eve, you must at least confide in me. Am I not your best friend? At this moment, William arrived with his meal, sitting across from Eden to express his grievances. The thought that he had previously sought Eden's insights on the all-powerful hero left him feeling mortified. He had never anticipated that his idol was actually the mother of his dear friend. Of course, we're the best of friends. Upon hearing this, Eden raised his head to meet William's gaze, sincerely affirming his sentiment before returning to his meal. Then let us be forthright, William asserted earnestly. I concur. Eve raised her hands in agreement with William's statement. We agree as well. The classmates, who had been quietly eating, joined in the commotion. Yet, Eden remained steadfastly focused on his food. By the way, Eden, I have always been a devoted admirer of Omni-Man. So allow me to reiterate, Superman pales in comparison to Omni-Man. Who knows if the dimensional overlords defeated by Superman are merely fabrications concocted by the defense agency and the government. Yet, the might of Omni-Man is evident for all to see. While William indulged in his meal at Eden, he took a moment to praise Omni-Man, simultaneously disparaging his longtime rival, Superman. It was then that Eden set down his plate and exhaled a deep breath, signaling the end of his meal. Now it was time for activities. William, aren't you curious about the secrets I possess? Eden said as he rose from his seat, casually tossing his plate towards the recycling area with fluid grace. Having revealed his hand, Eden decided to drop the pretense. Indeed, at that moment, William felt an inexplicable sense of dread, as if trouble were looming on the horizon. With a swift motion, Eden donned his absolute battlesuit right before William's eyes, the obsidian armor reflecting metallic hues, while the crimson cape billowed behind him, enhancing his formidable presence. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My mother is Omni-Man, and my father is Superman, Eden declared, gazing at William. William was left utterly stunned. Chapter 53. William, is it too late to prefer Superman? As anticipated, I had already suspected it. You truly are that black-clad Superman. Eve regarded it, now clad in the absolute battle suit, with an expression of realization. William, not lacking in insight, recognized that the figure before him in the dark armor was none other than the black-clad Superman who had once rescued him at Upper State University. However, William had no time to ponder this revelation, for his mind was consumed by Eden's earlier proclamation, "My mother is Omni-Man, and my father is Superman." Consequently, a look of terror crossed William's face as he muttered, "Did I just speak ill of my brother as father? Eden, you have always known this. I am indeed a dual fan of Omni-Man and Superman. I certainly understand that the dimensional overlords your father defeated are real. Without your father, our world would have long since perished." William took a deep breath and looked at his good friend Eden, offering a sheepish smile as he explained. "When did you become a fan of Superman?" Eve inquired, directing her gaze at William. "Just now," he replied hastily, turning toward her. Uncle, he won't be angry with me, will he?" Then, William turned back to Eden, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he quietly asked. A guest has arrived," Eden remarked, ignoring William, his eyes lifted towards the sky, a smile gracing his lips. "A guest?" William asked, bewildered. "William, I have a matter to attend to." Eden offered no explanation, merely bidding farewell to William before entrusting her beloved cat to Eve. "Eve, please look after my pet for me. By the way, remember to seal this little one's mouth with your abilities. Otherwise, it might swallow the entire school." "Just this one?" Eve queried, raising an eyebrow as she gazed at the plump orange cat in her arms. She lifted her gaze to Eden, seemingly poised to ask something. "Hey, Eden, I don't think," but her words were abruptly drowned out by a gust of wind, the open window, and Eden's sudden disappearance. Eve stood there, speechless. Well, it was Eve who had first proclaimed herself as Eden's friend. Given that, as a good friend, it was only fitting that she assist Eden in caring for the creature. Wasn't it? "Eden, what exactly do you consider a good friend?" "A diligent caretaker, Eve, a competent caretaker." In space, a dense cluster of interstellar fleets filled the Earth-Moon system. Both the Defense Bureau and a myriad of private satellites have been reduced to rubble by laser cannons. "Eden, we are in grave danger. Just now, we were invaded by an entire interstellar fleet, and the Earth's satellite network has collapsed in an instant. Moreover, the robot's analysis has just emerged, indicating that the enemy's mothership likely possesses planet-destroying weaponry. Regardless of how one looks at it, the adversary harbors ill intent and boasts a civilization level far exceeding that of Earth." Cecil's anxious voice crackled through Eden's earpiece. Facing such a dimensional assault, he found himself utterly powerless. Just as Eden was about to respond, a series of static-filled electronic sounds interrupted him. "The Earth Defense Bureau. Damn it. Even a radio has been cut off. This is a complete disaster. Global commercial airliners will surely crash." Cecil pounded the computer in front of him, loathing his own helplessness. In reality, the odds were likely in their favor. At that moment, however, the robot appeared exceptionally calm. "Why?" Cecil inquired, perplexed as he glanced at the robot beside him. "Because the Superman has been deployed," the robot replied succinctly and authoritatively. That made sense. Cecil found himself momentarily at a loss for words to counter this assertion. After regaining his composure, he approached the coffee machine and calmly prepared himself a cup of coffee. In space, it seemed that his father had indeed taken action. Eden lowered his head, observing the twinkling lights within the Earth's atmosphere and the numerous aircraft that had been rescued from disaster. Instantly, he felt a weight lift from his heart and raised his gaze towards the distant fleet. How peculiar it was. It turned out that the invaders were not some chaotic extraterrestrial force, but rather the fleet of the Planetary Alliance. What is their purpose for coming to Earth? What has caused such a significant crisis? Eden gazed at the flag displayed by the fleet, a flicker of confusion illuminating his eyes. He could not fathom why the Galactic Alliance's fleet would choose to invade Earth. This uncertainty momentarily halted Eden, who had initially intended to strike directly. On board the flagship of the Galactic Alliance, a female alien with a mohawk hairstyle appeared to be shouting something into the void, though Eden could hear nothing. At that moment, an object resembling a headset was tossed from the fleet, drifting towards Eden. He recognized it as a telepathic communicator, allowing for free communication in the vacuum of space. "Viltrumites, you are the ones who killed the Berserker, am I correct?" As soon as Eden donned the headset, a heart-wrenching roar resonated within him. "So what?" Eden inquired. "We are here to avenge him," the woman declared with fury. "So this is your reason for invading Earth? I have already slain the Berserker. What can you possibly do? Seek death?" Eden was left speechless, unable to comprehend how this fool had caught the Berserker's attention. I will kill you and destroy this planet to avenge my beloved Berserker. The woman's voice was hysterical. Very well, Eden nodded, her words dispelling the momentary hesitation he felt upon seeing the Galactic Alliance's flag. In that case, you may all perish. In an instant, Eden's super intellect calculated the actions he must take. It was time to unleash his extraordinary powers. Eden transformed into a streak of light, instantly obliterating the nearest warships. An endless radiance illuminated the Earth in an instant. The fragments of the shattered vessels streaked across the sky, plummeting like meteors. Yet, Eden's battle was far from over. Attack! Attack! The captain of the Galactic Alliance fleet, witnessing the instantaneous destruction of the interstellar warships, was rendered speechless. In a state of panic, he shouted orders. In an instant, countless fleets unleashed their vibrant energy beams, engulfing Eden in the vastness of space. However, as the dazzling display of color subsided, there stood Eden, utterly unscathed. Humph! He smirked, a glimmer of ruthlessness and determination in his gaze. Using the telepathic communicator, he calmly proclaimed, "Listen well, Earth is not here for your invasion." At the moment Eden finished speaking, his form transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the remaining interstellar warships. Undoubtedly, he was a true Viltrumite. "Fool, quickly activate the Star Destroyer." The commander, struck with terror, bellowed. The commander found himself in a dire predicament due to the folly of a certain foolish woman. Unbeknownst to him, he was tasked with confronting an adult Vexian, while he had come prepared to eliminate a half-blood juvenile Vexian. Even the commander of this fleet was unaware that the Berserker had perished, let alone that it was the young Vexian before him who had delivered the fatal blow. He contemplated employing the annihilation cannon, but alas, before the main ship could reposition the weapon, they beheld Eden, who had mysteriously appeared before the last remaining flagship. In the astonished gaze of the commanders, Eden pressed himself against the ship's glass, confronting them face to face. What on earth was he intending to do? For a moment, everyone in the command room stood frozen, rendered speechless as they looked upon Eden. Just as the commanders floundered in confusion, Eden's voice resonated within their minds through the psychic transmitter, slowly echoing in their hearts. Following this, Eden struck with a powerful fist, shattering the glass of the flagship. In an instant, the sound of rushing air filled the ears of the commanders. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, their bodies, along with all the air in the command room, were violently sucked out into the void of space, becoming mere particles adrift among the cosmos. It is worth noting that not all alien bodies possess the resilience to withstand the radiation of space as Vexians do. You too shall perish. Go to hell and accompany your Berserker, you deranged woman. After executing this act, Eden floated before the alien woman, sporting a mohawk and suspected to be the wife of the Berserker. With a swift motion, he severed her head, allowing her crimson essence to scatter across the starry expanse. He resolved to send this flagship to Earth, pondering the potential consequences of its acquisition by Cecil. Would he become reckless, intending to wield it against him? Eden merely scoffed at the notion, setting aside the question of its efficacy against him. Any semblance of intelligence would preclude Cecil from deploying it on Earth. Chapter 54. Conquest. Behold my descent, you maggots. Eden, huh? Earth. Reginald Johnson High School. Eden, are we really to be wary of this little creature? What kind of is this? How utterly adorable it is. How could it possibly pose a threat? Wouldn't you agree, Chummy? Eve and William were assisting Eden in caring for the devourer, cradling it in their arms, indulging in playful affection. Who is Chummy? On another note, what does this little one consume? I just offered it a portion of my favorite fried fish and chips, but it seems rather indifferent to it. William, observing the excess of fried fish and chips he had prepared, shook his head in exasperation. His intention was to endear himself to Eden through the care of his pet. Yet he had exerted every effort. Evidently, the little creature refused to consume anything. Boom! At that moment, a piercing explosion captured the attention of Eve and William. To their astonishment, the school's grand entrance had been blown open, and countless lizard men surged forth from the front door, back entrance, and sewers. I hear the son of the all-powerful hero is attending this school. If we can abduct him, the entire world will be ours. The mastermind behind this chaos was none other than Dr. Lizard and his minions. He commanded the lizard men to herd all the students onto the playground, declaring with a sinister grin, "Hand over the son of the all-powerful hero, and I shall spare your lives." Good grief. Dr. Lizard has escaped from prison again? Eve gazed at the formidable lizard army under his command, furrowing her brow, silently lamenting. How could he possibly have broken free? The prison of the Defense Bureau has evidently fallen into a state of disrepair. Meanwhile, Eve kept her head down, concealing her identity among the throng of students being driven to the playground by the lizard men. It wasn't that she feared these lizard men. Rather, she doubted her ability to confront them while simultaneously rescuing so many students. On the playground, Dr. Lizard stood at the podium, microphone in hand, proclaiming, "You have 5 seconds to surrender the child of the all-powerful hero, or I shall eliminate you all." Unfortunately, his threats seemed to lack the intended impact, as no one responded to his ultimatum. 5, 4, 3. Dr. Lizard remained unfazed, calmly counting down the numbers. "Listen, you cannot do this. They are merely a group of innocent students." At that moment, the principal of Reginaldville Johnson high-stepped forward, boldly approaching Dr. Lizard, his voice icy. "Then surrender the child of the all-powerful hero." Dr. Lizard dismissed the principal with a cold glare. "I will not surrender my students," the principal replied, his face darkening with resolve. "Then you shall perish," Dr. Lizard retorted, drawing a pistol from his waist and aiming the ominous barrel at the principal. The principal's expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat visibly forming on his forehead, yet he stood resolute at the forefront. "William, hold it tight." Unable to remain passive any longer, Eve tossed the creature she had been holding to William. "Huh." William fumbled to catch the orange cat, bewilderment etched across his face. "Dr. Lizard, this ends now." At that moment, Eve shed her school uniform, donning a pink combat suit, and soared into the sky, capturing the attention of everyone present. "Eve? You are Atomic Eve?" William gazed up at her in astonishment, his mouth agape. Evidently, the psychological suggestion that Eve had imparted to him had utterly failed at this moment. "Huh, Atomic Eve, I have long sought vengeance against you. I never anticipated that you would also be at this school. This truly is a fortuitous turn of events. Now, let us engage in a game to see whether you can save quickly or I can kill swiftly." Dr. Lizard laughed heartily and signaled his subordinates to commence the massacre. "Damn it," Eve cursed furiously, wanting to take action, yet feeling somewhat powerless. "Do not lay a hand on them. I am the child of the omnipotent hero." At that moment, William took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and stepped forth from the crowd, determined to confront Dr. Lizard. "William, this is not the time for heroics," Eve said, her brow furrowed as she regarded him. Now, aside from protecting the principal and the ordinary students, she also had to devise a way to rescue William while battling the lizard men. "You have finally emerged. Capture that boy." Dr. Lizard seemed oblivious to Eden's appearance. He had fallen for William's words and issued commands to the lizard men surrounding him. "Damn, why did I step forward? Perhaps I have spent too much time befriending Eden, leading me to believe I am invulnerable." William's heart raced with panic. Meow. At that moment, the orange cat nestled in William's arms seemed to awaken from the commotion. Upon opening its eyes, it first stretched lazily, then opened its enormous mouth, unleashing countless tentacles that surged toward the sky. Before anyone could react, it ensnared all the lizard men present, including Dr. Lizard and his formidable warriors, and devoured them whole. Damn! Witnessing this, William instinctively collapsed to the ground and tossed the creature he held away. Meow. The creature seemed to be injured from the fall, approaching William and licking his cheek, hinting at a desire to open its mouth. Whoosh! Just then, Eve descended from the heavens, utilizing her abilities to fashion a cover that could seal the creature's mouth. Now you understand what this thing enjoys consuming, do you not? As Eve retrieved the creature, she inquired of William. Damn, am I its feed? William trembled in fear. Hero. Child, you're the true hero. At this moment, the principal descended from the podium, approaching William and offering him applause. Clap, clap, clap. Hero, you have saved us, William. Simultaneously, the students throughout the school imitated the principal, applauding for William in admiration. Thank you. Upon witnessing this, William straightened his chest, reflecting on his recent performance, which he hoped had not embarrassed his dear friend Eden. However, his legs trembled violently, making it difficult for him to maintain his stance. Earth Defense Bureau. Cecil, behold the marvelous treasure I've brought you. Eden proudly displayed a colossal 500-meter battleship, which filled the parking lot of the Security Bureau, crushing the smaller cars beneath its weight. What is this? Cecil queried, bewildered, as he gazed upon the imposing vessel. It is a battleship manufactured by the Planetary Alliance, capable of obliterating minor asteroids. Eden replied with a grin. The Earth destruction ship? Cecil translated for himself. While the craft appeared formidable, he was acutely aware of its impracticality for his needs. Surely, he could not utilize such a weapon on Earth itself, could he? Would it be advisable to annihilate both the planet and its adversaries simultaneously? Or perhaps, if I were to preemptively destroy Earth before an invasion, it would render the aggressors powerless? Alas, there were few Frenchmen working within the Defense Bureau. You can use it to eliminate any asteroids that are on a collision course with Earth, Eden elucidated. I understand. Having this is certainly preferable to being without it. Cecil nodded in agreement. To be candid, following the events of today, Cecil had begun to contemplate the necessity of his role within the Bureau. Perhaps in a few days, he could retire. Truth be told, he had never considered retirement until he had persuaded Eden to join their cause. Retirement had always seemed a distant fantasy amidst his aspirations for a peaceful future. All right, I shall entrust this to you. I have other matters to attend to, Eden said softly, glancing at Cecil. Other matters? Cecil furrowed his brow, sensing impending trouble, just as Eden finished instructing Cecil on the proper use of the battleship. Before Cecil could inquire further about Eden's subsequent plans, a piercing sound cut through the air. A striking woman with pale, short hair hovered in midair. Are you the child of Nolan? You appear rather frail and unimpressive. Nevertheless, brace yourself for my arrival, maggot. Should your power fall short, I shall crush you without mercy. The woman tilted her head, gazing down at Eden, her remaining left eye glimmering with bloodlust. Chapter 55. Conquest. Is this what it means to be 18? Let us converse in the skies. Eden, without a hint of hesitation, darted past the conqueror like lightning, ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Impressive speed, remarked the conqueror, her eyes lighting up as she swiftly followed the receding figure of Eden. The howling wind nearly toppled Cecil from his feet as he stood below, grappling with the force of the tempest. Fortunately, the other agents swiftly approached him, steadying his shoulders, preventing Cecil from being swept away. In response, Cecil gazed at Conqueror's retreating figure and couldn't help but utter a curse. Damn superhumans, devoid of any sense of public virtue. In a vast expanse of 10,000 meters above the ground, Eden and Conqueror stood in distant opposition. Listen here, kid. Hegier sent me to assess your capabilities. Consider it both an honor and a nightmare. The good news is that I am one of the most experienced warriors of the Vixing, having served longer than your mother Nolan. Thus, once I acknowledge you, no Vixing will question your strength. The bad news is, from the moment of my birth, I have never known mercy. Therefore, should you fail my test, I shall ruthlessly eliminate you. Even your lineage as Nolan's child will not alter your fate. Conqueror wrapped her arms around herself, coldly addressing Eden, who was clad in absolute battle attire. Oomph. In response, Eden merely chuckled softly. Indeed, even the conqueror of this world could not resist the bad habit of uttering a barrage of threats before engaging in combat. Eden suspected that no one in this realm would converse with Conqueror. She had likely been ostracized by other Vixing, leaving her to vent her frustrations solely to her adversaries. Do you dare mock me? I shall demonstrate what true cruelty entails. As she spoke, Conqueror transformed into a streak of lightning, rushing towards Eden and swinging her left arm. Forged from cosmic alloy, forcefully aimed at Eden's right cheek. Flaws abound, kid. Conqueror smirked, confident that her punch would send Eden reeling. Bang! However, to Conqueror's astonishment, Eden's face remained unscathed. She had not even made contact. Conqueror's self-assured, charge punch was effortlessly caught in Eden's single hand. Well done, kid. But challenging an experienced veteran in a contest of strength is your gravest mistake. Conqueror was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted with a few harsh words, attempting to free her left fist from Eden's grasp. Yet, what Conqueror had not anticipated was that Eden's right hand resembled a planetary hydraulic press, no matter how she struggled. She could not retract her left arm. You got some strength, kid. However, brute force alone is insufficient. You underestimate the complexity of combat. Beads of sweat multiplied on Conqueror's forehead, her complexion growing increasingly pale, yet her words remained defiant. Deep within, only Conqueror understood the depth of her helplessness. Damn it, you call this 18? I thought I was battling Regent Heger. Smack! At the moment of bewildering conquest, Eden exerted force and directly twisted off the prosthetic limb of Conquest. What? Conquest was momentarily dazed, her left arm simply vanishing. Bang! Before Conquest could ponder further, Eden struck her head fiercely with the prosthetic arm, crafted from cosmic alloy. Damn it, she thought, as darkness enveloped her, just before losing consciousness. A singular thought echoed in her mind. The intelligence provided by Nolan was erroneous. This child was undoubtedly far more than 18 years of age. She swore to the long-deceased King Viltum that this child before her must be over 500 years old. Conquest thought, Nolan, you conceal too deeply. Whoosh. Boom. After Conquest succumbed to unconsciousness, Eden watched as she fell freely, creating a sizable crater upon impact on the snowy mountains behind the headquarters of the Defense Bureau. The next day, morning. Damn it, I lost. Conquest felt as if her head were splitting open and cursed as she opened her eyes. Look who it is. The renowned veteran of the Vixing, Conquest. She had actually been defeated by an 18-year-old child and captured by that very child. Surely, the rest of her kin would laugh heartily upon hearing this tale. As Conquest opened her eyes, she beheld Nolan, casually seated before her in civilian attire. Nolan elegantly crossed her legs while sipping from her cup of coffee, not missing the opportunity to mock the venerable Conquest. Nolan, what on earth do you intend to do? Conquest glared at Nolan and inquired. The prisoner lacks the right to question me. Nolan tightened her grip around Conquest's neck, shoving the coffee and cup into Conquest's mouth, exclaiming fiercely, listen, the order of Vixing must change. A new king shall ascend, and you have no choice but to submit. Nolan, you've lost your mind. Conquest swallowed the cup's contents, savoring the taste, which was surprisingly pleasant, at least far better than the nutritional paste she typically consumed. Yet, Conquest had no time to relish the delicacy. She glared at Nolan and retorted, you are no match for Craig. He could easily twist your head off with one hand. You are right. I'm not a match for Craig. Nolan replied calmly, showing no intent to argue. As long as you understand. Conquest felt a slight relief at this acknowledgement. But my son can easily defeat Craig. Before Conquest could fully relax, Nolan continued. Impossible. I can see that your son is formidable. But he would never stand a chance against Craig. Conquest insisted stubbornly. Is that so? Nolan smiled knowingly, aware that Conquest would not believe her words. Therefore, she retrieved a snow-white coat from a prepared box. Conquest, with your discerning eye, you should be well aware of the origin of this fur. Shouldn't you? Nolan wrapped the coat around herself and proudly declared to Conqueror, my son no longer needs it, so I've decided to keep it. Good grief. The Berserk Beast. You actually teamed up with your son to successfully hunt down the Berserk Beast? Conqueror stared in disbelief. Not quite, Nolan replied after showcasing her coat. She carefully returned the gift from Eden to its box before lifting her gaze to Conqueror and chuckling lightly. It seems you've misunderstood. My son single-handedly defeated the Berserk Beast. Impossible. You call that 18? Conqueror shouted, looking at Nolan incredulously. To be precise, he just turned 18 2 days ago. Nolan replied calmly. Good heavens. I can hardly fathom how powerful this lad will be 500 years from now, Conqueror said, opening her mouth in astonishment. She realized that Nolan had no reason to deceive her, and she felt a sense of respect. Conqueror, have you thought this through? My patience is limited. If you have made your decision, what should you now call me? Nolan asked, tilting her chin and looking down at Conqueror. Your Majesty, Queen Viltum, Conqueror responded without hesitation. Fully aware that the tides were about to change in the Viltum realm, and understanding precisely what she must do. With that, Conqueror knelt on one knee before Nolan, pledging her loyalty. Chapter 56. The Multiverse Mark. We must seek vengeance against Eden, making him feel the pain of losing a father. Mother, have we come to an agreement? At that moment, the basement doors swung open, and Eden entered, clad in black battle attire. He disregarded Conqueror and directly addressed his mother, Nolan, asking, shall we kill or spare? Spare. Nolan waved her hand, indicating that everything was proceeding as planned. Very well. Conqueror observed Eden's indifferent demeanor, as if he had never regarded her as anything more than a mere worm on the roadside, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Will she betray us? Eden inquired of Nolan. Rest assured, the nature of the Viltum is to obey the strong. For her, both you and Chuj are far superior in strength. Until you and Chuj determine a victor, she would not dare to betray us. Nolan seemed to understand both Conqueror and the characteristics of the Viltum people well. I will gather all the Viltum across the universe as per the plan and lead them to Earth, Conqueror stated, bowing her head to Nolan. Go ahead. We shall await your arrival on Earth. Nolan patted Conqueror's shoulder, signaling her to depart. Your Highness, I shall now carry out my mission. As Conqueror passed by Eden, she remembered to bow in respect. In truth, her deep reverence for Nolan stemmed from the fact that Nolan had raised such a remarkable son. Yes, go. Eden nodded slightly, acknowledging the conquest. A sigh of relief escaped Conquest. She had finally passed this hurdle. With delicate steps, she made her way toward the basement door. Truth be told, the pressure she felt when facing Eden was overwhelming. Just as she intended to depart, Eden's voice echoed once more from behind her. Your Highness, is there anything else? Conquest turned around to address Eden. Take this, Eden said, returning the left arm, which he had previously detached from Conquest. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Conquest accepted the alloy arm with gratitude and bowed once more before turning to leave. Mother, can you truly trust her? After Conquest's departure, Eden looked at Nolan beside her, inquiring. She has no choice. The Vista Empire has no need for a failure. If she does not ally with us, she shall perish. Nolan replied nonchalantly. Understood. Eden nodded and then turned to leave. As night fell at the Kent residence, the simulation commenced. Eden remained restless, unwilling to waste time as he activated his simulation once more. Indeed, combat was Eden's true passion, exhilarating. However, this time, his simulation opponents were not limited to the berserk beasts in Nolan. He had included the entire Vista army. Come, let us fight fiercely. Eden moved like lightning, darting across Vista, his fists imbued with immense power. Hardly any Vista could withstand more than 2 rounds against him. Even the enforcers were left reeling. How intriguing. Even you are here. Upon spotting Nolan on Vista, a moment of hesitation flickered in Eden's eyes, yet his fists moved faster than his thoughts, piercing through Nolan's chest. 8 hours. With Eden's current combat prowess, he could defeat all Vista in merely 8 hours. Ending the simulation, Eden wore a somewhat disgruntled expression with his present strength. It seemed as though there was no one in this universe capable of challenging him. Perhaps it was time to confront formidable foes from other universes. Buzz. Just as Eden pondered, everything around him abruptly transformed, his form vanishing from the desolate planet. Damn it! Who killed my father? And who annihilated all the Viltrums? Shortly after Eden's simulation concluded, a figure clad in Vista combat gear, Mark, arrived on the planet, incredulously exclaiming, Buzz! At that moment, as Mark from Vista let out a roar, a portal suddenly illuminated before him. Excellent. Another victim discovered. It appears our alliance is about to gain a new compatriot. Accompanied by a low murmur, a figure clad in a crimson and gray combat suit, draped in a flowing cloak that exuded an imperial aura, emerged from the portal. He gazed at the figure before him, the V-Star Mark, and uttered softly, Who are you? Why have you transformed into my likeness? Upon seeing the visage of the man stepping through the spatial gateway, V-Star Mark was momentarily taken aback. But never mind, that is of little consequence. All that matters is to eliminate you. This world requires not 2 Mark Graysons. Without a hint of hesitation, V-Star Mark unleashed a punch towards the man who bore his appearance and donned the royal uniform of the V-Star Empire, accompanied by a sonic boom. Calm down, young man. Calm down, the Imperial Mark said, effortlessly grasping V-Star Mark's fist with one hand. This is impossible, V-Star Mark exclaimed. Under the incredulous gaze of V-Star Mark, the Imperial Mark applied a gentle pressure, shattering the latter's fist. It hurts. How painful. V-Star Mark knelt on one knee, staring in disbelief at his crushed hand. There is nothing impossible, my boy. Although we are indeed the same person, I am considerably older than you, and I have experienced far more battles. As the Imperial Mark spoke, he turned away, presenting V-Star Mark with his back. The Imperial Mark ambled towards the golden portal, and just as his figure was about to vanish, he remarked nonchalantly, If you truly wish to uncover what transpired here, who exactly killed your father and your kin, then come with me. All the answers lie beyond this door. Damn it, V-Star Mark muttered, watching the enigmatic Imperial Mark enter the portal. He glared at the vanishing gateway and, with a surge of anger, charged in just before it disappeared completely. This is impossible. As V-Star Mark followed in the footsteps of the Imperial Mark and entered the unfamiliar universe beyond the portal, he was met with a spectacle that left him utterly astounded. Mark! Mark! Everywhere he looked there were marks. All around him were variations of himself. Damn it, how many marks exist in this world? V-Star Mark glanced around in astonishment, discovering that every individual within his line of sight was a Mark, each one distinct, yet undeniably the same person. Mark Grayson, which was, in fact, himself. You truly followed me. The Imperial Mark reappeared before V-Star Mark, his expression revealing no surprise. Now, can you enlighten me on what exactly is happening? Wei-Shing Mark gazed at the sudden appearance of Emperor Mark and inquired. All right, I shall inform you. Follow me. As Emperor Mark spoke, he turned to a flamboyant Mark clad in a pink combat suit and commanded, "Gather all our brethren." Understood, the flamboyant Mark promptly replied. With a resounding boom, he vanished from the spot and materialized in the broadcasting room, exclaiming, "Brethren, assemble in the square at once. The Emperor summons us. It is time for revenge." Following this command, countless Marks erupted with fervor, soaring towards the so-called square, eagerly awaiting Emperor Mark's directives. Although Wei-Shing Mark found this scene peculiar, he followed in Emperor Mark's footsteps to the square in pursuit of the truth. "Brothers," began Emperor Mark, "I am aware that, like me, you all lost your fathers at a tender age. Yet we have been unable to uncover the identity of the fiend who took them from us. But fret not, for I have discovered the culprit behind our father's demise. He is one of our own, a uniquely special counterpart from another universe. Now tell me, how shall we deal with this villain?" As Emperor Mark delivered his impassioned speech, he conveyed everything happening here to Wei-Shing Mark. "Let us invade that scoundrel's universe. Slay his father." The assembly of Marks roared in unison. Chapter 57. Clark. "Son, I have been watching over you always." A week later, Wei-Shing, "Conqueror, you have returned? How did you end up bruised and battered? Surely, it was your own excessive force that provoked Nolan to thrash you. Ha ha ha." After expending a week's time, Conqueror finally made her way back here. Upon seeing her tattered combat suit in disheveled state, the warriors tasked with guarding Wei-Shing couldn't help but mock her. Clearly, Conqueror's popularity among the Wei-Shing inhabitants was less than favorable. Enough of the idle banter. I must meet with Regent Chuj. Ignoring the taunts of the Wei-Shing warriors, Conqueror's foremost objective upon returning was to seek out the current leader of Wei-Shing, the esteemed Regent Chuj. Following that, she intended to ensnare him in the plans laid out by Eden and Nolan, rallying all Wei-Shing warriors to Earth to pledge their loyalty to the magnificent new emperor. "Conqueror, I hear you wish to see me?" In the conference room, Regent Chuj sat in the main seat, not raising his head as he inquired. "How did your journey to Earth fare? Did Norland's power meet expectations?" "The strength of Nolan far exceeded my expectations. If I may be frank, his combat prowess rivals that of our pure-blooded Wei-Shing warriors," Conqueror declared earnestly, kneeling before Regent Chuj. "What did you say?" Originally, there was an air of indifference towards conquest. Lowering his gaze to the star map in hand, he symbolically inquired about the outcomes of the conquest. Upon hearing that Norland's child possessed strength rivaling that of the pure-blooded Vixing, he instantly sprang to his feet in excitement. Hastily, he approached the Conqueror, seeking confirmation. "Are you saying that Norlan and the indigenous child of the planet known as Earth possess combat capabilities that match our pure-blooded Vixing?" "Absolutely true," the Conqueror replied. "What is the appearance of the Earthlings? Do they conform to our Vixing aesthetic?" He further inquired. "For instance, Vixings such as Lucan believe that, apart from those resembling Vixing, nothing else in the universe deserves to be called human. If we were to assess solely based on appearance, Earthlings exhibit almost no discernible difference from us Vixing," the Conqueror truthfully answered. "Summon all Vixing across the universe, whether they guard planets, judge other races, or oversee prisons. Instruct them to cease their tasks immediately and return. The revival of our Veltum clan is within reach." Excitement gleamed in his eyes. As for Earth, since the incident of the Planetary Alliance's invasion and the arrival of the Conqueror, Eden has experienced a rare week of tranquility and fulfillment. During the day, Eden continues to attend school. Due to the Lizardmen's invasion, William has become the hero and star of Reginald Johnson High School, capturing the attention of the entire school, thus liberating Eden. In the evenings, Eden remains engaged in simulations. The subjects of her simulations are no longer the berserk beasts or the Conqueror, but rather the Emperor Mark. Not the one who recently defeated the Conqueror, but the aged Emperor Mark, over 500 years old, capable of easily subduing the daughter of the berserk beast. In the simulated universe of Vixing, a thunderous clash erupted as Eden's fist collided with Emperor Mark's. The force generated by their fists created a vacuum spanning thousands of miles, with shockwaves powerful enough to tremble the very planet beneath their feet. When two of the most formidable Vixing unleashed their full might, the mere aftershocks of their battle could upheave the entire planetary surface. Fascinating. In my 500 years of conquering the universe, I have never encountered a being as formidable as you. Recently, during the rebellion on Dorn, I just dispatched the daughter of Sok, the Berserk Beast. They claim that child possessed strength surpassing that of the Berserk Beast, yet I dispatched her with a single punch. Emperor Mark laughed boisterously, seeming to relish the rarity of having an opponent worthy of his prowess, especially since 5 centuries ago, after he had vanquished the Berserker Beast, he has not felt that exhilarating rush of blood since then. Consequently, the emperor of this realm, Mark, often found himself engulfed by a sense of emptiness and loneliness. To alleviate this, he could only select 1 or 2 planets inhabited by highly intelligent beings from the cosmos at the beginning of each month, indulging in wanton slaughter to momentarily feel alive. Fear not, I shall soon remind you of the joyous days when you were known as the young hero of adversity, Eden proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with a crimson intensity that seared Mark's vision before delivering a powerful punch that shattered Mark's teeth. I am the invincible hero, you foolish brat. Do you comprehend whom you are provoking? I shall annihilate your entire family and obliterate your home planet. After being sent flying several kilometers by Eden's blow, Mark managed to halt his momentum, and with a sonic boom, he charged directly at Eden. Utterly ridiculous. Eden scoffed, bracing himself to meet the oncoming assault. Boom! The clash between the two reverberated throughout the entire V-star, which boasts a mass far exceeding that of Earth. 5 hours later, phew, quite resilient, Eden mused, tenderly caressing his injured abdomen as he gazed at the shredded remains of the Beast King Mark, slowly exhaling before mockingly stating, another defeat. Young hero? System, terminate simulation. Eden instructed, raising his head towards the system. Buzz. As Eden's command resonated, everything around him transformed instantly. Upon reopening his eyes, Eden found himself lying on the familiar bed. Simulation continue. With no intention of resting, he resumed his simulation, refusing to relent until he had succeeded in defeating Emperor Mark. Outside Eden's bedroom, after vanishing from his bed with the system's assistance, Clark, who had been sleeping beside Nolan on the 2nd floor of the Kent household, suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his gaze towards Eden's room, and upon realizing that Eden had mysteriously vanished, he furrowed his brow slightly. Then, a peculiar illumination flickered before Clark's eyes, as if his sight pierced through the barriers of the universe, landing directly upon Eden, who was engaged in a fierce brawl with Emperor Mark. It seems Eden can single-handedly handle the impending crisis a month from now, Clark murmured to himself, embracing his wife Nolan, and drifted back into slumber. Chapter 58. Clark's ultimate techniques bestowed. The arrival of the V-Star forces. Another week passed in the simulation world. Must it truly take an hour to defeat Emperor Mark? Eden sat beside the lifeless body of Emperor Mark, expressing his dissatisfaction. I require more formidable opponents, he declared. No longer content with Emperor Mark, Eden yearned for greater challenges. On this day, he rose early, as it marked the graduation ceremony at his school. After today, he would no longer be a high school student. Son, hurry up. You're going to miss the graduation ceremony, his mother urged. After a brief wash, Eden descended the stairs, only to find Nolan primping in front of the mirror, alongside the rare sight of Clark, impeccably dressed in formal attire. Mother, the ceremony doesn't officially commence until 9 o'clock, and it's only 7:30 now. Moreover, with our family's pace, even if it were 8:59, we would still make it in time, Eden sighed. Although it was his graduation day, it was evident that Nolan and Clark were more excited than he was. Eden couldn't help but marvel at how entertaining his parents were. Eden, it's time to introduce your girlfriend, whom you've been keeping hidden from your mother and me, Clark interjected, stepping closer to Eden and speaking in a hushed tone. All right. In truth, I don't have a girlfriend, Eden shrugged and admitted candidly. I know. What I mean is, you should find one, Clark continued. What, father? Do you have experience in this matter? Eden inquired, taken aback. He glanced at Nolan, still busy with her grooming, then turned back to Clark, quietly asking, Are you suggesting you'll share your experiences of courting my mother with me? Listen, son, I intend to impart all I have learned throughout my life, Clark replied, clearing his throat beforehand. What is it? Eden asked, curiosity piqued. If you like a girl, simply ask her out directly. This strategy has never failed me, Clark said with a smile. 6. Modeling monsters think he got it all figured out. Eden thought to himself, rolling his eyes. What are you two discussing? Nolan inquired, approaching Eden and Clark. Nothing, they stammered, both raising their heads in a guilty manner, gazing at the sky at a peculiar angle. You definitely have something going on, Nolan observed, slightly furrowing her brow. However, she dismissed the thought, as today was a significant milestone for her son. There was no time to dwell on trivial matters. Forget it. Once you're ready, let's head to school. Your principal has invited me to speak as a distinguished parent of a student, Nolan proclaimed proudly, holding her head high. During this period, Nolan cast a glance at Clark with a gaze that was both triumphant and slightly provocative, as if to convey, "Did you see that, Clark? The principal of your son's school invited me, but not you." Huh. Upon witnessing this, Clark merely smiled, genuinely pleased for Nolan's happiness. It is worth mentioning that the principal of Eden had initially extended an invitation to him, which he graciously declined, instead recommending his wife, Nolan, as the distinguished spokesperson for parents. "All right, mother, very well," Eden said, observing his parents, scarcely daring to breathe, nodding repeatedly. Thus, at Reginald Johnson High School, at 8:30, Eden's family, including their cat, arrived at the school. "Eden, you're here." The moment Eden's family entered the school hall, his friends, William and Eve, immediately took notice, rushing towards him with exaggerated enthusiasm to greet him. However, Eden couldn't shake the feeling that William and Eve were not there solely for him. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am William, Eden's best friend." William, visibly flustered, clutched a pre-prepared poster of all-powerful hero, nervously gazing at Nolan as he stammered, "I'm still your fan. May I please have your autograph?" Of course, Nolan graciously signed her name on the poster, first writing Nolan Kent, followed by the three characters of all-powerful hero. "I finally have an autograph poster of all-powerful hero," William exclaimed excitedly. "I swear, as soon as I get home today, I will frame it and hang it in the most prominent place." "Child, I believe you might also need my signature," Clark interjected, chuckling as he signed his name on the poster, adding the suffix of Superman. "Oh no, this poster is utterly ruined," William thought to himself, trembling slightly, though maintaining a composed expression. "Uncle, Aunt, I would also like your signatures," Eve chimed in, using her abilities to conjure a poster depicting all-powerful hero and Superman fighting side by side, sweetly smiling at Nolan and Clark. "Certainly," Nolan and Clark replied with gentle smiles, generously signing Eve's poster. "I want one too. I want one." At that moment, others at the event began to notice Nolan and Clark's arrival. Neither Clark nor Nolan had disguised their identities or employed any cognitive obfuscation. Thus, the entire student body was astonished to discover that the greatest heroes on this planet had simultaneously arrived at the graduation ceremony of Reginald Johnson High School. Everyone has one. Every single one. Clark and Nolan exchanged a helpless glance, their notoriety on this planet rendering them perpetual focal points, no matter where they ventured. Silence, children, silence. Ultimately, it was the principal, accompanied by the teachers, who intervened to quell the commotion, ushering Clark and Nolan to the podium. During this interlude, the principal, seizing the moment while the teachers maintained order, discreetly produced a cherished poster from his collection and murmured to Clark and Nolan, "Might I trouble you for your autographs before you depart? In truth, I have been one of your ardent admirers for many years. Indeed, on this planet safeguarded by the Omnipotent and Superman for so long, one was either a devoted fan of the Omnipotent and Superman or a twisted variant thereof." As for the esteemed principal, held in high regard within Eden, he was merely utilizing the guise of a graduation ceremony to orchestrate a fan meeting for the Omnipotent and Superman. "I have contributed immensely to this institution. I nearly lost my life protecting the students last time, before my retirement. What harm is there in utilizing a small portion of public funds to pursue a star? Besides, the board members, teachers, and students are all quite satisfied." As Eden watched in disbelief, the once ordinary graduation ceremony was transformed into a personal showcase for the Omnipotent and Superman, thanks to the collective efforts and support of the principal, board members, teachers, and students. A colossal interstellar warship emblazoned with the V-Star insignia quietly hovered above Regina de Ville Johnson High School. Simultaneously, Nolan, who had been delivering a speech at the podium, received a message from Conqueror. Without hesitation, she glanced at her communicator, and upon reading the contents, smiled. The V-Stars have finally come to pay homage to their king. Chapter 59, Vito. I shall impart a lesson to Nolan's son. Conqueror, you are truly brave. Someone is approaching. In the midst of the vibrant and fervent graduation ceremony, which felt more like a fan meeting for Superman and the omnipotent Eden, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes. Ignoring the lively atmosphere, he gazed skyward, his vision piercing through the ceiling to rest upon the interstellar warship hovering approximately 10,000 meters above the venue. Is that the V-Stars? Upon spotting the unmistakable V-Star emblem, Eden chuckled. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for far too long. 10,000 meters high. Is this Earth? At that moment, Chige led the entire pure-blooded V-Stars, descending from the interstellar warship to stand amidst the Earth's sky. He gazed down at the beautiful planet below, murmuring to himself, what a magnificent world. It is perfectly suited to be the new home for us, the Veltum. By the way, even including the likes of Chuj, Zhengfu, Anissa, Craig, Lucan, Shura, and Vito, those esteemed and named elite Vexians. There are merely 52 pure-blooded Vexians remaining in the entire universe. Oh, and let us not forget that these 52 pure-blooded Vexians also count Nolan and the treacherous Titus, who has long since betrayed the Vexians and now leads the Planetary Alliance. At the moment when Chuj stood high above, patiently awaiting Nolan's report, the immortal hero, having been dismissed by the guard and now living as a free spirit, found himself bored and thus took to the skies, discovering the group of Vexians descending from above ahead of others like Eden. Invaders! He roared, charging towards the most robust of the Vexians, Chuj. Seeking death, thought General Craig, observing the immortal hero rushing at supersonic speed towards them, his brow furrowing slightly. Allow me, however, just as General Craig prepared to personally eliminate the immortal hero, Chuj, moved by the beauty of Earth and in a cheerful mood, intervened, taking a stance to handle the situation himself. As you command. Craig promptly bowed and returned to his position upon witnessing Chuj's decisive action. Aliens. At that moment, the immortal hero reached Chuj and struck him squarely in the face. Chuj, unfazed by the punch, did not even bother to defend himself, not even blinking. Fool! The other pure-blooded Vexians displayed expressions of disdain, as though they were witnessing a farce. Bang! The immortal hero, however, mistakenly believed that the aliens were intimidated by his might, and thus swung his fists with even greater fervor towards Chuj's face. In an instant, a deafening crash echoed as his fist collided with Chuj's face. It was as if he had struck an indestructible cosmic alloy, shattering like an egg against a stone, blood splattering across the sky. This is absolutely impossible. The immortal hero gazed at his shredded left arm in disbelief. How could he, the attacker, be the one to suffer injury? Crack! At that moment, Chuj's rough hand seized the immortal hero by the neck, demanding, "Tell me, how does Nolan govern this planet? How dare a worthless creature like you challenge the esteemed Veltum?" Clearly, the great Nolan had failed in her duties. She did not dismantle all resistance on this planet as prescribed. Lucan frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Zhengfu, what on earth is going on? I recall you have only recently visited this planet. Did you not conduct even the most basic investigation before returning? I am now not only compelled to question your mental faculties, but also to cast doubt upon your work efficiency. As for the other pure-blooded Vexians, they have shifted their scrutiny towards conquest, inquiring, do you truly believe that fellow just now constitutes a force of rebellion against our Veltham Empire? In response, Conquest remained extraordinarily composed, retorting with a calm demeanor, regardless of whether he qualifies as a resistance. This nonetheless signifies a dereliction of duty on Nolan's part. When she comes to meet me, I shall demand a reasonable explanation. As Chuj spoke, he exerted a slight pressure with his rough hand, effortlessly crushing the head of the immortal hero. Whoosh! In the next instant, the lifeless body of the immortal hero plummeted to the ground like a discarded, tattered doll. Whoosh! Shortly after Chuj had dealt with the immortal hero, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, a man clad in a black battlesuit with a crimson cloak billowing behind him appeared before the assembly. The newcomer was none other than Eden, who had just rushed in from the academy. Meanwhile, Eden's parents were still occupied at a fan meeting in the venue and could not extricate themselves. Another oblivious rebel has arrived. Norland's work efficiency is appallingly inadequate. Reflecting on the situation, one might ponder why this child had adorned himself with a red cloak. Did he not realize how much it would hinder his combat capabilities? When Eden pierced through the air and materialized before the assembly of Vexians, it instantly provoked their ridicule. You are a Vexian? Norland's child? At this juncture, Chudge, who had remained silent until now, merely cast a glance at Eden and promptly discerned his identity, laughing. So he is Nolan's offspring? The so-called prodigy, whose combat prowess rivals ours purebloods? Chudge's words ignited a flurry of discussion among the Vexians. I shall test this young one. Among them, one of the elite Vexians, Vito, scrutinized Eden from head to toe, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Vito then floated gracefully from Chudge's side to stand before Eden, stating, I find this child's physique rather insubstantial. I fail to see what merits he possesses to contend with us purebloods. Perhaps Conquest and Nolan have simply aged and become muddled. Their bodies have long since dulled and become sluggish. Vito did not hesitate to mock Conquest and Nolan. As for Vito's actions, they went unchallenged by Chudge, the regent, who appeared eager to evaluate whether Eden's strength was truly as formidable as Conquest had claimed. Meanwhile, the other Vexian warriors adopted a spectator stance, clearly impatient for the robust Vito to impart a lesson to the novice Eden. This was a rite of passage for every Vexian warrior. Chapter 60, Eden. I have revealed my hand. Our family is of the Viltrumite royal bloodline. Well done, Vito. Do not lose your dignity. Only Conquest, who understands Eden's combat prowess, gazed at Vito with a smirk, seemingly already envisioning the dismal state Vito would soon find himself in. As for reminding Vito of anything, spare me the pretense. Conquest was not so benevolent. In this world, there is nothing more entertaining or important than witnessing a spectacle. Kid, I am Vito, a valiant warrior of Viltrumite. I am unlike Conquest and Nolan. I will show you no mercy, Vito boldly declared, standing before Eden. Alas, before Vito could finish his boast, a colossal hand clamped down upon his face, distorting his self-proclaimed handsome features, even shattering the goggles on his face with its immense force. Woe is me! Vito, now stripped of his earlier bravado, revealed a gaze fraught with terror as he struggled in vain against the powerful grip. All his efforts were evidently futile. Just as Vito was on the brink of asphyxiation, the great hand finally released him. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he felt an inexplicable lightness in his left arm. What? Where has my arm gone? Vito turned to see his left arm mysteriously vanished. Take your left arm and go tend to your wounds. Speak another word, and I shall twist your head into a pretzel. In his moment of bewilderment, Vito noticed an object being tossed toward him by the son of Nolan, clad in black. Upon instinctively catching it with his right arm, he was horrified to realize that the object was none other than his own severed left arm. Damn it! Faced with this revelation, Vito dared not act defiantly before Eden any longer. He shrank his neck and returned to the Viltrumite forces, where a medic among the soldiers assisted him in reattaching his arm. Simultaneously, Conquest, who had been lurking among the crowd, could not contain her laughter upon witnessing the scene unfold, relishing the moment. Yes, just like that. Vito, what happened? How did you get beaten by a half-blood? Questioned a pure-blooded Viltrumite soldier, observing the dazed Vito. To hell with it, half-blood. I feel as though I am battling a behemoth, Vito replied weakly, retracting his neck. Conquest, did you misrepresent that boy's strength? At that moment, astute Viltrumite soldiers quickly sensed something amiss, encircling Conquest with anger, demanding, What are you and Nolan scheming? Haha, you dare to inquire about my intentions? Allow me to impart the truth. I am engaged in a pursuit that, in my estimation, is profoundly just for our kin. It has become evident that we, the Vis, are in need of a new leader. Conqueror, undaunted even when surrounded by countless kin, remains composed, pledging allegiance to Eden and Nolan. Eliminate this traitor. General Craig narrowed his eyes and issued commands to the nearby V soldiers. Conqueror did not afford Craig the opportunity to act. She chose to strike first, toppling the closest V soldier. Remember, I am Conqueror. Subsequently, she delivered a fierce elbow strike to another soldier behind her, shouting, Seek your demise. Alas, the multitude of soldiers surrounding her proved overwhelming. Under the simultaneous assault of 2 or 3, she swiftly succumbed, retreating in disarray. Sigh. At that moment, Eden, who had been observing Conqueror, let out a gentle sigh. In a flash, he appeared before the soldiers, swiftly severing their arms with a mere glance. What? Amidst the blood that stained the sky, the V's soldiers stood in stunned silence. You have proven yourself. Seek my mother. Conqueror, Eden stated, his demeanor unfazed as he rescued the half-conscious Conqueror. As you command. Your Highness. Conqueror knelt in midair, and as she opened her mouth, a torrent of crimson erupted from her throat. Yet she understood that it was all worthwhile, for she had earned Eden's trust. Boom! With the V's remarkable regenerative abilities, Conqueror, who had been on the brink of death just moments ago, was soon soaring at supersonic speed. Following Eden's command, she departed the aerial battlefield, heading towards the ground, where Nolan awaited. As for the other V's present, none dared to intervene. They gazed at Eden in terror, uttering in disbelief, "I have never witnessed such a formidable V's. Are you the Regent, Craig?" Eden accelerated and stood before Regent Craig, looking down upon the bald figure. "First, I express my gratitude for your stewardship of the Viltrumite clan over the years. However, now that I have arrived, it is time for you to relinquish your power, Craig. Do you believe that by simply handing over power, you are entitled to govern the V's?" Craig squinted, seemingly dismissive of Eden, despite the latter's display of extraordinary combat prowess. "Certainly," Eden nodded. "On what grounds?" Craig inquired. "On the grounds that I am stronger than all of you. On the grounds that the blood of the V's king flows within me," Eden replied with calm assurance. "Impossible. The royal bloodline of the V's has been severed. In this world, there are no more descendants of him." The words of Eden left Craig in a state of disarray, and he roared in disbelief. "You have disappointed me, Craig. The King of the Stars indeed has no prince left, but that does not mean there are no surviving princesses." At this point, a hint of derision glimmered in Eden's eyes. "Nolan, damn, the timing seems to align." Upon hearing this, Craig was momentarily stunned. Then his pupils quivered violently. Boom! Just as Craig was lost in thought, Eden unleashed a punch the size of a sandbag, striking Craig's abdomen with tremendous force. In a single blow, Eden propelled Craig beyond the atmosphere, sending him plummeting to the moon at several tens of thousands of Mach, creating deep fissures on its surface. After knocking Craig down, Eden did not rush to the moon to engage in combat. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, allowing his gaze to sweep across the faces of every star person present. Each individual caught in Eden's sight bowed their proud heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Satisfied with this display, Eden smiled and soared into the sky with a sonic boom. "General, what shall we do next?" The star people present turned to the highest-ranking individual, Craig, inquiring, "What else can we do?" "Naturally, we shall pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen." Craig sighed and shook his head. It was evident that the Regent Craig was no match for that young man, and considering the royal bloodline he claimed, Nolan was indisputably the rightful ruler of the Viltrumite Empire in terms of legitimacy and power. Chapter 61. Eden, use your brain. Craig, use your brain. What will you have in 500 years? Seek a subscription. Even among the war gods, few can reach such heights. Most of the war gods who broke through time did so within 24 to 27 days. But once they achieved such qualifications, the path to supremacy became markedly less burdensome. Although there had yet to be a response from the Tuyuhan's side, given the relationship between the two parties, it was likely to be without issue. As the tense and shy emotions began to ease, Suhui found clarity in her future identity and relationships, allowing her to shed much of her previous evasiveness and concealment. The primordial emperor nodded, his calm demeanor owing to this very understanding. To be frank, he did not regard Zhou Xiang with much esteem. What enraged him further was not Zhou Xiang, but rather Xiao Qianwei. "Yes, my lord." Two guards stepped forward, one on each side, guiding Zheng out. Nangong Shu was greatly frightened by Wei Junmo, and, having suffered a severe internal injury from a slap, lacked the strength to resist, allowing the maid to lead her away. However, this item had been with the clan for hundreds of years, and the predecessors of the clan would not deceive with it. After collecting this drop of spiritual blood, Yifeng began to circle around the other wooden frames. Chu Yu was unaware that she had succumbed to altitude sickness. She merely thought her mood was low and somewhat stifled. The carriage sped furiously, halting outside the Changchun Palace. Shi'er assisted Ru Yu in descending. Yet they remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the palace. Di Tian was taken aback. This entity did not belong to any known race, and he had never encountered anything like it before. Was this the celestial demon? As the malevolent figure approached the Xian family, merely 200,000 miles away, a hypothesis began to form in the hearts of the onlookers. Leave 100 guard. The rest shall disperse and strike. Your sole mission is to wield your long blades and eradicate all injustices in this world. Establish a clear order amidst this murky realm. Yang Tingfa's voice resonated like thunder as he commanded the 500 riders. Unfortunately, the real Man Yu Ding had been injured by Zhang Yuanzi during his previous attempt to intervene, and before he could return to the capital, he was unexpectedly struck in the back by Qiong Zhao's Qian Kuan ruler. Sheng Su Daozhong, accompanied by Lin Xiaofeng, entered the secret chamber to commence the arrangement of the grand formation of the 5 elements. The sword and shield trembled violently, enduring an unfathomable amount of terrifying power, radiating an intense light as if they had reached their limit. They had vacated the vicinity of the Sei Gudong Wu Hotel, yet remained in close proximity, not venturing far. There was no alternative. Luo Fong was a close friend of Zhang Xiu, the epitome of Mo Tianya's darkness, and also a disciple of Luo Fong. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been vanquished by Zhang Xiu long ago. Let this master step down. Continuing the fight will only exacerbate his injuries. The subsequent matters shall be entrusted to me. After assessing the situation on the battlefield, Chu Wangshu approached Li Tianyun and spoke softly. Recognizing him immediately despite having met only once before entering the martial arts academy. With a resounding explosion, the barrier shattered into fragments, not only failing to release Long Yunfeng's pent-up fury, but also leaving Sun Wukong's own wrath unquenched. The death of Wuk, suppressed beneath the 5 elements mountain for 500 years, was a consequence of the Buddha's machinations. Brother Yang, please show that prescription to Brother Fong. His extensive knowledge and solid foundation in pharmacology far surpass mine, Chu Wangshu remarked with a smile while assisting in the organization of the medicinal ingredients. In less than half a minute, Chu Wangshu skillfully tended to another operative's injuries, during which time the others secured the unconscious foes, their wrists and ankles bound tightly, leaving marks of blood, indicative of the tremendous force applied. In such circumstances, one must leverage every available resource to achieve their goals. And the formidable warriors of the Thunderworld were the prime choice. I believe I miscalculated in attempting to evade Jia Yuhan's difficulties by following Xue Xiaoming. He is utterly unreliable, lacking both taste and integrity. An unknown scoundrel suggested from some shadowy corner. The Heavenly Emperor leaned against the columns outside the Qinsei Palace. While all within had long since withdrawn, tonight was a momentous occasion for the Emperor. No one dared to move recklessly, fearing they might disrupt the harmonious moment of the Emperor and Empress. Bored, Zhao Junjia shook his head and retreated back into the cabin, expressing his unwillingness to see them again. The 9 Heavens Blue Flame, ranked 12th on the Xuanhua list, while not particularly domineering, nonetheless possesses a definition that allowed it to secure a prominent position among the top 20 Zuenhoos. Were he to voice this now, given the current strength of Konoha Village, the Akatsuki organization would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Only Uchiha Bido and Kagaya would likely manage to escape. Everyone only witnessed Wang Qingshan casually raise his hand, which then came crashing down with a fierce punch onto the hood of the vehicle. How did Lance respond? Has he agreed to forgive me? Lan Ruoxin hurriedly approached Lan Shui, her eyes filled with urgency. I wonder who booked half of the first-class cabin? Had I known, I would have taken a private jet instead. However, this is quite satisfactory as well, Luo Chenxi remarked, casting an intentional glance at Luo Tianya. At the dining table, Su Qingyao appeared the most carefree, making it hard to imagine he had just engaged in a fierce battle with his brother. Huo Liexiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with combat spirit. In contrast, Zhang Ziqian and Dan Chan grew increasingly despondent, their heads bowed and eyes dull. Wen Qianhua felt a slight tremor as Zhou Heng approached, recalling the words of the young master Yun's consort, which only deepened her confusion and anxiety. Lin Bixiao was not a heartless person, especially considering Su Jinyan's humble admission of error. Under normal circumstances, she might have chosen to dismiss it with a smile. Young people, do not be impatient. If the steak is not simmered long enough, it will not absorb the flavors and will be difficult to chew. In my youth, I might have indulged immediately, but now it must be cooked to perfection, Ziling Tian said with a smile. Chapter 62. The Reluctant Yet Affectionate Star People. Earth's culture is the best in the universe. Who is Cui Ge? Unfamiliar. Part 2 Earth. All hail Her Majesty the Queen. After the fan meeting of the all-powerful hero and Superman concluded, Nuo Lan lingered in the venue, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, 50 pure-blood Veltum warriors led by Zheng Fu descended from the skies, kneeling before Nolan to pledge their loyalty. Nolan gently nodded, accepting their fealty. The words at the top of the list, Ihung, gleamed brilliantly, illuminating their expressions with striking clarity. A single sentence from Du Rua left Shui rang momentarily stunned, before he broke into a foolish grin, excitement bubbling within him. Could it be that his iron sand palm was on the verge of perfection? To become a martial arts master? Before long, the ground beneath them trembled, causing the lake's waters to once again bubble and boil. Following this, soft golden lights began to glow faintly from the lake's depths. The impending departure of a dear friend, possibly leading to years of separation, evoked a sense of melancholy. On the bed, Zhang Elder lay stiffly, devoid of life, his skin having turned an ominous shade of black. Dark, viscous residue clung to the corners of his mouth, emanating a faint, unpleasant odor that wafted from his body. If this was the result of being targeted and assassinated by those with malicious intent due to his inadequate strength, it would certainly add an intriguing twist. Zhang Yu had many matters to attend to. It had been nearly a year since the last bout of magical combat, and the disciples within the sect were once again brimming with excitement. That previous contest had been a spectacular event, greatly benefiting them all. Zhang Yu was indifferent to Zhao Xingbin's thoughts. He only knew that the Fu Li group had initially faced oppression from the Qin group, and Zhao Xingbin had not abandoned them in their time of crisis. Han Jian had not actually settled the bill, yet no one could be found to acknowledge this fact, leaving him to merely smile. Today, he had encountered a few of Su Shizi's close friends, and their recognition of him put him in a good mood. Wasn't the exhibition of high-quality machinery about to commence? He felt it imperative not to let the two old men, Li and his companion, take the lead. Xiao Lao scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Instantly, the entire arena erupted in applause, yet no one understood what Wang Tianjie was about to announce, which only intensified the curiosity of all the Xiongnu present. Upon receiving his command, Fei Tian slowly raised his palm, evidently intending to bring it down forcefully. Although the restrained crowd struggled desperately, the vast disparity in their levels rendered their efforts futile, leaving them to await the grim arrival of death and sorrow. Meanwhile, the referee stood speechless at the side. Chu Yu observed this as well. She too wondered who could be deemed a runner-up in such circumstances. Sure how. The territory for your future development lies in this area, Dong Qin remarked, drawing a large circle on the map. This time Dao Shishinhan and others were absorbed in comprehending the ancient magic gates, which had not taken me into account, and I considered this my stroke of luck. Had they intervened, it would have been troublesome. Fortunately, Kai Ying merely nodded, revealing no further emotion. Perhaps it was for the best not to fret over a single matter continuously. However, our coalition neglected the lives of the numerous citizens of Luoyang, still struggling in the inferno in pursuit of Dongjua. Lin Feng, do not act recklessly. They are mere mortals, cautioned the elder of the Long family, genuinely worried that Lin Feng might suddenly lose his temper, which would spell disaster for the two guards. Lu Jingzong did not arrive alone, but rather accompanied a dozen individuals. Guoyi speculated that these individuals were likely clerks under Lu Jingzong, along with several elderly scholars responsible for various academic disciplines. They're all quite similar, Hinata smiled at Chu Yu, picking up his chopsticks to savor the dishes on the table. Chapter 63, World Shapers. The Kent family is unwell, beaten by Clark, then by his son. The Three-Planet Alliance. Are you saying that our fleet has lost contact on Earth? Not only that, but you have also received news that the Wilton people have relinquished all their territories in the universe, even abandoning their home planet to collectively settle on Earth. The leader of the Planetary Alliance, Teds, was utterly incredulous upon hearing the report from his subordinates. According to our observations, the migration of the Wilton people was a considerable undertaking. Yet, upon stepping out of the nightclub, she found herself unable to even drive and collapsed by the roadside, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Even if it wasn't tea directly passed down from his great-grandfather, it certainly consisted of clues inherited from generations past. Ultimately, his great-grandfather did not attain the third realm of the Ling Shu true scripture, thus leaving it for Qin Yu to accomplish. The elderly figure in a long robe, who had first appeared, re-emerged on the screen, his icy voice resonating once more. Chu Feng intended to arrange some spiritual energy formations around the villa to facilitate better comprehension and cultivation. The fact that he could encounter a master of the Tao in his lifetime filled him with immense excitement. Much like the HIV virus, While it can enter the human body through means such as mosquito bites or aerosol transmission, the quantity is often too minute for the immune system to detect, allowing it to be swiftly eliminated and preventing the onset of AIDS. However, at that moment, the brick in Li Jin's hand unexpectedly slipped, striking Song Dong squarely on the head. The concept of the mortal realm and the immortal of the red dust, as spoken of by Xiao Qianjue, were familiar to Bai Yuntao, who recalled the words of the Red Mountain recluse. The horse's hoofs splashed in dew. The rooster crowed in the pale moonlight. As the desolate village path lay silent, Murong Yinling had already made preparations, dividing his forces into 3 groups, one to protect the 9th prince's residence, another to secure the royal city, and the last disguised to safeguard the citizens. Jin Buong paused momentarily on the phone. The other party did not mention capturing anyone, but rather stated they were together, indicating that Lu Xing bore no ill will towards the girl. Gazing at the gradually fading silhouette of the gentle breeze, Su Ying's lips curled into a bitter smile. Even if he tried to conceal it, she could still intuit some truths. Tai Feng nodded. I remember, but the life-extending flower from my memory does not resemble this. Tai Feng distinctly recalled that the life-extending flower appeared ordinary, akin to a wildflower. A shimmering silver peacock materialized in the air, instantly exploding into a myriad of cold stars. Twinkling erratically, beautiful as if the peacock were displaying its feathers. Thousands of icy rays, with the force of thunder, swiftly descended upon the unruly players. TCH, laughing like a fool, remarked Park Taiyin, having journeyed from heaven to earth, discontentedly voicing his thoughts. Nevertheless, they could still enjoy a movie together, along with Tion and Yuna. And although it was a premiere ceremony, it certainly could not be deemed hellish. Zhang Chu pulled Lu Shijuan into the room, first drawing the curtains closed. Lu Shijuan felt a flush rise to her cheeks, mistakenly thinking he was being suggestive in broad daylight, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. Astonishing and perplexing was the fact that this colorful dinosaur possessed beautiful eyes, yet only one. It is not difficult to observe that, at the position of its left eye, there lies an abyss of darkness, faint traces of blood evident. One might say that its left eye has been brutally gouged out, an act of sheer cruelty. Throughout, Chang'e remained fixated on the unfolding panorama before her. In comparison to the colossal vessel, she appeared as but a mere speck in the vast ocean. Perhaps all her gaze had been swallowed whole by the looming ship, rendering her unaware of a man quietly approaching. Since the moment the 3 brothers boarded, every expression, every movement, every utterance of theirs replayed in her mind, as she endeavored to discern which among them bore an anomaly. Over time, the horror it inspired became indelibly etched into the consciousness of humanity, even giving rise to the name Ghost Sea. As time flowed on, transforming the world, the Ghost Sea gradually morphed into a desolate wasteland. Chapter 64. Eden. Concerning my mother Nolan's life and death, I harbor no desire to explain the rights and wrongs. Boom. Just as Eden contemplated this, a cacophony erupted in his ears. Subsequently, the entire network of the Earth collapsed, with every individual's phone, computer, and television broadcasting a singular image. Good morning, everyone. I am Titus, the president of the Planetary Alliance, a friend to all Earth and its people. Please believe me, I come with no malice. Feeling as though an eternity had passed, Yin Jiqing, maintaining the Qilin's 4th transformation, found his strength nearly depleted, while the souls of the lost and the resurrected that fell beneath his blade were countless. What matter has the master attended to? Cheng Yu quickly finished his meal, setting down his chopsticks to inquire of the old monk. He was indeed curious as to what could have compelled this monk to remain in solitude on the mountain for so many years. According to his words, throughout the years, he had scarcely descended, not even once returning to the city of 10,000 Buddhas. The severely injured, golden-winged rock struggled to rise from the ground. In that fleeting moment, it believed its end was nigh, only to find that the Phantom Spirit King had unexpectedly relinquished its pursuit, allowing it to survive by a stroke of luck. Iron Friend, how would you have me proceed? After a moment of silence, the old landlord directly inquired through thought. Chen Qingyang and Mu Ge had long been trailing behind Sun Bofu and the others. Thus they faced no peril. This is what you said. I did not say it. Su Yanran teased, pinching Cheng Yu's nose playfully. He mentioned that once he persuades the Dragon King of the East Sea, he would come to wed me. I must wear this garment continually, so that none may touch my skin. The needles above will protect me. Before long, a rustling sound emanated from the coffin, and soon, a pale, slender hand reached out, grasping the edge of the coffin. The Wang family, a prestigious clan with considerable power and influence in Huaxiao. If they truly controlled the heavenly evil sect from behind the scenes, what consequences might arise, Mu Ge dared not imagine. After a while, Qiao Xinyu emerged from his astonishment, recounting the heroic deeds of Chen Hanzhong to Lin Juanxiu. Folk wisdom suggests that a true expert reveals their prowess with a single move. In France, the Wolf King, despite remaining inactive, exerted immense pressure on the celestial wolf. The unfortunate Qin Tianda was once again struck unconscious, and the assailant, wary of Qin feigning unconsciousness, struck him several more times to ensure his true state. Only after confirming his incapacitation did they blindfold him and bind his hands before escorting him away. How pitiful it is that such cowardice leads one to become a historical villain, sacrificing integrity for self-preservation. Though the figure by the door scolded him harshly, they showed no intention of taking action. Recognizing his fear of death, the elder decided to grant him an opportunity for survival. Elder, further discussion is futile. I shall take my leave, declared Yin Yuan, choosing to depart without delay. Fei Long hurriedly entered, dutifully bringing a round chair from the inner room and placing it at the far end for his grandfather to sit. The phrase painted skin inexplicably surfaced in Qin Tianda's mind. Meanwhile, the tank, sharp knives, and cleavers were seized, with all individuals placed under control, while others safeguarded the area. Yi Yongjian decisively intimidated Song Bin, who was holding Song Chao hostage, and quickly called for a few brothers stationed outside the walls to return and stabilize the situation. The market price was announced by Huang Lizi, detailing the cost and the total weight of the illicit substances. Although time was short, many historical facts remained unchanged, such as Zhao Zhua's alliance with Qin Hui and Empress Wei's fondness for Zhao Zhua. These challenges were significant obstacles in the quest to elevate Zhao Shan to the throne. Moreover, both Zhao Zhua and Zhao Shan were of advanced age and had developed their own ideologies, further complicating matters. Chapter 65. The Eve of Invincible Warfare. Let them witness, fear, and despise the invincible young hero. Part 5. The tribulation phase, as the name suggests, is the stage at which one's cultivation reaches the threshold of confronting the calamities sent by the heavenly path. Should one successfully navigate this trial, they may shed their mortal form and ascend to immortality. Failure, however, results in obliteration and the cessation of existence. Zhuan Yangzi scoffed, asserting that even if Fu Qingfeng were his dream lover, he already had one and thus had no need for a second. Furthermore, the latter's aggressive approach had effectively diminished any affection he might have had to a negative value. As Mzizi finished speaking, an elderly minister leapt forth, passionately denouncing him, while other senior officials merely observed, eager for the unfolding drama. The audience noted the distant figures whose facial features appeared distorted, suggesting either inadequate funding from the production team or misallocated resources. Some production teams even went so far as to bleach out background characters, directly informing viewers that those lacking distinctive traits were mere inconsequential set pieces. With a tone of pride wafting through the air, Rij fell silent for a moment, having begun to eavesdrop on the conversations around her. If only a sword forged from iron sand could be created, perhaps circumstances would be more favorable. Lin Luo mused with a sense of regret. However, with the limited electrical power at his disposal, he could only extract a portion of iron sand from the depths of the earth. The creation of a sword capable of slicing through iron with ease remained beyond his reach. This situation deeply troubled Alex Tassa, given the grave implications for the world's survival. Even though Nozdormu was notoriously elusive, his disappearance at such a critical moment seemed too coincidental, especially since even his subordinate, the bronze dragon tasked with monitoring the timelines, could not locate him. Was the esteemed Lord Ongmar truly that renowned? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ongmar scratched his face. With this thought in mind, he raised the crystal cup from the table, offering a slight smile to Ferodes, and then redirected his gaze back to the assembly. The chrysanthemum lanterns illuminated the city gates brilliantly, while Ling Feng squinted slightly, having exerted considerable energy rushing from the western mountains. Although the magical seal from Shan had not harmed his essence, it had inflicted significant injuries, leaving him utterly depleted of true power. The moment the terrifying pressure enveloped him, Chu Xian felt as though he might be crushed and involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood. The blades of grass left by other factions had mostly been collected by Chu Xian, Mu Qingqing, and the Shi brothers, leaving only the members of the four major factions capable of providing more. Currently, Jiang Yunfei's plan was flawless, and Mo Tianyue had completely abandoned his romantic feelings. If Jiang Xinyu were to relinquish her feelings as well, Jiang Yunfei could rest easy. Unfortunately, Jiang Xinyu had not only remained steadfast, but had also intensified her efforts, her smile brightening more than before. Mo Tianyue nodded, acknowledging the presence of numerous foreign companies investing within Myanmar. However, each had its own established security partners, making it difficult for him to penetrate this realm. But why would he attempt to assassinate Qilong? Was he truly so loyal to Nanshan? The question hung in the air, leaving both men in silence. After fruitless contemplation, Liu Haofei resolved to leverage his family's connections to resolve the matter with Mo Tianyue through unconventional means. Previously, he had expended a third of his essence, uncertain of when he might recover. Must he continue to deplete his essence further? The young master of the Sang family? Was that not Sang Kusi and Sang Fei? Contemplating this, Ling Feng ascended the stairs. If a confrontation with the sacred sect of the Divine Sky was inevitable, their demise would be assured. Yet, in the face of the Divine Sky's counterattack, the three major sanctuaries would undoubtedly suffer as well. To eliminate a single disciple at such a tremendous cost was shocking. Sidu Jin remained unfazed, as these individuals were the iron-blooded guards of the Duke's residence, and it was natural for him not to be close to them. The group continued their journey northward, observing their surroundings. Compared to before, the base had shifted to a lower position, allowing the vines to easily reach their location. Fortunately, her purpose for coming to Huaxia was not to negotiate, but to discuss compensation. As for the amount of compensation, and Bei Jinshan had already established a baseline, and she merely needed to adhere to it. At that moment, the previously silent swordsman turned and walked towards the source of the sound. Lu Yun, oblivious, had just set her left leg down when she leaned forward, her hands striking like lightning towards Ma Yi's shoulders, intent on subduing him. However, Ma Yi was not easily bested. He remained still and suddenly seized Lu Yun's hands. Perhaps it was merely to have you come and see me? With a resigned sigh, Su Yin managed to smile, saying, "Honestly, I've been quite looking forward to seeing you. Whether it was due to Miao Miao's encouragement or your own desire to visit, it brings me immense joy." It was precisely this awareness that prompted Yi Ming to propose a nearly impossible method of resolving their performance with a single decisive blow. Bang! With a thud, Dao Yusin picked up a brick and struck Da Zuiji squarely in the face, instantly opening a gash onto Zuiji's left temple. Enraged, Da Zuiji covered his bleeding wound and leapt up, ready to retaliate, while Da Yuji quickly restrained him. Most animals are known to be grateful, and for intelligent beings, such as sea lions, this is even more evident. Although the pups could not be saved, it was clear that the actions of Dan Ning and others were meant to assist it, prompting the creature to eagerly express its gratitude upon recovery. Chapter 66. The Eden versus the Invincible Hero Alliance. I thought it was merely a speed bump. 1. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. Earth is under invasion by unidentified aggressors. Residents are advised to proceed in an orderly fashion to the nearest shelters for safety. I repeat, Earth is under invasion by unidentified aggressors. Please proceed to nearby shelters for safety. As the invincible hero descended like rain from the sky, an alert from the Defense Bureau echoed on every citizen's mobile device. It seemed that Cecil had foreseen this calamity. In the hospital room, Xie Yuhan lay pale and weak, her once prominent belly now deflated. She had fallen asleep. Furiously wielding the thunder sword, I conjured a vast net before me, enveloping the old man with a fierce determination. Despite the immense pain inflicted by Mo Zishuan, she held no regrets, for those moments were precious memories, brief yet rare. Dinging shook off the medic trying to tend to him, unable to wait even a moment longer. Supporting himself on the shoulder of the communications officer, he hopped on one leg, limping and rolling until he reached the communications room. Though this incident was fraught with danger, it ensured that the assassin organization would be entirely at my command, which was truly splendid. Throughout those long years, Xiangqing would often reminisce about the noble and handsome Mo Zishuan, who was separated from her by an entire ocean. Yet, it proved to be of no consequence. The skeletal remains exuded a terrifying aura, their bones seemingly sprouting flesh as if they were on the verge of resurrection. However, I refrained from such actions, instead incapacitating his disciple while simultaneously intercepting the pursuing Xiaowaran. Walking in this manner serves two purposes. Firstly, it accentuates my identity. Secondly, it signifies my readiness to offer assistance at any moment. After preparing only a few dishes, the leader arrived with General AI, and Yin Yao personally opened the door to invite them in. The cloaked figure pondered in quiet astonishment. Could it be that he possesses an invisible satchel? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a scene unfolded before her that left her utterly astounded. Many were filled with questions. This marked the first substantial assembly of the Mongolian army in recent years, and it was said to comprise elite cavalry. After a brief respite, once Natasha and the others had fallen into a deep slumber, Yin filled the bathtub with warm water and gently bathed them, cleansing their bodies of sweat and drying them off before placing them back on the neatly arranged beds. Onlookers were left in a state of stunned silence, particularly Zhuang Lishan, who was especially shaken. Although the recent revelations regarding Su Ling had somewhat hampered the operations of the Lu City Company, indirectly aiding him, he recognized the complexity of the situation. He understood that the previous night had indeed been Wei Ro's fault, and thus could not entirely fault Huang Mu'er for not granting him face. Nonetheless, he took the initiative to greet her, especially upon seeing Zhou Xiantong and Wu Zixin, who were previously so close. A weight lifted from his heart, allowing him to relax. The young scions of the Xie family froze in their tracks upon witnessing Xie Lixian allowing them to escape, while she herself charged forward with a sword. "You want to drop on my blood?" Shiming was somewhat perplexed, yet he extended his arm toward Yang Chong. Buma had only just begun her training. Thus the remaining two alchemical formulas in Yi Yun's possession must also be foundational. Now that the foundation had been established, the next steps naturally involved the refinement of spiritual energy absorption through the clear heart pill and the gathering spirit pill. Tang Yuyin bit her lip. Her delicate face flushed to the roots of her ears, and then, as if in a fit of pique, she drained her glass in one gulp. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall beside her pillow, with a few playful strands resting on her fair cheek, enhancing her allure. In a turquoise pool, a youth with a bare torso floated on the surface, his red hair spreading like seaweed, the scene breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 67. The Young Heroes Alliance surrounds Clark. The young heroes exclaimed, "Good heavens, Clark is practically a Superman. They're all Vesperians. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be so many Vesperians in the universe? Surely, I know how many Vesperians exist in the cosmos." Nolan gazed in utter shock at the Mark army in the sky. Disbelief etched across his features. Even during the zenith of the Veltum Empire, the soldiers they could muster were merely this number. Inside, Song Xiaowei and Zhou Yongquan remained oblivious to the fact that their conversation had fallen upon a third pair of ears, having bypassed the beauty contest matter. They turned to the arrangements concerning Li Dai Tao Jiang. Originally, the four luminous rings exuded an overwhelming force, accompanied by a peculiar and profound tremor. Just as they surged upward, they were held at bay by a golden pillar, preventing the rings from descending any further. After a considerable time, Sun Ming, having received the third flying sword, unceremoniously added Tang Hua to his blacklist, exclaiming, "Are you unaware that you are amidst a hot spring thicket?" The fierce dragon general and the wild dragon of the north struck the heavens in succession, and the mere presence of these two formidable figures was destined to etch this day into the annals of history. Such an unprecedented spectacle could not possibly lack the involvement of Li Zilong from the East Chu. Perhaps to some, being sought after by such exceptional men was a stroke of fortune. Yet, Zhang Qi understood deeply that their pursuit of her was akin to their desire for any object of interest, nothing more than a plaything. In gratitude, Kaipu imparted a mountain-splitting palm technique from his ancestral memory to Xue Yi, revealing that this nearly divine technique comprised 5 forms, while his lineage had merely inherited one. "Xue, do you know that I've been waiting here for several days just to see you? You are the only one who has satisfied me," said he Tai Jun, still smiling, though his tone had grown notably serious. Beside him, El Fengshi remarked, and upon finishing his statement, his brows furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied with his earlier tone. Sima Jin maintained a calm demeanor, yet his voice bore an unprecedented gravity, causing the third princess beside him to exhibit noticeable changes in expression. with this newfound realization. The tension that had once enveloped Liuxing dissipated entirely, restoring him to a state of unparalleled calm and readiness for battle. Was this the fictional continent depicted in the sci-fi manga by Miyazaki Ishikawa? How could such a term have emerged in a world from 3,000 years ago? Just as Liang Ziming was fleeing with all his might, he suddenly heard Yi Xian's voice, akin to a drowning person grasping a lifeline, compelling him to sprint toward Yi Xian and his companions, prompting the entire team to alter their course and rush to meet them in mere moments. An-eyed Duosher observed her youthful appearance, yet her manner of speaking resembled that of an esteemed elder. Puzzled, she wondered if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight, or if she had merely been fatigued enough to dream. She pinched her arms sharply, grimacing from the pain. Upon realizing there was still a chance for survival, the horde of vengeful spirits erupted in muted joy, their terrifying visages breaking into faint smiles. Though their smiles appeared jubilant, the chilling aura emanating from these specters would surely terrify any ordinary mortal into unconsciousness. The youth, seeing this, ceased his prattling, extending his left hand to gently touch the crown of Zhuojun's head. A flicker of ethereal light sparkled at his fingertip, sending a serene glow coursing into Zhuojun's being. Star 9000 heard a muffled groan accompanied by the thud of a body collapsing, as the Days Guard was swept away from his consciousness. Was such a direct and violent probing method truly wise? Yang Bian's understanding of the summoning demon martial arts is merely superficial. If he could receive guidance from Zhou Qi, who possesses the ability to create his own martial arts, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Such a collaboration would be mutually beneficial. Chapter 68. The Marks. Eden has gone mad. We must return home. This universe is far too perilous. In the sky, Eden has set its sights on a mark clad in the royal attire of the Vixing people. This is an elder version of the Emperor Mark, who also serves as the leader of the 2nd Brigade of the Young Heroes Alliance. His mission parallels that of the younger Emperor Mark. One is tasked with eliminating Eden's parents, while the other is to eradicate Eden and slay all those acquainted with him. In a mere glance, this Emperor Mark appeared as fragile as a chick before Eden. Thus, despite being outnumbered, they possessed a distinct advantage in strength. Without further questioning Zhong Lishwikin, Yu Haoran turned to Wu Jingjun, whose eyes still bore the remnants of anguish, and scolded him with evident anger. Black Pearl and Lazy Dragon engaged in combat with their adversaries, while Lu Didi was occupied as well, making a phone call home. The ghostly figure was exceedingly sinister. Defeng had unwittingly arrived in a world dominated by shades of gray and brown. Unerringly, the sharp point of the Divine Emperor's stone spear clashed with the war gun wielded by Mo Nan, producing a resounding clang akin to that of striking stone. The Weiyang Imperial City, having endured the ravages of war for countless ages, lay buried beneath the weight of innumerable bones, haunted by countless restless souls. Hey. Lazy Dragon chuckled coldly upon witnessing the creature fall for his trick. Gripping his scythe, he crouched low and stealthily maneuvered towards it. Standing amidst the whirlwind, Lazy Dragon peered through his binoculars, scrutinizing the Longwei group with great care. Upon seeing his own Buddha chair shattered, the Buddha who had just unleashed the golden light Buddha's hand cursed and soared into the tempest of space. Now, not only was the opponent actively luring him, but it was also an unburdened, seductive serpent demon. If he endured any longer, would he still be a man? Although dawn had arrived, the sky remained dim, and the sun would not emerge for some time. After subduing General Hugo, Li Hanxian nodded towards the distant sword cultivator in farewell, then turned away, preparing to ascend and pierce through the void. This was the day agreed upon by Yang Fu and the various clans. Within the governor's estate, others had yet to arrive, and Kai Zhao had come early to the hall. At that moment, the hall was starkly empty, with only Yang Fu and Kai Zhao present, rendering the atmosphere particularly desolate. Each harbored their own thoughts, unable to strike up a conversation, resulting in an awkward silence. They were acutely aware of the chasm between themselves and individuals like Yun Hao and Huan. Their combat styles, even when desperate, would never resemble the fierce, relentless assaults of the two, akin to wild savages engaged in a brutal exchange. Yi Xiao, a fortunate individual blessed with the celestial eye, could discern the disparities in spiritual energy across spaces. He could perceive the stark differences, requiring only a moment to meticulously distinguish them. The place referred to by the General of Mountain Moving is not shrouded in mystery. Rather, it subtly alludes to the Huang realm. Since his return from that realm, he has perceived it as a land rich with untapped potential. Moreover, with the portals between the two realms situated within the vast expanse of the Kangmang Mountains, which belong to his mentor, he has thus deemed it his own prized possession. However, the island's inhabitants are a motley crew, and with a larger crowd comes greater discord, resulting in a lack of harmony among them. Previously, with the esteemed Ming Long presiding, while there were occasional disputes among the subordinates, they remained relatively restrained under his authoritative presence. Chun Jin exerted his arms to break free from his restraints. Yet as he summoned his strength, he was suddenly overcome by a wave of fatigue, akin to a deluge, leaving his body as limp as a noodle. The Chu Tian Group is a publicly listed conglomerate worth billions. His marriage to Chu Feishuan was largely influenced by the Sihai Group's ambition to seize the Chu Tian Group. It was merely a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. There is no cause for rejoicing. During this time, have you not been pilfering the antiques and paintings from home to sell? Did you think I was unaware? Chapter 69. A touch of superhuman shock for the main universe's Mark and Defense Bureau. Lei Jinzi and the giant spirit god concealed their auras, resembling two statues standing vigil at Qi Tianshou's sides, while Qian Li Yin and Shun Feng Er, along with Guan Yu and the golden-nosed white-haired rat, sat cross-legged in meditation. Merging with this vibrant world, Feng Lin felt his parched body replenished, as if it were raining down spiritual energy. Brother Wang swiftly rushed over, delivering a kick to Nan Yu's back, causing him to make intimate contact with the earth. I am Qi Tianshou from Shenzhou, appointed as a duke of the Qi state, and these two are my subordinates. Qi Tianshou had no intention of offending the Willow Spirit, regardless of whether he was genuine or not. The Jade Emperor's judgment is infallible. After traversing 2 streets, they arrived at the dormitory where He Huan resided. Mu Ning contemplated that this was a wilderness, a place rife with alien beasts, ensuring an abundance of spiritual energy from their souls. Ultimately, Tang Yinjin was still assisting Tang Xin, providing her with the best opportunities without competing for them. After reaching the 4th floor, clues regarding the key's location on a certain floor would be revealed. Players would then rely on their abilities to locate the key, though collaboration could result in the prize being divided, significantly reducing its value, something that, evidently, few would be willing to accept. Although the bus driver may have been momentarily distracted, running a red light requires no excuses. The responsibility is unequivocally his. Feng Lin smiled, acknowledging that all these matters had been disclosed to him by Quan Bufan. Without his guidance, Feng Lin might have been like a headless fly. In an instant, Li Haoran felt the temperature around his body surge, causing the formations beneath his feet to tremble from the heat. Unilaterally infatuated? Can you genuinely assert that you have never felt a flicker of emotion for Han Junyu? Not even the slightest? Cheng Yibin's gaze burned with intensity, pressing her with an unwavering stare. Except for Honger and Juer, everyone else may return. Tomorrow morning, those who wish to learn should gather at the martial arts hall. Zhang Xiang instructed everyone to leave, as he had long recognized the futility of their crowded presence here. The Duke Li, visiting our Imperial Guards for the first time, may not be familiar with our customs. Ensure that he is well prepared. Order Cui Yingyuan in a loud voice. So far, it seemed that his efforts were in vain. He still could not regard her as a sister. Whenever he saw her, his attention was unavoidably drawn to her, captivated by her every word and action. Li Mu pondered briefly and quickly comprehended the intent behind Shao Jia's actions. It was evident that the opponent feared that Li Mu and the others would consume the Baoyuan spirit liquid to restore their true essence, which could pose a threat to Chu Jinxia. After all, in the 3rd round of battle, Shi Jiqian and the others had demonstrated formidable strength, rivaling that of Chu Jinxia. Despite wielding the 1,000 Shadow Sword for so long, he could hardly subdue a single practitioner of the Transcendent Realm who had not even summoned a magical artifact. Zhu Tian let out a long howl towards the sky, having abandoned the attempt to force the golden dagger from his body, clearly resigned to his fate. The purple light of the swiftly retracted, followed by a massive pale purple sword light slashing towards Li Haoran. Later, Zhao Shenlong successfully became a true disciple of the Tiandao sect, finding that the assistance he could receive from Mo Wanshan was diminishing, leading him to contemplate expelling Mo Wanshan from within himself. Due to the collapse of the anomalous defense shield around him, that powerful force struck him directly, penetrating his chest and resulting in a spray of blood mixed with various internal organs. Regrettably, Xie Qing's son was single-minded, fixated solely on his deceased wife. Unable to accept Qin Ruiyun's affection, Huang Do remained unfazed, calling for Huang Tao to deal with the pork while rushing into the kitchen to select the necessary ingredients. At that time, the doctor had examined her and concluded that her abdominal pain was merely a result of emotional issues, advising her to maintain a calm demeanor. This is our homeland. The Great Xia is a society governed by law, and one cannot simply act as one pleases without prior arrangement to avoid future complications. The elders of the One Sword sect and the other three factions, after engaging in several heated disputes with the elders of the Tiandao sect, reluctantly returned to their respective sections. The talent of Qin Yang alone surpassed the accumulated efforts and development of the Qin family over many years. Hai Feiyu could not fathom why he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to tightly grasp the jade token at his waist. Everyone must increase their strategic perspective. Now, Luo Hui's martial prowess and strategy had surpassed 80. Thereafter, the calculation was 2 points for one, thus allocating all resources towards the broader perspective. At that time, Lu Wei still had a couple of maidservants by her side, who had shared news from outside, making her aware of the predicament faced by Shan Shulin. Zhao Weiman smiled, yet internally he disagreed. Lin Yutong was no fool. She was resolute in her belief that she could succeed, exhibiting genuine confidence and capability. The agitated populace, driven by the grief of losing their loved ones, found themselves devoid of reason. As Hui Yinxian touched her recently emptied stomach, she prepared to board the carriage, which was already in motion, creaking as it turned away. In Chapter 70, Eden, what does it mean to possess the hand of a creator? How formidable is my father? Truly? At that moment, while the two universes vied against one another, Mark returned home with Eden to the Grayson residence. Allow me to introduce my mother, Della. This is my half-brother, Oliver, and my girlfriend, Eve, Mark said, presenting his family to Eden. The series of events that led to his mother, brother, and Eve being dismissed and subsequently ostracized left him utterly unresponsive. After a brief moment of tranquility, he returned indoors and collapsed into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted from the recent day's tribulations. The painters of the southern city belonged to both the buying and selling factions. They would procure the monstrous beings captured from the three cities and, utilizing their exclusive alchemical methods, refine them into elixirs, which they would then offer to the imperial palace, a laborious trade at considerable cost. Ling Xinyan's frail constitution could not endure excessive exertion. Any strenuous activity would induce dizziness. Disregarding her manipulation by Zhao Xiaohong, she and her companions continued to shift the blame onto her, truly believing her to be an easy target. Many who had skipped lunch began snacking on the provisions on the table, unlike that boy who had come solely for a meal. Moreover, his hidden veins had finally been unblocked once more. This time, 6 pathways were opened, adding to the 3 previously cleared, granting him a total of 9 hidden channels. Oomph. After Sun Tzu's departure, Qiao Bao stood momentarily stunned before storming off, casting a disdainful glance at Mi Zhu as he left. Charge forth, and then what? Will we all become wanted criminals in the eyes of the court? The Yang brothers evidently felt the need to observe the unfolding situation. How noisy. Our master has yet to speak, Li Pajuan remarked, indifferent to the unruly servant displaying a lack of decorum, demonstrating that every master has their dog, utterly disregarding their own dignity. Simultaneously, some were astonished to see that the high mountain banners atop the city walls and the Lord's castle had all transformed into storm war flags. If the previous incursion of the Storm Army into the high mountain city had merely been a temporary affair, this current state signified the Storm Army's occupation of the city. The individual who understood the master of the waters of life best was none other than Old Qin, a former member of the upper echelons of Huaxia, with extensive sources of information. Initially, there were 2, then 3, for ultimately, the blazing fire could simultaneously unleash 5 energy blades, marking his limit. With a keen eye on the slight bulge of Li Jinsheng's abdomen, Xiao Shilian gritted his teeth and forcefully pressed both hands downward. In addition, during the Battle of Northwest, Qiao Zhong, Su Diyin, and Chang Sunsheng demonstrated their remarkable abilities, each naturally receiving their due rewards. Observing Prince Harry's captivated demeanor, Carter, as a devoted follower, understood Harry's preferences well. He sensed that this time, Prince Harry would undoubtedly support him, thus planning to reclaim his previous standing. Every night, he rested at 8 or 9 p.m. and arose before 3 a.m. the following day, arriving at the television station to commence preparation for the program without delay. Every Dream player, if they had ever browsed the production team option before entering the game, would have encountered a particular name. Those who frequently participated in Dream forums would often see the term Old Sioux. However, the Battle of Hanzhong was entirely different. It was a pure encounter battle, characterized by the resilience of the hollow square formation, enduring the trials of the battlefield with a method akin to execution by firing squad. Rin Juju ignited the oil lamp in the room, revealing torn fragments of clothing on the floor and bed, remnants of Wang Jing's and another's garments. Her own intimate apparel starkly visible, which inevitably reminded her of recent events. In truth, the silver earring purchased by Xiang Yang was inferior to the original pair adorning Zhang Feihuang's ears, crafted from pure white gold. However, Zhang Feihuang, enchanted by Xiang Yang's sweet words, found herself ensnared in a web of infatuation. The value of the items had become insignificant. Chapter 71. Eden, Apologies, Angus Storm. My father has come to retrieve me from this universe. You have been liberated. The earth where Variant Mark resides has become his playground, where every inhabitant, be they man, woman, animal, or alien, exists solely for his amusement. Until this day, days after Mark's disappearance, a shadowy figure appeared in the sky, gazing down upon the world like a deity. Clad in black battle attire and draped in a crimson cloak, last time, I pushed to my limits only to achieve a mere 40,000 years. I wonder where Yao Yao's limits lie, remarked Ma Hongjun. In response to the roar of the golden lion, Yang Ke swiftly evaded, his form flickering in the air, dodging the terrifying ripples. Su Ling, with her hand in plaster, watched with a resentful gaze, yet remained silent, perhaps having been reminded. Upon hearing this, Sanhui Academy bore expressions of reluctance. Today, everything must come to an end. Not only the old grievances, but also vengeance for teacher Shunyan. You can see for yourself that within the court, only the third and fourth princes are vying for that position. Don't speak to me of the fourth prince's gentle demeanor. Every prince aspires to that position. The blade drawn did not strike a vital point, instead inciting the wild boar to become even more frenzied, charging recklessly towards Qin Shao. Immediately, a robust man, characterized by a leopard-like head, ringed eyes, and a tiger-like beard, urged his black steed forward, dashing away like the wind. At this moment, Zhang Xingguang approached, seizing He Tian by the neck and forcing her to gaze upon the malevolent specter depicted in the eerie painting. How fortunate I am to have you two as friends. Murong Xiao exclaimed suddenly. From the beginning, he had been incessantly calling Song Yen, yet Gu Chunxiao remained unresponsive, which was quite perplexing. Gu Chunxiao abruptly stood up and hurried to her side, catching her just as she was about to topple over. Lan Nairue had yet to witness the appearance of the spirit beasts in the trial area as waters. Just wait a few moments, and soon she would behold them. Shen Yun was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared to discover that Yin Jingchu was capable of such feats. It appeared utterly incongruous. Should Gu Songhai return later, it would confirm my suspicions. Qin Yu directed her gaze towards Deng Sheng. Lingling and Yi Ran were getting along splendidly, showing no signs of shyness. Likely aware that Yi Ran was her grandmother, and she clung to her affectionately, until the flames reached their vicinity, halting just outside the scorched earth circle. As there was nothing flammable in the area, the previous generation must have been aware, perhaps for various reasons, in their generation, it had never been mentioned. If Manify could fully restore her strength before the turmoil in Jinwang City, Yin Zhao's confidence will be greatly bolstered. As the Li family entered the Ning household, a chorus of derisive laughter and mockery immediately echoed throughout the hall. While Su Feng observed his counterpart, Murong Wanner was eager to interrupt, as she still possessed 250 stacks of currency, sufficient to make her own entry. They had no faces and could not vocalize, communicating solely through the tapping of skeletal fingers on the table to transact with the players. Clearly, these monsters had come prepared. They possessed an intimate understanding of the 5 major factions, while the factions remained oblivious to their existence. The astonishment in Bondi and the others' eyes was genuine. Under what they referred to as the still light waves, no one could escape the luminous binding. After marinating the lamb, Shen Yi took a large bowl, first layering the meat, then adding chunks of taro. Subsequently, Luli unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, striking down the 2 merchants attempting to flee. However, at the entrance, Yuan Xiandong was incensed upon witnessing the bustling activity of the chefs inside. The river was filled with boats, each spewing forth flames. Unfortunate vessels and individuals were incinerated in mere moments of contact. Chapter 72. The Clark Universal Secret Gathering and the Clarity Bestowed upon Eden. Part 1. Xiao Gu. I remember that time you teased Zhou Yuzhen and ended up with a swollen face all night. Do you still recall? Zhu Hao chuckled slyly. Upon witnessing the braggart's arrogance, Zhang Hanli couldn't help but smile slightly. When his sword clashed with the braggart's, a surge of brilliance erupted. Clearly, the braggart's spirit sword was far more formidable, effortlessly elevating Zhang Hanli's sword high above. Within a single sentence, 5 words were erroneous, and the colloquial expressions strung together rendered his intended meaning entirely obscured. The Demon King of Evil spoke. Fully aware of the significance of that object and the extraordinary value of the 7-leaf fairy orchid. The individuals most eager to possess it were nearly all formidable cultivators, as they aspired to elevate their prowess through this exquisite flower. As the son of Gu Zhifeng, Gu Zihong found himself at a loss when facing Su Mingze. Dining at the same table, as Su was akin to sitting on needles. Gu Zihong pondered whether Su Mingze also preferred not to encounter someone of the Gu lineage. Yet, why had he appeared alongside Kujiman? When my grandmother uttered those words, a moment of clarity washed over me, for the yellow slip indeed recorded such. However, my grandmother seemed to possess a deeper understanding than I initially perceived. Is Lady Yin preparing to depart? The ever-smiling Granny Zhang, who sold tofu at the alley's entrance, had her eyes darting about, seemingly assessing something unknown. Willow branches drooped listlessly over the lake, their reflection creating a blue tapestry that mirrored the mountains. Ji Yuro's explanations were meticulous, while Mu Chuan and Pai Chun exerted themselves to absorb every word, fearing they might miss a single piece of her wisdom. Consequently, within just an hour, both had grasped the fundamental techniques of the piece. Glancing at the composed Mu Qian beside him, Mu Chuan experienced a moment of enlightenment. Most of the court's affairs were delegated to Xue Chongyin, while she remained focused on Xue Chongjin's naval fleet. Deep within her heart lingered a wish known only to Xue Chongjin. With a wave of her hand, the crowd surged forth, and Wang Liangwu Sansi collapsed beside his son. The Wang family was annihilated. Although the night demon had mentioned monkeys, and a large-eyed creature had hinted at their connection to certain ancient monkeys, such matters could not be disclosed. Upon reaching the lake, Qin Hao extended his hand into the reflection, sensing no suspicious elements. Today, she had waited long. In her youth, she had even fantasized that Moro Tian might grant her clemency. She felt she ought to be joyous, to be exhilarated, yet she was not. Instead, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, leaving her heart even more weary. Shen Mingxi managed a wry smile. She truly could not ascertain whether Huang Yaoshe would take her life. During her escape by boat, Huang Yaoshe had seen the yacht, and despite the darkness and distance, he must have suspected it was no ordinary vessel. Alas, dealing with clever individuals was indeed troublesome. Was the hierarchy of these foreign demons so rigid? Li Dan stood, arms crossed, pondering. This was akin to a golden finger. That purple gold assassin likely still believed you were gravely injured. A Huang reclined leisurely on a stone, his large tail swaying gently. After eliminating the projection of the void eye, he intended to meticulously sort through his spoils and uncover the secrets of Kai Jun's abilities. Thus, the mischievous children took turns stepping onto the stage, presenting their masterpieces to Ji Nuer. Xietan AI, without pretense, accepted the bank card, inserted it, entered the password, and checked the balance with a practiced ease as if she had performed the act countless times before. With a resounding thud, Shiryu burst forth from the array, gently brushing aside the hair from her forehead, only to realize she had entered the courtyard of Lin Yuan, unlike before when she would emerge to find herself suspended against the wall. Princess Yizhong spoke with audacious falsehoods, recounting how her soldiers encountered Ji Yong in the refugee camp, only to discover that Ji Yong had indeed articulated those strategies. Furthermore, Professor Sophie introduced Yang Yong to a distinguished expert in the diamond jewelry industry, the chief master craftsman of Cartier, a national treasure of France, who would personally create these diamond ornaments for him. Smiling softly, Shui Qing pursed her lips and, with a gentle tug of her sword hand, drew Yu Luo closer with her other arm. This remark left Wayne feeling rather embarrassed. Yang Yon was correct. Wayne, along with Hans and Willis, had devoted all their energy to the financial warfare exceeding 20 billion. After receiving the boss's precise instructions, Hardin felt invigorated, rolling up his sleeves, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Was the envoy jesting? At that moment, Zhang Zhuofan, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and inquired gravely. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a hefty foot kicked forcefully, sending the severed limb he held flying. After a thorough examination, Chun Yuan realized that this place must have been where the ancestral master once meditated and cultivated. Was this meager some truly worthy of my consideration? It barely amounts to 300,000 to 400,000. Even if I were to acquire it, what would be the significance? One could easily purchase silver dollars in the market. When Su remarked nonchalantly, observing the lantern, when Su noted that this year's lantern had indeed been replaced. It was crafted from gauze and bamboo, taking the form of a drum-shaped palace lantern adorned with a hat, far more intricate and visually appealing than last year's. As for Morin, he paid no heed to the astonished gazes of old Neil and others, nor to Amy's joy at her newfound life. Brother Feng, keep an eye out. I believe Brother Chen will soon deal with Liang Heng, said Zhou Zhihao. The Sun Yu Daoist held the examination papers, perusing them one by one, occasionally nodding or furrowing her brow. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon one particular paper, becoming utterly still. The marketplace in Salt Lake City remained bustling, with a steady supply from Kunlun Mountain, thriving in circulation and earning fortunes daily. The members of the Jade Void Palace paid no mind, with the affairs managed by disciples dispatched from Phoenix Mountain. As A.O. Tan listened to the commotion outside the residence, he frequently glanced at the patrolling guards of the 6 departments, the clanking of armor echoing incessantly, pacing back and forth within the room. Bud coldly remarked that in terms of combat prowess and command, he might not be among the strongest commanders. But when it came to understanding dragons and engaging them in battle, he undoubtedly stood unrivaled. Chapter 73 Eden. What am I doing here? Is this still the world of invincible young hero? Part 2. Finally, it is over. How splendid. It seems I must indulge in a bath upon returning. She mused to herself. Such meager cultivation, yet you dare to emulate others with such audacity. I remarked coldly. You are in fact a member of the Ying family, and thus you are akin to a brother to me. Now that I face death, there are certain matters I must entrust to you. These are the final words of Ying Xiong, the last direct descendant of the Ying family, to Ying Chao. Qin Hao has mined numerous spirit stones in the Longjiao mountain range, but the most superior among them are merely mid-grade spirit stones. He possesses no top-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, within Wang Tian's storage pouch, there are a dozen or so top-grade spirit stones available to power the Qingmu puppet, which should suffice. Countless times, he yearned to reveal to her that Lung Wuchen was none other than Yi Yefeng, and Yi Yefeng was indeed Lung Wuchen. Yet, each time the words lingered on his lips, he swallowed them back down. He could not forget how resolutely and sorrowfully she had departed after being expelled from the Wang residence that day. Thus, he refrained from telling her, fearing her potential hatred towards him. Taking a deep breath, Fong Bailu endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within her heart. Lan Yuer's seemingly arbitrary decision left all present in the conference hall in a state of silence. However, just as everyone grappled with their distress, a tremendous sound erupted beneath the Star God Tower, followed by a wave of tremors. Once Li Yuanyu discerned this individual's identity, he harbored no doubts. His amicable demeanor and willingness to cooperate led us to impose a restriction upon him before escorting him directly to the headquarters of the Celestial God Group. Naturally, I accompanied Yin Shitian as well. He suddenly felt that all the figures in the world possessed a certain disdain, as if there were no place for him in this vast universe. Moments later, they collectively sensed a subtle tremor emanating from the towering tree beneath their feet. Regarding the threat posed by the exterminating master, Li Fei paid her no heed, not even glancing in her direction. Why had his soul ring upgraded? Why did he advance merely under a slight pressure of soul power? This reminded him of a classic quote from the original text. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. The nurturing of saplings in conjunction with the greening workshop could shorten the gestation period and accelerate their growth. Jianyu was aware of this, as it was mentioned in the talent description she had previously received. Chao Jinxing observed the green sap flowing from the fractured wood, with signs of withering at the edges, estimating that it would not be long before it withered entirely. He needed to act swiftly, either by consuming it or by using the wine godstone to transform it into a spiritual liquid, preserving its medicinal properties. Having missed the best opportunity, further actions could implicate too many. One could not simply eliminate all who were privy to the matter, for that would be no different from the demonic path. Zhang Mingyan cast a deep glance at Chao Jinxing before turning away and vanishing with a display of lightness. Experts from the major sects, including the heads of the 3 factions and the deputy leader of the demonic sect, flocked to the Wanmo Xiang, each bearing an expression of excitement. Lin Lang, having encountered no issues and given no directives for overtime, allowed his subordinates to leave. Ji Miao Miao found it quite astonishing. The words spoken did not seem characteristic of her mother. In the past, her mother would have immediately sought excuses for her father when faced with such situations, never uttering a single word of reproach against him. Suddenly, the unique voice of Zhuang Qiushi resonated, causing the smiles on Zhou Ningyan and Su Lin's faces to freeze in place. They exchanged a knowing glance and instinctively closed their mouths. In that moment, it dawned on her that her mother preferred not to interfere in this matter, choosing instead to allow her 4th sister to confront such turbulent waves, thus revealing her own brilliance. The sect would not rise or fall due to a mere ranking of disciples from the 6 sects. Its prosperity depended on the number of golden immortals and celestial immortals, as well as treasures like the casting cloud hall. Instantly, astonishment appeared on the faces of the 3. Chun Shi was taken aback, while the master and disciple both bore expressions of being seen through. Although she could hear the other's thoughts, she cautiously opted to maintain her distance. He only confided in Li Daoyan, who then relayed the information to Li Changxi, who subsequently informed the higher-ups of Xuandu Temple. Yichuan also breathed a sigh of relief. A single worker was quite valuable, and any mishap could result in significant loss. It was a century-old tree spirit. If they severed its branches, there would be no danger. After stating this, Yichuan drew out an axe, well-versed in such tasks. The porridge and vegetables served to Gongliang Liao were promptly coughed up, leaving the entire bed in a state of utter disarray. Jia Xing collided with the cabinet behind him, causing the vase in his hand to shatter upon himself, and he felt a darkness envelop him, leading to his unconsciousness. The master remained fixated, his gaze unblinking, lost in thought, unaware of his excessive concentration on the observation. 300 heavy Ming warships soared across the sky, even as night fell. They illuminated the grounds of the Golden Clawed Dojo brighter than daylight. The call from the Sidhu family, extending an apology, was abruptly terminated, leaving Yun Er-Yi's previously jovial demeanor transformed into one of deep displeasure. It was rumored that her mother had been stripped of her managerial rights by her father, who would regularly deliver silver to her, while he resided at the school for an extended period thereafter. Like harvesting wheat, in an instant, a significant number of constables fell, with the remaining officers hastily seeking refuge. In a certain sense, Professor Anqing had indeed fulfilled his original ambition. Humanity had undergone evolution, albeit at a considerable and painful cost. Typically, resisting the tide of demons necessitated assembling a substantial defensive line with numerous personnel. After treating the wounds of the cloaked man, Ji Qingyao lay down on the prepared bedding to sleep, while the cloaked man did not enjoy such privileges, instead resting on straw. Upon entering the venue, one could observe several exhibition booths showcasing various models of firearms, with individuals testing them, each target riddled with bullet holes. However, none of this concerned Lu Fei any longer, for on the very day the ancestral masters were resurrected, he had resigned from his position as the head of Maoshan, returning the command token to Qinyangzi. The string of Bodhi beads appeared unremarkable to Rong Nuo. After a brief examination, she promptly handed them over to Lin Chengyazi. In Chapter 74, The God Among Humans in the Marvel Universe, Lei Zhenzi's affectionate treatment of Azura delighted him. While Azura's unwavering commitment to the Tao brought a sense of fulfillment and steadfastness to Ming, he regarding his own path. No, there must be something. The driver certainly did not misinterpret what he saw. When I inquired, he undoubtedly spoke the truth, as his expression clearly revealed. Wei Renwu asserted resolutely. However, the Commonwealth's 6th Battalion found themselves in a state of frustration after months of relentless battles, alternating between offense and retreat, with no opportunities to showcase their strengths. It was only when a main force of the British 7th Brigade occupied the strategic point of Guangpingdong, north of Hancheng, that the 6th Battalion rediscovered the sensations reminiscent of their time at Alamein. Bo In returned a military salute and, under the direction of an elder who appeared to be the squad leader, entered the tent. She spat out a mouthful of blood, undoubtedly due to exerting herself too much, pulling her previously stabilized body back to the state of several days prior. All right, I hope you grant me 3 days. In 3 days, I shall purchase your shares at the same price. Oliver Winchester resolved. Recognizing that Michael Wood had spoken to this extent, further resistance was futile. With Lin Xingqian's assistance, Yu Ming felt a renewed confidence in his ability to restore the ordinary Wei Renwu, and his appetite was piqued. He quickly finished the remaining food, tidied up, and prepared for rest, utilizing a line of infantry in conjunction with a portion of tank and armored units. They aimed to delay the German armored forces' advance through the use of minefields and anti-tank trenches, exhausting their momentum before unleashing the long-prepared elite British armored units for a decisive counterattack to shatter the relentless German offensive. Wang Ming pondered as he cautiously approached the southwestern corner, confident that this individual was trapped within an innate formation and posed no threat to him. Fear gripped her heart. Yet, upon contemplating that this could bring an end to everything, she wondered what else there was to fear. Just as Lin Muxin's emotions surged, a melodious voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Although the sound was not loud, her acute hearing as a master in the condensation realm enabled her to discern it clearly. The faces of the three burned with embarrassment. This was a serious matter, as the most crucial aspect of the Danwang Palace was its regulations, and they had been ensnared by Long Yang's machinations. Situ Qinglian accepted the embroidered glass skirt but did not don it herself. Instead, she swiftly took the garment and hurried outside. Although he had arrived in the perilous city, he remained the center of attention, unaware of how many eyes were fixed upon him. Thus, he sought to act discreetly. Before experiencing the underground fighting arena and witnessing the prowess of the combatants, he wished to refrain from venturing out, both to lessen his notoriety and to continue his training to enhance his strength. A young admiral of the naval forces was summoned to the royal palace of Hu. At first glance, he appeared to be merely in his 20s. The naval officer was significantly younger. On one hand, many older generals have been dismissed, and on the other, due to a lack of dedicated personnel, they had no choice but to promote from the ranks of the lieutenants. Lin Mu, without uttering a word, raised his hand to execute the Tai Xin Qin long hand once more. This time, he unleashed only a single palm, which descended like a celestial barrier directly above the head of the aged black-clad man. Wu Qian, without hesitation, stepped past the plaque and advanced towards Lin Mu's residence, only to be halted by Ben Ben. Elder brother? Ah, it seems your relationship is rather intricate. Allow me to deal with you first, and then I shall eliminate him. Do not presume that my association with Xing Tian will deter me. Those who provoke my wrath deserve to perish, declared the Earth Yuan Prince. As the conversation reached this point, it carried an implicit demand for a response, causing many within the hall to frown. Several ministers from the old faction opened their mouths, intending to speak, but ultimately held their tongues, opting to observe the envoy's stance first. In the mountainous woods outside Anhua Prefecture, the leaves had withered, carpeting the ground with a layer of golden foliage. As the horses and men tread upon this terrain, they sank slightly, akin to stepping into a snowy expanse. Witnessing his message vanish without a trace, a chilling thought lurked in the darker recesses of his mind. After an extended period, Liu Yoshi finally deigned to call him, eliciting profound excitement from Zhou Shuyan. Subsequently, Anka escorted her to the place where prisoners were held. Anka discovered that the administrator she had appointed just the day before was now cornered within a room. Upon seeing Anka approach, the others hastily retreated to their chambers, continuing to shout loudly as they returned. Wherever the gray flames touched, wisps of resentment, tinged with a deeper hue, dissipated. Over time, even the devourer engaged in battle felt a pang of sympathy for the substantial losses incurred. This elusive ancestor seemed to belong to a newly emerged sect, known as the Piao Divine Teachings. One could not help but wonder if, from henceforth, the 4 great sects would be transformed into the 5 great sects. Mused Yuan Qi. Yoshi, come. I shall take you to see your room, Aunt Yao said, pulling Liu Yoshi along. As Feng Ainen continued to call out names, An unsettling feeling gripped the hearts of countless individuals with each utterance. The bomb was handed over to the demolition experts among the soldiers. While Chi-Ching examined a special item, the leader stepped forward to retrieve a magic sword, taking out a one-sided mirror-like magical artifact to scrutinize, mentally appraising it. Externally, it appears to be a single-handed straight sword crafted by a master artisan, while its core harbors two souls originating from a sea of souls. Some scattered in flight, others harbored animosity, lurking at a distance, with a few kneeling around the paladin in hopes of receiving divine blessings. Chapter 75, Tony Stark, Good Heavens, I Truly See Superman. The atmosphere at the auction house remained vibrant, bolstered by the throngs of attendees. After a series of 10 rounds of bidding, Mu Tianxun, in a meditative state, finally awaited the item that had captured his interest. Gong, what are you gazing at? Beside him, Miyamoto Keiko noticed Yi Tian's slight lapse in composure and couldn't help but offer a warning, lest it lead to distress. Lan Xinmei, she whispered, taking a step to the left, only to be halted once again, as countless attacks were poised to strike the divine-eyed phoenix. A resplendent beam of purple-golden light suddenly erupted from its forehead, dazzlingly bright, causing everyone to shut their eyes. When the brilliance faded, expressions of profound disbelief instantly replaced their previous awe. Well, as long as you possess the qualifications and have all the necessary documentation, even without taking shortcuts, we wholeheartedly welcome bids through the tendering process, Wu Jiankai asserted with an air of official propriety. Will you speak or not? Murong Feishue exclaimed in exasperation, grasping the police baton resting beneath the table. It was precisely his unpredictable nature, or rather, his conflicting temperament with Li Beixian's approach to life that rendered him less favored by Li. His current promotion was merely a response to the prevailing circumstances. He remained silent, clutching my hand, conveying the unwavering determination from the depths of his heart. Fang Chen scoffed, whether he family. Should they provoke me, I would fight to the bitter end, even at the cost of my life. Fang Chen was not inherently violent, yet he possessed his own boundaries. Crossing them would incite an unrelenting confrontation. At present, my sole desire was to safely deliver this child, secure a means of livelihood, and raise my offspring. Perhaps I might marry, or perhaps I would ultimately face solitude in old age. Yet, what difference would that make? On the circular expressway of Ginza Town, the fragrant dreamer had originally been enjoying a peaceful slumber in the passenger seat of the transport vehicle. After all, his younger brother was leading troops to the northern border, a private venture rather than a national conflict. Zhang Chulin's hesitation was understandable to Yi Yin. After all, as a newcomer to the arena, it was natural to feel intimidated by figures like Wang Ai and LCI, who wielded their power oppressively. He had refrained from retaliating, merely continuing to circle around. Once the meteor activated, he would slip away like a slippery loach, disappearing into the shadows. Unbeknownst to him, he had been pushed southward, where, according to the injured soldiers, they were to hold their ground on a high earthen mound. You will permanently gain an additional daily exorcism strike, effective only once per creature. Jiang, he likely had little money, so take this silver and don't bother him for funds after matter is settled. You can come to me instead. Su Chang casually produced a banknote of 100 taels, fortunate for his habit of carrying silver. I heard it. Feel free to ask, young Master Su. Highway could not help but say, addressing Su Chang with the demeanor of one who, in the year 91 of the Yuanfeng era, fortuitously encountered the Emperor. Director Su, may I inquire how many crises the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau has handled over the years? A reporter was first selected to pose the question. Yet, I have already inscribed the flying thunder god seals throughout Konoha. Whenever I desire, Konoha becomes the battlefield between me and him. Consider how many lives would be lost among the people of Konoha in our clash, and what devastation would befall their village. I regarded you as a brother, yet you chose to use me as a subject for your experiments. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Today, I shall end your life and claim the bounty for your return. Ran Tun spoke fiercely, then gradually pushed away the knife the rogue had pressed against his forehead. Looking back, he would find his past self quite endearing. Yet, in that moment, such thoughts were irrelevant. Yi Ziong was momentarily taken aback, instilling a sense of trepidation in others, indicating that initially, he truly intended to confront everyone without fear. Ji nodded in agreement. The horse ranch was situated at the foot of Kumping Mountain. backed by lush hills, offering a panoramic view and the melodious chirping of birds, instantly separating it from the city's cacophony. Miao Ran was immediately drenched in cold sweat, struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet found his throat constricted, unable to utter a word. Indeed, it was as such. System, please provide a time. Yin Kong called out fruitlessly to the system. However, in their own realm, they are formidable and will not unconditionally heed your commands if you fail to lead them to victory, the chair whispered. Hon Yuchen, accompanied by Lisa, made their way to the residence of Du Yanheng and the others, leaving Yu Qing in the care of Principal Wang. What do you mean by that? Zhong Zihao became increasingly perplexed, pondering if it were a ploy to entangle him in the conflict between the Zulong clan and the Nine Nether God King. In other words, if you possessed the capability, you would have already taken action against him? Du Yanheng remarked without reservation as he tucked a piece of meat into his mouth. Upon hearing Chu Zhiheng's words, Lin Yaxin finally comprehended the situation, realizing it must be that Chu Zhiheng had seen her leave with Xiao Jun earlier that afternoon. Even darker was the fact that a significant portion of the unspoken rules within this circle could be described as mutually consensual. Upon spotting the magical carriage from Fengyue Academy, the soldiers of the capital immediately straightened their posture, gazing ahead with solemnity. It was unclear how long ago it was, but through unwavering determination and the sudden influence of a mechanical being, he successfully integrated his clone into his Dantian. However, the mental space was on the verge of collapse. With his consciousness nearly dissipating, the survival instinct of the monstrous beings was so fiercely potent that any further progress was exceedingly arduous. I am sorry, yeah, for causing you such suffering, Megwa stammered, nearly at a loss for words. As the spring breeze blew and war drums echoed, the sky was clear, the air harmonious, and the vast expanse above painted a picturesque scene. Beneath this splendid landscape, the Yang family estate welcomed the 351st family competition. Liu Yi scoffed dismissively, turning to leave. Suddenly, a steel spear lunged at him from behind, poised to strike. Yet, after their previous clash, the victor was unmistakable. Li Changchun felt the formidable presence of the opponent, faintly discerning that the inconspicuous metal emanated a silvery glow that harmonized with the principles of swordsmanship, approaching the realm of the Tao. Chapter 76. A postcard from Clark Kent sent from another universe. Part 2. Outside the base. Dear Mr. Superman, may I ask where the airplane is? Stark finally emerged from the dark and desolate base, but before he could savor the taste of freedom, the blazing sun, swirling yellow sand, and the sight of devastation outside caused him to furrow his brow. Stark did not behold the extravagant private jet he had envisioned, nor the armed helicopters of the military. Not even a single off-road vehicle was present. Outside, upon encountering the madman, Pan, the traditional Chinese physician, did not immediately commence the pulse-taking or examine the tongue, but rather fixed his gaze upon the madman as hands. This statement was deliberately crafted by me, as I was aware that Zhao Hui, being a student, undoubtedly lacked the time to accompany Li Jia in the early hours. My mention of him was, without a doubt, a means of inflicting psychological torment upon Li Jia. After Mo Jiuqing spoke, she fell silent, engrossed in the pages of incriminating evidence regarding Mu Hong's collusion with Jun Qianxiao, entirely oblivious to the profound impact her words had on Qing Ju and Jun Yanqing. Just as Mo Jiuqing was contemplating action in response to Mu Qingji's remarks, a low, alluring voice resonated from behind her. I realized that my sister-in-law was upset with me, yet I remained at a loss for words of comfort. I longed to turn back home and sever the painful ties with my sister-in-law, resuming my conversation with Liu Yufei, but my feet seemed to have a will of their own, irresistibly drawn to follow her, no matter where she led. Such individuals are inherently inferior. How could they possibly comprehend matters concerning the token? The seventh prince had also made his appearance, and not far off stood the first prince, who had previously sought to reprimand De Gahong. Today presented an opportune moment for him, and though he remained silent, the shadowy gaze he cast was decidedly unsettling. However, as Su Hao and Yen approached, the sense of unease only intensified. Li Weiqing suppressed his emotions with a cough, nodding affirmatively. It appeared that both conditions of the young man and hard-S blood were within his reach. Upon witnessing the tempestuous thunderstorm akin to an ocean, De Gahong felt his heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, Hua Shui grasped De Gahong's arm, her delicate face drained of color, her eyes brimming with concern. This was something he had purchased while passing by the supermarket, acquiring not only noodles and sesame oil, but also 10 yuan's worth of roasted chestnuts for Xiaoxing. During her monthly inspections, she would see him once, though she dared not look too long, merely casting a hurried glance before lowering her head. As they walked, the scattered handheld devices emitted light and played discordant music, while an unknown direction blasted tunes through loudspeakers. She now needed to compose a letter for Jinji to take back to Xiang Chao, urging her to come for an examination and treatment without delay. After addressing the matter of the victim's offspring, Wei Qi Ao did not linger to comfort Shangguan Yuan, but instead turned and headed toward Shiyanju. Indeed, Shangguan Mingzhu's visage had reached a point where it could no longer be described as merely ugly, appearing as grotesque as the demons depicted in a painting. Nangong Qixing tightly embraced Ling Bing, biting down on his arm and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Presently, Sister Lin's milk tea shop has established 18 branches in Deep City, each bearing the same name. It will take some time, as clinical trials cannot proceed without a thorough theoretical foundation to apply to Qinshao, Dr. Wang replied. He had never concerned himself with the nature of her character, yet he was taken aback by the dismal manner in which she conducted her affairs privately. Linger was projected into the sacred realm, akin to entering another's dream. Her physical form did not traverse the dreamscape. Thus, the injuries incurred within remained at a psychological level, merely providing her body with a mental suggestion, explained Peng Zhan. Chapter 77. Peter Parker. Eden, he is in such a woeful state. I'm so terrible. And then, oh, is this a surprise? Or merely a fright? All day long, I am the one under pressure. Eden gazed at the postcard, once again exasperatedly amused by his indomitable father. Well, the mystery is solved. His journey through Marvel was not due to the machinations of various powerful figures, nor was it orchestrated by his father's arch-nemesis. Eden's earlier wild imaginings were unfounded. However, the corpses posed a dilemma. Considering the inevitable desecration of the mountains, with many plants being chopped down, these bodies could serve as fertilizer for the flowers. In due time, the mountains would bloom abundantly. Flourishing vegetation could be utilized for formations as well. Thus, upon hearing his warning, the spark in her eyes dimmed, and she stared at him in silence. The reality is that Junlin was incapable in the past, is incapable now, and may not be able in the future either. How exaggerated! Have I truly grown thinner and darker? Cheng Jiejia felt unchanged. How could it be, as her mother claimed? Let's go inside. Upon returning home, Yu appeared lively, pulling the man inside. She had loved, but he had not. She had experienced the sweetness and despair of affection, while he remained devoid of such feelings. Despite his eagerness to learn and hard work, her lack of cooperation made it difficult for him to gain richer experiences from her. Nonetheless, this situation seems inconsequential. The primary objective of the Beishan base was the 2 primordial crystal cores belonging to Anrin. Since Anrin's birthday was approaching and the residents of Baiwa City near the affluent individual had withdrawn, the obstacles to infiltrating the wealthy individual had diminished once more. Director, it's not that I'm saying this lightly, but students should prioritize their studies, aim for university, and pursue a bright future. Wasting time on trivial matters is simply a hindrance to their potential. Lin Mingxiang, the deputy director of the Provincial Education Bureau, cheerfully expressed his heartless sentiments. Hong Tu and his companions drove to the foot of Sanja Mountain, then activated the illusionary formation to secure their vehicle before entering the mountain. Within the palace hall of Sanja Mountain, Hong Tu produced his crafted spatial rings to distribute among the group. Currently, he entrusted Guopei with the spatial ring meant for returning to friends in the mountain. A new unit had been established, though it was a demotion. The name had changed, still retaining the rank of a regiment-level officer. This time, things were somewhat different, yet the newly formed unit, along with its barracks, should be unlike anything from the past. You need not worry about the health team. New recruits are certainly on their way. With this thought, Yuan Ming chuckled. The emperor, feeling rather anxious, desires to avoid unnecessary disputes and wishes to limit our academy's preparation time to a maximum of 10 days. As Tang Wei observed while glancing at Lin, Shi, and Bian Linghan. Could it be that Lu Meili has caught wind of this news? Wang Tiancheng, noticing Lu Meili approaching, spoke with utmost seriousness. Director Lu, you are still here working late into the night. How are you now? Feeling better? He turned to look at her, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. The dragon's tail lifted, transforming into a spear-like form, as Zhang Tianba, confident in his ability to completely dominate Lin Hao. Resolved to first inflict torment upon the approaching adversaries, hoping Lin Hao might also experience such visceral pain. Zhao Kuangyin, who was about to rise, reconsidered and sat back down, ultimately recalling the bond he had forged with Wang Pu over the years. Now, Lin Tian, having recovered, pondered this issue. The power of the Golden Core realm was undeniably formidable, and he had gained profound insight into this, realizing that individuals capable of creating a rainbow bridge, such as himself, were unheard of even in ancient times, yet he now witnessed it with his own eyes. Starlight dimly illuminated her face, while the long hair in his palm felt as soft as silk. Her features were strikingly clear, her dark, deep-set eyes shimmering with a wealth of unspoken words. Chapter 78, Obadiah. What the hell? No one told me Tony had a superhero friend. After school, Peter Parker finally invited Eden to his home. Eden, this is my Aunt May. Aunt May, this is my best friend from school, Eden. Upon returning home, Peter promptly introduced his friend Eden to his aunt. Hello, Aunt May. My name is Eden Kent. I am Peter's classmate. After regaining his sight, Ale Gang found himself at a loss for words. His cultivation had significantly improved in a short period, and he held hope of breaking through to the 10th layer of the Mo Luo descent, reaching the pinnacle of the art of cursing. At this moment, Situ Yin had completed his tasks and was heading towards the old residence, as was Ouyang Mushin. Rinhe, my brother, our relationship has always been quite good. After you learn from Master Su Chun, do keep in touch when you have time. Someone patted Rinhe on the shoulder. However, when Mei Jie spoke about William having thrown Fuji and Umlich in a prison, her demeanor became somewhat unnatural. Though you are strong, you have nonetheless imposed a certain pressure upon us. Yet, ultimately, you are but one, lacking the justification to utter such words. Beneath the setting sun, Zhang Jin and the generals of Jiaozhou stood atop the western peak, their gazes sweeping across the expanses of fertile fields and the sparsely populated city of Quanling, firmly focused on Xiang, deep within the waters. At that moment, warships congregated upon the waters of Xiang and Shan, their sails blotting out the sky, banners obscuring the sun. The sound of drums resonating like thunder, illuminating the land. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth, akin to a roaring beast, deafening in its intensity. Meanwhile, the true instigator of bullying incidents that led to students being hospitalized or transferring schools had already been taken into custody by the relevant authorities. From beginning to end, Ling Yu maintained an expression of utter indifference, as if the attitude of Tianyu Group was entirely within his expectations. Perhaps noticing Ling Yu's furrowed brow, Shan Rongrong felt a sudden pang of anxiety, fearing that her excessive enthusiasm might frighten her idol away. Upon the branches, 9 translucent golden cicada nymphs, no larger than ants, were clearly visible. Judging solely by their appearance, these dragon sprites, adorned with a pair of dragon horns upon their foreheads and crystalline dragon wings unlike those of ordinary elemental sprites, exuded a delicate charm that evoked a desire for closeness and playful interaction. Shu Yu, clad in a bathrobe, gazed at the imposing figure at the door, dressed in leather, holding a helmet and a package. Finally, they had distanced themselves from that peculiar spirit. Li Luo felt a surge of joy, approaching the unpredictable Lu Zhu with a sense of respectful caution. After our escape from the construction site, we should head towards the back mountain, with a sparse population and dense primordial forest would provide ample cover. Li Zi trailed behind me, and I noticed his words becoming increasingly scarce, leaving me to wonder what occupied his thoughts throughout the day. At this moment, Lin Fan observed the unfolding scenes from a divine perspective, realizing that what he could see were merely the most profound memories of his previous life. Just at this critical juncture, Yi Xian's voice crackled through the intercom, offering everyone a particularly effective method. Li Luo wielded her blade as if traversing the river of time, cleaving through the thunderous sea with a decisive strike. The sound of shattering drowned out by the roar of thunder. Before we begin, I wish to finish the takeout that Spider-Man ordered for me. It is his expression of love. He once mentioned that he had a connection with General Xie, promising that whenever she had a request, he would shield her. With just a glance from her, he would rise to testify on her behalf. Jian Yu stood with her hands on her hips, observing as he blended into the throng of parents waiting for their children after school, feeling quite contemplative. He paused, instinctively asking, "Is it someone's birthday today?" After speaking, He doubted whether it might be Mu Wang's, but upon checking the date, it seemed unlikely. Chapter 79, The Observer. It is merely a task assigned by Lord Clark. Part 2. Hey, no matter what you demand, I can provide it. Indeed, I could give you everything I possess. I beg you, spare my life. Obadiah pleaded incessantly towards Eden. Upon realizing he faced a divine being capable of soaring through the skies and tearing steel apart with bare hands, he lost all will to resist. What? A corpse spirit? The three older men's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at the shadow. Song Fu's reputation now resonated throughout the county, and many present had heard of him. They were astonished to witness the real person, greeting Song Fu with enthusiasm. The flame-wielding figure offered no explanation to the youth, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he elongated his form and lunged toward the boy, conjuring a blade of fire to strike at him. Lin Xiao, seizing the hem of her skirt, leaped from the carriage, leaving the nearby guards astonished. Where did such a fierce maiden come from? They sought to kill you first. Your actions are merely self-defense. Join us, and we guarantee Chen Pengzhan will cease his pursuit, replied Liang Guoqiang with unwavering confidence. Harnessing the authority of the monarch, this formidable aura coalesced in the dimly lit space, transforming into a tangible plane reminiscent of a canvas crafted from jadeite. My disdain for this masked individual reached its zenith. His audacity to covet Ran Bing was utterly insufferable. Su Qing reproached herself for fleeing the warm embrace of Qin Yuchuan, her gaze drifting to the trembling Su Tong beside her. In contrast to the sorcery of the southern wilderness, the martial arts of various sects imposed exceptionally high requirements on their disciples. For those of ordinary talent, the path to cultivation was fraught with difficulties. Wait for me, boss. Yu Ming hastily followed Zhou Yu, while Erlong disregarded Zhou Yu's orders and trailed closely behind him. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The valley behind them erupted with violent tremors, and soon a colossal rock giant, towering as high as a mountain, emerged. The middle-aged man let out a howl, and Song Yu cast a sorrowful glance at Mo Fan before tossing him a resplendent jade pendant that hung from his waist. This occasion marked the 700th anniversary of the establishment of the Linglong Empire, coupled with the Alchemist Association's competition, naturally drawing countless spectators' attention. The significance of blood is universally acknowledged. Even under normal circumstances, individuals suffering from anemia, commonly referred to as blood deficiency, would undoubtedly face health challenges. Upon reflection, it is not difficult to comprehend. Knowing one cannot safeguard oneself, the pursuit of a relatively secure life, free from torment, is hardly an objectionable choice. This statement rings true. As the guardian deity of the Sirius kingdom, he is often entangled in numerous matters. Despite his desire to remain aloof, who would believe that any faction would acquiesce? After the Tyrant Empire and the Imel tribe engaged with the divine beings, only a fool or an overly arrogant individual would fail to recognize the need for heightened vigilance. The old blind man advised her, "Why not accompany Mr. Sher tonight? He is hospitalized due to your circumstances. Caring for him for one night should not pose a problem." Observing the three stunning beauties sporting satisfied smiles, Mo Fan scratched his head, recalling the previous night's wild escapades. The entire assembly held their breath, as they harbored doubts about Mo Fan's capabilities. After all, he was merely a newcomer. How formidable could he truly be? Huya quickly averted his gaze, his face flushing with warmth, feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet his hands continued to deftly manipulate the fish meatballs without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 6. Tortor, Eden. You have lifted the hammer, and you have gained recognition? Eden, mere brute force, nothing more. After teasing his brother Thor, Loki made his way to the chamber, heavily guarded by S.H.I.L.D. agents containing the hammer of the god of thunder. Loki gazed at the immovable hammer before him. He took a deep breath and boldly approached, gripping the handle tightly, attempting to lift it, intending to prove to the world that he too was worthy. Unfortunately, he failed. Why is that the case? It was because, at the very moment when Lu Jingyu's energy stirred, the two tribes have been engaged in a senseless battle throughout the day. Father, this person has offended me. Hand her over for my judgment, and I shall avenge the injuries inflicted upon me. Jiwu looked at Yenra, his eyes filled with a tainted expression, fully aware of the fate that awaited him. Although Luo Hong did not understand why Bartholomew Bear chose to sit this way, He could not force himself to assist him, especially since others had spoken against it. Zhu Gaoqi understood little of the matter. Confucianism had long seeped into his bones and infused his blood. Luo Hong was indifferent to the fate of Baki. Today marked the arrival of a scientist sent by the naval headquarters, and he had to welcome this scientist at the Navy base in Xiangbedi without appearing negligent. For there were not many among the Pirate King's crew who were learned in the sciences. Xiao's aura expanded to a significant degree, as 7 illusory spheres in his mind emitted an eerie glow while rotating rapidly, continuously orbiting around a certain focal point in his consciousness, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. The first half of his statement possessed a lethality of 50, while the latter half carried infinite lethality for the old Matsushima. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang inquired, feeling a deep sense of unwillingness, especially since he had yet to see what Xiao's truly looked like, which only intensified his frustration. He forcefully raised his hand to wipe away Zhou Yunan's tears, only to find her smiling, though the smile seemed incredibly strained. Lin Haoyu gazed at young Leilei's youthful beauty. He did not wish for her to worry about him. Leilei, rest assured, I won't act recklessly. He took out his phone to call Lu Kunjian. However, he felt no urgency. He and Xia Siki could afford to wait a few more years. Their world together was quite splendid. Shun Wan, feeling conflicted, entered the bathroom and sat in the bathtub, lost in thought, recalling the grievances of Wan Guogua and feeling a wave of pity. She headed to the laboratory, primarily to concoct some poisons or other mischievous potions, intending to slip them into the meals of anyone who dared to provoke her. The company was busy only during this end-of-year period. Once it passed, things would quiet down, and they were about to enjoy a brief holiday. Suddenly, Choi Shangjuan's bicycle inexplicably executed a 180-degree turn and sped into the night. He felt as if his mood mirrored a sky washed clean by rain, serene and clear. Although I offered suggestions on the design drafts provided by designer Tang Qing, these insights were only possible based on her preliminary designs. She entered the bustling market and swiftly located a secluded spot, from which she retrieved several large bags of marinated meat, along with 2 bundles of wild chives and mountain mushrooms. On the day of the auction, the esteemed Suzhou acquired that exquisite ensemble for 25,300 coins. And in a generous gesture, Guing even included some potions as a gift. After all, he was a benefactor, and it was prudent to offer him a little extra to encourage future patronage. At that moment, she resembled an innocent child, untainted and sincere. She loved freely, sorrowed genuinely, and worried openly, incapable of masking her emotions, her face a canvas of honesty. After about a cup of tea's worth of time had passed, the world no longer bore any glimmers of light, and the entire realm of gods and demons seemed to have lost all vitality. The once fertile land had turned ashen. The earth cracked and parched, and the formerly clear sky had succumbed to a shroud of dark gray, as if a veil of shadows enveloped it.